Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story begins with the fact that we see a guy sitting in an apartment and watching a photo that showed a guy. The guy who watched the photos and said that after 5 years in the obituary they wrote about his death. He recalled how 3 years ago their sick mother died, who was desperately searching for her missing brother. He was supported by relatives who came to all this, and his mother had been ill for a long time and now she was in a better world. The guy was standing in front of the flyers, where there was a picture of his brother, and he took and crumpled one of them, and leaving the house, he threw it on the floor. He had already given up on finding his brother and decided to leave Korea for military service in Africa by plane. While he was flying, he thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to return to Korea later. The guy was sitting on the couch and opened a box. There he found a photograph and a watch. He realized that these were found things that he always carried with him. He took the photo and realized that he even carried a picture from the movies with him. He looked at his pocket watch and picked it up. He remembered how he would give them to his brother so that he could successfully pass the entrance exams. He turned them over and I saw the engraving. It wasn't necessary, but he could still use the watch. His brother smiled and thanked Hyun. They were sitting on the couch, and Hyun said with a smile that he knew everything, to which his brother said that unlike electronic watches, such pocket watches are more durable and reliable. After that, he asked what was written on the back. There were the letters J and W. He realized they were his initials and asked what they meant. My brother said it was his last name. Hyun said that the initials were misspelled here and he said to give him the watch back. The brother laughed and said that he would tell engraver Wu about it and ask him to correct it. My brother said that this is not necessary. He will wear them anyway. The adult Hyun sat on the couch holding this watch and knew that in the future, if he had to sign somewhere, he would write his name like it was written on Sun's watch. He gripped the watch in his hands and realized that it was working. He looked and saw that the hand of the clock was indeed moving. He wondered if his brother would ever hear this recording. He stood up abruptly and said to himself that if his brother was listening to this recording, and then most likely he was no longer in this world. Hyun looked at his watch in fright and wondered if it wasn't a hallucination, but there was no other device inside the watch. His brother was apologizing to him, and it was hard for Hyun. He wanted to find medicine for mom and I think he'll be back soon, but things didn't go according to plan. Hyun shook his head, not understanding. He opened his phone, where an ad was written on October 9, 2013. It was written that if he could climb all the way to the top of the obelisk, then he would be able to fulfill his dream. He then thought it was spam, but apart from the strange content, there were no other signs. They asked whether he agreed to participate or not. If it wasn't for his circumstance, he would have ignored such a message about. But suddenly the image of a sick and skinny mother who was currently in the hospital popped up in front of his eyes, so he hopes that he can help her by clicking the agree button. From that day on, he began to have quite strange dreams, and on October 12, 2013, what he saw then was not a dream at all. He was completely sure that everything that was there was real. He saw strange creatures that looked like elves and dwarves. It was a world inhabited by orcs, trolls, dragons, and other fabulous creatures. There was also one tall tower, which was located in the very center and looked directly at the sun. Others said that if you can climb to the top of it, you can become equal to God. But all this did not interest him at all. He only thought about the elixir that could cure any disease. On October 28, 2013, he gathered a team of like-minded people and started climbing the tower. Over time, it has become quite difficult to combine life and reality in parallel with this. He was standing in front of the tower, and on November 9, 2013, he decided to leave home and thought that it would only take him 6 months to achieve his goals. He cut off all contact with reality, and on December 1, 2013, their team became known as Arsha. They have been improved in absolutely everything. On September 7, 2014, due to the fact that the process of conquering the tower slowed down, he needed another 1 year. On November 11, 2015, he had a disagreement with one of the higher planes. This created a huge hindrance to their plans. On February 31st of an unknown year, negotiations broke down and war broke out. On the second day of an unknown month and year, the allies of the hostile clan were completely defeated. On March 4th of an unknown year, he had a loved one. Hyun stood and drowned in all these thoughts, and on September 19th of an unknown year, the war broke out again, and on January 2nd of an unknown year, the war was still going on and they all had a very hard time. He stood there with a blank stare, and on June 6th, a traitor appeared among them and the clan began to disagree. Everyone started suspecting each other, and on July 1st, 2017, his body became heavy and he was clearly poisoned. On October 30th, half of the people left the clan and they continued losing, and his body slowly collapsed. On November 1st, his lover stabbed him in the heart and left his body to rot. On the 30th of an unknown month and year, he wanted to see his brother. On February 1st, 2018, he was still one in Arsha, and he did not understand where he could have made a mistake. He was standing on a battlefield where there were bursts of lights, and on February 28, 2018, he managed to get an elixir, but he had no way to send it home as he was surrounded by enemies. Only now did he realize the whole truth, that there was only one person in this world that he could trust despite all this. He wasn't going to show them his weakness. His brother said that was why he would leave these notes here, and if his brother heard them, he would definitely find an elixir and bring it to his mother. Hyun clutched his watch with a trembling hand and continued to sit on the couch. He wound up his watch, and he listened as his brother said that he would also hear the recordings. Hyung sat there until the evening, and then he raised his head and a message flashed in front of him saying that he would continue what he had started. After his body began to be permeated by an incomprehensible power, and he realized that it was the kind of power that could control people living in this world. Hyung lifted his head up and his body tensed. He had relived all the memories I had just heard about, and his face was covered in blood, and he was standing in his armor. He slowly closed his eyes and the system message wrote that the wake-up had ended. The information transfer process was not yet complete. He was asked to prepare his body for receiving the information. 5% was uploaded. At this stage, the receptor setup was not yet complete. Hyung looked ahead and didn't understand anything. His physical abilities were ready. The feature is known. Added skills. Player registration was only possible in the obelisk. A window flashed up in front of him, where the name, characteristics, and features were written. A special feature was composure, and also there was an increase in feelings and perception, a forecast of time. He decided to find out what really happened to his brother and clenched the watch in his fist. He decided that he would understand who had left him to die and why he had never been able to return after 5 years. His eyes filled with rage, and he decided that he would bring him back home and destroy all the enemies that his brother had. He put his hand to his chin and stared at the status window. He knew that this was really no different from a game. He thought that after the awakening was over, this system panel said that his body would be adapted to the game, but his skills were clearly too slow. His character was cold-blooded and he would show equanimity in any situation. He was completely immune to brainwashing. He realized that his character wasn't too bad, and he also had an art from Dragon's Eye. The Dragon's Eye could easily detect even a lie. He could also see the skill of a person or object in advance and partially. He realized that Jong had told him that he had met the ancient dragon Kalatetsa and formed a contract with it on the 11th floor. He assumed it was the remains of that contract. He also had the sharpened senses skill. 5 basic senses have become significantly more acute. He will realize that most likely he has received an aggravation of feelings at the expense of his character. He realized that he was most intrigued by the last skill because he was a clairvoyant. He glanced at his watch and assumed it was because of it. After that, black waves appear in the sky, and they were right in front of Jun, and later developed and a black door appeared in front of him. He was going to show them who was on the other side and find out what they were up against. He walked in the door, and from that day on, he's Cha-jun. The system message said that he entered the ground floor where the training began. The white light shone directly into his eyes, and he covered himself with his hand. After that, he opened his eyes and didn't understand how he got here. He got up and looked down the long corridor. This place was exactly the same as it was in his brother's diary. He realized that the tower was designed as an entrance exam for players. It gave players a chance to become gods. If someone wanted to climb the tower, they first had to prove that they were capable of all of this, and training was the place where the player had to prove it. He knew that there were people higher up who had made his brother suffer. He recalled all the memories, and he thought that he should have waited just a little while and he would soon pass through their souls. He opened his backpack and realized that to get into the tower, he had to fill a good bill and clear out the training. He understood that this requires not just a good score, but huge ones. Worse than the first place did not suit him, and he put a mask on his head. He understood that there were also hidden goodies that were scattered throughout the training. He needed to collect as many of them as possible to improve his weak body to the maximum. Before he started climbing the tower, he decided that it was worth collecting as many trumps as possible under his sleeve to focus on all of this. After he went forward, something began to glow from above and a voice rang out. He said he was scared because he wouldn't be able to meet him again and he would just leave. Jun picked up his Slovak and saw someone approaching him. He raised his weapons and saw a goblin in front of him who was wearing a suit and had a monocle on his head. The goblin said that it didn't matter how good-natured he was, but if Jun acted like this, he would get hurt very badly, and then he asked to put away his knives. The goblin spread his arms wide and said with a smile that he was glad to see him. He said that he was the manager of the ground floor and was also Ibuker's guide. He said that it was possible to meet in this way was prescribed by fate, after which he suggested that Jun applaud him. Jun looked at him and said that the manager's advice was pretty simple to ignore, but he thought it was worth at least listening to. Goblin said that Jun already knew what was going on and he thought Jun was very shy, so he was wearing a mask the whole time. Goblin said that since Jun was already familiar with everything, it would be a little easier to communicate with him than with others. He said that the training was divided into 7 blocks from a to G. He said that each block had its own weather conditions and a task that needed to be completed. He said that Jun had to complete as many tasks as possible in the time allotted to him. He also said that depending on the quality and number of completed tasks, he will receive points. When he can complete all the blocks from, the total score will be calculated and announced. Jun asked what was the goal of getting more points. Goblin said that he was sure he explained this part well. Jun asked how much time he would have for everything. Goblin said that he would have 30 days for everything, and how he would divide that time between blocks depended only on the player himself. He put his hand forward and said that at the moment, 1 week has already passed since the first round. He asked if he would like to join him next week. Jun knew that the strongest team was probably already too far away, so far away that it would be impossible for the newcomer to catch up with them, but in any case, he expected it. Goblin said that, in addition, it was recommended to pass blocks in teams of 3 or 5 people. Based on the above, if Jun will pass everything alone, otherwise he will be able to get the most points. The Goblin smiled and said that in the tower, the player received the same amount of points as he put in his work to achieve them. His score will be calculated based on what he did when completing tasks, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Jun sat down and began to warm up. Goblin thought to himself that usually players like him would take one of 2 paths. They either believed to the last in their own strength and went alone, after which they died, or they did something that he was very interested in watching. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He said that if this was his final choice, it was now, and it was starting right now. The system message said that the test floor 0 was starting. The test was like this: a novice trying to become a god and to climb to the top of the tower. Jun had to prove that he had all the necessary means to do so. Deadlines: he had to go in the allotted time. The Goblin bowed to him and the report began. Jun walked forward and stepped over the white line. The system message said that he entered block A. He was asked to defuse or destroy all the traps in this block. After that, something started falling from above and Jun noticed it and dodged to the side. He realized that the diary said that a huge number of traps were in this block, but the location of these traps was unknown to him. This information was not particularly useful to him. Jun did a somersault forward and then his briefcase hit. He looked ahead and saw that the arrows had pierced his briefcase and almost hit him. He hesitated and realized that they were made of metal. He stood up, holding his briefcase, and realized that he needed to lean against the wall and try as hard as possible not to put his body in danger. After that, one more trap was immediately activated and it hit Jun, injuring him. After which, he walked down the corridor, leaving behind traces of blood. The system message wrote that he felt unbearable pain, thus his movement was slowed down. He stopped and clutched the arm with the arrows sticking out of it. She wrote to him that thanks to his cool-headedness skill, he didn't show any signs of being able to move around more now that he had developed a tolerance for more. He thought about it and knew it was dangerous, but he didn't think it was that dangerous. He'll go crazy if this continues. After which, he took the arrow and pulled it out of his hand. He took the cotton with tweezers and set it on fire. He found a wound and wrote to him that he was exposed to fire, thus his movement was slowed down. Thanks to his cool head skill, he didn't show any more signs. He was now able to move around safely, and he gained resistance to burns. He walked forward and realized that all the arrows that flew at him had come out at a certain moment, and there was also some faint signal. He needed to find the right moment. Trying to find the arrow with his eyes was simply useless here, since it was too dark and he had to listen to the gears. He knew that if he could do this, he would be able to easily determine where the arrow would fly from, and in this short period of time, he needed to catch the sound it would make. He closed his eyes and used the sense sharpened skill. His sense of touch sharpened, and he began to feel 0.8% better. I entered in the dark and heard the gears move and looked up. He threw his sword into it and was able to destroy the mechanisms. He smiled and knew that it wouldn't be difficult to find them now. He rushed forward, dodging other traps, and depending on how well he handled the arrows, his stats improved. For example, if he dodged blue arrows, his agility improved, and if he parried a red arrow, his strength improved. He walked forward and caught a yellow arrow. If he praises her, it's better with stamina. He looked at his stats and realized that the better he increased his stats, the more profit he would get from the quest, which was a place he still needed to look for. As he walked forward, blood came out from under his mask. He wiped it off with his hand and realized that it was a shame that he couldn't increase his MP, but even so, he could still use the opportunity to improve the skills he needed. At this time, someone was watching Jun. It was purchased from which there were many screens of different players. He knew that he was getting more and more interesting to watch, and that the guy was clearly standing out from all the others. It was strange to him, since he was much more interested in watching the bloke from the block than the people from E. He raised his hand to his chin and realized that this guy was a talent. Even if he could handle all of this, he would still have a lot of dangers on his way. But if he was smart enough to handle the steel ones, then this training floor was going to be very entertaining, said the Goblin and adjusted his monocle. The system message wrote that it has reached the end point. He upgraded his stats and his skills. He went ahead and realized that all the characteristics except for the MP pretty good improved. Earning that much in one day, he thought it wasn't too bad. He clenched his hands into fists and realized that his physical strength and maneuverability, stamina, and destructive power had become much better. He opened the door and a system message said that treatment for his wounds was starting. He felt a strong energy that enveloped his body and looked at it in surprise. And the crows recovered, and he realized that this was a place where players could take a break. He realized that he would finally be able to take a deep breath. He leaned down and immediately closed his eyes. Some unknown person was surprised that Jun had passed out. He raised his hands and woke him up. Minyoung was startled and tried to step back. He didn't understand what kind of guy was standing in front of him, and he was sure that the heightened senses was still active. But how was he able to sneak in here unnoticed back then? He asked if this guy was a mysterious merchant. The guy threw up his hands and said that he was very glad that Jun knew who he was and that he was looking for an expensive buyer. He decided to introduce himself and said that his name was he was an ordinary merchant who passed by. He held up his hand and said that from time to time, a merchant could appear between the blocks in the break room to supply the player with the necessary items for a certain fee. From this seller, you could buy everything that only comes to mind: food from, artifacts, and other useful things. The merchant opened the menu and said that with Jun's permission, he would show them what he had. He said that he was a salesman who could sell everything that exists in this world, and if he needed something, just let him say. Jun began to select from the list of items and calculated Medusa's venom, golden goat's horn, Taemin's left eye. These were all extremely rare artifacts, and there was no way ordinary players would be able to purchase such items. Jun knew that he couldn't rely on artifacts and abilities right now, so he needed to focus on physical abilities. He found what he needed: a reset ticket. Jun could go back to the selected point. Jun asked how he could pay for the items. The merchant said that he could do this with his own accounts, he just had to give the appropriate amount. The seller said that they all have a conscience, so they inflated the prices of items. Jun started to choose from his items and realized that the mineral water was worth 2 power. He considered it a robbery. He said he'd like to buy something. The merchant brought his hands together and Jun said that he wanted to exchange all his points received at the time of passing the block and for a reset ticket. Return it to the beginning of block. Jun stood with the window open, and the merchant asked him that he wanted to buy a reset ticket. Jun confirmed his words. The merchant noticed with a smile on his face that Jun was the first person who was interested in him, because people usually ask something that would help them get to the next block, but they haven't gone back a block yet. Jun replied that they just needed to do something else in that block. The merchant started scratching his chin and stood there with a smile on his face, saying that everything was clear to him, but in his head there were thoughts that Jun was quite an interesting participant. The merchant began to explain to Jun how to use the ticket, presenting everything in miniature. All Jun has to do is rip up the ticket anywhere, so he'll be transferred to the starting area right after that. The merchant then immediately began to disappear, saying that it was time for him to go and he hoped that he and Jun would meet again. The merchant completely vanished in front of Jun. The notification said that all the statistics points that he received at the time of passing block will be taken as payment, and then he began to smoke, feeling his strength leave him. But immediately after that, a notification wrote to him that he was getting 10 refund tickets, and they fell right into the palm of his hand. Jun doesn't hesitate to tear them apart. The ticket glowed with a very bright light, so bright that it blinded Jun a little. The notice said that he was on the ground floor, where the tutorial starts, and Jun was standing and looking ahead. Then the test began, and Jun picked up his dagger with the thought that he would gain as many stats as possible. Arrows began to fly at him, but he calmly deflects them with his dagger. Then he leaned forward and watched with a blank stare, thinking that this was his last run of the tutorial, because by improving his senses through training in the tutorial, he was able to achieve that synesthesia in his hands works like clockwork. Jun was standing without a mask, and there was a dragon next to him, and he was thinking that the dragon eye art was a skill that allowed him to partially use the eyes of truth of the ancient dragon Kalututsa. And when he first used this skill, he was shocked at how many opportunities had opened up before him. In front of him, the corridor was completely colorless, and he did not understand what was happening, because the entire color palette in his eyes simply disappeared, and all he saw was a white background and black lines. These were lines that let you see the outline of an object, even a person, and his brother called this phenomenon the word gel. But here, Jun is already standing behind the closed door, and the notification says that he has reached the end point. Then he started looking at the stats window and calculated that it took him about 4 hours, so considering it took him 34 hours the first time, that's pretty good. In his stats window, it was noticeable that his stats were noticeably increased, and Jun believes that this will be enough to match some of the top players. In front of him were the dark silhouettes of these top players, and he was thinking that they must have already reached blocking. So if he was even a little bit behind them, there was no way he would be able to catch up with them, so it was time to start racing seriously. Jun started to open the door, and he went straight into the room of the boss of Block A. Jun was peering ahead, thinking that he needed to clear out Block A and Block B, so Jun ran across the room in a flash, knife in hand. Fire arrows flew at him, and he swung his sword to ward them off, then easily broke all the arrows, considering that their speed was much faster than he expected. The notification said that his strength was improved by 1 point. He parried another wave of arrows, knowing that he couldn't stop for a second. Suddenly, something startled him very much, and his legs began to shake. After all, under it, the floor just collapsed. As he hung in the air, he saw that he would fall directly onto the sharp spears, which would mean instant death. Jun decides to spin around in the air, and then pushes his chest forward, which helps him, and that's why he was able to jump over that chasm. His agility had improved by 1 point, and by that time, he had already landed on the other side of the chasm and was looking up. he saw a huge flame that he had to pass through. Jun swung the knife and then, with a single swing, made a path for himself that he could pass through. And so he immediately started running through it, gaining resistance to burns along the way, as well as improving his sense sharpening skill. After Jun ran out of the fire, a log started flying at him, and he didn't notice it at first and almost got hit, but at the last moment he was able to dodge. There were a lot of notifications that said that his agility and stamina had increased by 1 point, as well as his sense sharpening skill had improved. But then he was hit in the stomach with a fist, which hurt him. Jun flew backwards and skidded to a stop with his feet. He was looking at the person who had hit him, but then he realized that what he was looking at was a brass scarecrow that exactly mimicked the player's movements and actions, and was also able to attack within a certain distance. Jun remembered that his brother had mentioned these things. Someone stands in front of 3 such monsters and thinks that it can copy the skills of players and use them with even greater power, so if a person is able to defeat it, then they have access to the boss room. But if he can't defeat it, then it's like being bound by a sword and chain. Jun took the knife in his hands and was ready to attack, realizing that there are only 2 ways to defeat this monster, and the first is to destroy it directly in the forehead, and the second is to stab it. Jun used the dragon's eye. His opponent was completely blank, only the outline of his form visible, and because of this ability, he saw the black clot that was in the monster's chest, so that was its weak point. Jun started to defend against him as he made another punch. Suddenly, someone shouts to Jun that this thing is moving due to sensors, so he needs to find them and destroy them. Jun is surprised by such a guest and dodges the monster's blow. Then he swings the knife around and thinks it looks like the guy he noticed when the sense enhancement was activated. Jun pierces through the black matter, saying that he himself knows perfectly well that they are moving due to sensors. The scarecrow exploded from the impact, and the guy who was watching him was standing there in shock. He opened his mouth in surprise because he thought it was impossible. Jun started to stare at him intently, which really scared the kid. Jun started walking up to him and thinking that it had taken so much effort to find out that he was using his sensors to use an enhanced version of his own skills, something that the average player would never understand. Jun was getting closer and closer to him, and he was already 2 heads taller than the kid himself, and he didn't understand how the kid knew about the monster's weaknesses. The guy started asking him what he was going to do with him, and Jun noticed that he looked rather weak. They stood and looked at each other, and Jun asked what he was going to do to him, and the boy shouted at him, repeating his question of what he was going to do to him. Jun calmly looked at him, said that he didn't seem to be going to do anything, and then asked the question, how did he know that the copper doll works due to sensors? He is very interested to find out. The guy calmed down and was a little confused, not even knowing what to say. The entire doll was covered in a blue aura, and the guy said that he could see the magic thread surrounding the copper doll. At that moment, Junyi realized that he could see magic, which meant that he was very much connected to it, which is quite rare even among those who can control it. Jun was still looking at him and said that how he sees and controls magic is what interests him most at the moment, so he would be very grateful if he could teach him how to do it. Jun knew that if he could learn this technique, it would help him a lot when it came to learning how to control magic. The guy asked him why with a surprised look on his face, and Jun added that he didn't ask him to do it for free. They were standing in the middle of an empty hallway, and Jun said that he understood that the guy was stuck here for quite a long time, so he would help him get out of here. It was quite a good offer for him. The guy got scared and hesitated, just standing there in silence. Jun turned around and started walking away, saying that he wasn't going to force him, so the kid immediately started to stop him. He looked at his back and asked him if what he just said was true, that he couldn't control magic, and Jun said that he didn't need to lie. At the same time, the guy pointed his finger at that doll and shouted that it was impossible, and that he wanted to say that not knowing how to control magic, at least someone can handle this thing. They both stared at the copper doll, and the boy thought that in normal situations, no matter how many skills or physical enhancements a person uses, the doll won't even get a scratch, but Jun is able to deal with him in a couple of blows while not being able to control magic. The kid looked at Jun and didn't know who he was, and then, in a trembling voice, he said that he would help him. He raised his hand to his chest and introduced himself. His name is Yul. They started walking somewhere, and Jun said that he was going to open the passage, so Yuli should just follow him. Jun then turned to him with the Dragon Eye skill used and said that he had one question. Yul began to worry and tremble, listening carefully to him, and he asked him why he was using this particular shell. Jun stared at him intently and added that his current appearance was just a hoax. In the body of Julia was a second shell, apparently real. This is what Jun noticed, saying that judging by his real shell, he is still about 10 years old, so he is probably far from ordinary people. Jun put his hands on his waist and told Yul not to forget to be polite, because he wouldn't be nice to him just because he was a child. Jun was in some kind of fight, waving his arms with a blank stare. He broke those copper dolls one by one. Jun leapt at another doll, swinging his knife, and as he landed, he plunged the knife right into that black core. Yul was standing around the corner and looking at it from the side, but his face was such that words couldn't describe how surprised he was. Jun then turned his head slightly to Yeol and said that they were almost at Block B, so shouldn't he fulfill his end of the bargain since they were already there. They were walking somewhere ahead and talking. Yeol said that he didn't know how he would react to the fact that he could see mana flows from birth. Jun looked ahead and guessed that maybe it was a skill that completely depended on his genes. He understood that this was very rare, but there were some cases, and there were also cases where some unique and supernatural skills were passed down through genes. Usually, such people pass on their special traits from generation to generation. A guy starts to emit white smoke, and Jun continues to think that this skill is awakened in the descendant, giving him new opportunities, after which the descendant passes it on to his descendant. As they continued on, Yeol told him that he was one of those people, and that the skill he had inherited gave him the ability to see and feel magic. He gets the feeling that something strongly connects him to magic, and this helped him learn the structure of that doll. Jun immediately thought that his case was similar to Young's. The green core was spinning, which is what Jun saw in his brother's idea of the skill. Because it had the character of a perfect adaptation, it was compatible with everything that exists, including mana. Jungkook reached out with a smile on his face and was covered in mana. Jun knew that unlike ordinary people on Earth, he didn't have any difficulty working with mana, and even if he found and repaired a lost item, he could use it like his 5 fingers. The dragon stood with its mouth open. Jun only knew about his brother because his companions said they were surprised at what he was doing, because he was the only one chosen by the ancient dragon Calitens, only because of his gift, and thanks to the fact that he could communicate with anything, he was able to inherit the basic dragon skill while other people couldn't. Yeol started talking about mana, imagining the river and saying that technically, these people are geniuses, and he thinks that this is not the case. As for mana, Jun can think of it as a river and magic is water coming out of a hill or reservoir, passing through this very river. Jun stood scratching his chin thoughtfully. Then notifications appeared in front of him that he had cleared block as a solo player, and he also received something that many people find quite difficult to get, so he was given an additional karma in the form of 500 points. Jun stood and read these notifications, and then looked at how much karma he had, and he had about 800 karma points. Jun understood that karma is very important in the tower, it is the basis of this game, and the administrator can give it out as a reward, and it can also be used as currency when exchanging for some items between players. Jun started to open the door, still thinking that as a player, he needed to collect as much karma as possible, and he had only completed block A, but he had already collected so much that people would be surprised if they knew about it. There was a bright light behind the door, and he knew that it wasn't enough for him, so he needed more and as much as he could muster. The notification said that he entered block B. There was a huge room where players were walking around. People gathered in squads, preparing for the next block. Someone was left without limbs, passing these blocks. Jun just entered the room as they began to look at him with incomprehension. What kind of mask is on him? And in general, it's already been a week since the tutorial started. But are there any people left? They were surprised that he apparently was able to pass block. A Jun turned to Julia and asked what's he worth, maybe he'll finally get it. Yeol was trembling all over and was genuinely glad that he was able to get here. He looked down at his hands and said that he was finally able to do it. Then he notices someone looking at him. It was some kind of team of guys. They all looked at him with disgust, and Yeol was very angry with them. Young noticed that Yeol was very angry, so he asked what his team was, and the guy said that they were his team, but now he wasn't going to deal with them. They both started walking on, and Yeol asked him what he hadn't told him about them, and Jun said he hadn't, but only talked about mana flow or something. They sat down on the steps and began to talk. Jun was surprised, because Yeol is quite well informed in magic. It was quite difficult for him to understand, but he still got a general understanding of magic and mana in general. Then Jun, looking at him, said that he now roughly understands what magic is, but then asked how it is easy for him to start controlling it, and it is better to let him generally say the easiest way to start feeling it. Yeol started scratching his head and saying that he didn't know, because he only knew how to control her from the very beginning, so it's quite difficult for him to explain how to do it. Jun said that it was rather sad, but there was nothing to be done about it. Then I turned my head at him and told him that he would wait for the tutorial to finish and then go home. Yeol said that he would, and Jun said that then they would go their separate ways. They parted, waved at each other, and Jun started to leave while Yeol's team came up to him. Jun heard them call out to Yeol, so he turned around. That same crowd was standing in front of some man who said that he liked that flame in their eyes, so people like them were born to do great feats. It was a man with short hair and a cape on his back who introduced himself as Bill, RNN's representative, and said that he would be waiting for them in the waiting room of Block B, so if they got there and decided to continue playing, they should team up. The blonde-haired guy happily exclaimed that to think they would be able to join RNN. And the other guy replied that by joining them, he would become part of an invincible group that completely defeated the tutorial. We are transported to the same block with copper dolls, where this squad was just fighting with dolls, and one of the guys shouted that these dolls could not be bypassed. The blonde-haired boy stood there and drifted, thinking that they were in trouble, because if this went on, they would never be able to complete the tutorial, much less leave it alive. Suddenly, with startled eyes, he looked sideways and saw something. It was Yul, who was angry at the dolls. He looked at it and thought that Yul's ability was to analyze the flow of magic. He didn't think that it was of much use since he was constantly standing behind. Suddenly, he decided to do something and grabbed Yul by the scruff of the neck and dragged him, and Yul asked him what he was doing. This bad guy threw him right into the crowd with these brass dolls and started yelling at the rest of the team to run away. Yul was reaching for them and shouting. He watched them run away and shouted, not understanding how they could do such a thing. And so, we go back to the moment where they spoke to Yul in that bright room. He went all the way to the waiting room of Block A, expected to meet some good friends, and then he told them that they had nothing to talk about. These guys looked upset and asked how he was able to survive that. Yul made the sign of the cross on his hands and told them that it was none of their business. And then, with an angry expression on his face, he said that he didn't know what they wanted from him, but asked them to leave in a good way, because they probably couldn't all look him in the eye properly after what they did, and he didn't like to look at them. They all approached with a sad expression on their faces, and apparently their leader, a guy with blonde hair, suggested that Yul pretend that nothing had happened, and they were just strangers with him. Suddenly, he bowed and asked for forgiveness. Yul was already taken aback by this, and Yul said that he would do anything for him, as an apology for what happened, but in return he wants Yul to tell no one and nothing, and Yul does not understand what he is saying at all. The guy with the blonde hair closed his eyes and started to tell me what happened not so long ago, but then changed his mind and said that if it comes to details, it will be very difficult for him to explain, but he once again asks that Yul not tell anyone anything. Then they all started bowing down and begging him not to tell them anything. Yul shouted in displeasure that he didn't understand what they were saying at all, but told them to finally leave him. He didn't want to see their faces anymore, and then he just turns away from them. The blonde guy started to think that he shouldn't leave it like this, because he had already told Bill that Yul had sacrificed his life for them. The blonde guy started to get very angry, realizing that he could still tell someone, because if this happens, he will lose his position, for which he worked so hard in Arendon. The guys started looking at each other, and then he started walking with a very angry expression on his face right towards Yul and thought that the first time it was very difficult for him to betray him, but the second time it would not be difficult at all. They were standing far away from everyone and behind a small hill, which is what this guy understood, saying that they are in a place where no one really looks, so it will not be difficult to get rid of him unnoticed. He started to approach Yul and prepared to draw his sword, realizing that Bill wouldn't even know what Yul looked like, because he could tell that it was a victim from the boss room. He almost grabbed the hilt of his sword, when suddenly Jun appeared behind him. He said that the Arendon group in the tutorial is directly connected with the Blue Flower Island, so they recruit newcomers from there. But the people from the Blue Flower Island are very capricious, which makes them feel uncomfortable around people with a sad past, and they wouldn't have been able to cope with what Yul went through. Instantly, Jun cuts off the guy's arm before he even has time to turn around and ask who he is. Then suddenly he starts crying and yelling in pain, and his whole arm was bleeding. Yul heard this and turned to see what was going on. He noticed that Jun had started a fight with the entire squad all by himself, while the blonde guy was screaming like a little girl. Jun looked at them and thought that he could have gone to Block B in peace, but after he found out that Yul had been betrayed by his own allies, he simply couldn't stay away. Then he closed his eyes and remembered that this situation with Yul had reminded him of someone. He remembered his older brother, who had been similarly stabbed in the back by his allies. The two guys were holding their swords, and their faces were filled with fright. They both don't know how long ago he was there, because they both couldn't see him. Jun stood with a knife in his hand and said that if they were going to stab someone in the back, they should be prepared to stab themselves in the back. The blonde guy called Jun bad words through his pain, then asked him how he dared to do this to his hand. So with his other remaining hand, he grabbed his sword and shouted that he would kill him. Jun noticed this and looked at him, then instantly grabbed his arm. Well, I started breaking it, wishing him luck in this. Jun's eyes were cool, and he added that he would help him become an invalid. The rest of the team was shocked and shouted at him that they didn't do anything to him, so why was he meddling in his business? Jun, still holding the bandit's hand, said that he was just doing what he wanted, just like them, and the words hit something inside the boys. They looked at each other as if they were about to cry, and Jun ordered them to drop their weapons. And then he began to wring the bandit's hand harder, telling them to drop their weapons. The blonde guy screamed in pain and begged them to drop their weapons. The boys obeyed and threw their weapons on the floor, and then, looking at him, they asked him to let Kane go. That was the name of the blonde bandit. Jun started to smile through his mask and laughed at them. He put his foot on Kane and broke his arm, pinning him to the floor. He screamed, but soon lost consciousness. And the other boys said that they didn't agree on this, but that's bad luck. Jun wasn't going to negotiate with them, so he slapped him in the face with all his might. He flew away covered in blood, and the boys were scared. They were angry at Jun for this, so they took up their swords and charged, and he was already standing with his knife. Jun also started running towards them. He put his hand to his neck, and then I ran past these guys, cutting them. There was blood on his knife, and they screamed as he sliced their legs open. Jun turned to look at them, then immediately slammed his fists into their faces. So these two guys fell over and passed out. Yeol looked at all this with his mouth open and didn't even know what to say. He looked at Jun and thought that he knew Jun was strong, but not that strong. Then Jun went up to Yeol and said that his saliva was running, and he was surprised and started to wipe it off. Then Jun looked at him and wished him luck in life and that he should be more careful when choosing people. Yeol shivered and couldn't say a word as Jun walked away from him. But then he still shouted his thanks after him, and added that he would definitely become strong one day, just like him. Jun stopped and turned to Yeol. He saw Yeol holding his hands up to his face, shouting at him, and Jun also shouted at him to look at the flower garden in Prussia sometime. He looked at it and added that it would be useful for him. Then he turned away again and walked on. Yul clenched his fists, wondering what kind of flower garden this was in Prussia. Yul looked ahead with a spark in his eyes. At this moment, a guy with red hair was watching Jun's fight. He had a big smile and stubble on his face. His clothes were full of holes, and he told his friend to take a look at the guy's fight. But he noticed that his friend was sleeping, so he started to wake him up, saying that he had already had enough sleep. That kid woke up, started yawning, and then rubbed his eyes and said that he always wouldn't let him sleep properly. The red-haired man squatted down and asked if he had seen what had just happened, but the sleeping boy said he didn't know and asked him to tell him. The red-haired guy began to tell me that the same group of guys who thought they were superior, who went around showing off, saying that they were about to be accepted into Arendon, and now it looks like they just got their way. The sleeping boy began to stretch and replied that in general, it was not worth expecting anything else. It was clear that with their character, they would not go far, and in general they were not particularly different from ordinary children. The red-haired guy noticed that he was surprised that the dark-robed man was able to easily defeat them all by himself. Immediately, the sleeping boy's eyes lit up and he turned around, asking what he really could do alone. The red-haired guy sat and looked at him, saying that it was in the waiting room of Block A, and all this indicates that he cleared Block A like a solo player. The sleeping guy was very surprised by this and added that he was incredible. The roof of this waiting room was domed and also looked like glass. But this wasn't it, and the sleeping guy asked him that he said that this guy beat up the guys from Arendon, which means that soon, people in blue and white clothes will try to get revenge on him. The red-haired guy replied with a smile that, to be honest, those guys were nothing more than candidates, and started giggling from there. Then they sat and looked at each other, and the red-haired man said that this was why he was interested in his opinion. Maybe we should take him with us, because he is a lone player, which means that he has no friends or allies here. He is such a one-of-a-kind. The sleeping guy began to rub his chin and replied that he wasn't quite sure about it, because they could still set the people in white and blue on themselves with this. Then the red-haired guy got up and asked with a laugh when he started worrying about these questions. And the sleeping guy also started giggling and said that he really did. And then the red-haired guy said that he was going to take a look at this guy, asking if his partner was coming with him. He looked at him, called him Hyon, and asked him to drop the case. But the man just turned one eye on him and said that he didn't want to go. The sleeping guy started to get up and asked if he was crazy or something, and then with a bright smile on his face said that he just loves to do it. There were 2 notifications that said that the test of Block B is starting, and then they said that there are 4 passes in Block B, so you need to choose one of them. There was Jun, who had 4 doors of different colors in front of him. He thought that the doors were built according to their complexity. The more right the door, the more difficult it is, and his brother chose the blue door, the second from the left. The words of his brother were, "I decided to make life easier for myself and my teammates, because Block A seemed incredibly difficult to us, and therefore I chose a path that will be much easier for us." But after a while, he found out that he had made a huge mistake, because as it turned out, in Block B, the possible number and quality of drop items strongly depends on the color of the selected door. Jun immediately went to the back door, wanting to get Bathory's vampiric dagger. Jun started to open the door, and then a notification appeared in front of him that he had chosen the back way. Jun appeared in a certain room with a river where he had a task to overcome the pond and get to the other end alive. This is not a simple pond, but created from water released from the giant Mimairu, which suddenly died while carrying it in itself, and the pond is also full of wildlife. Jun noticed a rock lying nearby and kicked it straight into the pond. The rock fell there with splashes, and while it was sinking, it instantly began to break up into small pieces. Jun looked at it and guessed that this is not ordinary water, because its density and pressure are completely different from ordinary water. This water will instantly kill the person himself. At the same time, Jun activated his dragon vision. Everything was no longer colored, but a black cloth appeared on the wall, which he noticed. He touched this wall with his hand so that the passage in the wall began to open up. In front of him was the dark stairway down which he was about to go. The notice said that he had found a hidden passage, a room of ice and fire, and he also received 300 credits for this. Jun was walking down the stairs, and the notice said that he had entered the dungeon. Suddenly, he found what he was looking for. In front of him was white moss. This is moss that can be found in caves. It contains the spirit of the moon. A person who has tasted it may have a stomach ache, and it also tastes unpleasant. Jun knew that even though the black path was always the most difficult, there were many ways to overcome it, and one of them was white moss. He imagined the stomach aches of a person who tried it, because white moss is a miracle drug containing the spirit of the moon, which is why many local animals use it as their main food source. But at the same time, white moss is not compatible with the human diet, which is why it will not be able to extract the necessary substances from it. or in the worst case, it will earn itself abdominal pain. Therefore, most people avoid white moss. This moss was like smoke that was floating everywhere, and Jun kept thinking that the secret that his brother found out after a while was that it should be consumed together with other ingredients. There were insects under the moon, and Jun knew his brother's secret that the bodies of creatures like insects and animals that eat white moss as their main food source had evolved to a stage where they could artificially release heat from their bodies, so that they could feed the energy of the moon. This type of radiation starts from the heart, which takes on the characteristics of a flame. Jun turned to the side and continued to think that on the other hand, the properties of moss are very similar to ice, which helps to acquire the signs of water. He understood that if he used the heart and moss at the same time, the two completely different properties would be absorbed in it, which together formed a miracle drug that strengthened his body and muscles. There was a huge centipede crawling behind Jun, and Jun knew that the human body was very fragile, so it could very easily stop functioning. The centipede was crawling right over Jun's head, and all he could think about was that with strong muscles and a strong body, it would be much easier for him to fight. He picked up his knife and started to turn around, apparently able to spot the enemy. Then he threw his knife, and the most interesting thing is that he got right in the middle of the centipede, and just what he needed was a heart and white moss, and it all turned out to be nearby. It was a red centipede that feeds on white moss, and since this creature lives in dark caves, its eyes have atrophied and developed other senses. She prefers meat more than white moss. There were 2 notifications that said that a flame monster had appeared, as well as a secret quest that said that he needed to kill as many monsters as possible, because if they escaped outside, it would be a disaster. Jun was attacked by another centipede. He initially started running away from her, and then he decided to cut it all the way through, but his knife just slipped, which made Jun wonder how strong it was. Jun was already standing with 2 knives and thought that this monster didn't even move after such a blow. Its shell is very strong, and before that, the thrown saber had quite a good effect on it, but not enough. Jun stared at the monster and continued to think that not only can he not know how strong the red centipede is, but he also doesn't know the depths of the dungeon. He understands that he needs to deal with it as quickly as possible. He uses dragon vision and looks directly at that centipede. Under her head was that black cloth, her weak spot. Suddenly the centipede began to crawl across the ceiling, and Jun knew he had to find the right moment. Immediately from the ceiling, this centipede jumped down on Jun, but he dodged and even managed to touch its shell. After successfully dodging, he was able to get closer to her and then swung his knife, driving it into her carapace with all his strength. But then I was very surprised because I realized that there was another shell inside that monster. Jun turned his head in surprise, and it was her tail that was attacking him. With this attack, she was able to throw it into the wall. Blood gushed out of Jun's mouth as he felt a lot of pain. They wrote that his internal organ was damaged, as well as poisoned. Jun sat on the ground and realized that he had 4 broken ribs, 2 fractures in his spine, and blood thinning in a vein in his left hip. He closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them, conscious again. The notification said that his state of shock was cancelled, as well as the poisoning was cancelled. Jun grabbed for the knife, and the notification said that he had received a skill of resistance to the laws of nature. That centipede jumped on top of him again. He also gained the battle urge skill, and immediately afterwards, he plunged a knife into her mouth. He looked inside her and shivered, but then he abruptly jumped back, sending her flying into the wall. Jun looked at her and realized that he could punch her in the stomach, so he swung and stabbed her in the stomach, and then I just started cutting it in half. He was covered in blue blood. Her blood was gushing out from under the knife. The ground was covered with her footprints, and after he was able to kill her, he lay down on the ground in pain. He turned his head to look at her, and that centipede's eyes stopped shining like before. The notification said that he will receive an additional reward for a strong enemy. Jun began to remove his mask and crawl. There was moss and blood ahead of him. Jun grabbed the moss and then ate it. Some particles formed in his stomach, and while he was wiping his mouth, he approached the monster, and he began to cut him again, and then he took out his heart and began to bite. We flashed to Build, who asked them what had happened. The guy sat broken and did not know what to say. Build was standing with his hands on his waist, looking at them. He thought that as soon as he left his place for a while, they were already beaten. He thought that they were quite strong, but apparently not. He started to get angry and look ahead, thinking that knowing that Aaron cared about his members, someone still decided to do this to his people, which meant that they ignored them. Build turned to his subordinate and asked that this guy was wearing a white mask, and the latter confirmed his words. Build scratched his chin and thought about it. Then he started walking somewhere, and his eyes were angry, and he knew that the first thing to do was to find that masked man. Build began to stare angrily ahead. The system message said that Jun had successfully dealt with the red centipede. Jun was able to master an invincible enemy, and he received additional merit points. Jun ate the heart of a red centipede, and through interaction with the properties of the white moss, an uncovered effect was discovered. Broken bones were repaired and strengthened, and damaged muscle tissue was repaired and strengthened. The number of monsters killed was 1. Jun was able to gain knowledge about the heart of fire and the ice seal. Jun lifted his head and exhaled. He understood that thanks to this hidden corridor, he had obtained the reinforcement of his skeleton and muscles, as well as the fiery heart and ice seal. He opened the system panel, and even though it only sold for 1.5%, but he found physical strength, and with it the speed of energy recovery. He looked at his stats and realized that the stats were obtained for killing one red centipede, and there were a lot more of them compared to what he got from completing the boss location. Although the low MP level was still a disadvantage, but he didn't know if he could do anything about it. Right now, he was relying on his own abilities, and in the future, he would need to use a lot more magic, and the higher he advanced, the stronger he would become. Dom still understood that, whatever it was, this was not the end, and the Dragon Body Shop strengthening a person's body was in order to use it to its full potential, but rather to obtain from the Dragon Kalitutsa the necessary magic power he would be able to use it. He decided to take another look, and no matter how hard he tried, no solution came to mind. Similar to physical stamina, it was effective at taking physical damage. The rank of this skill was E, and the skill level was 7.2%. It increased the power of resistance to physical damage. In some cases, it may have worked better than it is. In the niche, understand that this tax minimizes the impact of enemy attacks and mitigates the pain. He recalled the battle and used his cool head skill to maintain his sanity throughout the entire passage. However, there were still some moments when he experienced terrible suffering, and that was certainly his spirit first, so if he used this ability appropriately, he would be able to avoid similar situations from happening again. And in the case of poisoning, burns, frostbite, panic attacks, hallucinations or curses and similar resistance to it was also normal. He understood that it wasn't such a skill, but all of this skill could provide him with a great support. He chose the skill Accelerating Thoughts, and the rank of this skill was D+, and the skill level was 3.2%. Under any circumstances, his unyielding spirit burned with the desire to fight. Thanks to his accelerated thinking, he was still able to simultaneously focus on the duel and make quick decisions in battle. Jun knew that this was the most important thing, and in a critical situation, a quick decision could be the key to saving the allies, but it could also be the worst way to destroy them. He understood that in the battle with the red centipede, he could also win thanks to this skill. Jun looked at all this with a smile and realized that he was able to get an improvement of 2 skills, and it was quite good, and besides, it was difficult to get a D+ rank in training. Jun put on his mask and went to slay the bats. The system message said that he had successfully dealt with the bats and the number of monsters killed was 147. Jun was standing on the ground, and there were many corpses of mice on the floor. He started to pick it up and realized that he seemed to be getting used to it all now. He pulled out the fangs and claws of the bats and realized that it was white moss mixed with the poisonous blood of a red centipede. He poured this solution on the claws and fangs, then he would get a powder containing the fire properties of monsters. The ground began to envelop the entire mass and turned into red dust. He realized that if it was set on fire, it would cause an explosion of unimaginable force. He filled this dust into his bag and tied them around his waist. Jun looked up and realized that the next one in line was the blue ants that were guarding their eggs, and there were quite a lot of them. They were blue nomadic ants. The size ranged from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. About 100 ants clustered around the queen ant and formed a single colony. Jun realized that the peculiarity of the ant colony was that ordinary ants were willing to risk their lives to protect their territory. He realized that facing off against 100 monsters was just crazy. He realizes that the problem was that Bathory's Empyrean dagger was located outside of this room. The Vampire King was one of the long-dead monarchs. Many say that it was enhanced by drawing out about someone else's life and strength and even abilities, leaving behind a lot of destruction. There were still a lot of players and even clans left who hadn't recovered from the damage they had caused. The lower the item's rating number, the cooler it is. And since this dagger was a legendary item that belonged to the deceased Vampire Kingy, the level of its rating was also quite low. A 3-digit rating meant that this artifact was among the best and one unique item for all training in the tower. The rating of this artifact was 352. Jun realized that he couldn't back down from this and he had to fight them face to face, but he knew that it wouldn't work that way and he should try a little trick. He reached up with his hand for the bag containing the explosive mass and threw a few of them in the direction of the ants. They scattered and kicked up red dust. The ants started examining the powder and Jun lit a lighter and threw it in the direction of the ants. The red powder instantly flashed and the ants flew away. The system message said that Jun had successfully blown up an ant's nest. 217 blue ants were defeated by the explosion. 89 strong ants were burned. Jun was able to get achievements thanks to this. He picked up his knife and started to deal with the other ants. He looked to the side and realized that most of the ones he managed to destroy were either cubs or unhatched eggs. Jun put his hand on his neck and knew that there were still a lot of adults left. He looked in the direction they were coming from and realized that he could deal with these guys even after he already got into the Empyrean dagger. But now he decided to move on to a more dangerous matter. He looked ahead and a huge ant appeared in front of him. Jun raised his dagger and the ant stood up on its hind legs. The system message says that the boss queen ant has appeared. Ants looked in Jun's direction and kicked out with his foot. Jun came back and realized that there must have been a door somewhere in the ant's nest. He looked around and found her. Jun took 3 daggers in his hands and threw them towards the ant. Jun rushed forward and delivered a few cutting blows. He was able to chop off the ant's leg and it fell to the ground. While the ant was lying down, other small ants were running up to it. Jun went to the door and opened it. He looked ahead and entered the temple of the Vampire Queen. In the front was a room where a green fire burned, and in the front was a statue of a vampire. He looked at it and saw the blade. He immediately realized that it was Bathory the Vampire Queen. He realized that this was what was called the Empyrean Dagger. The classification of this weapon was one-handed. It was part of a unique category. The description was this: the Vampire Queen's favorite weapon, with which she sucked the blood of her opponents. Jun smiled and was glad that he could finally find him. It was a hidden item and would help him close his unrealistic gap to the leaderboards. This sword was famous not only for its outstanding impact power, but also for the fact that it could apply a bleeding effect on the opponent with the special option Bloody Aptly. But the real value of this artifact was contained in its last option. Jun lowered his head and reached for his dagger. He took it out of the statue, and his hand started to get covered in dark energy. Jun twisted his face and realized that Bathory's dagger was choosing its master. He realized that if the choice didn't go his way, then his spirit would be completely consumed. Jun wondered if among all the players who entered the training, there were those who could handle this blade. Jun held the blade in his hand and knew that at the end of his long studies, his brother had found a way to handle this blade that even beginners could handle. Jun put his hand on the table and realized that others would say he was crazy. He swung the blade and for some reason his hand began to blacken. Originally, the Bathory dagger was an ability that was hard enough to understand. The greedy Vampire Queen didn't want her power to fall into the wrong hands until the day she died. Black spheres began to rise from Jun's hand. Jun realized that this was why she had sealed her true abilities and appearance in this blade. The system message said that the seal was broken and Jun's hand was covered in dark energy. He realized that the seal had been broken and Bathory's true vampiric dagger was at the 66th ranking. Skill level was at 0. The description was as follows: the real appearance of the hidden powers of the Vampire Queen Bathory took away the opponent's life force and absorbed it into the soul. Jun extended his hand, and it was covered in Bathory's power. Jun realized that this was already an entry into the Empyrean Dagger and bloodily accurately dealt fatal damage to the target, as well as applying a bleeding effect that took away the opponent's physical and magical strength. The goal was such that under the effect of bleeding, the victim continued to receive a certain amount of damage corresponding to its impact power. Jun understood that this was a unique ability that even the best player in this tower could hardly obtain. The power of the Vampire Queen was such that it completely absorbed life abilities and took away parts of the opponent's skill level. If the skill level reached its maximum, the probability of stealing the opponent's skill increased according to a certain coefficient. Jun smiled and looked towards the door with the mark on it. He decided to try out new abilities and easily defeated all the ants. One of them attacked Jun and he jumped up and climbed on his back. He looked at his hand that had the mark on it and pointed it towards the opponent. He told it to absorb it and the system message said that the mark had started absorbing the monster's life force and energy. The skill level of the ability in Bathory's Empyrean Dagger has been raised to 1.1%. The system message said that Jun had absorbed life force and energy. The level of strength was increased by 1, the level of physical strength was increased by 11, and the boss queen ant was completely destroyed. An additional merit was obtained and the level of additional merit reached 300 units. The body of the defeated ant boss had completely dried up and was lying on the ground. Jun stood looking at the other ants and the blue ant's fighting spirit level was lowered. The ant's nest is being destroyed at a rapid rate. After which, an unfamiliar voice rang out, which was surprised that there was such a place. Similar places. Hyung turned to his friend's side and asked if he was there. The man yawns, covering his mouth with his hand, and says that if he doesn't believe them, they could go back. Hyung put his hand on his companion and asked who was doing this and if he really didn't care. He looked in the direction where there were many corpses of enemies and said that someone was hunting monsters here without stopping. He was surprised that this player was able to increase his skills and stats so quickly. He didn't think that these monsters themselves had suddenly become weaker. Hyuna's friend noticed this and said that it sounded funny, but the guys from the lower floors opposite were getting stronger and not inferior to those who advanced higher. Hyung said he knew it, but it didn't sound like someone was making a joke. The companions called out to Hyung, and they looked at the boss corpse that had been dried up. Hyung said that they were completely drained of energy, but he couldn't figure out where the player was able to find such a thing. He recalled that when they were searching, they could find even the slightest hint of something like this. He couldn't believe that there was a hidden room here and that player was just able to pass Blogga alone, and he also got his hands on a rare artifact and even a hidden ability. He thought for a moment, then put his hand to his chin. He realized that it wasn't so easy to find such a talented person, and it was likely that rumors would soon spread all over the place. In this case, he will be able to get into the eyes of other clans who want to get it, and then they will have nothing to do but just have time to lure him to their side. They started looking around the room and noticed monsters running away from somewhere. They looked at each other and realized what they had to do. The system message said that the brown salamander had been destroyed. She fell to the floor completely dried out. The number of monsters killed was 1,000. The maximum allowed quest conditions were met. All the parts of the fire heart and ice seal were collected. The fire heart and ice seal were completed and they affected Jun's body and his body began to change. Jun looked down at her hands and they began to glow. The system message said that he had received an enhanced skeleton. He looked at the window and with the help of Bathory's vampiric dagger, he was able to absorb the monk power of the monsters. Compared to before, his stats were able to increase dramatically, and in particular, he had a new feature that was a reinforced skeleton. The description was that the energy of fire filled his heart, the energy of ice filled his body. By fusing together, the properties of fire and water increased his immunity level and resistance power. His body was now accumulating much more slowly. Jun realized that the skeleton's strength was making his body stronger and it was not so easy to defeat him. And he also had an increased recovery rate, which helped him reduce damage even in a critical situation, but there was also one reason why he needed this ability. The system message said that the development of his body was confirmed. The physical shell has been reinforced. The restoration of lost hereditary abilities has begun. It started loading and the current recovery state was 21.3%. Feature imperfect dragon body changed to low-level dragon body. Jun realized that in order to complete the restoration of his inherited abilities, he needed a stronger shell. Enhanced skeleton, this was a mandatory ability that helped him with this. He was offered the choice of whether he wanted to register his name as the training rating was updated. Jun clicked the refuse button, and he knew that if he agreed, it would not give him any advantages, but rather attract a lot of attention from high-ranked players. Registration was cancelled, and he looked at the training rating. He saw himself in 281 places. He realized that it was certainly a good thing that he was able to move up in the rankings, but the difference with those who were ahead was still very big. He didn't understand what players like Edora, Pant, and Kang were doing. He realized that this wasn't going to work, and he had to speed up even more. He looked away and walked forward. He heard that there were other players here, but he didn't see anyone here while he was fighting with the opponents. He picked up his dagger and assumed they were after him. He realized that these were the guys he had encountered when he was helping Yuli. He looked ahead and threw his dagger, and it flew towards Hyung's partner. He fell to the floor and Hyung bravely stepped forward and knocked out the dagger. He fell on the floor and with a vicious expression on his face asked what he was doing. Jun asked if they were from Arendon. Hyung asked why he thought that, and Jun asked why they were following him. Hyung asked why he thought it was possible to just suddenly attack like that. Jun asked how you can just pursue a player without making your intentions clear. He said that of course he couldn't expect anything good, so he attacked. Hyung and his partner lowered their heads and apologized to him since they were the ones who were stupid this time. Hyung and his partner looked at each other and Jun asked why they were following him. Hyung pointed a finger at him and offered to become their companion. Hyuna's companion pointed a finger at him and asked him to stop all this because it was all awkward. Jun, watching all of this, thought they were fools and turned around and walked forward. Hyung asked where he went because he wasn't finished yet. Hyung grabbed his hand and Jun asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Hyung again offered to become their teammates, but he didn't answer. Jun said it was impossible because he didn't know who they were and what they were doing. He said he wasn't attracted to team play at all. Hyung pointed at himself and asked if he really didn't know him. Jun asked why he should have known about it, and Hyung became desperate. He didn't understand how Jun didn't know about him. It was one of the best in the world. Hyuna's companion started clapping his hands and said that he was the most good-natured, but his flaw is always showing off, so talking to him can sometimes be very tiring. But still, he asked Jun to understand that Hyung wasn't a bad person at all. He said they should have introduced themselves first and given their names. His name was Doyle. Doyle smiled and said that Jun had confused him a little and it might be a little suspicious that they were still here. He said they should have been at ERF level. Before Doyle could finish, Jun said he believed him. He used the ability of the Dragon's Eye to understand that although he had recently learned about it, when he looked at a person with the Dragon's Eye, he could learn something useful about them. If the aura from a person was barely noticeable, it meant that their way of thinking was different. And if the way of thinking was negative, then it was the other way around. His aura was supposed to be completely filling the body, and would also be clearly visible. But Doyle and his companions' auras weren't bright, which meant they weren't lying. He didn't understand what was the reason that people were busy accumulating points and came from the previous zone to ask him to join their ranks. Doyle said there was something he needed to know. He asked Jun if he happened to be a member of any clan or team. Jun said no, and Doyle said that to tell the truth, there was one artifact in Sector E that they should have per square meter, but that was impossible only if the group consisted of at least 3 or 4 players. Jun asked if they couldn't find people there who could help them, to which he replied that most of the players in Sector E had already decided on their membership in a particular group. Jun realized that finding someone with abilities in Sector was quite difficult, but he didn't understand why they had chosen him since he hadn't done anything like that in the waiting room of Sector B. He supposed they'd just noticed that he'd gone through Sector on his own and killed Kane's group. Jun closed his eyes and realized that he had finally managed to attract attention in this way. He asked if they really needed to get an artifact that was difficult to get even if rank 3 and 11 players joined forces. He asked if they really needed help. Doyle said it was like that, but he couldn't explain it. Jun began to think, and he needed Hargan's crown. Poe is a hidden lair that was accidentally discovered by his brother's team. Since the owner of this log is the Lizard King Hogan, he was very fierce and strong, and it took a lot and everything to defeat him. The reward given out for killing him was the Hogan crown, and it increased the number of greatness points and gave leadership skills. He didn't need it, and his brother was betrayed by his own team, which he trusted. It was a ruthlessly natural selection tower. Once you open your back, you never know when you might be attacked. He understands that in such harsh conditions, there should be no reason to abandon his comrades or subordinates. But this could happen to a couple of people. It was an easy way to get rid of someone. Doyle said with a smile that they would not be left in his debt if Jun had something that he wanted very badly, then they were willing to give it to him in payment. He asked how he liked the offer, and Jun began to think about it. After all, it was a hidden lair, and he would be able to get good stats there once to spend some time, but it won't be much damage to him, and even vice versa. Jun agreed, but said that he had one condition. He said that all the rewards except for the artifact that they needed so badly, he would get for himself. They agreed, but also added that Jun should also show himself with his abilities. They reached out to Jun and said that their meeting was fake. Jun shook hands and understood that this place was a battlefield and there was no need to tell his real name. He needed another name that he could speak to strangers. He introduced himself to them as Kane, and now notifications have already appeared in front of him that he has passed Cherna, branch of Sector B as a solo player. He received an achievement that is not so easy to get, for which he is awarded additional merit points. And at this rate, he went through another Sector C and entered Sector D. In front of his feet lies a goblin and shouts that people have already come and they are very strong. But Jun kills him in cold blood. Hyung was standing behind him and was a little worried when he saw him wiping the blood off the knife. So Hyung's thoughts were such that he didn't understand what was going on with this guy. Was he the one who was wrong? Is it even possible to level up skills so quickly? Jun started to open the door to the next section. Notifications said that he had completed Sector D as a solo player, and all of his stats had been restored. While walking on the grass, he was told that he had entered Sector E. Jun was covering his face with his hand against the light, and Hyun was warming up, saying that he was tired, and Doyle was rubbing his eyes, saying that he would have slept now if it wasn't for the light. It is narrated that the tutorial is divided into two large areas on the inner and outer sides. In the inner part, players in the main, sensibly assessing their abilities, move from Sector A to Sector D, trying to quickly pump up the missing skills. Jun recalled walking through all the sectors and then looking out over the expanse. But in the outer part, you cannot upgrade your skills, which means that in zones from E to D, you need to establish yourself based on previously obtained abilities. Jun noticed something, and the notification said that the E-Zone trial had begun. He had a small blue coin in his hand, the so-called token. The notification said that the tokens are hidden throughout Sector E, and the found token can be exchanged or transferred to another player. In total, you need to collect 99 of them to confirm your abilities. Hyung looked at Jun and said that he was very annoyed. But Jun just looked at the token and remembered those words from the notification, realizing that all those words also mean that you can forcibly take them away from the player or kill them and steal them. Jun imagined players standing with a knife and a villainous smile, because he understood that all the tokens are very well hidden, which makes another 98 very difficult to find. But it is much easier to take away from other players, so it is quite obvious what the players will choose. His brother had told him that it took a lot of effort. Jun turned his eye and was still thinking about his own business. He turned to the guys and thought that it didn't look like Hyung was interested in the tokens. So maybe he had already collected enough before he returned with a return ticket to the Sector B waiting room, or maybe he was able to collect all 99. Young looked at him and said that he got the task, now it's time for them to act, and didn't Hyung say that there is a hidden room here, so he wants to deal with it as quickly as possible, and at the same time collect tokens. But Hyung told him that there were some differences here, so it would take quite some time. It is said that Sector E, compared to the previous 4, is much larger and more extensive, and in each zone the landscape and environment are different from each other, and each of them forms a unique ecosystem. To the east, the sharp black cliffs rise, and in the west there are vast plains through which rivers flow. In the south, there are low hills, but at the same time, a dense forest is growing in the northern part, and also in the very depths of the northern part there is a swampy area, so the types of monsters living in different zones are very diverse. Outside the forest, mostly small monsters like goblins and kobolds live, but if you go deeper into the thicket of the forest, you will already meet large monsters such as trolls and orcs. The swamp is home to humanoid lizards. Both orcs and sandworms can be found in the western and eastern territories. As you fight these monsters everywhere, you can find hidden tokens, as well as even more dangerous players to avoid in order to save your tokens. The 3 of them went forward through the forest, because their goal was the north, or rather the swamp. We're transported to some armory where someone is talking. It was some head who was asking that the guy who broke up Kind's group was joined by Kang and Doyle. But why are they? Shouldn't these guys be in Sector E? His subject bowed and replied that they didn't have the exact information yet, but they would try to find out since they hadn't been seen in Sector E recently. And there is an eyewitness who says that he saw people similar to them in the waiting room of Sector B. The head looked at him with a very angry look and asked that he also knew this. The guy replied that he didn't even think that these two could be in the rookie zone, but it seems that now there is no doubt. At the same time, the head started banging on the table and shouting at him, asking what they should do now. Did they take the same guy to the team? The subject replied that apparently it is. The head was was angry, baring his teeth and thinking that if there was some truth in this, then it also applies to them. But then he started looking down and realized that this masked kid was only making things worse for himself, ignoring Arendon and Blue Flower Island. The head got up from the table and put his hands on the table, telling him to call all the members of the organization, and the subject bowed and replied that they were already waiting outside. The head took up his sword and shouted that they were all going after the masked guy. But here we go back to Jun, who was sitting by the fire. Jun sat and stared at the fire, thinking that he had already reached this point. That time had passed quickly for him, and that he had hardly rested yet, only chased forward. He looked up at the sky, where there were 2 bright moons, and remembered that the sky in Africa was the same, and after all, his brother also loved such calm and silence. But suddenly he turned at a noise, and then he looked at Hyung, who was sleeping soundly, and June reflected that Hyung and Doyle were different from other players. They were always smiling, but at the same time, no matter what they did, they were always full of confidence. They have something that other players don't have. He looked at Doyle and realized that they were acting as if this was the norm, that is, their daily routine. They were used to it. These guys are amazing people. He remembered them in battle, standing next to each other, and it surprised him that sometimes their talent for mutual understanding, which they show in battle, is amazing. It's not like they learned it separately. After all, basically, during the fight, Hyung performs the functions of physical attacks, while Doyle acts with his mind and regulates the situation. It is thanks to this that they can find out how and when the enemy will attack. It seems that they trust each other very much. It is unlikely that they met a couple of days ago. They've obviously known each other for 5 or 10 years, or even more, and the brotherly relationship is not so simple. They trust each other with their lives without even thinking. It wouldn't be possible if they didn't have enough trust in each other. Jun was still staring at the fire, and his mind was still racing, wondering what kind of relationship the two of them had, but one thing was certain, they weren't siblings. They are so professional and not so simple, but unfortunately, he can't know the reasons why they became so close. There was fire in his eyes, and then he remembered the two of them standing there laughing at something, and Jun knew they both looked really good. The fire crackled from the boards, and at that moment Jun decided that he didn't want to know any more about their relationship or get any closer to them. But just the sight of them reminds him of his brother, who is brighter than sunlight. Jun raised his head up as he continued to dig deep, and he finally realized that the deeper the night, the more useless emotions appear. He was going to get rid of all these confused thoughts, but on the contrary, they became even more. When suddenly he saw that the guys started to wake up. Hyung stood up and started stretching, while Doyle rubbed his eyes. Jun asked what was wrong, because it wasn't his turn to watch yet, and Hyung said that it was very noisy right now. You can't sleep like that. Doyle started to yawn and also added that they couldn't leave them alone at all. Hyung also noticed that it was getting annoying. He was about to go over and deal with them himself, and then he apologized for waking them up. With a smile on his face, Doyle replied that it was fine. He was still too stiff to sleep in the same position, but now they could just stretch out. Hyung started warming up, and Doyle asked him if these people even knew they were here, or if they just happened to run into them, and Hyung said he didn't care at all. Hyung started to draw his sword and walk forward, saying that the important thing was that he had a sword. After he came to the bushes, he just started cutting through the bushes, and blood flowed out of them. A whole bunch of kids were standing right behind these bushes and saw Hyung, and then they started shouting that it was impossible that they even noticed them. I decided to spread out to make it safer. Hyung immediately chased after them. He dealt with the fleeing guys one by one. Some midges were flying past Jun. It was Doyle who was controlling them with gestures. Jun looked at Doyle's confident face as he commanded these midges to move forward and was surprised that he had a talent for taming insects, which is quite a difficult talent since you have to deal with insects that have a low level of intelligence. All these midges started attacking people and completely covering them, and they screamed. Their screams could be heard all over the forest. Suddenly, Doyle turned to look and then saw 2 thugs approaching with a knife to Jun, who was sitting and looking into the fire. Doyle started to smile, knowing what was going to happen to the two of them. They got as close to Jun as they could. And here at the most interesting point, we are transferred to the story that Fran and his team of the most active scavengers in Sector E, they all really like this work. A guy would step on another guy while holding a bag of gold in his hand, and they would use tokens that can be taken away as an excuse, but they would also steal players' possessions and artifacts, and so they have significantly raised their physical strength level, and they can also resell the tokens they take away for a high price to higher ranked players. A person's hands are tied and they are being led somewhere, because there are places where the players themselves are needed as a resource. These same players are consumable materials for experiments, just employees. Their goals may be completely different, but the seller does not care at all. Some kind of syringe with blood and green liquid. The same guys who sneaked up on Jun swung a knife to stab him in the back, because these guys are hunting high-level players like Hyung and Doyle. Because the thing is, you don't know for sure how many tokens these two have, or what artifacts they have. The guy started to stab me right in the back, but surprisingly, there was no one under his blow, so the knife just stuck in the tree. And Jun was behind the bandit in the blink of an eye, and then he finished him off with a single blow. This kid fell to the ground covered in blood, and the others looked on and shouted what he did to their boss. So they decided to attack Jun with daggers. Jun also started running at them in response, and killed 2 of them in no time. Then he dodged the third guy's punch and made an upward kick, killing him as well. The others just started running away from Jun. but he decided not to leave it like that, so there was a white trail coming out of his eyes. After a while, they were all killed, and there were 21 of them. June steamed around with the corpses until Doyle came up to him and told him that they had spent quite a lot of time in Sector E, and June added that he had collected 81 tokens. Doyle was surprised by this, but said that they probably sold most of the tokens, and this was just the start. Since more than 1,000 people entered this sector, they could encounter some of them repeatedly, so it's not surprising that they collected so much. Jun turned to look at Doyle, who told him that they were probably scavengers, so they were able to collect so much, because the majority of players do not have more than 10 tokens. Jun replied that there was a saying that the poor get poorer and the rich get richer, and then Jun thought about it and said that in truth, in Sector E, there is nothing left but to become a winner, because a minority of strong players take tokens from the majority of weak ones, and weak players have no choice but to give everything to survive, otherwise they will simply be pinned down and taken away by force. No matter how they do it, strong players still get tokens very quickly without much effort. This token resembles a bright blue bead. On the other hand, weak players always lack tokens, so the higher you go in the tutorial's ranking, the more noticeable the difference in player strength. Doyle watched with bright eyes and replied that in any case, they squeeze the maximum amount of tokens out of the players, regardless of the method. This is also not bad for leveling up stats, and if you meet a mysterious merchant, then the tokens can be used as currency, and now Jun can take all the tokens for himself. Jun looked at him blankly. Hyung and Doyle were standing next to each other and smiling, and Doyle said that they hadn't paid him in advance on their deal yet, so he could assume that this was him. There were clouds in the sky in the middle of the night, and Jun asked if they didn't need these tokens, but the guys said they had enough of them, so it was fine. Jun opened his backpack and tossed the bag of tokens into it, thinking that the best place to get extra points was actually Sector E. And besides, the monster he wanted to catch before he even entered the tutorial must be somewhere nearby, so Jun should definitely catch it. Jun looked down and kept thinking that right now he should increase the amount of magic power that was missing, and he could also complete the restoration of the ancestral skill. The snake was covered in darkness, and Jun decided that as soon as he dealt with the Lizard King, he would immediately go after that monster. It was still night and there were 2 moons in the sky, and after a while the children gathered wood for a new fire. Hyung dusted off his hands and said that now they will have enough trouble with their opponents, so they should be on their guard. Suddenly, something covered Jun's face with light, which surprised him. This is how Doyle used his control magic to build a fire. Jun shouted that it was amazing, and he just closed his eyes and smiled. And then looking at the fire, he replied that these are fire insects, because if there is a predator that intends to eat them, they ignite themselves to set fire to the enemy. There are a lot of amazing insects in the tower. Jun turned to look at him and wondered if there were things in the tower that even his older brother didn't know. It was a bright sunny day outside, and there were screams in the middle of that forest. It was Jun who was slashing at his enemies. He cut the lizards with his knife. All around him were the corpses of those poor lizards. Jun started to cut open the lizard's head, which Hyung noticed and asked why he was doing it. And Jun replied that the humanoid lizard's eyeball could be used to make an artifact that would give a special buff with a powerful effect. This is a small white ring with crystals, a giant with dozens of eyes and hundreds of hands, a weapon that is called Kisu, because when you make black Kisu from the eyeballs of humanoid lizards, you get very important material. Doyle noticed something underfoot, and then he told Hyung to take a look. Hyung turned around and said that someone must have been here before them. They noticed footprints and blood among the bushes. Jun crouched down and started touching the spot with his hand, and then looked at the bloody hand and said that not much time had passed since the start of the fight. Hyung rubbed his chin as he listened to Jun's reasoning, which seemed like it had been a quarter of a day. They all understood that the hidden room was just that it was hidden. These rooms are hidden throughout the tutorial and play an important role in boosting players' morale and giving them an incentive to compete. Doyle, a little thoughtful, asked if they were the same people. They knew that the hidden room they found could no longer appear in the current round of the tutorial, and if other players had already found the hidden room, Hargan's lair. This means that Hyun and Doyle's attempt to win the hard crown was in vain. Hyun was standing on top of Jun, and Jun was saying that there were only one-way tracks here, but there weren't any going back. So it looked like the people who came here weren't looking for her at all, and Hyun didn't immediately understand what he was saying, so he asked again. And Jun, looking at these footprints, told Hyun to take a look too. There was a paw mark in the ground and something that had been dragged along the ground. Hyun was looking at the tracks, and Jun also noticed that they were dragging something on the ground, most likely that the humanoid lizards were dragging some kind of bait and lured the players there. Then they stood up and were at a loss. Jun began to tell him that monsters are not just prey for players, but sometimes they themselves, on the contrary, become predators that target players. And in my head immediately there are thoughts of how monsters attack from the back of people. After all, this is the territory of monsters, and they know it much better. Of course, from time to time there can be all sorts of traps. Without this there is nowhere, and it seems that these situations are best dealt with as you go along. Hyung's face became a little displeased, and he himself said that these monsters really irritate him. But they can't be distracted by such things, and Jun thought that it would be easy for him, but still cool-headedness remains cool. Then he notices that Doyle was very angry, as if he was about to cry. But suddenly Doyle calms down and looks away. He looked at Jun and smiled, and Jun just stood there and said nothing. Then Hyung stood behind him and said that they hadn't discussed everything about their case yet. Jun turned to the boys, and they started saying that this was where Hargan's lair was, and Jun was thinking that since he was still pretending not to know anything, it was best to keep it up, so he asked what the lair was. The weather was beautiful, and Hyung said that they had killed a bunch of humanoid lizards on their way to this place, but what about their king? Well, he lives right here. Jun listened to this and said that he must be strong, and Hyung said that he was very strong. He and Doyle can't handle him, but Jun asked if he would interfere in the fight. Hyung looked at him and hesitantly replied that in this case, the situation will change a little, but it will definitely be clear that it will not be easy. After all, in addition to the male, there is also a female in the inner part of the den. Then they were facing each other and Hyung said that no matter how hard they tried, the three of them wouldn't be able to kill them, only die themselves, so Jun asked what they should do. Hyung narrowed his eyes and said that they would steal the artifact, and then he began to tell them his plan, that they would first lure the male outside the den and then detain the female inside. While Hyun distracts the male, Jun quickly attacks the female, and then Doyle would just pull the crown off her head. They looked at each other, and Jun asked the question that Doyle would go behind. To which Hyun replied that of course, if you want to steal something, then it's best to go behind, but still the female is very strong. There was nothing Jun could do on her own, so there was no way he could fight her, just distract her. Jun stared at him and realized that whatever it was, he had done a lot of missions on the battlefield in Africa. He remembered sitting in the grass with a gun and taking aim at the target, because he didn't rely on chance. He was then a soldier who had to obey orders from above, but now he is actually a mercenary working for a reward. Standing in the middle of the sunny forest, they decided to start their plan. The notification said that they had entered the battlefield, and now a new area of Hargan's lair was open to him, for which he received an additional 500 points. There was a guard of several lizard men with weapons at the entrance, and as soon as they noticed the guys, people started shouting around them, and the guys were preparing weapons for the attack. Suddenly, a male started running out of the entrance. The notice said that the Kargan boss appeared, covered in blood, shouting and asking how people dared to invade his territory, so they should not expect mercy from him. A huge window of characteristics, which describes the quest, and when you kill one of the strongest bosses in this sector, a good reward is given. Kargan charged, growling as he did so. He stood in front of the guys and began to squeal, which the guys already began to close from him. Jun thought about how this was the first time he was experiencing such intense tension. Even when he first got into the tutorial, he didn't feel this way. Jun shielded his face from the wind and felt like he was back on the battlefield in Africa. Then, he started glaring at this boss, and the boss in turn started glaring at him. Kargan got angry and looked at him, but then he started swinging his sword at them. Kargan ran to Jun and told him to die. Suddenly, Hyung ran out in front of Jun and blocked Kargan's blow with his sword. That sword flew into the ground with a loud bang. Kargan started shouting in frustration at Hyung to give up, because he couldn't beat him anyway. Hyung looked at him with a smile and replied that he wasn't the same person anymore. The boss threw a punch that Hyung dodged. Suddenly, the boss was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. What he saw was that Hyung just started walking away from him. The lizard started to feel uneasy and asked what their boss was doing, but the guys had already entered the cave. They went deeper and deeper. After walking a little further, there were a few lizardmen standing there again, guarding the place. Jun killed them instantly, throwing knives at their heads. Doyle stared at him in surprise, but the man just stood there, calmly looking ahead. Suddenly, they heard screams for help and turned their heads to see where it was coming from. In front of them was a cage, with bones and blood lying behind the wall. The children stared at this terrible picture, and out of the cage stretched hands and broken faces that begged for salvation. Jun stood and watched it, thinking that it looked like it had something to do with the abduction marks they had seen at the entrance of the lair, and this was the place where the abductees were being held. Jun was looking down and flying in his thoughts. This human dungeon is a kind of food storage facility for these animals. They can come here at any time if they want to eat, but if they release the guys, they can't take the crown from that female. Jun turned to look at Doyle, who was standing there with a very sad face. So Jun said that she could show up at any time, they should hurry up and find her, and he needed to hide. Doyle turned to Jun with a very sad face, and then shouted that he wasn't angry at all. Jun didn't understand, so he asked why he should be angry, and Doyle came closer and held his chest, saying that he really didn't feel anything when looking at such a sight. Jun knew it was probably because of his young age. The walls of the cave were lit by a torch, and Jun at that moment replied that he was also a person. Just because he wasn't angry didn't mean anything. Doyle doesn't understand how he can be so cold-blooded. Doyle held his chest as Jun told him that they were coming here for the boss and that Hyung might be in danger right now. Jun looked at him and told him not to forget that Hyung was currently in a fierce battle with Kargan. He couldn't handle it alone, and the longer they dragged on, the more danger they put him in. Doyle listened to all this and thought about it. Jun continued that first of all, they should make a sensible decision, because if they do not allocate priorities, then nothing will work out and he will leave here, and it is not clear what will become of them, whether they will survive or die. Jun answered him as sensibly and coolly as possible, looking the same way. Doyle stared and squinted, as if he was torn between two thoughts. Then he slapped his cheek with all his strength and looked at Jun, apologizing and saying that he hadn't thought of that. Then he went ahead, saying that Hyung was waiting for them. Jun looked at the bones and then he had a plan, because it seems that the female uses this dungeon with people to feed her young. But what if you try to use it somehow? Jun told Doyle to wait, and Doyle turned around in surprise and asked what was wrong. Jun said that he had a good idea, and then he asked if they could adjust their plan a little. After all, if all went well, they would be able to save these people. Doyle was very happy with the news. Jun put his hand on his belt and said that those fire insects that he used last night, they would need them very much. A huge baton hits one of the lizards, and the second one who was standing next to him was shocked. The female screams, "How dare these people come to them?" She was standing there with that club and asking them why they were here for her kids. In the nest were small dragons, red and blue in color, and the female told those lizards to protect her children at the cost of their lives. She noticed the guys, and they noticed it too, so they told each other that the lizard queen was standing there. The female was standing in front of Jun, who was holding a small bag in his hand. Jun held it up and asked her what she liked about fireworks. The female, startled, asked what he was talking about, and Jun just threw the bag right at her kids, which made her a little scared. The female immediately ran towards them, screaming. She was able to hit the bag with her bat, but it burst and there was red dust everywhere. The female still has a scared face. Jun looked ahead and thought about how it was the same powder he used on the ants, then called out to Doyle, who was already ready to release all his insects. Doyle had set this female on fire thanks to his insects, and Tak was screaming in pain. She covered herself from the fire with her hands and called them pathetic. But then her eyes fell on something that gave her the creeps. It's about Jun standing with a knife at her kids' throats. He took them by the scruff of the neck, and he just killed her because blood was flying everywhere, and the female was screaming at him to let him go, and how dare he. Jun had already released the dragon's corpse, saying that since they considered humans to be mere cattle. And then he took another dragon, and also put a knife to its throat, saying that they should understand that they themselves can become the same, isn't that right? At that moment, the female rushed to Jun to save her children. She looked down at her feet, and there were Doyle's insects, so it ignited all over and exploded in the same second. After a while, the female was already lying dead and burnt. The notification said that Boss Taragon was defeated, so they got extra merit points, and the morale of the humanoid lizardmen was reduced as Hargan's lair descended into a state of panic. Jun went to her corpse and said that humans and monsters can't coexist together. He was looking directly at her, and the look in his eyes was almost sympathetic. Doyle started running towards him, and Doyle told him that they should finish the queen and go to Hyang's aid. Doyle picked up the crown and then held it up to him and was very happy about it, saying that he finally got it. At the same time, they heard a heart-rending scream, so they turned around to find out the reason for such a scream. It was the same blue male who saw what happened to his children and the female. He ran to the female and put her on his lap, shouting her name. He was very scared, you could see it from his expression, and Hyang was standing behind him. Hyang was surprised that they were able to defeat the female, but he was very tired of running after the boss. The male began to shout with all his might and squeeze the dead body, saying that he would avenge her. He closed its mouth on her. His body began to tremble, which is exactly what the guys noticed. There was blood everywhere and notifications that Boss Hargan had used the saturation skill, so he had successfully absorbed Targan's power. After which, he used transformation and entered the second phase. His body instantly grew and shone with a red aura. Hargan started swinging his sword, which was exactly what Jun noticed, so he yelled at the boys to dodge. Hargan plunged his sword into the ground and started swinging it around. An aura appeared around him that shot fire in all directions. While he was shouting, the guys hid behind rocks and thought that although he was weaker than Taragon, but with the help of his skill, he was able to become a leader, and then he used a fire hurricane. Jun peeked out from behind the rocks for a while as everything flew apart and realized that if he slowed down even for a second, then he wouldn't even be able to collect his own bones. And if they didn't die here, then at least they might be knocked out, so he had to try. Jun was scratching his chin, considering a plan, when a green butterfly flew up to him, asking if Jun could hear him. Jun looked at the butterfly and asked if it was Doyle, and the butterfly said it was, because it was an insect, its transmitter, it transmits the owner's thoughts, but then he asks if there is any plan. Jun looks at him and asks if there's something he can do to contact Hyung, and Doyle says he can. Hargan screamed and called them to him, saying that if they didn't come, he would go to them. Jun jumped out from behind the rocks and looked at the boss, and then he began to beckon him with his finger and tell them to come to him. Jun stood with knives in his hands, and the boss shouted for him to die. At the same time, Jun activated the dragon's eye, and saw that his sword had a weak spot. Therefore, when the boss attacked, Jun blocked the blow precisely in the weak spot. Because of that, his knife started to break that huge sword into pieces. Jun swung his sword aside and dodged. The sword just fell into the ground, blowing the wind everywhere. Then through the mask, Jun shouted to the guys to act right now. Jun stopped and asked Hyung and Doyle to wait. Hyung swung his sword and cut the monster. Doyle looked at it all and held up his hand. The monster began to burn with fire, and Jun, looking at all this, realized that with the help of their joint efforts, Hargan's power was gradually weakening. The monster stood and spoke angrily. He said that he would not forgive them and would avenge Taragon. He said that if they lost control for even a little while, it would be the end and they should pull themselves together. The monster took between two hands, and I used Firestorm. Jun swung his sword and slashed at the monsters. They started attacking it, and the monster screamed as they managed to get it moving. After which, he exhaled and said that he would avenge everyone, as well as their children. Jun held onto his burden of knowing that now was the right moment. He skipped under the monster's feet and landed a few punches. The monster crouched on its feet and tried to attack Jun, but it was too late. Jun reached out and grabbed the man's head. The monster gave a startled look and a system message said that Bathory's vampiric dagger skill level had increased to 5.4%. The absorption of life force energy has begun. The monster screamed in the flames to let it go. Jun stood there and looked on coolly. He called out to his comrades, and he said that he would kill him no matter what the cost. They stood and stared at the fire and the shadows. He said that he had to take revenge for all this, and the monster let go of his sword. The system message said that the Hargan boss has been destroyed, and each member of the group will receive additional points according to their contribution to the victory. They successfully absorbed the opponent's core skill with the Bathory vampire dagger. Jun has a new ability called Firestorm. Jun looked at the dried up monster's body, and due to the low level of proficiency in the Bathory Empyrean dagger, the ability he received would be changed. The Fiery Hurricane ability has been changed to Fiery Wrath. The rank was D+, a personalized form of Hargan's special ability. Jun could transform the flame into any shape he wanted. As the skill level increases, the flame temperature will gradually increase. Jun calculated all of this and realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to raise the skill to Fire Hurricane due to his lack of skill level. But nevertheless, it was already a great success and he could embody flames in various forms. He realized that he needed to try it out later. He clutched his head and his companions ran up to him. Hyun grabbed the bag by the shoulder and asked if it was okay. Jun was looking at his palm, and Doyle said that he needed to sit down and they didn't know how badly he was hurt in this battle. Jun said he was fine and not to be worried about him. He said that it was just a little difficult for him to move, it should pass with time. They stood and held his hands and urged him to rest. Jun said he was fine and wanted them to get away from him as soon as possible. He also said that he was fine and asked what about those people in the cages since they were not fine. Doyle came to his senses, and they went to rescue them. In the cave, they could be heard thanking them, and a man once again thanked them for being able to avenge their dead comrades. He bowed and said that now they could rest in peace. Hyung and Doyle were standing there, smiling. They said it wasn't hard for them and they just did what they had to do. The man asked if he wasn't Hyung, but the person standing next to him was Foxdale. Hyung put his hand behind his head and said with a smile what he wanted to keep a secret. Doyle watched it all and knew that the man wanted to keep it a secret, but what he really wanted was attention. Hyung spread her hand to the side and said that Hargan's capture was not only due to him, because he was just helping. They looked at Jun, who was sitting idly by, and said that if it wasn't for him, it would be hard to imagine what would have happened. But now, people looked at all this in surprise and remembered how they saw Jun standing. Hyung noticed their disbelief, and he asked what it was. The man didn't quite say that when Doyle found them the first time, the guy told Doyle to drop them and follow him. He closed his eyes and said that maybe this statement was too bold of him, but he couldn't see the guy as a human being. Hyung said that it really was too cheeky and gave him a rude look. The man looked at it in fright and didn't understand anything. Hyung said that it was over and there was no need to focus on it. He pointed a finger at the man and said that whatever the original reason, he was still the one who saved them in the end, and he was also their comrade along with Doyle. He said that in the boss fight, he suffered the most and made the most impact. And in general, it is rather stupid for a man to draw his conclusions, as if he got caught by those lizards, he would barely survive and he should be afraid of that person. He asked again if he was going to continue spouting such nonsense towards Jun. The man looked down with shaking hands and Hyung asked if he dared to hit him. He asked what was wrong with him. All the people who were there started looking around awkwardly, and the man apologized. Hyung said he couldn't hear, and the man repeated it louder. Hyung looked in Jun's direction and said that the man should apologize to him, but to the one who saved him. The man approached Jun, who continued to sit back in silence, and bent down to apologize to him and say that he had behaved incorrectly. He hoped that the man would forgive him for those rude words. Inside the tower itself, human relations were based on the same principle. The man was dissatisfied with this and said to himself that they were all creatures. He knew that when they were caught, they didn't need him so much, and he risked his life whenever they needed something. He recalled all this, and now the situation became more complicated. He wondered why everyone was avoiding him. Another one person approached him and asked for forgiveness for not being able to support him, but he can also understand him because he knows their way of life. The man said he didn't know what he was hinting at, so he suggested just going ahead. He told me to wait a bit and listen to him. He asked the man if they didn't need tokens and artifacts. They looked in the direction of Doyle and Hyung, and they realized that those people had a whole treasure trove and artifacts along with tokens. He asked him if he wanted his share. The man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and he said that it was all for the sake of survival. The man asked what it meant for survival, and he recalled that the man had said that to do this, they had to kill their savior. He said that no one should have been killed, and he gave a thumbs up. He said it was theft, of course, or else they'd lost everything, and he was well aware of the circumstances. They had already tried to just walk into Sector E and almost died, so they could steal as much as they could carry to become independent. The man asked what they should do if they were caught. He said they were going to be killed, and the guy spread his arms and said they were going to be killed anyway, so it didn't make any difference. The man said that he agreed with this and asked what about the plants. He said that they couldn't just recklessly attack them. The guy smiled and said that among his friends there is one who has a lot of tokens. He said he was a pro at it. The guy smiled at this news and told me to tell you more about it. There was a light on in the cave, and the guy started telling them that Kane was here too, and it was time to distribute the trophy. Hyun held out his hand and said that under their agreement, they were collecting the crown of Hargan for themselves. Jun agreed, and Hyun said that he thought he was a good guy from the beginning. Jun told him to get it over with, but he just laughed. Hyun looked to the side and told his partner to pick him up. Jun looked and wondered if we should have hit him one time. He closed his eyes and realized that even so, there was no reason for him not to hate him since he was just a little weird. He turned his head to the side and looked at the weapon. Hyun told Jun to take the blue scale sword and rare relics as they agreed. Jun mainly used short blades, so this sword wasn't suitable for him. His classification was as follows. A two-handed weapon of rank D+. The description was as follows. The scimitar that Hargan used. It carried the power of fire, and due to its high durability, it could destroy anything. Jun knew that he still didn't know where these artifacts would be useful to him right now, but they might be valuable items in the tower. Ownership of Hargan's lair. Jun will get the right to all rare items and resources that were inside the lair. List of lair items. 1 red orc helmet. 2 axe screen. 3 times the crystal X 3 times. Jun realized that there was something useful after all. Karshuna's dagger. He was armed with a one-handed D-class weapon. The description was as follows. A dagger that was used throughout the life of the unknown war. Initially, it was a simple weapon that wasn't difficult to find, but gradually, it absorbed the quality of its master and became much stronger. Warrior support. As your skill level increases with this dagger, your attack power and speed will increase. Jun could see that his knives were already blunted, and this dagger is just right for him to complete his training to the end. He looked up, and Doyle asked him what he didn't like. Jun said that there weren't any useful items, but it wouldn't be superfluous, so they shouldn't worry about him. Jun told him to look up and asked if he was tired of hiding there. Doyle looked up in surprise, and there was a blue portal. A voice came from there, and he said that there was a little bit of this, but playing hide and seek, you couldn't get caught by the driver. The voice said that Jun had been quick-witted along the way. A merchant got out and he held his head and said that he just wanted to surprise them. He came down to the ground, and Doyle and Hyung asked if Jun knew the merchant too. The merchant said it was loud and he would have called their relationship special. The merchant said that he also hadn't seen these guys in a while, and it seems to him that one meeting since they bought a return ticket from him was quite a long time ago. Hyung noticed this, and when I remember how much they paid him back then, it makes him feel bad. He understood that to get close to the mysterious merchant, one would need to be in the top 1 of the training rankings, but Jun was the same person who was personally chosen by the mysterious merchant. The merchant came up to them and said that next time he would pretend that he didn't know anything, because it wasn't interesting at all. Jun asked if he thought it was too easy since it seemed like they had already seen through him. Jun said that he would sell him the ownership of the lair and the blue scale sword for 150 tokens. The merchant idly assumed that Jun wanted to bargain with him if he wanted to take 150 grand. He decided to bargain, but Jun immediately offered 160 tokens. The merchant hesitantly said that he couldn't after Jun raised the price to 180. The merchant said that he should pay an equal price. The newest one raised the price to 200 tokens. The merchant smiled and asked if he really thought that at this price, a cake was really possible. Jun raised the price to 300 tokens and said that the faster he bought, the better, and if he was slow, the price would go up and up. He said that if he didn't agree, then he would be left with nothing and the lair would disappear, and all the crystals that are here will also disappear. The merchant said they could easily be found anywhere, but he was surprised when Jun noticed that the merchant said that finding a magic crystal was easy, but the sample of which is more than 70 units is simple, and he did not know this, and then he will have to get rid of all this. He didn't understand why the reward for the Hargan's lair quest was so small, and why ownership of the lair was being transferred as a reward. The tower is a place where rewards are given out according to the achievements received, and Hargan's lair is an area where you could mine high-grade magic crystals. These crystals were the primary means by which magical power could be stored and transmitted. It served the same function as the conductors on Earth. The higher the sample, the higher its power transmission efficiency was, which was why they were usually very expensive, especially those with a sample of more than 70 units. That was why the mysterious merchant had his eye on Hargan's lair. The merchant said that 300 tokens for a magic crystal was too expensive. After Jun raised his price to 400 tokens, he understood that there was no doubt that there were such expensive magic crystals, and the higher the grade, the harder it was to get such a crystal, but since he had the opportunity, why didn't he knock some extra tokens out of the merchant? The merchant held up his hands and agreed to the offer. He asked to stop raising his price as he agreed to the amount he offered, given that he would no longer raise it. He said that they would go bankrupt at this rate, and with his head down, Jun said that he was selling it for 405 tokens, and 5 grand was for wasting his time. The merchant was upset and said it was the first time he had ever seen a man who was even more violent than he was. The system message said that he had sold the blue scale skill and the ownership of Hargan's lair. 405 tokens were received. The merchant was upset and realized that he had been tricked by an ordinary gambler. Jun looked at the stats and his number of tokens was 698. The comrade stood there and did not understand what was going on. Jun turned his head and told the frustrated merchant to wait there. The merchant said it was a scam and he had nothing else left. He turned around and asked him what he wanted to take away from him. Jun said that if you listened to him, you would think that Jun was a bandit of some sort. Jun wanted to buy something. The merchant was delighted and asked him what he wanted. Jun pointed to his mask and said that he wanted one of his own because it was broken. The merchant shook his head. He held out his hand to the side and said that he had plenty of them and would sell them for 1111 strength. Jun said it was in addition to what he had already bought. Hyung looked away with a smile and didn't know where this was even seen. Jun said that he was canceling the deal because he didn't care. The merchant got angry and he snapped his fingers. He said that he had done a great job during the course so he could pick it up as a special offer. He said that if he continued to make such a mess, he would not come again. The system message said that he had received a white ghost mask. The classification was a C+ helmet. The description was as follows: a mask associated with several spirits. It gave a strange look and hid the face. This mask wasn't too difficult to remove or drop, and also one reduced the damage received. The merchant went to the portal and Jun put on a new mask. It felt like it was stuck to his face, but he liked it because it wasn't easy to remove, and it also protected him from various injuries. The system message said that a white ghost mask was received. Jun thanked the merchant and he said that he knew what real gratitude is and went to the portal. He looked in Jun's direction and said that he was foolishly brave to sell magic crystals. He asked if it was because he knew about the situation. Jun asked what he was talking about and the merchant said that he just misunderstood him. He went into the portal and thought deeply about the magic stones with high-end breakdown, and he realized that they were the basis of high-quality artifacts. They formed a certain layer in the market, which is why they had a certain price. He realized that the mysterious merchant had so absurdly agreed to buy them even though the price was high, which meant that the demand for them had suddenly increased. He realized that it was unlikely that this was due to the number of new players. There could only be one reason. It was because, for some reason, it was necessary to produce more high-quality artifacts. It was a war. He realized that then things would clear up and inside the tower, the rivalry between clans and players would get tougher. Hyung asked what they were going to do next, and Jun asked what he was talking about. Hyung said what about what they would do next according to the plan of action. He said that Jun had collected enough tokens and now it was possible to move to Sector F. Jun was originally ranked 150th and now it has risen to 52. He looked at the top leaders and realized that, however, the difference with the first place was still great. He still had a few things to do, and the boss who resided in Sector E was the most outstanding hidden part of training. He realized that it was time to go after him and he refused Hyung, saying that he wasn't going to move to the new sector yet. He said that he needed to check out the first place. Hyung was surprised by this, and Doyle said that he also wanted to know something. He asked Jun if he wanted to stay on the team with them. Doyle offered to be on the team together until they completed their training, and after they did, he also offered to be together. He clenched his hands into fists and said with a smile that the truth was that he and Hyung had already talked it over a long time ago and they would have made a good team, and even better than they expected. Jun shook his head and the other man said that if they formed a team of 3, they would achieve a lot of success. Jun said it wouldn't work, and he said he had things to do. Doyle said that since he was talking like that, he could finish everything and join them later. Jun said that he wasn't interested in finding a team from the beginning and didn't really like being associated with anyone or anything. Doyle was upset, and his companion put her hands on his shoulder with a smile. Hyung said that there was nothing to be done about it. Each person had their own nature because they couldn't force him to go against his will. Hyung suggested we leave together. He turned his head and said that they would go now and they would be waiting outside. They came to the surface and walked through the swamp of humanoid lizards. Jun realized that it would take him a long time to leave this place. He went ahead and dealt with the lizards. There were a lot of them on the way back, so he decided to leave with Hyung and Doyle until they got through all this swamp. The players standing at the back only followed the other comrades who were defending the entire place. Jun knew that if they screwed up here, they would be in a difficult situation together with a group of other people. Jun looked to the side and asked Hyung what would happen to all these people now. He looked at them and said that it was impossible to say exactly what would happen to them now, but he was sure that they should have taken them out of the swamp area for safety. Jun said they couldn't be bothered forever and something had to be done. Hyung said that he still had a sense of humanity and couldn't just leave. Junya thought about this feeling and didn't understand how it was supposed to be in training. Jun had always felt this way, and despite their poise, they were too kind. The guy excused himself and asked if Doyle might have accidentally shared any food with them. People by nature were sometimes too kind, and that could be toxic to them. Doyle held out a bag of food and apologized for not being able to give them more and asked them to take at least this. The man thanked him and accepted the food. Jun thought this place was filled with people who were just waiting for a chance to stab her in the back. He was looking at all this, and even if he said it, it was obvious that no one would listen to him, and in any case, he didn't want to worry too much about it because he was about to leave this place and these people. After that, the man approached Mr. Iden with a bag and said that he brought food once you asked for. He looked at all this with a smile and realized that he had already gathered quite a lot of people and this was just survival. He said that they could steal these people, but that was only stage 1. If they also wanted to steal tokens or artifacts, it would attract quite a lot of attention and it was all nonsense. The man, idly smiling, wondered if it was enough to just put it all away. He understood that their enemies were ranked 3rd and 11th, and that guy who defeated the Lizard King was quite strong. He licked his lips and knew that if he could get all these guys to explain why he was here, then first place would be real enough. He looked at Jun and understood that there was something creepy about this guy, and when he was watching him, he didn't even know if he was doing it on purpose or not. But when their gazes collided, he felt a chilling and cold-blooded gaze from that white mask. He thought that Jun was like demons who saw right through him, and it gave the guy goosebumps. One of the people came up to Hyung and Doyle and said that some people there suddenly felt unwell. They looked at them and people asked if it was possible to go slower, as it was very hard for them and many people wanted to take a break. They shouted that they couldn't walk and had nothing left. They said that even if they got out of here, they would still go to feed the monsters. They said it would be better to stay here. Hyun closed her eyes and clutched her head. He said maybe I should have given them some tokens and left them here. The guy realized that now was the right time, and one of the people said with a smile that they had all been imprisoned all this time and he thought they were just mentally exhausted. He knew that these people who had saved them were busy, but he asked if they remembered to rest for a while wherever they were nearby. The guy had been standing off to the side the whole time, smiling. He knew that the group of scavengers hiding in the shadows, consisting of several dozen people, was the right moment when they would reach the specified place and the trap would close. That's when they can get their hands on them. The man looked at all this and knew that everything would be easy. He looked to the side and saw Jun standing in front of him, looking at him questioningly, after which a shout rang out and everyone looked to the side. Jun went ahead and stabbed the man to death. A lot of people were standing and watching. Jun turned his head, and he knew that his target was the players who were together with that dead guy. He took one of the guys by the head and swung his sword. They began to worry and wonder how Jun had even found out about all this. Jun delivered a cutting blow to one of them, and he realized that by using his heightened senses, he was able to capture the environment that was changing every minute in this place. He remembered the times when the guy was thinking about Youngwoo's look and he was giving out some instructions to the other players. He avoided everyone's eyes, even when Velasquez was there. It was obvious enough that he was hiding something, so he took advantage of his heightened senses and prepared for any eventuality. He soon realized that there was a group of people lying in ambush somewhere waiting for them. He understood that these people could only be scavengers. He raced after the other guy and realized that he would hit one before they started moving. Hyun uncomprehendingly stood in front of Jun with his arms spread apart and asked him what he was doing. Jun said he was a fool and if he didn't think straight, he should step aside. Jun looked to the side and said that until the situation was resolved, it was best for him to sit quietly and watch everything. Hyun looked around and they were surrounded by people who were smiling and had their weapons ready. Hyun and Doyle pressed their backs together, ready to defend themselves. One of the guys asked what it all meant and the other said they were all caught. He punched Tom in the face, and he said they didn't need that kind of garbage. Hyung watched all of this while holding his sword and realized that they had gotten rid of an ordinary player. He didn't understand what kind of fools they were. Jun rushed forward and realized that it was people who created the dungeon, and usually scavengers are not the only ones who were engaged in looting. Among them, there were also those who made a pact with monsters, becoming a decoy pretending to be injured, and instead of luring players into a trap pretending to be weak players, and monsters got their loot as the player himself, and scavengers took the artifact and tokened themselves. Jun knew that most of the players imprisoned in that dungeon were probably killed. After that, we see a blue sky, and someone laughed and did not suspect that it was a bloody blade and a fox's tail. He supposed it would be cool if they could catch them. The guy took the crystal that glowed with a blue light and said that apart from those crazy siblings, Pant and Edaru, they were actually the best team. The very fact that they had crushed them would be astounding, and they must have had a lot of things. The boy looked at this crystal and said that he would take the Dragon Slayer sword that Bloodblade was carrying with him. That guy was joking. He said that he won will take this sword wheelbarrow. Another guy said that whoever won takes it, he will be his master. His name was Noin. Tsubai Sidla told them all to shut up, because they had to calculate everything and so they had to stop leaking, and the best thing was to think about what they would do with the reward they were giving for the Lizard King. He looked at the crystals and said that he didn't see them and there was something fishy about it. He asked his friend to contact Aiden. He held the crystal in his hands and nothing came out. They didn't understand where they had gone and told Noin to check on Leonid's location. A voice called out from the crystal, but a bloody hand was lying next to it. Tsubai didn't understand what was going on and couldn't contact his comrades. He understood that they were just arguing over their dragon sword, but for some reason, they stopped responding. He thought about it and realized that in this case, it was an attack. He stood up and began to turn his head. He understood that he was in the 15th place in the top players, and judging by his abilities, he was in the top 10 at all. He shouted out where his comrades were and walked forward. He didn't understand why he hadn't been able to notice the signs of an attack before all of his comrades had died. He looked to the side and noticed how his comrade was lying on the ground and was completely covered in blood. I quietly told him to run and said demon. Jun appeared from behind him, and he was very scared that he could feel her chilling gaze from behind. After that, we flashed to the people who surrounded Doyle and Hyung. Hyung had read that they considered themselves vigilantes who kept the training under their control. After that, there was a blow to one from the opponents and it was Jun. He started throwing punches at the other guys and they were yelling at them to stop him. Doyle and Hyung helped him and the men surrendered, begging for mercy. The system message wrote that the information about the scavenger hostess collapsed. When they first showed their true colors, people were on their knees and said that they not only did what they were asked to do, but they couldn't do anything about it. They said that they had no choice but to take their side in order to survive. Hyung asked how they were different from Hargan men. People didn't understand what he was talking about and Hyung approached the man and once again asked how they were different from the Hargan who ate their comrades. He said that they were complete idiots. Hyun stabbed the man with a sword and said that Hargana cried when she saw his wife and children killed and they trafficked people and there was nothing. He said that they still stayed with the deceived people and killed. People looked at the whole picture and Hyun realized that he was born the son of one of the great tower players. By rejecting his father's influence, he had achieved everything on his own. He looked at the dead person and understood that such a person just needed to get a confession. Jun walked over to his companions who were sitting on a rock and Hyung said that they all thought they were still rescuing people who were caught by the Lizard King. But it turned out that everyone who did the dirty work and was a prisoner was dying. There were only those who ran all these cases left, and this should have been a big shock. Doyle was covering her face with her hand, and June said that he had seen this happen many times in Africa, but it was the first time they had encountered it. Jun knew that now they must have doubted people and felt anger towards him for doing such bad things. He understood that these were incredibly complex feelings. He said that there was no cure for this and all that was left was to wait and get your thoughts and mental state in order yourself. Hyung asked how Jun was feeling, but he said he was used to it by now. He didn't understand what kind of life he had, because he can't even imagine. He asked all the people were like that in his world. Jun said that if everyone became like him, the world would go completely mad. Hyung covered his face with his hands and he asked if he could be honest. He said all those damn pretenders pretending to be victims were so scared, but the truth was he was also a little scared when he thought of himself. Jun listened to him in silence and Hyung stood up and asked him how he could stay cool even in such a situation. He asked him if he suspected these people from the beginning or if he just never trusted anyone. Hyung looked ahead and realized that it should have been about him and his friend Yi, and not all this time they were players who were inside this tower, which is why it was better not to trust anyone, but they created a team based only on trust. It would be difficult to end their relationship in a good way, and Hyung and Doyle had a particularly strong sense of trust in each other, and it was a big blow to both of them to realize that the relationship was only for their own benefit. Jun looked ahead and realized that they didn't think of each other as strangers, and the smiling Hyung and the good-natured Doyle had a lot of human feelings and emotions, but they had their own. He has his own point of view. Jun suggested that they break up here, and he knew they weren't the same, so they'd better break up right now. Doyle jumped up and Hyung held out his hand. Doyle asked him what had come over him and asked him to tell him everything. Doyle said that Kane would do them a lot of good and they couldn't just go their separate ways. Hyung asked him to sit down again and looked at him with displeasure. He said it was the best option. Doyle looked at him blankly. They looked at each other and looked at the sword that was sticking out of the ground. They didn't think it was a keychain and Hyung said it was an Aranda badge. He said it was all very strange, and he didn't understand why the people from Aranda no Blue Flower Island, who were trying to keep things in order for no particular benefit, were suddenly making such a mess. Beyond Arand was Blue Flower Island. Such large clans inside the tower could be counted on one's fingers. Of course, there were a lot of candidates to join, so they only selected the ones they liked the most. Blue Flower Island created Arand to control the world, but many clans and players still doubted his true intentions. They whispered and spread rumors, but in the absence of any evidence, there was nothing to do but simply drop the case, or it was all just a cover for effective control of the scavengers. Doyle said that, come to think of it, Blue Flower Island had suddenly decided to create Arand, which was strange since Ardia had already completely destroyed the scavengers inside. Hyung made a face and assumed that they needed a more reliable system, which was why he didn't want to drag Jun into all this, but he felt like he really had things to do that he absolutely had to finish. Doyle knew this very well, and he apologized to him and told him that in any case, he had to see that Fool build and solve his problem. Hyung told him to go ahead to the place where Bigrid was. Bigrid is another one hidden item. It was in order to get it that Hyung and Doyle needed Hargan's crown. It was a sword that could help them turn the situation in their favor and defeat Pant and Edora, who had the upper hand in points. This sword that they wanted to end up with in training. Doyle smiled and asked what he was saying. He said that he also wanted to see the faces of these fools, as he was curious to death. After that, we see a blue sky, and someone said that no matter how much he pretended to be smart, he always ended up acting like a fool, after which someone walked on the grass and stopped in place. It was June, and he looked around and said they were stupid. He had a rough idea of where the two of them were going and what they were thinking after such an unexpected breakup. He looked into the distance and realized that he still had to go east to finish all the business. He knew that if he didn't do it now, he would never do it again, and he would never have a better chance. If he had asked her to come with me on the eve of their breakup, would they have refused just as dryly or not? Jun wondered. He closed his eyes and walked forward, after which, we are transported to a scene where two men were standing near a set of weapons. One asked if Group 2 was destroyed. He believed that this guy was the culprit. He was angry and said that they could have caught him, but they couldn't pass up this chance, and that's not even counting the fact that they lost their Hargan. He said they were idiots and now he would have to deal with it himself. The man asked for forgiveness, said that he had nothing to say about this, and the other man asked to cook one group. The guy raised his head and asked did the man mean those people. The squad that was called the Valor Squad in Aranda are special players who were raised on Blue Flower Island. The man didn't know if he wanted to use the 3 of them. He said that the 3 of them were superior to Group 2 and were able to deal with Bloodblade, Foxtail, and that masked guy. He said that they had to take into account all the details and he felt that he would have to go with them too. The guy put his hand to his chin and began to think about everything. With all the losses they had suffered, there might be some difficulties with this, and Bloodblade and Foxtail didn't know what to expect from them. And that masked guy instead didn't exactly know if he could have been someone secretly sent by or if he was just too suspicious. He understood that it was only necessary to act as secretly as possible, and it was necessary to destroy them and not leave any evidence. After Ardia's disappearance, the world that was once established inside the tower was gradually weakening, and this was not surprising. So at any moment everything could just collapse. But first of all, they needed to stock up on a powerful force so that no one knew about it. Then they looked up and realized it was an invasion. Everything started to fall apart, and the guy asked what it was. Another guy ran inside and said that they had come. It was a Bloodblade and a Foxtail. The guy looked out of hiding and rocks were flying in his direction. He looked ahead and saw Hyung and Doyle enter through the opening. The fog shattered and Hyun fiercely clenched his hand into a fist and started shouting. He began to emit a bright energy and repelled other people. One of them took his sword with a smile and said that he was still bored in this training and took out a weapon to have fun against the son of the Iron Lion. Hyun also swung his sword, and they crossed swords. After that, we are transported to another place and see a wide wasteland where the orcs lived and set up their village. The orcs also looked away and Jun cut off one of their heads. The other orc hesitated and was about to attack him with his sword, but Jun pinned him to the wall and was about to kill him, but orc started begging for mercy and Jun said that he would only ask him about one. He asked if he had seen the hunter's camp and if they might have been hiding in the mountains. The frightened monster said that he had never seen it himself, and the tribesmen said that when they went to investigate, they saw a strange house. Jun realized that this was what he was looking for, and the monster reported to him that it was very high and they couldn't get there by themselves. Jun realized that this must have been the location of an informant who knew where to find the hidden boss Snake Akasha. This boss appeared at a certain time in a certain place under certain conditions, and Jun couldn't find it without the help of this person. Jun asked where it was all located. Jun remembers his brother, who was attacked by a huge snake. He thinks that Akashi's snake periodically comes out to breathe air, and at the same time to fill an empty stomach. His brother did not know this and decided to go to this boss, and at the moment of approaching troubles, he met this man, a man who also helped his brother and Arsha in a critical situation. Jun remembers that this was Youngwoo's first teacher, Galliot. Jun went to a small house that was near the edge of the cliff. Looking at it, he asked what it was here. Jun stepped closer and knocked on the door, then excused himself. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and asked who he was. Jun turned around and saw an elf holding a dead animal on his shoulder. He had a displeased look, and behind him was a bow and arrow. Jun thought that Galliot was not a human. He was one of the few elves, and even among them he was considered a dark elf with innate elf abilities. Galliot discontentedly approached June. June introduced himself saying that his name is June. Galliot frowned and replied that from the fact that his name is June, why is he mistaken near someone else's house? Jun, looking ahead, said that he had learned about Galliot from a friend of his. There was one thing he would like to buy. He asked that his name was Galliot after all. Galliot looked at June with a puzzled expression, and then June said that he wanted to find Undyne's tear. Galliot was holding a dead animal on his back, and then he asked what Jun had learned about it from, and Jun said that he had learned from Braham that Braham was Galliot's ancient friend and Jeongwoo's second teacher. Galliot gritted his teeth and slapped his hand across his face, and then he said that he was an idiot. He had asked him to be quiet, and he started again. And June thought that even though he didn't know him by sight, it was unlikely that they would ever see each other again, and what difference did it make? Galliot opened the door, then said there was nothing he could do about it. Galliot went inside with Jun, and there were many different trophies inside the house. Galliot laid the dead body of the animal on the table, and then looking at June said that he was saying that he needed Undyne's tear. June replied that he did. He thought of her, that glittering blue crystal, and then wondered if it was an artifact that contained a large amount of Akashic energy, which might be good food for her. Galliot stared at Jun and then said that he knew what the conditions were, and Jun said that he did. And then he thought that the problem was that only Galliot knew how to make an Undyne tear properly. In front of Jun, a system message appeared. Galliot said that this is great, they won't delay and start now. The system message announced that Galliot's hidden quest description. Dark Elf Galliot has been looking for someone who has the right for a long time, so he conducts tests for players. It must be a clever player worthy of getting his approval. You need to play hide and seek with Galliot. The player will become a driver and will have to catch him 5 out of 10 times, then the test will be considered completed. The reward depends on the number of successful attempts, over 3 times Undyne tier, over 5 times Undyne tier plus unknown. Jun thought that the number of people who had been able to pass the Galliard test in the past few decades didn't exceed 5, but if they all succeeded, they would have obtained the technique that Galliard had mastered. Lightning Fast Step, a special skill that has been passed down from ancient times among dark elves only to the winner. This skill makes the body as agile as possible. It also hides traces. This skill is ideal for him, but faster body movements are not his only advantage. A lightning fast step can be the key to one of the best earth compression skills. Jun held 2 daggers in his hand and looked at Galliard. Galliard said that the test was simple, he was hiding, and Jun had to find him and touch him. The time was limited, 15 minutes for each attempt. Galliard waved his hand and then said that he had a big difference in skill with him, so Jun would have a handicap. He would only use one hand and would not use any other skills other than the skill to move. Galliard darted out of the way with great speed, then said they would start. Jun looked in front of him with a puzzled expression. He saw that Galliard seemed to have vanished into thin air, and he wondered if his movements were really like the wind, impossible to catch with the naked eye. However, Jun's eyes lit up, and a green aura appeared around him as he thought that he was using the enhanced senses, Dragon Eye. Everything Jun saw in front of him lost its color, and a green aura appeared in front of him leading behind the mountain. Jun carefully looked at the farthest point where the aura led. Then he frowned and wondered what it was. Jun swung his dagger in front of him with great force. Then he sent it straight for Galliard, but the dagger missed Galliard's feet by a millimeter. Galliard furrowed his brows and looked at Jun with a puzzled expression, and Jun thought that the lightning step had a big drawback. Galliard was gone again, but there was a green aura coming from him in which direction he had run, and Jun wondered if the movement was leaving waves in its wake. Jun ran in the wake of the wave. Holding a dagger in front of him, he thought that it was obvious that his eye would not miss the waves. Jun glanced at the lone tree, then let go of the dagger and wondered if Galliard had gone west this time, behind that withered tree. Galliard barely dodged the knife that was flying at him, but he didn't know how Jun did it. Suddenly Galliard saw Juna behind him, her hand reaching out to him. But Galliard jumped up at the last second. Galliard strode forward, his brow furrowed even higher, but Jun caught him by the arm. Galliard frowned at Juna. Jun took Galliard's hand and replied that he had touched it, and the first attempt was his. In front of Jun, system messages appeared saying that he had caught the Dark Elf 7 times. All attempts were successful. As a reward he received an Undyne tier, he can get an additional reward. For this he must talk to Galliard. Galliard put his hand on his head, smiling, and then said with a laugh that he didn't think Jun could handle it so easily. Jun held out his hand to Galliard, and Galliard asked that Jun had some special technique. It didn't seem like it was so easy to learn. Jun said it was a secret. Galliard thought that it didn't seem like it would be possible to find out the true face of this young man. Looking up at the sky, Galliard said there was nothing to be done and they had to go. Jun stood in Galliard's small house and watched as Galliard pushed aside the nightstand. Galliard took out a small bag and then pulled it forward and told him to take it. This is it. And Jun looked at Galliard and thought that if someone wanted to steal something so valuable, it would be easy since Galliard was stupidly holding it in that corner. And then when he opened it, he saw Undyne's shining tier. A system message appeared in front of him saying that this is an Undyne tier, classification gem, rank, and description sacred item. A stone filled with Akashic energy can be a great find for someone who wants to fight the Akashic snake, but it can also turn into a disaster for those who can't fight the boss. Contains the spirit Undynes and the power of water. Jun wondered what it was. Galliard, looking at Juna, said that he should be careful with this. If the energy breaks out, it can end badly. Jun replied that he knows. Jun thought that Akasha was originally someone who couldn't manifest in the material world, and if you tried to materialize this energy, a big bang could happen. Galliard held out the book, which had a golden sign on it. He told Jun to take it. A system message appeared in front of Jun that a lightning step, a rank with a skill level of 0%. Only selected Dark Elf fighters can learn this skill. Body movements become light, and a fast attack becomes possible. Along with an increase in the skill level, the speed also increases. Rapid body movement temporarily increases the attack speed. While attacking an enemy every 5 seconds, the attack speed is doubled, the critical damage level is also increased by 7%, and the lightning step skill is obtained. Jun looked down at his hand. A green aura appeared around him. He thought that the feeling that his body had become lighter. A system message appeared in front of him. That from this moment on, he was able to move quickly, his senses were sharpened, and his physical abilities became more developed. Jun stared intently ahead and thought that the vessel was ready, it was only necessary to fill it. But of all the stats, he still lacks magic power. He can only replenish it by catching the snake. Its abilities go beyond the real one. Galliard, leaning on the table with a smile, said that by the way, this time there are a lot of amazing players in the tutorial, including himself. He kept thinking for hundreds of rounds of the tutorial, whether someone will appear who can figure him out, and here he is, or he just gets old. Jun looked at the seated Galliard and asked if there was anyone else besides him. Galliard replied that there were 2 people. It seems they were brother and sister. They both got Undyne's tier and lightning step just like him. Jun, looking at Galliard, said that's how. He thought that it seems that he knows who it is. These are the 1st and 2nd rank tutorials. Like their names are Edora and Pant. To get the same points, they definitely had to visit here. Galliard looked at Juna, then asked where he was going with this. He didn't look like a magician or an alchemist. He meant why he needed Undyne's tier. Jun replied that he wanted to go to the Akash snake, which shocked Galliard. Galliard looked down, puzzled, and said that he was talking Akasha. Galliard looked at Juna in disappointment and then excused himself to say that she had already been killed. June, looking ahead, was depressed. He could not answer anything, and Galliard said that she was killed by the two people he had already mentioned. Jun came to the place where the snake was supposed to be summoned. There were cracks everywhere, and there was a huge amount of blood on the floor. Jun looked ahead and wondered how they knew about this place, but no one knew about it except Ardia. Jun took a couple of steps forward and thought that during the tutorial, she could show up about once every 3 days, and from these traces, you can tell that about a week has passed. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he looked away. What he saw seriously startled him, and he looked at it with a puzzled expression. There was a huge snake corpse in front of Jun. There was a huge amount of blood everywhere. Jun looked at Akasha and thought that they only took the most necessary parts of the poison and its energy. Jun got down on one knee and stared at Akasha's head, wondering how it looked like even if dozens of players attacked her at once, it wouldn't be so easy to catch her, and how the two of them managed to do it together. Jun stared ahead and thought that it seemed like he didn't even know how strong these people could be or not. Jun looked at the snake's bloody head and wondered if they might have had something. Jun took off his mask and sighed. He sat down on the rocks and closed his eyes, looking up, and then wondered what he should do next. The top players appeared in front of him, where he was on the 40th place, and he thought that he should definitely push and break out on the first place. But time flies very quickly. Even if he does everything possible, he will rise to the 11th place, at best to the 8th, but not close to the first place. Jun covered his eyes with his hand and thought that besides, he would only be able to complete the restoration of the ancestral skill if he had Akashic energy. All his plans were now confused. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked over Akasha's dead head and saw the bloodied footprints and wondered what it was. Looking at June's blood, he wondered if there were traces of a heavy blow, if they were trying to extract something from the skull, maybe the brain. Looking at the bloody footprints, he continued to think that there were several of them. Judging by the footprints, it must have been someone else besides Adora and Pant. Jun moved closer to the tracks and touched them with his hand. He wondered if they were orcs, what they needed, he needed to check it out. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the remaining time of the tutorial was 150 hours, 43 minutes, and 11 seconds. A warrior in gray armor with a scar on his cheek and black hair appears in front of us. This is the 6th rank of the tutorial, Pain. He is puzzled and asks that he is called to hunt. Before him stands a warrior in the same armor as him. He bows and says that this is exactly what Mr. Build ordered, to gather the entire first group. Pain waves it off and says with a frown that they should send someone else. He is now spending all his strength on maintaining the rating. Let them pass it to him, he will understand it. Pain thought that he needs to get into the top 5. Then he can get recognition on the island when he gets to the tower, go like this far from it, because of some murder by some bunch of idiots who aren't even in the top 10. The warrior replies that this is a special order from Mr. Build, and those who refuse to comply with it will be suspended, which shocked Pena. He looked at the knight in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked what he was saying in particular. The knight said yes, and he personally led the first squad. The knight went on to say that he also said that he would give all of Aaron's tokens to someone who would bring him those guys. These words shocked Payne. He thought that all the tokens, after all, it's several thousand tokens, all this he will give to one person. This is a chance to increase the ranking at a time, and it also means that the build will rely on this person in the future. Payne began to listen carefully to the knight. The knight continued to say that he also added that you need to be as careful as possible since those people completely destroyed the second group. Payne thought that stop, if they destroyed the second group, then doesn't it mean that all their tokens were taken from them? In this case he can even rise above the 5th place of the rating. Payne smiled and said that alright, let the knight tell Bill that he was moving out immediately. We are being transported to the mountains. Jun makes his way through the forest following the bloodstains, and a system message appears in front of him that the lightning step skill level has been raised to 1%. Jun looked into one of the caves and wondered what this place was like and what they were going to do here. As Jun started to walk forward, a system message appeared in front of him that he had entered the Akashic Snake Cave. Yunkook looked around and thought that this was a snake cave. There was another place where it lived. When Jun went inside, he saw the bloodstained footprints on the floor leading deeper into the cave, and the cave itself was lit by burning candles hanging from the ceiling. He wondered if this was the cave where her cubs or male were located. But the fact that the orcs had so carefully moved her brain here indicates that this is the place where she was born. Something's wrong. Jun walked on. He saw the suspension bridge. He wondered if even if it wasn't, there was something here that had to do with the Kasha snake. What Jun saw shocked him. One of the orcs struck a drum with his club. I saw an incredible picture, a crowd of orcs worshipping the brain of Akasha that was lying on a pedestal, and in the wall behind the pedestal there was an incredibly large hole. Jun looked at Akasha's yellow brain. Next to it were mountains of monster corpses. The orc shaman, holding a staff in his hand, shouted that evil people had killed their deity. Let the snake gather all its anger and be reborn. They sacrifice their warrior to it. Let it be reborn with a new greatest power and punish those people. The shaman lit the coals, and then the bodies of the monsters. Looking at this, Jun thought that this is not normal. Akasha's brain began to smoke. Then, a second later, it lit up and pulsed. The ripple increased with each passing second. And then, all of a sudden, someone jumped out of my brain. Akasha opened her mouth menacingly and began to recover from her brain. In front of Jun, there was a system message that the hidden quest rite of resurrection. Description: a creature created from a part of the body body and spirit of the Akasha snake if you give it enough Akasha energy. It can be revived. Orcs are going to resurrect Akasha using an ancient rite. You need to stop the rite of resurrection and destroy the snake before it. If it grows, the reward is unknown. Jun, shocked, looking ahead, wondered what it meant, and porridge can be resurrected. Jun folded his hands and went behind the wall, and then thought that it might be that the result will be much better compared to what it should have been originally. The longer Akasha's resurrection lasts, the larger her body becomes, which means that the energy that is hidden inside her also increases. The main component for resurrection is of course energy. Similarly, with the vampire blade battery, the more energy it absorbs, the more powerful it becomes, then it needs even more food. Akashi's huge snake was standing in front of Juna, and Juna wondered if the bigger it grew, the more it would want to absorb energy, so where would he find enough food for it to fill itself to overflowing? Jun thought that Undyne's tears wouldn't be enough, so there was nothing left. Jun smiled and wondered what else to do but bring her more sacrificial food. We are taken to the camp of the humanoid lizards. Someone says that they should not talk about the fact that their king is dead. Before us appears the 21st chapter of the humanoid lizards of Krerak. He looks at his subordinate and says that if the orcs find out, they will immediately attack. They must be extremely careful. The lizard comes out of the tent, and the head holding his head says that his head is splitting. Suddenly, he feels something, and his body starts shaking. June stabs him in the head with her dagger, and the last thing the head has time to say is that he is a murderer. June grabs the body of one of the monsters, and then he throws it to the lizard. He thinks that from the outside it looks like the orc wanted to make an attempt, but in the end both died. Jun stretches out his hand in a fiery rage, and flames start pouring out of his hand. The tent begins to burn, and Jun looks at it and thinks that the skill level is still not enough, but it's enough that it can start a fire. June leaves the camp, and the lizards run anxiously to the burning tent, shouting that this is an orc invasion. June wonders that the next target is on the western side. It's time for him to add more wood to the fire. Jun lit a fire. At first the lit flame in the western jungle was small, but the flames gradually engulfed the kobold village and grew. The flames burned a huge amount of territory, and they gradually spread to the nearby territories and greedily devoured everything in their path. The goblin was looking at the huge raging flames in the forest. Kobold and goblin had to forget about their home and start a large-scale immigration, as a result of which a conflict with the monsters living in those territories began. But in the end even they were forced to leave the territory, fleeing from the fire. This mess spread to the entire east sector like a domino effect. The goblin ran into the tent with a frightened expression on his face as he shouted, "Lord." A goblin appears in front of us, who is sitting on a throne with a monster's skull on his head. He says that he is not just a ruler, he is a king, but at this moment an arrow flies to the head of a goblin who has just entered the tent. Goblin sitting on the throne menacingly look at his queen. This is the Goblin King Kronum. He asks that the orcs have appeared. The queen replies that they already have many dead tribes. Orcs were found in the village. The Goblin King menacingly gritted his teeth, saying that the orcs didn't know their goals, but the goblins would never forget this grudge. Suddenly, another goblin enters the tent and shouts that it's king. The kobolds have sent a message. They declare that they will take revenge on them. Together with the orcs, they have formed an alliance. The Goblin King Bee stands up menacingly from his throne and shouts back with a furrowed brow that he should announce this to everyone. They will face them and kill all the orcs. They look at the goblins and say that the orcs are their worst enemies. They killed their leader. They must take revenge on them. One of the kobolds says that they will also fight with the goblins against the orcs. Kobold clenches his fist and glares at the goblins, then says that they are not the only ones like this. Beastman says that ogres and trolls were also attacked by the name, and not all should temporarily unite. The Goblin King raises his axe and says menacingly that they won't just wait. Even the cowardly lizardmen have declared war on the orcs. The valiant goblins can't stay away. The Goblin King raised his axe and shouted after him, he will tear this orc king apart. The kobolds and beastmen also raised their hands in the air. They shouted that they would go after the Goblin King. They would take revenge and kill all the orcs. Jun watched from the tree as the goblins, along with the kobolds and beastmen, went on the attack. A system message appeared in front of him that he had instigated a deadly war between monsters, gaining extra points. Another system message appeared in front of him saying that a sudden quest was received, and so a description of monsters. Among the monsters of Sector E there was an unspoken law on the integrity of their territories. But this rule was violated, and a war broke out between the monsters. Jun must survive on the battlefield and stop the war. Finding its cause, Jun thought that everything is fine, everything is going as planned. Another system message appeared in front of him stating that the reward for completing the quest was the Monster Hunter title, the Goblin King's eyes, the 5-colored monster gem, and additional merit points. Jun, sitting on a tree and looking down, thought that the more energy, the faster the process of resurrecting the snake goes. It turns out that it all started with the lizards and reached the battle of all the monsters. Maybe the new snake Kasha will be much more powerful than in all the previous tutorials. Jun smiled and thought that now the cup was full, he could just sit quietly to the side and only come out when necessary. That was enough. We are taken to a group of people. Pain is standing behind them, rummaging under his cloak, and then saying that there are too many useless people. A tall man walks past him and frowns, asking that yes, and who says it. Pain glares angrily at the man. The man responds in kind and asks him why he is staring so hard. What can he even do to him? Pain grits his teeth and answers that he is not too oborzel, grasses. He does not think about the consequences at all. Grasses smiles and then says that he's still thinking, but at least he's ready to take the consequences right now. A man comes up to them and separates them, and then with a smile they are told to stop these childish arguments. Every minute is important to them now in order to quickly deal with the goal. They understand this. The man looks at Pain carefully and tells them to listen. Their goal should be near the orc settlement. They should already finish this and return. Suddenly, the man notices something and gets seriously scared. He asks his comrades, looking around, what they heard. Pain asks what he is talking about. The group looks down at their feet and sees everything start to shake. The man, looking down, shouts for them to look at it. He asks why the earth can shake so much, and then the startled man points fearfully to the side. A huge number of beastly kobolds and goblins are running from there, all of them armed and giving off an aura of murderous intent. The group looks at them in fright, and the man says that this can't be happening. Startled, he turns around and shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. But the monsters are approaching them too fast, and if they don't yell for people to leave, block their way, they will kill them all. Just a second later, a wave of monsters engulfs people, and I start killing them one by one. As Pain cuts one of the goblins' necks, he thinks that they are insignificant creatures. It just can't be. He furrows his brows and wonders if his grandiose dream of becoming the Sword of the Sharp, no, Blue Flower Island, it can't just be destroyed by some monsters. A goblin appears behind Pain, brandishing an axe and shouting for the man to die. He hurls the axe at Pain at high speed. Pain, looking at the axe in fright, thinks that it is very fast. A second later, blood spurts out, and the goblins shout that they will kill everyone. We are being taken to an orc settlement. Someone says that I started a war yesterday. They broke through the northern barricades. The orc king Prakon appears in front of us, frowning at his subordinate, and then asks why the lizards suddenly started a war. One of the orcs kneels and says that he doesn't know. They didn't say something strange about their king being killed and they invaded their territory. They need the king's help. The orc king gets up angrily and shouts that these stupid lizards, how dare they, and why exactly in the midst of the rite of resurrection. Suddenly, the orc king stops and wonders what they want, and then he thinks that they, on the contrary, will be able to present the goddess with more sacrifices. The orc king smiles, and then sitting on the throne to say that the orc would tell the shaman that they will have many victims. And let him be careful, the orc, holding a mace in his hand, says that he understood. We are taken to the wall where goblins, beast men, and kobolds with lizards are trying to break through. Orcs are trying their best to hold back the wall, shouting that they need to block their way. One of the goblins swings a giant rock violently, and then he hits the fortress with all his might. At the same time, the wall collapses, and all the monsters rush to the frightened orcs. The orc king looks in front of him, puzzled, and holds his sword. Suddenly, he notices something in the crowd. The goblin king appears in front of him. He smiles at the axe in his hands. He says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The orc king swings his sword furiously and rushes into battle and shouts, "Cranum." The goblin king also swings his axe and jumps furiously at him, shouting, "Prak." We are being transported to the mountains. Green waves pass between them. Jun moves through the waves between them at high speed, and a system message appears in front of him that the skill level of Lightning Step has increased to 12%. Jun comes to the cave where the rite of resurrection of the serpent takes place. He stands on the ground and starts walking inside. As soon as he entered the cave, a system message appeared in front of him that he had entered the Akashic Snake Cave. Jun looked around and thought that these two monsters must be fighting right now. The Goblin King and the Orc King. To be honest, if you compare these two to Hargan, they are not inferior to him at all. In this battle, it will be quite difficult to determine the winners of the loser. The Goblin King and the Orc King crossed their weapons, and Jun thought that it would only escalate the situation, further anger, and increase the amount of destruction. As Jun walked inside the cave, he thought that all this energy needed to be channeled to Akashi as soon as possible to saturate her. Jun reached the end and saw Akasha devouring one of the orcs, and he shouted "Goddess" before her kneeling orcs and bowing to her, saying that the goddess is angry. Akasha menacingly looks at the orcs and lets out a green poison from her mouth, destroying one of them. The orcs shout that they need to run away. She wants to punish them. Then Akasha opens her mouth and rushes towards one of the startled orcs. Jun looked at this and thought that just as he thought, she was intoxicated by the taste of blood. Akasha had eaten all the orcs, and as Jun looked at her, he wondered if it hadn't been long since she'd been resurrected, and she was in a state of extreme hunger. But if she was outside, where there was a bloodbath going on, she might go crazy. And then Akasha violently rushes down and goes underground. Jun goes down to it and sees how it has completely disappeared into the ground. Jun squats down and touches the floor, and then thinks that she's headed northwest, which is exactly the direction the monsters are fighting in right now. Young Paul thought that the hidden parts of the tutorial are not called hidden for nothing. There must definitely be something big hidden here. The Akasha snake initially has a level of difficulty that is unacceptable for the tutorial. There must also be a reason why it is located in this place. Even Goliath, who has inherited the snake for such a long time, could not find out this reason. But even so, there must be something here, and this is something. It can't be something insignificant. Jun got up and looked around the cave, thinking that snakes should have a place where they can sleep or take a break from the outside environment. Jun went inside the cave. A cold wind began to blow at him, and he wondered where this sharp cold wind was coming from. Jun glanced ahead and saw a boy sitting on a rock who was meditating. He wondered what he finally found. It's called the spirit of white ginseng. A small boy appeared in front of him sitting on a rock with white hair. Plants grew out of his head. A system message appeared in front of Jun that this is a white ginseng spirit classification, spiritual being of category A plus a description. A white ginseng spirit that has been feeding on the energy of the moon for hundreds of years and grew on icy soil. A small child. He is confused with a real person. Another system message appeared in front of him that if his energy was consumed, he would be able to significantly increase his magic power. But the amount of magic power he could obtain was very different from the amount he could absorb. The method of consuming it was also quite complicated. Jun thought that the white ginseng spirit was one of the rarest spiritual creatures, such as you can count on your fingers. The effect is even very good. Such spirits can really be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such a thing could only be here. Jun took out 2 daggers and wondered if the acacia snake was specially kept in this place to cultivate the white ginseng spirit. Jun glanced at the spirit that was sitting with its eyes closed and thought that judging from its size, it must have been cultivated for about 300 years. But for the best effect, it would take about 500 years and acacia would have to wait all that time. Jun took a few steps toward it and wondered if it would be his now. Suddenly, the spirit opened its eyes and looked at Juna in surprise. He took off and jumped up. Jun fired 2 daggers at him and thought he was fast, but that wasn't enough. The spirit managed to dodge them to the side, looking at them with a puzzled expression. And then the ghost fell to the floor and Jun slowly began to approach it. The spirit screamed loudly and desperately, and Jun, looking at him, said that he had hunted the likes of him many times before, so let him forgive him. The ghost looked at Juna in surprise, and then he saw small crystal shards falling in front of him. The spirit looked up and saw huge crystals falling towards it. At the last second, the spirit managed to jump out of the way. The ghost turned around and saw Jun reach out to him, and then Jun grabbed the spirit by the plant sticking out of its head. He glared at the frightened spirit and said that he was caught. The spirit desperately tried to resist and twitched, but his body started out fine, until it completely disappeared. Jun grabbed what was left of the spirit and removed the mask. System messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had absorbed the hidden item white ginseng spirit. He was overflowing with energy. His magic abilities were being enhanced. 92% of the energy stored in the white ginseng spirit was transformed into his magic power, and his body was completely absorbing this energy. Magic power increased by 7 points. Magic power increased by 5 points. Young-all looked up. He could feel the energy surging through his body. Jun closed his eyes. System messages appeared in front of him that the recovery of the hereditary skill is starting, 27%. The current recovery state is 42%. The hereditary feature of the low-level dragon body has been changed to a partial dragon body. You have received the magic chain skill. Jun felt an incredible amount of power in his body, and he wondered if he still couldn't control it as much as he should, but now he could feel the magical power surging through his body. In front of Jun, system messages appeared stating that the magic chain is ranked from skill level 0. The dragon description is creatures that have received the blessing of mana since ancient times. Now he has received the blessing from such a dragon and has the ability to control magic power as the skill level increases. The controlled magic power will increase and will also expand the scope, and its applications will also become available to him. Mana flow. Jun smiled as he looked ahead and thought that this was great. We are transported to a group of people who were killed by goblins. Pain opens his eyes with difficulty. His whole body is covered in blood. He starts to get up. He thinks that the first group is destroyed. However, Pain thought back to how their entire squad had been destroyed by goblins and wondered if the place all those monsters had gone to was exactly where Jun was. This guy was definitely up to something. Pain slowly stands up, leaning on his sword. His arm is missing. His condition is terrible, and he thinks that Jun must be looking for some hidden object that no one in the tutorial has been able to find so far. Pain grits his teeth and keeps thinking about whatever young Tam is up to. When he gets what he wants, he'll surprise him and take him away by force. And besides, if he gets to this award, then he will have a chance to match Idora and Pantom. Pain frowns and looks ahead, wondering if Jun should wait a bit. Jun was standing in the middle of an ice cave, looking at the system screen. Looking at it, he thought that the secret of controlling magic is to accumulate more magic power and increase the recovery rate of the inherited ability. Jun imagined the magic blade and thought that even though he could use magic power now, only to use this skill, but in the future his abilities might expand, he would be able to channel magic power into the weapon and increase the strength of the blow, or concentrate magic in the legs to move faster. The application of this can be different. Jun walked forward in the cave and thought that, however, the skill level of the magic chain was still low, so it would be difficult for him to control the magic, but he had enhanced senses, so he would be able to develop the skill quickly enough. Suddenly, something caught Young's attention and he looked down and thought that after all, he should still be able to feel the magic circulating inside him. On the floor, Jun saw a small gold locket on a chain. When he got a closer look at it, he asked what it was. A system message appeared in front of him saying that this is a locket that stores memories. A pendant, F rank, description, a locket that stores someone's precious memories. It would be good to return it to its owner. Jun opened the locket and saw a family of elves. Looking at it closer, he realized that it was a photo of the Galliard family. Apparently Galliard once hunted this snake for some unknown reason, but he did not hunt himself. He offered people who call themselves hunters a reward for the test. If the reason is memories associated with his family, then it is quite possible, I see. Jun took a closer look at the locket and thought that there was definitely no mention of his family in the diary, but it looked like that was what he was looking for. Jun put the locket in his pocket. Then he put on a face mask. He turned his head to the side and wondered if it was time for him to go hunting now. We are transported to the Battle of Monsters. Angry orcs destroy a crowd of goblins. The Orc King violently attacks the Goblin King. A bright flash of sparks occurs from their blows. Suddenly clasping their weapons together, the Orc King and Goblin King sense something. Akasha burst out of the ground, destroying everyone in her path. The Orc King looked in front of him in fear, feeling the incredible power behind him. The Goblin King, looking at Akasha in fright, shouted, "What is this? What is this monster?" The Orc King, looking back in fright, shouted that why is the goddess here? Akasha opened her mouth and looked down menacingly, and there were terrified kobolds under her, their bodies and armor covered in blood. Akasha's eyes lit up, giving off a strong aura of bloodlust. It shot forward at high speed, devouring everyone in its path, and the goblins stared at the horrifying sight in fright. The kobolds, looking at the snake that eats their king, furiously raised their axes and shouted that their king was killed, they must take revenge. Akasha loomed over the monsters, using a poisonous slime released from her mouth. The orcs below her started shouting that the goddess wanted to punish them. Looking at this, the Goblin King shouted, "Damn." The Goblin King started to leave, but the Orc King held out his hand and shouted that when he was ready, he must accept death in battle, and the Goblin King replied that the welfare of his tribe was more important to him than such a fate. The Orc King glared at him, and then the Orc King stretched out his hand and shouted for the orcs to subdue the goddess. Akasha loomed over the crowd of orcs running toward her in a menacing suit. Suddenly, the Goblin King appeared behind her, brandishing his axe and shouting for her to die. The Goblin King hit Akasha's head with his axe, and a fountain of blood spurted out. The Orc King stood below and watched, and then he took out his sword. He quickly ran up to Akasha and pierced her belly with his sword. Jun was watching this battle on the mountain. Looking down, he wondered what kind of mess was going on, and it looked like the result was even better than he expected. Looking at the enraged Akasha, Jun thought that the number of monsters had already been reduced to 10%, so Akasha was about 1.5 times her original size. The Orc King was swinging his sword, half of his face was burned and his nose was bleeding. His whole body was in the gardens. The Goblin King was in a terrible state. Almost all of his body was burned. He was breathing heavily. His arm was missing. Jun wondered if there were two kings standing on the front line and chasing the snake. The remaining monsters are still trying to fight valiantly. Jun leaned down on the stone. A blue aura appeared on his feet. He thought that it was time for him to finish. A system message appeared in front of him that the skill level of the magic chain had increased to 0.7%. Jun jumped forward at high speed, and a system message appeared in front of him, indicating that the lightning step skill level had increased to 15%. Jun landed on Katchat's head at high speed, and she opened her mouth fiercely, and Jun smiled and told her to get it. Jun touched her head with his hand, and dark swirls appeared around his arm. System messages appeared in front of him that the skill level of the Vampiric Blade Battery had increased to 6%. The skill level of the Vampiric Blade Battery had increased to 8.2%. Dark swirls began to swirl around the snake. It desperately raised its head up. System messages appeared in front of Junui that strength increased by 3 units, stamina increased by 2 units, and magic power increased by 5 units. Akasha started to fall to the ground, and a system message appeared in front of him that the boss snake Akasha had been destroyed, earning extra merit points. In front of Junui, many system messages appeared that the hidden quest resurrection ceremony was completed. The surprise quest monster attack was completed. He was receiving 5,000 merit points, and he had received 3,000 additional merit points. Jun swung his knife, and then blood spurted out. He took out a shining yellow sphere from Akasha's head. Looking at it, he thought that it was the energy of Akasha's snake. Initially its size was about the size of his fist, but since Akasha was sated enough, the size increased. Black swirls appeared around Junwil, and then Jun smiled through his mask. He thought that now he will absorb it in front of him. There are system messages that he feels a rush of a huge amount of porridge energy. There is a transformation of energy into magical power. He feels an explosion of anger, transformation into magical energy. Jun felt an incredible amount of power in his body. A system message appeared in front of him that it would take an appropriate amount of time and stamina to turn a huge amount of anger and energy into magic power. Due to the perfection of the dragon's body, it was impossible to perceive all the magic energy, and the renewal of his body began. Jun looked ahead in fright, his eyes filled with blood, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that properties have been changed. 48% inheritance skill recovery has resumed. Jun looked in front of him. The Orc King and Goblin King were standing in front of him, and then the system messages appeared in front of him. It is recommended to use magic power in a safe place. External influence will cause a slowdown or deviation. Estimated time, 15 hours. The Goblin King and the Orc King looked at each other in a puzzled way, and Jun wondered if that could be the case. The Orc King sighed heavily. A dark purple energy appeared behind Junwoo. He looked ahead, eyes wide, and wondered what those eyes were. He looked puzzled. He felt the incredible energy around him. He wondered if it was the eyes of a predator. The Orc King looked menacingly in Junwoo's direction and then thought that it was clear that this whole mess was caused by that person. He rushed towards Jun with great speed, swung his saber and shouted for him to die. Jun swung his dagger and looked menacingly in his direction, and then thought that these two kings are equal in rank to Hargan, so you can get a large number of merit points and tokens for them. Just a second later, Jun took off the head of the Orc King with a swing of his blade. Blood flew in different directions, and in front of Junwoo there was a system message that the boss Orc King was destroyed, received additional merit points. The Orc King's head flew off to the side of the Goblin King. The Goblin King glared at Junwoo as blood spilled out from under him. His hands began to shake. In front of Junwoo, a system message appeared that the boss Goblin King was destroyed, and additional merit points were obtained. Jun glanced at the Orc King's death's head and wondered if the remaining monsters had only 2 paths to go. Jun stood near the huge number of monster corpses, watched as the remaining ones ran away in fright. He thought that they had a choice either to run away or fight to the end. He would not pursue those who ran away, there were still only weaklings left. Suddenly, a goblin appeared behind Jun, swinging his axe, and Jun wondered if he was alone. Jungkook appeared at a high speed behind the attacking goblin, and with a single swipe, he swelled the goblin's head, thinking that those who tried to resist, he mercilessly destroyed. Jun stuck his dagger into the back of the frightened goblin, and as he watched, he thought that he was biting into them with his sharp teeth and absorbing their energy. Jun glared at the already dead orc and thought that the more energy it absorbed, the stronger its body became, and the speed of recovery of its ancestral skill increased. Its desire and thirst for absorption grew by the second. It could do anything to become even stronger. Jun stood next to a huge number of monster corpses. He held his head, and then thought that he was very tired after clearing 100 monsters. Jun looked down at his hand and thought that he really wanted to just relax in a quiet place. Suddenly Jun noticed someone standing behind the rock. He was thinking that, however, there was still one infuriating character. He told him to come out. Pain smiled and left. He came out of hiding and smiled as he was covered in blood and asked how he knew. Jun calmly looked at him and replied that it was obvious. He couldn't control his emotions at all, his fear could be felt. Pain laughed and said with a frown that Jun was a monster, and Pain reflected that in truth, he'd been watching everything since Akasha went berserk. Pain recalled all the events and thought that since Jun had such power, it meant that he was able to take over all the hidden parts of the tutorial that were located here. Pain pointed his sword at Juna and said with a smile that his power was monstrous, but he had to master it. Jun calmly looked at Pain and asked what else was going on, and Pain held out his sword and told him not to pretend that he knew perfectly well that he couldn't lift a finger. Jun, looking ahead, answered well, and then asked that didn't he ask him a question. An arrow was flying in Pain's direction at high speed, and Jun said that he wasn't really alone here, so Pain asked in a frightened voice why. And then Pain started to turn around, but it was too late, an arrow flew into his head. Jun looked down calmly. It was Galliard, holding a bow. Galliard stood on a small rock and looked at Juna, and then he furrowed his brows and looked down in displeasure. He went down to Jun and looked at him and said that there was a sudden noise in the forest. He wanted to see what was going on, and then Galliard asked what it was that he had done. Galliard frowned and asked what was making Jun smile, and Jun thought that the speed of transformation of characteristics has increased. Just like Pain said, he really doesn't have the strength to move a finger. Galliard appeared just in time. Jun looked up at the sky and continued to think that either it was fate or just an accident, and now he could rest for a while. And then Jun turned to Galliard. Jun held out his hand, which was holding a gold locket, and then said that he had a gift for him. Galliard looked at the locket in dismay, and then shouted, "This." And then Jun collapsed into Galliard's arms. Galliard looked at him worriedly. Looking at him, Galliard thought that whatever Jun was thinking, he would never be able to understand this guy. Jun was hanging unconscious in Galliard's arms, and Galliard continued to think that it looked like this gift was the price of everything. System messages appeared in front of Junui that the changes were successfully completed. The enhanced skeleton feature was changed to an iron body, and 94% of Akashic energy was successfully converted to magical energy. Jun lay there with his eyes closed. The system messages appeared in front of him again, saying that the strengthening of the physical shell was confirmed. He became stronger, the recovery of the hereditary skill was accelerated, the current state was 92%. Jun opened his eyes with difficulty, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the partial dragon body had been changed to a nearly complete dragon body. Jun got up from the bed and saw these numerous system messages in front of him. He glanced at his hand and wondered that he had absorbed such a large amount of energy, but the recovery of the ancestral ability was still imperfect. Just how powerful was the dragon body skill if it required such a large amount of energy to complete? Jun took a look at his stats and thought that he had achieved impressive results thanks to this long battle, and especially one of the best achievements was the development of the magic chain skill. Jun extended his hand forward, his hand started to burn with blue flames. He felt an incredible power. The energy increased and increased around his arm. He waved at her and wondered what an amazing feeling he was experiencing. They were both diverse and familiar, a feeling as if something new had appeared in his body, It seemed as if it should be so. Jun looked ahead and thought that there was also a difference when using magic. Now he can use magic whenever he wants. Perhaps he should do some research to figure out how to use it in battle. He thought that his senses were still sharpened. He spread his arms around himself and felt the energy from different directions, and he thought that the feeling was very similar to the ones he felt when he first used the sense-enhancing skill. Jun looked down at his hands, and Galliard was walking towards him with a plate of fruit. Asked that Jun was awake. Jun thought that besides, it seems that these sensations are familiar to him, like an undying tear. Jun started to get out of bed, and Galliard held out his hand and told him that it looked like he hadn't woken up very long, so he should lie down and recover, but it would take him a while longer. Jun looked at Galliard carefully, and Galliard replied that he had examined him. Jun asked warily what Galliard meant. Galliard, looking at Jun calmly, continued to say that he had to strengthen his body, but nevertheless he needed a safe place, so he asked him for help. Jun replied that yes, he asked. Galliard replied that something had gone wrong, and Juna was seriously startled by these words, and he asked Galliard to tell him more. Galliard placed a plate of fruit on a chair and replied that what he meant was the great Akashic energy that Jun had absorbed before. Galliard, looking away, continued to say that even if you eat just one such item, it is not clear whether the energy received will be absorbed properly, and if you continue to absorb such things, then what body can withstand it? His body could easily withstand it. But he did not know for sure. Either it will take all the energy, or it will not. It will withstand loads, and some of this could happen at any time. Jun thought that he seemed to know why Galliard had helped him. If he had left him like this, then he might have died, so that the energy was properly absorbed. Something had to be done. Galliard is quite a famous hunter even among the Dark Elves. He knows several secrets of magic, so it's not strange that he helped to help. Galliard furrowed his brows and spread his hands, and then continued to say that that was why he had to put on the phone. Without so much magic power, everything would have been fine. But otherwise there might be confusion. In general, if something like this happens in the future, you don't need to absorb everything so desperately. He doesn't care, he can't become a real dragon. Jun looked at Galliard and then thought that his body is connected to the power of the dragon. In vain he tried so hard, but he could get a reinforced skeleton, start the process of restoring the hereditary skill, and therefore be able to complete it completely. But Galliard does not know this. Besides, he also returned his item that he was looking for, and he's grateful for that. He looked at Galliard calmly and then asked that Galliard had calmed the flow of magic and changed it to a circulating flow. Galliard held up his hands and frowned as he replied that he had used a similar technique to that used in the production of Undyne's tears, and besides, to put this powerful flow to sleep, it was necessary to use his innate abilities. At least he knows how much strength it takes. Jun looked at the formidable Galliard and said thank you, and Galliard went on to say that he was only going to pay him with a simple thank you. Galliard closed his eyes and walked away, and Jun said that later, when he got the chance, he would definitely pay. Galliard said that Jun should not say that if it wasn't sincere, even if he was being rude, but it was fine. Suddenly Galliard said that he almost forgot something, and Jun glared in Galliard's direction. Galliard smiled, a gold medallion on his chest, and said thank you. Jun glanced at that golden locket that was glowing. An Undyne tear appears in front of us, and Jun thinks that the magic Galliard was talking about is called the Divine Water of Undyne. He applied the method that he uses to make an Undyne tear on a human body. Jun stood on the ground, his legs covered in a blue aura. He thought that Galliard said that it was possible to use this technique and put the energy overflowing the body into a vessel. As a result, while he was sleeping without suspecting anything, his body learned magic power much more easily, and also his senses were significantly sharpened. This was a random benefit for him. Jun went outside and stretched, followed by a disgruntled Galliard, and shouted that Jun should properly recover. He needs to rest for another 3 days. Jun jumped forward at high speed. Looking at this, Galliard said that since he has such a high recovery rate, then let him go. Galliard exhaled with a smile and said that Jun had been seriously injured and was now moving at an incredible speed. Jun was flying forward at high speed, a green aura emanating from him, and Galliard thought that this method of movement was also very suitable for him, as if it was the way it was originally. Jun charged forward at high speed, and as he stared ahead, he wondered what it meant, what it felt like to use magic. Jun jumped up. There was a green aura behind him. He thought that just sending magic power to his legs was enough. It was incomparable to what it was before. Just a little more than 1% is so big a difference. Jun continued to think that after all, the skills he knew before were simply ineffective. Right now his ancestral ability is at the recovery stage of 92%. If in the future he completes the remaining 8%, then what will become of his body? Jun pushed off from the rock, did a somersault in the air, and landed on the ground. He opened the system window and looked through it, thinking that before he shut down, he had completed 2 quests. Right. A large accept button appeared in front of him. He clicked on it and thought that he would start with a hidden quest. A black bracelet appeared in his hand, and then a system message said that a black bracelet was received unknown. Jun looked at it and wondered what it was. It was impossible to identify the name. The system message said, black bracelet, unknown classification, risk gear category, unknown description. A bracelet that was very dear to the owner of the Akasha snake unknown. The Akasha snake misses its owner and hopes that he will return someday, so it always wore you have your owner's item with you. A system message appeared in front of Junui that soul subjugation the owner can collect the souls of the dead. He thought that subjugating the souls of the dead is not a very good thing. A system message appeared in front of him that the soul of the dead turns into a ghost, they lose their former memories and powers, keeping the extra points. Jun continued to stare at the system screen, which said that the black blade that absorbed the collected souls and converted them into dark magic power covered the surface of the weapon, and could cast a curse when hitting the enemy. Jun thought that it looked like the owner was a demon receiver. Before Junui, another system message appeared stating that this artifact is unique, some functions are hidden, some information cannot be viewed. Access to it can only be obtained if it has a certain classification or met certain conditions. Jun thought that this artifact is unique, so it definitely has good properties. Jun put it on his arm and stretched it out. He looked at it and thought that it looked like the true power of the black bracelet. The power of the true owner must be hidden here. Suddenly, black energy started flowing down Junwoo's arm. He took a startled look at himself, his entire body starting to be engulfed by black waves. He couldn't do anything about it, his whole face was starting to turn black, until even his eyes turned black. Before Junui appeared system messages that under the influence of the black dragon bracelet, he received the ability to see the soul of the dead. The ability merged with his dragon eye skill. The skill level of the dragon eye skill increased to 13%. Jun looked ahead. He saw a huge number of ghosts in front of him. Looking at them, he thought that they must be the monsters that he killed or Akasha ate, and all this time they were wandering around here. It's amazing that they got no curse. The ghosts suddenly saw Juna and turned around. They glared at him angrily. Jun took out a dagger and said that it was good. He looked at the ghosts and thought that it was time to check what this artifact was capable of. Jun swung his dagger at the wraiths, but the wraiths flew up and dodged. One of the ghosts still managed to hook Jun. He turned black and the bracelet began to absorb him. A system message appeared in front of him that the number of collected souls is 1. Jun glanced ahead and wondered if he should try the black blade now. He pulled out the dagger. Black energy absorbed its blade. He thought that dark magic power. A system message appeared in front of him that the number of souls collected was 0. Jun thought that such magic is famous for increasing damage and casting a curse on the enemy. This can become a special attribute in battle. Jun walked forward while holding a dagger that had dark energy on it. He waved it in front of him. A dark wave appeared in front of him. A huge stream of darkness shot forward at high speed, destroying everything in its path. Jun looked at this and thought that it was better than he had imagined. There was a small crater left in the rock into which he had sent the charge of the dark soul, and the earth in it immediately rotted away. Jun turned around and saw several ghosts in front of him, and he wondered if this bracelet had such power, so what would happen if you combined it with other skills. With a single swipe of his dagger, he destroyed several ghosts at once, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had collected 5 souls. Jun looked down at his hand, which was covered in dark energy, and then a dark sphere appeared in it. Jun thought fiery anger. A flame appeared in his hand, with a dark sphere in the center. He looked up at her, startled. A second later, an incredible explosion occurred. Jun jumped out of the way in shock and saw a large crater appear in the ground. Looking at it, he wondered what kind of explosion could easily tear apart a man like a lizard or an orc. Jun thought back to the ghosts. He thought that he only used 5 collected souls and got this effect. Jun smiled and wondered what would happen if he did this with all the souls here, and a system message appeared in front of him that the number of souls collected was 150. Jun sat on a small rock and stared at the system message. Looking at it, he wondered if 150 souls was the limit or if he could gain more, but even that would be enough. There were still many ways to increase the power of the explosion. In front of Junui, a system message appeared that Jun received the title Monster Hunter as a reward. Jun thought that it was time to check the rewards for the Battle of Monsters quest. 4 rewards were definitely mentioned in the quest window. In front of Junui, a system message appeared stating that the title Monster Hunter is given to a player who has thrown a lot of monsters into chaos. While hunting monsters, the player can deal powerful damage. Monsters killed by the owner of this title become ghosts and puts a curse on players. Jun thought that so that's why he was followed those ghosts. Another system message appeared in front of him stating that the effect of strength plus 10, agility plus 15 during battle, the chance to deal critical damage increases by 15%, and the aggro power also increases. As Jun pondered what to do next, a system message appeared in front of him, saying that you received the Goblin King's Eye as a reward. The system message said that the Goblin King's Eye be classification of jewels, amulet of category B, description of the Goblin King's Eye, he left it to follow the enemy who killed him even after death. Just putting it on himself, the player can get various effects from the Goblin King's hatred. Can have a negative effect, but if you don't know how to handle it, it can be a good tool for the player. System message, enemy of the Goblin King, the amulet will endow its owner with valor and rage, so that it is not killed by other monsters, under the influence of the spirit of the Goblin King. The player is given courage, damage increases by 10%, and the artifact also protects its owner from external negative effects such as curses and camps. Jun carefully looked at the Goblin King's Eye and thought that it increases damage and protects against curses. After looking at it carefully, he thought that it was particularly well suited to the black bracelet, which also emits rage. Curse rage increases the effect of dark magic, so the damage will be even higher. Jun thought about the next reward. A system message appeared in front of him saying that the classification is a gem of category C+. Description: a stone formed by using the rage of monsters 5 different times, goblins, kobolds, humans, lizards, gnolls, and orcs, contains the abilities of each monster and gives them to the owner. Jun glanced at the shining stone and wondered what he liked about it, that it enhanced several stats. Before Junui appeared a system message that the legs of goblins increases the speed of movement, the kobold's ear separates sensitive hearing, the nose of a gnoll sharpens the sense of smell. The eye of a human-like lizard you can see at a longer distance. Jun thought that the eye of the ear and nose is in addition to his skill-enhanced sense, and hands and feet complement lightning step. Jun held these artifacts in his hands. He smiled and thought that it was as if this artifact was created especially for him. We are taken to Galliod's house, and Jun says thank you for your help. Galliod is sitting at the table opposite Young and asks that he is already leaving. He only has to go through Sector F. Young replies that yes. Galliod looks at Juna with a smile and says that he has already got everything he could hear. Galliod drinks a glass of wine and thinks that he felt it back when he saw that he definitely mastered the lightning step. He's not such a simple guy. Galliod smiled as he thought of brother Juna and wondered if he had ever met someone like this before. Galliod looked at Juna and wondered what the boy's background was. Each of those who enter the tower has its own sad story. These stories become a difficult moment for people and subsequently become their driving force. If a person does not have such a story, then he simply will not be able to leave his world, where he lived quietly, and start passing the tower. June was sitting quietly when suddenly Galliod said something else. Galliod handed June a large sword and said that before he left, let him take it. Looking at the sword, June asked what it was, and Galliod said that it belonged to the guy with whom June was going to fight. He thought that it must be a good weapon, and took it. Jun picked up the sword and looked at it, thinking that it was of medium weight. The blade was strong and comfortable to hold. It was undoubtedly a good sword. Galliod said that if it was useful, then let him use it, and if not, then just let him take it, and then he could sell it to a secret dealer for a high price. Jun put the sword back in its scabbard and thought that he usually used knives or short daggers so that he could hold it in one hand and have a short blade. But as Galliod had said, he would be able to sell it to a secret merchant later for a good price, so it was better to let him take it with him. We are taken to Galliod's house, where he asks that June is feuding with Arandon, and that he will have a hard time in Sector F. June gave Galliod a puzzled look and asked what he was talking about. Galliod replied in confusion that June was not at enmity with Arandon. Galliod glanced at the sword he had given Jun and said that the green charm on this ball was the symbol of Arandon. Jun, looking ahead in fright, realized that this wasn't just a group of scavengers, this was Arandon, Blue Flower Island. Jun sat at the table in fright, thinking that the scavenger group that was destroyed by his brother and uncle, the unexpected appearance of Arandon, the well-organized dungeon with players, and Kang and Doyle who also unexpectedly left. Arandon was behind the scavenger group. All this time they were deceiving other players, saying that they were the ones who had been waiting for the scavenger group. They take care of the security of the tutorial. Jun frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that if Kang and Doyle realized this fact, they might have been captured. Jun thought of Kine and Doyle, then thought, since it's them, they might be able to stand up for themselves, but if it's Arandon, that's another matter entirely. The flag of Arandon appears in front of us. Jun thinks that it is not clear how many players there are and how strong they are. Besides, behind them is the island of Blue Flower, which is one of the 8 strongest clans in the tower. Whether 2 people can cope with them, they have already encountered Arsha once. It seems that in order to the warning will be even stronger. Jun imagined his friends being killed, and he thought that if Kang and Doyle had dealt with Arandon, the rumors would have spread all over East Sector by now, but he hadn't heard anything like this before, so they probably lost the battle. June closed his eyes and wondered Kang Doyle, friends, or just strangers, if he wanted to get involved in this, or if he wanted to stay out of it. Jun introduced them all together. As Kangi Doyle smiles, he looked sadly in front of him, and then he wondered if he should think about it, too. Jun remembered his brother, his last words saying that he was a hero to him, and he hoped that he would stay even after as he goes. Jun put his hand to the watch that hung under his t-shirt and wondered if it was his watch that he had left in his diary. Jun glared in front of him and then thought that they were bastards. The answer was obvious. He remembered his brother being stabbed in the heart by 5 swords. 3 of them belonged to what he called the Lords. 1 belonged to the one he left, and the last one belonged to a friend he trusted. June was standing opposite Galliod. Galliod asked in frustration that June was going to start a war. June asked how Galliod had found out, and Galliod said that he had been a warrior in his day, fighting for his own mouth. He was a fool who thought that the whole point was in battle, and so was June. Galliod smiled and said they were very much alike. Jun glared at Galliod, who went on to say that now he could see the glint in his eyes that meant he was ready to start a war. He had felt it since the first time he met him. He was like a fighter ready to challenge the whole world. But now everything seems much more serious. If he is wrong, then it means that something is wrong with his intuition. Galliod glanced at Juna and asked her if she could help him. Jun looked at Galliod and thought that everything should go smoothly with him. He is one of those who has abilities at the level of rankers. He does not know if he can destroy Arandon if he goes alone. He looked at Galliod and said it was alright. He wondered if his goal wasn't just to find Kang and Doyle. He replied that it was his battle. Galliod asked if Jun was sure of what he was saying, and Jun continued to think that his main goal was to destroy one of the people who killed his brother, Blue Flower Island, and and entrust this matter to someone else to another? No way. Jun looked down and thought that he should definitely take on this war with his own hands. Galliard, standing in front of Juno, said it wouldn't be easy. Jun said nothing was easy. Galliard said it was true. Galliard smiled, and then, looking at Juno, said that he wished him a successful battle then. Jun turned around and started walking away. As he walked along the road, he wondered if Blue Flower Island had established a few topics with people, but what was the reason? If you look at it this way, then these dungeons are quite inefficient structures. If their purpose is to steal artifacts and tokens from ordinary players, then ordinary looting would be enough. But why would they install dungeons that are quite difficult to manage throughout the tutorial? And why did they restore them even after Ardia destroyed them? Jun looked ahead and thought that there must be something that couldn't be detected from the outside, something that could be the most vulnerable point for them. Jun wondered what if he was lucky enough to find out and take matters into his own hands. He smiled and wondered if this would be something he could use to destroy Blue Flower Island. Jun thought of his brother, and wondered if the 8 clans that had crushed Arthia and killed his brother, especially Blue Flower Island, were the one who had plunged the sword into his brother's heart. Jun looked up at the sky, where there were 2 large moons, and he wondered if the war was starting even earlier than he expected. Jun clenched his fist and thought that in that case, he already knew what to do. He should finish all the preparations before the battle started. Jun waved his hand and opened the system message, wondering how much time he had. He looked at the system window and thought that about 4 days, to be more precise, 3.5, is not enough. Jun took a few steps forward and continued to think that during this time he needed to destroy Aranden and finish the passage. He wondered what he should do so that they wouldn't have time to understand anything, and attack without stopping when they ran out of strength to break through in one go and get rid of them entirely, Aranden base and its leadership, everything. Jun glared at the front of his eyes and thought that in just one day, he would end all of this. We are transported to Sector F, where Aranden's base was located. It was getting dark outside, and I could see the stars. The head of Aranden sat on his throne and asked about the masked man's whereabouts. The subject told him that they still couldn't find him, and the entire E sector was burned out. The head remarked that something was bound to happen in the place where he was located. Then, he crossed his arms and rested his head on them, thinking that after the unforeseen battle of the monsters, about 70% of their composition had been destroyed. He is unable to contact the first group, whose members were supposed to become valuable recruits of Blue Flower Island, and the scavenger organization, which was so difficult to restore after the destruction of the shadows, is completely destroyed. And the other members of Aranden were simply swept away, and with them the entire Aranden network spread throughout the tutorial. He deduced that this meant, in fact, the destruction of Aranden, and that all the things accumulated over the years had completely disappeared. It's like a death sentence. He narrowed his eyes as he continued to think about everything, and he decided that by all means, he had to revive Aranden before it got out on the island. Then he leaned his head more firmly on his hands and continued to think that there were about 3 days left, and it was virtually impossible to restore Aranden in that time. Naturally, at the end of the tutorial, they will find out everything, and then he will not get off with a simple punishment. He realized that there was only one way out of this situation. This is to create the same purple stone. He imagined a silhouette covered by the sun, and he knew that if he did that, he would be able to rise in rank, and he was also strongly asked by this person to finish with this item. He was still sitting with his eyes closed, thinking that it was quite a difficult task and he still couldn't complete it. After all, they had their reasons for using players and monsters as materials. Then it suddenly dawned on him and he opened his eyes, and then he began to smile maliciously, because he had already figured out who would be the most suitable victim. He immediately remembered the masked guy. He thinks that Jun will want to catch them off guard somehow, and decides this time he definitely has a better reason. His thought processes were interrupted by a servant who said that they had checked the direction of his movements, and apparently he had entered Sector F, but this is just a guess. After saying this, the chief couldn't stand by, so he ordered Jun to be brought to him, even if they had to search every nook and cranny of Sector F, and quickly. The man started to walk out of the room, and the headman watched him go. The head looked at him with a contemptuous look and thought that he first needed to finish collecting the remaining materials. We get to some place where someone comes around the corner. These are 3 people from the Aranden Guild who have come to ask how someone is doing. It was Hyung and Doyle who were tied up and beaten to a pulp. Hyung was very angry when he saw them. Then the 3 of them moved closer to them, and Hyung yelled at them that they had something to say to them. Wasn't it enough that they were threatening them? And those, without a drop of sympathy, said that they just wanted to show them something. Build stood with his arms crossed and said that Hyung and Doyle would just become consumable stone, and his face was terribly nasty. Hyung opened his eyes wide in fright and asked what kind of rock it was, but he knew that this was a thing that could be done by sacrificing players captured by Aranden and the scavengers, a consequence of a dirty experiment. The purple stone was lying in a pool of blood, and Hyung knew it was something that shouldn't exist at all. That guy from the 3 said that originally they were going to slowly draw out the energy from their bodies, but unfortunately, now they need to hurry up. Ah Hyung was very angry when he heard this, so he called them names, and the thug replied that they should actually be happy, because they just reduced their suffering for a day. Then these guys started looking at each other, and then they just turned away from Hyung and Doyle, looking through the doorway. Hyung sat on the floor, covered in blood and grinning, thinking that he didn't care if he died because of his reckless bravery. But then he looked at Doyle, and then he was very upset. Hyung started to stare at him, thinking that as soon as he thought about Doyle being subjected to the same circumstances as him, he felt really sorry for taking him the wrong way, because this kid who left home trusted only him. Hyung looked at him and thought that if only he could somehow free him, but then he started looking down and baring his teeth, realizing that he was powerless right now. Hyung squeezed his eyes shut in resentment, thinking that this time it was all happening again. All of a sudden, there was a rumble everywhere, which scared both Hyung and the other bandits. Build looked up, not understanding what was happening, because this place was specially located so that those inside were protected from earthquakes. One of his subjects came running to him and started shouting that there was an invader outside. Build was very angry that the veins were already bulging on his cheeks and began to ask where he was. And one question was spinning in his mind: why now? There were huge explosions all over the castle, and the people of Aranon stood in fear and defended themselves as best they could, using magic, swords, and so on. Out of the smoke came our Jun. A blue fire lit up in his eyes, ready to blow everything up there. Jun then activated the goblin's leg skill so that they were covered in a red aura. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, knives in hand. And in a very short time, I was in front of one of Arandon's guys, so he immediately started beating him up. Jun was standing with his knives crossed, and the same guy was falling in front of him. Just under his jacket, there was a necklace made of an eye that shone brightly, because this Goblin King's eye had detected an invisible danger nearby. Jun jumped away from where he was standing, and about 3 huge swords fell right there in the same second. It was the 3 Arandon guys who were standing there looking very scared after they saw that Jun was able to dodge them. So he started running at them, activating the black blade. Jun killed them all, and all we see is a notification that 115 souls were collected, and then 118. The rest of the squad, as soon as they saw what Jun had done to the other 3, started running, shouting that he wasn't human at all. Jun activated the black magic above his hand. This black ball ended up right next to the head of one of those guys, which really scared him. When suddenly this ball explodes with great power. They stand and stare at Jun, who is waving his arms, and they don't understand how this is even possible. Then Jun turned to look at them, too, and his gaze was piercing and terrible. The 2 of them broke out in a cold sweat, and their foreheads turned blue with fear. Jun started walking towards them, saying that since they didn't go to him, he would go to them now. He was serious in his words, and his gaze was cold-blooded. When suddenly he is shouted from afar to stop. Jun raised his head to look at the person shouting at him from the tower. It was a Build with his squad. Those 2 guys who were scared to death began to rejoice because their master Build came to them, who will save them. Build stood in the middle of the squad and shouted that the mask had come again. The head looked down with a haughty look, reproaching Jun for hiding somewhere all this time. And then he started shouting that now he dared to show up so brazenly. There was a certain evil energy around him. Jun felt it, because his energy seems very familiar to him. Jun began to wonder how he could have known such a powerful aura, or even if he could have seen this person. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide as he realized who was standing in front of him. He recalled the words of his brother, who said that the swords that were stabbed into him were 5 in all. 3 of them are from those he called lords, and one of the swords is from his beloved. He remembers how his brother was good-natured to everyone and went with a smile, because the last sword was from someone he trusted and called his friend. It was Lion. Lion had plunged his sword right into his brother's chest, and Jun thought that the man his brother considered his friend and trusted, the man who could safely be trusted to cover his rear. However, he betrayed the trust and simply plunged the sword into his brother's heart. Behind Lion, there was a crowd of people, and all the players who were next to him, whom Lion called brothers. Among the crowd, there was another person who only grinned after stabbing his brother with a sword. It was Bill. Jun was very angry when he realized who was standing in front of him. Jun activated all of his power so that he shone with a blue aura and said that this would be his first gift for his brother. Bill, standing on his tower, spoke to a man from his squad, who turned to him, asking what had happened. And Build ordered him to send a message to Blue Flower Island, saying that Arandon was attacked by a strange guy. But then his head explodes, which surprised Build very much. That transmitter just fell down, bloodying everything around it. It was Jun who pointed his sword at Build and told him to stop doing these useless things, because he was going to attack, so let him attack. Jun looked at him with cold eyes, saying that it was very good that at least he wasn't going to run away. This stung Build so much that he was very angry, so he started to pull out the sword from behind his back. And then he got into a fighting stance, saying that Jun wouldn't have run amok here if he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve. The ground began to crack under his feet, and he immediately launched an attack on Jun, so it happened in the blink of an eye. He shouted that he would show him how useless skills were to him, and he didn't know yet that he was saying this for nothing. Build attacks Jun, who blocks his blows with his knives. In the next blow, he dodges, ducking down, and immediately makes a counterattack, swinging the knife up, but Build was also able to dodge it. But not all of it, because Jun still got the edge of the knife up to his neck, and Jun knew that Build was one of those Blue Flower Island players who focused on capturing. Jun stared at him and didn't understand how he ended up in Arandon, which is centered in the tutorial. He imagined how Build was standing with his back to some partner and he was haunted by those scavengers. Arandon himself, Blue Flower Island in dungeons with players, and the head of this bunch was Build himself and the one who is behind him. Jun imagined him plunging his bloody knife into them, because Lyant had become part of Blue Flower Island at the cost of killing his brother. Jun imagined that Lyant was standing there looking up at the others, because he was not happy that he could not become the head of the island. There was an angry grin on Lion's face, and Jun guessed that if he was up to something, Arandan would be the best cover for his plans. Jun started throwing punches back, which Bill barely managed to defend against. Jun dodges the blow with a jump, and Bill doesn't understand how this is even possible. And Jun doesn't waste any time or opportunity, so she flies straight into Bill's face. There was a boot print and blood on his face. Jun jumped away from him, and he started wiping his face. He was very angry that Jun was able to hit him, and the main character just smiled, which was not noticeable under the mask. Then he bent over with a smile, saying that Bill didn't know how to fight at all. But then, with a completely serious look and tone, Jun says that he thought that Bill could fight properly, but it seems that his skills have become weaker during the time that he spent among the newcomers. This scared Bill a lot, because he didn't know how the masked guy knew him. Jun stood there with his swords pointed at him, his whole body ablaze with blue fire. Bill was very interested in who was hiding behind this mask. Jun started using his skills with his eyes, realizing that he now needed to use all of his magic to the fullest. In his eyes, you could see the reflection of Bill, who was twisting his face in fear. And then, after a while, we see someone on the tower, and then Bill coughs up blood. Bill was left without an arm, so he was bleeding and holding on to scraps of skin. Jun started walking toward him. He was getting closer and closer, but suddenly his subjects jumped out in front of him, blocking the way and shouting for him to stop. Jun was angry, so he activated the Black Blade skill. Well, in one blow, he cut 3 people. They were standing right in front of him, and Jun was very cold-blooded. There was a pile of corpses between Bill and Jun, and Bill started waving his hand and shouting for someone to stop him. Everyone in his squad was trembling and didn't dare to do this, and he kept shouting out of desperation to finally be stopped. Suddenly, a chip was activated that turned everyone into obedient zombies. Bill looked ahead with a very displeased face and thought about how he had used the puppet skill, but he had never used this skill before, but apparently now he would have to. Therefore, those most obedient zombies began to stand in front of the build, covering it with their body. Bill decided to take advantage of the moment, so he got up and ran, because he needed the same stone, because if he had it, he could kill the guy in the mask. Well, at this point, those zombies blocked the passage to the build. Jun looked at them with a twinkle in his eye. Jun kills another subject with a blow to the back of the neck. Jun was standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses and blood. After all, he had just virtually destroyed all of Arandan. His mask was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with anger because he didn't kill only one person, and that was Bill. We're transported to the same dungeon where Hyung and Doyle were. Hyung looked up and asked Doyle what was going on up there. Why was it so loud? They just wanted to do a good thing and ended up being buried alive here, so how could they be so unlucky? Then he turns around, surprised, because Doyle said they should talk straight. Doyle looked very upset, saying that it wasn't Hyung who was the loser, but himself, because he just followed him and ended up in this situation. They started fighting, and Hyung yelled at him, saying that he was sitting there with him because he was very lucky, and Doyle said that it just wasn't his day. Hyung was still a little angry, and Doyle was still smiling, because Hyung had told him that he was being mean today. Doyle replied that he had made a promise to himself long ago that if he was going to die, he would contradict him at least once. Hyung replied that he spoke as if he had always played the role of an obedient little brother. Then they decided not to argue any further, because if they continue to quarrel, then nothing good will come of it. Hyung then asked him what he thought Jun was doing right now. Doyle looked at him with a touching look, and then he started looking up, saying that he didn't even know, because he was fine without them, so most likely he was already heading to Sector G. Hyung laughed, saying that if he had known they would be in this situation, he might have told him about the hidden part, so he could have used it instead. Suddenly, Hyung is very surprised, because Jun said that he can now tell about her. Jun was standing in the doorway, and a shadow was coming straight for the boys. They were both open-mouthed and very happy to see Jun. He stood and watched them, and they shouted his name. After that, he removed their shackles, saying that they didn't look so. Doyle crossed his arms and almost cried, then asked how he got here in the first place. Hyung stood with his hand on his neck, and Jun said that he was just passing by and decided to stop by. Hyung closed his eyes and thought about how he was a little rude when they parted, but still, Hyung thanked him for saving them. Then Jun spread out his hands and said that if he was really grateful, maybe he could tell him about that hidden part of the tutorial. Hyung was taken aback, so he asked what he wanted to make a deal out of it. But then he just smiled sweetly. He started to straighten his shoulders, thinking that somehow his whole body was aching from the pain. He wasn't sure if he could escape from there in this state. Hyung and Doyle looked at each other, and Doyle also thought that in this state, they would only become a burden to Jun. They won't just forget it, and he's very grateful that he came, but Doyle thinks it would be better if he left them now. Hyung smiled and said that they would take care of the rest. But Jun just interrupted them and said that all the members of Arandan are dead, so they don't have to worry. Hyung started shouting in surprise that it was really possible that he was even talking. But Doyle believed him and said with a smile that he understood that Jun had just dealt with everything. And Jun, looking at him, said that it was true. Hyung started to glare at Jun and ask why he ignored his question. But he immediately answered Doyle's question, but Jun just turned away. Hyung was Milo angry, thinking that he couldn't even hit him. But then Hyung was surprised to find out that Bill was still alive. And then he pointed down, asking if he didn't go down, and Jun asked if there was something down there, and he guessed that Bill was definitely hiding something. Hyung rubbed his chin, saying that he didn't really know what they were up to, but they were definitely using sacrifices to make something. After a while, the guys were already in the same basement, where there were a huge number of rooms and there was blood all around. They all looked around, and Jun thought that these were dungeons that they hid well. As they moved further and further away, Jun's thoughts were still creepy because he felt that the whole place smelled of corpses. He couldn't even imagine how many people they were keeping here. There was blood coming out from under the doors, and Jun wondered if there must have been people here a couple of days ago or if they decided to do a cleanup operation in that time. Jun imagined that a person was lying in the middle of a pentagram, because among the ingredients that can be used in alchemy, the most expensive are human flesh and soul. Not only is it inhumane, but it's also very dangerous. Therefore, sacrifice is strictly forbidden in the tower. But despite this, they are going to do something with the help of many souls and flesh. Jun was wary and kept thinking that everything they were doing from beginning to end was causing problems. After all, one way or another, the build is trapped. He'd picked up the knife to finish what he'd started, he'd saved Hyung and Doyle, and now all he had to do was catch up with Build and kill him. Suddenly, he heard some eerie sounds, so he turned around to look. There were a huge number of ghosts standing behind him. They surrounded him, and he guessed that they were the souls of the players who had become victims, so he asked them if they wanted to help him. The spirits began to move, indicating that they only agreed. But then they were surprised, because he said that then he has one condition. Jun was smiling mischievously behind his mask and asked if they wanted to listen. At that moment, Build ran panting into the potion room, holding onto the door. Panting, he reached for the potions. He was so tired that he just stood up and looked down, and right in front of him was that rare stone. With trembling hands, he reached for this stone, thinking that so much strength had been lost because of this stone. All this time, while his comrades were climbing the career ladder, he waited patiently and put all his strength into this stone. One day, he was going to pass this thing to his master to help him be reborn as a true king. Holding the stone in his hands, he was either scared or angry, but he looked at it, and then he just swallowed it, shoving it with his hand and saying that he had to survive now. This stone shone with a bright blue aura, and Build recalled the words of Lion, who said that if you only swallow this stone, then a huge magic power can be born inside it. But he also said that there can be two different outcomes. Either the body will not withstand such a large amount of magic power and will break, or it will perceive it and radically change. However, if the stone is fully completed, then the first option with death will disappear. He absorbed the stone and waited for the effect. He had waited so long, so he could only hope that this stone was close to completion. Then he started looking at his hand and asking why it wasn't working, because the reaction should have been there right away. He was very angry, not understanding what had happened. He thought that he might have missed something. Build was so angry that he repeated the word why, when suddenly Jun appeared behind him, who said that this is where the place where he decided to hide. From this, Build already had capillaries in his eyes. He was sweating profusely, and his teeth were bared as Jun stood behind him and just didn't say anything. Build then turned to Jun, who was just standing there. But then his eyes lit up and he asked that this was the stone they wanted to create, and it didn't look anything special. Build clutched at his heart, not understanding why nothing was working, and Jun noticed and asked if something had gone wrong. Build began to cry out of frustration and fear. Then he tried to point with his hand, which is no longer there, and shout what why? Why is he? What does he want from them at all? Because he didn't do anything to him. Build leaned his elbows on the table in fear, still shouting that why was he fighting them? Because they had nothing to do with him, why did he invade them? Jun started to take off his mask, then just threw it on the floor and said, why do you ask? Why am I feuding with you? Will this answer work? At that moment, Build opened his eyes so wide in surprise, and then completely, a memory immediately flashed in his mind. After all, this was the brother of the guy he had brutally killed. Build's legs began to give out, and then he turned blue with fright, saying that this can't be happening. Jun started walking towards him, saying that they didn't seem to know how much he missed them. Jun was genuinely smiling, and behind him, it was like the ghost of his brother. They were so similar that they were barely distinguishable, which Build couldn't either, so he couldn't figure out how Sa Doyeon got there. The glass began to crack, and Jun thought that while he was torturing Build, he had learned a lot. My brother died, and Ardia was disbanded, so the goals of the 8 Clans Alliance disappeared along with them, and the tower underwent a lot of changes. The 3 paths that had footprints on them were a representation of Jun's words, which said that the distribution of power had changed dramatically and the former Ardia members had to go their separate ways. Each of them could now get their hands on what they wanted, but someone's life was ruined halfway through. Jun looked down with a frustrated look and kept thinking that if only someone, at least one of them, would feel a little sorry for what they had done. Jun sat on Build's body, knowing that for all of them, the incident with his brother was just an ordinary matter. Build was lying there covered in blood and missing some teeth, begging him to kill him already. Jun, still sitting on it, turned to look, and it was still begging to be killed. But Jun, with a very contemptuous look, replied that what should he do, and then asked if he knew the story about the frog who did everything the other way around. Well, now Jun understands him perfectly. Build didn't say anything other than a plea for death, and Jun just told him that there were many others besides him who would like to see him. So he just snaps his fingers, and at the same time, the souls of those who were killed there appear behind him. They were all eerie and dark, and Jun thought that the evil spirits previously bound to the dungeons had been freed by a black bracelet. He lifted his mask, thinking that the dead who were the ingredients for this stone, they were so eager to take revenge on Build that they became his minions. Jun just started walking away, and those dead souls started flying straight at Bill. They came close to his face, causing Bill to squeal in fear. Then he crawled after Jun, saying that he told him everything, just like he wanted to. As Jun walked away, Bill reached out to him and kept begging him to kill him. The spirits held his body, and he cried and screamed for death. After a while, Jun stands in the middle of the ruins and turns his head, thinking that he needs to blow up Arandon's base. And those evil spirits seem to have finished their work. Then he notices something. This is the body of Bill, who is completely blackened by those spirits. Jun sat down next to him and thought that he wanted to get out of here somehow because he was so hungry for death. His entire body was charred and then just crumbled into dust, after which the very stone that he had absorbed fell out of him. This stone remained completely intact. The notice said it was just a purple stone that couldn't be identified. He was thinking that it was impossible to identify it and use it too. These items are usually classified as Category F items, and he understood that so many people had been sacrificed for this failed experiment. Then he reached for the stone, deciding that there was nothing left but to throw it away. And then he just decided that it was better to take it now because later it would probably find a use. As soon as he picked up this stone, his entire hand began to glow with a purple glow. Jun held it up in front of him in surprise and then saw that it was being absorbed into his hand. All that purple energy flowed from his hand straight to his heart. Jun stared at his chest in surprise, realizing that it was as if the stone had become part of his magic chain, even though he didn't want it to. He decided to look at the characteristics of this stone, and there everything was in question marks. That is, he does not know anything about it even through the system. But then another notification appears, which says that this artifact is unique. There are no items like this stone in the entire tower. It is impossible to identify the quality, class, etc. features items. This artifact is not completed yet, and he needs to complete it in order to gain access to hidden information. Jun points at the notification and is glad that he finally understands something. He crossed his arms and thought that this wasn't a defective item, nor was it a low-quality item, but it was just incomplete, but a special procedure was needed to complete it. He has no choice but to hold it close to his heart until it's finished, and it still doesn't have any effect. Jun took his hand off his heart, thinking that even if it was a little unpleasant, he would have to. Then he turned his head and realized that he was standing in the middle of the ruins of Arandon, so he decided that it was over. Then he's standing in the middle of some sharp rocks in the middle of the night. When he got to one of the rocks, he said that it was all over, so they could go out. Hyung and Doyle came out from behind a rock, a huge smile on their faces. They both started walking towards Jun, and Hyung noticed that even though he always felt this way, his level was really different. Jun pretended not to understand what he was saying. Hyung spread his hands with a smile and said that what he meant was that Jun had caused all the chaos. He even wondered what they had done to him that would make him decide to destroy an entire clan. Jun just spread his hands in a position that he didn't know, and Hyung was actually surprised by it, like it was a mystery. And then Doyle came up to him and asked him what about the build. Jun replied that he had killed him. Hyung was standing with his arms crossed and smiling, but Doyle was very surprised by this information. But then he also started smiling sweetly, saying that it was good. But in reality, that smile wasn't real, and he immediately started to feel sad. Doyle stared off into the distance, thinking that Blue Flower Island wouldn't allow such a thing. He would like to deal with Build himself with his own hands. But then he remembers how June coldly persuaded him not to save people, and he realizes that he is not so brave, and this is just his recklessness, because to vent his anger, he first needs to gain strength. Doyle looks down in frustration, thinking that in the future he will not lose to anyone, no matter how strong the enemy is. Doyle held his chest, and Hyung looked at him. But soon Hyung just fell to the ground, saying that all these scoundrels are dead, so now the end is not far off, and he is very broken and this is bad. He only took a couple of steps, and he is already sick. He turned to Doyle, who was looking at him nervously. Hyung looked at Doyle and said that it seemed like their journey ended at this point. Doyle stared without much emotion at first, but then started to smile, saying that whatever it was, he thought so too. Then they both looked at June, and Hyung asked him where he was going now, and assumed that he was going to Sector G, to which he replied that he was, and that was exactly where he was going. They threw a huge bag of something into Jun's hands, saying that he should take it. He was looking at it in great surprise. After all, when he opened the bag, he saw there the very crown and a huge number of tokens. The guys said it was all they and Doyle had put together in that time, and some of it was used, and some of it wasn't. Jun squeezed the bag, saying that if they were trying to pay him back like that, they shouldn't. Hyung started waving his hand with a smile, saying that it wasn't like that. He and Doyle were standing next to each other, and Hyung happily said that they were leaving the tutorial. These words surprised Jun so much that he opened his eyes wide. Hyung leaned on his arm and said that in truth, while he was wreaking havoc there, he and Doyle had a serious discussion. They wouldn't be able to go to Sector G in their current state, they wouldn't be able to keep their ranking either, and they might get caught by other players again. Doyle also added that this is why they decided to calmly withdraw from this round in order to try again. Jun held the bag and just listened to them, They think that there is no point in their further passage, because they will not be able to achieve the first and second places, and Jun knew that the player who can climb to the first place will get the corresponding prize. That's why he tries so hard to accumulate as many points as possible. Then there was an awkward pause as he realized something, so he went up to Doyle and asked that if you quit a round, you can start again, and Doyle was surprised to ask that he didn't know about it, because there were a lot of players who tried to complete the tutorial several times in the beginning. They fight until they get the right to enter the tower. At this moment, Jun just fell apart because he had always thought that this place could only be entered once in a lifetime. He was angry, remembering his brother's words that there were no special notes in his brother's diary either. That is, all this time he was doing so many unreasonable things, although he could have done nothing at all. He imagined the door that serves as the entrance to the tower and thought that although there is no specific opening period for the tutorial, the tower itself opens it when the right time comes. Although you can try again next time, but no one knows how long you will have to wait. He looked at the guys and realized that somehow, he was having fun. He even managed to grab Bill. There was a genuine smile behind his mask. He looked at these two guys and realized that he was able to meet two good players. He was still holding the bag in his hand and asked them what they wanted him to keep, and Hyung shrugged and said that somehow it was better that someone could use it than just throw it away. And then, as if completely soaked in hatred, he said that Pant and Edora, he can beat them, and then began to giggle. Doyle scowled at him and told him that he was aware that he looked inappropriate right now, and Doyle told him to shut up. While the two of them were arguing that they couldn't just blame it on Jun, Jun stood there and wondered who Pant and Edora were. He represents two silhouettes, a man and a woman, because he has already heard and seen these names more than once. And every time he checks the tutorial's rating, these names adorn the tops. He stared intently and knew that he was also going to run into them in Sector G. Just as Hyung was grabbing Doyle by the scruff of the neck, Jun asked who these people were. He looked at them, and they said that these people are monsters. Hyung looked very angry, telling them that he had tried so many times to surpass them, but it was useless, it was just impossible, they were monsters of some sort. Hyung narrowed his eyes nervously and said that's why he should take the token bag and get to the first place. Hyung put his hand on his shoulder, winked, and snapped his fingers, saying that they were basically giving up their place to him. Isn't that cool? Jun was smiling sincerely again, as if these guys had become his friends. Hyung looked at him, and Jun said that he would do his best for them, and he said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. This is exactly what a man should show on the battlefield. Friendship and a competitive spirit, that was exactly what he wanted to see. It looked pretty weird from Doyle's side, so he looked at Hyung like he was weird. And at that moment, Jun started to put on that very crowd. As soon as he put it on, the guys started laughing so loudly at him. He looked at them and said nothing while they wiped away their tears of laughter. But Jun looked at the time that remained until the end and realized that there was a little more than a day left, and it would be the last sector. There was absolutely nothing left, so he had to break through. And now the time has come when the tutorial is already ending. He was underground, thinking that the hidden part of the tutorial that required Hargan's crown was in the deepest place, the Echidna's lair. Kang and Doyle told him about it, and they also told him how to get there. He descended into this lair, gradually destroying the Echidnas until he reached the last location, where he encountered the boss. Jun was standing in front of a huge beaver bear. This monster let out a roar, and Jun knew that it was very strong and compared it in strength to Akasha. But he doesn't care about this boss at all, because if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have Hargan's crown, then who knows if he would have stayed buried alive in this lair or maybe even been killed by this boss altogether. After the battle with this boss, Jun was very tired, so he was dripping with sweat. As soon as he defeated the boss, a sword shone in the rock just above. This sword protruded directly from the stone and was illuminated by the sun. Jun grabbed this sword, which was called Vigrid. He pulled it out of the stone with ease, knowing that it was the last detail Khan and Doyle had prepared for Pant and Edora. Jun was examining this sword. Someone was watching Jun and giggling happily, saying that no matter how you look at it, this person is really very greedy. A goblin sat among the many screens and watched Jun, saying that he had killed Akasha and even Arendon had been dealt with, and now he had also reached Vigrid. The goblin was scratching his chin and still watching Jun, saying out loud that even though he entered the tutorial a week late, he still got hold of these hidden items that seemed to be waiting for him. The player who breaks an Arendon, the more he watches it, the more interesting it becomes. Then he says with a malicious smile that there are no more than 12 hours left until the end of the tutorial, so what else can he show during this time? Goblin started to turn around and point his fingers at the screen, saying that this show should be even more interesting, because only he knows about everything. He taps the security icon with his finger, saying that only the highest ranking moderators can restrict access to these posts. This icon lit up in red, and the goblin said that among the moderators there were also those who neglect their duties and go to various deals with players. Therefore, it is better for him to hide it in order to avoid bad consequences. But then he went back to watching Jun again. The notification said that he entered the last zone of the tutorial, which is Sector G. In front of him was a stairway straight up to heaven on some island. As he got closer and closer, he realized that he had finally reached there, and this was the last step. The notice said that the G sector trial had started, and Jun was thinking that this trial was similar to what happened in zones E and F, where you had to collect tokens. Another notice said that in this sector you can steal merit points from another player. To do this, he needs to defeat him in a duel. He must show what he is capable of by defeating the maximum number of players and getting the maximum number of points. Jun read this and realized that compared to the previous sectors, the confrontation between the players here is open. Jun looked down at the various locations below him and thought about how this place is chaotic because of this. Everyone is fighting in fierce duels, and his brother said only two things about this place. Walking down the stairs, he remembered these two things, and they sounded terrible. It was a battle royale and chaos. Jun was still climbing up, realizing that this was the place where battles between the best players took place. And as soon as he got to the top, he realized that it also meant that this was a place where everything was changing fast, where the most unexpected turn of events could happen. There was wind everywhere, and he stared ahead in surprise. There was a crowd of players, and he didn't understand what kind of powerful aura it was. The guys stood there in shock, not understanding what kind of monsters were ahead of them. Suddenly, laughter can be heard all over the platform, and someone's fangs can be seen. It was the purple-haired guy who was giving off this energy. He shouted that it was funny to see them go out of their way not to fail. Ah-jun noticed that there was a girl standing behind him. He was looking at her intently. The guy had a sharp fang sticking out, and the girl had purple hair and a horn on her temple. These two one-horned ones are Pant and Edora. A man with one horn hits the ground. Jun thinks they're one-horned, and among all the creatures of the tower, only they are called embodiments of the martial art. All the knights around are confused. Jun stands motionless in the mask and thinks it's him. This one-horned man stretches out his hand and smiles. He talks about what he's doing here, and if he didn't come here to grab him. Jun thinks that this player is a Pant, and Pant says that he should attack and not stand there idle. He starts to smile, opening his mouth, and it says otherwise, after which, he runs straight at Jun with his fists, saying that he would attack by himself. After that, all the soldiers are shocked. They put up their shields and start defending themselves. Speaking of which, I need to stop him. Pant smiles and an aura begins to radiate from his fist. It hits players, smashing their shields to splinters. He smiles, saying that they are so weak, and these shields are also weak. After that, he hits one of the players in the stomach, sending them flying. Speaking of who he was going to stop with this, he then punches the other player in the face and a tooth comes out of his mouth. He says they can't even handle a garden scarecrow with that much power, hitting 3 men, and all the other soldiers with their weapons stand in shock and watch in silence. The bank turns around, holding one of the soldiers who has been beaten until he bleeds, and they look at the soldiers, who are beginning to get very worried and fear. He lowers this soldier down, turning his head. Everyone else is standing there in shock, their faces turning blue. Pant smiles. He attacks all these soldiers, hitting them and destroying them in one hit. Speaking of not having them standing in pillars, have you done anything yet? Jun is watching it all, looking at how he destroyed all the soldiers in front of him, thinking that he's strong, and Jun steps forward, right up to the soldiers on the floor. He thinks about how it's no wonder they killed Akasha so easily, and Jun starts looking at the girl standing there with the red gun. He thinks that there is another one. He stares at this girl with purple hair and one horn, holding a gun, thinking that it was Edora. This is his younger sister Panta. This is an unsurpassed player who occupies the first place in the rating, and how he told her something about Edora. Holding up his finger, the red-haired man says that Pant is strong to the point of insanity, and it creates the feeling of a huge insurmountable mountain. Then, as he approaches Jun, he holds his chin and tells him that Edora is a different matter. He leaves memories say that she is much softer than Pant, but it is absolutely impossible to calculate it, and when he sees it, it feels like he's looking into a bottomless sea, remembering her golden eyes. That's why it's scary. Even if there was a tallest mountain in front of her, they would still be able to see the peak, but it's not so easy to see the sea floor. Jun, turning to face her, doesn't think that he seems to understand what Kang meant. It's like she's hiding something. He tries to look at her and her entire lower body is covered in darkness. He thinks about how huge and terrifying it is. Then she notices him staring at her and wonders what it is. Edora turns to Jun, who continues to stare at her. He looks her straight in the eye and says that she has a very calm look, and it caught up with him. She continues to stare at Jun, and he wonders if something lurking inside her is watching him. Then she starts to smile. Jun looks at her and wonders if she's noticed him. Then he smiles, turning away, thinking that he wanted to observe the situation a little more, and that it was probably time for her to finish. He watched from afar, after which, he picks up his backpack and walks over to her and puts his hand in the same backpack. He thinks that there's nothing he can do. He takes the bag out of his backpack and thinks about showing it to me. He steps forward. After that, he knocks over this bag. A lot of blue pearls fall out of it. The soldiers were very surprised at what a huge mountain they were falling on. They talk about what this guy is doing and why he's scattering them. And was he really going to give up after losing to the mole? And what a waste is that? Edora stands and stares at it in surprise, her mouth hanging open, while one of the soldiers says that he could just give them to him. And Panta notices it as she turns around. While people are shouting that he is crazy and how much he decided to throw away, 1,000 or even a few, they all froze in silence before Jun emptied the bag of pearls. Jun says conversion. Then these pearls start to shine. The system sends you a notification that all tokens collected in Sector E and F have been successfully converted into merit points and added to your main account. After that, a golden pearl flies to his hands, and the system sends notifications that the tutorial rating has been updated. And the system sends notifications that June appears on the first place in the rating with a score of 109,984 points. On the second place is Edora with a score of 68,230 points, and she looks at him in shock. And the soldiers nearby are watching Jun with surprise and say that this can't be happening. And since this round started, this is the first time in the tutorial that he's seen someone break out to first place. Jun thinks that the bait is abandoned. Is he taking his gun out of his briefcase? And he thinks that now it's time to try it out. Drawing his blade, he points it directly at Edora. A blue aura begins to surround this sword. The system sends notifications that this is a bigri. The classification is unknown. The category is unknown. Description: in this long-forgotten silver age, there was a holy sword. All the greatest heroes of that time wanted to take possession of it. However, this sword had passed through many heroes and absorbed a huge amount of blood, eventually transformed into a demonic weapon. Even after passing through several eras, this holy sword was unable to regain its original form. In order to return this weapon to its original appearance, special conditions must be met. Most of the abilities are hidden. In order to open them, you need to have a certain classification or meet special conditions. After that, a huge amount of blue aura appears around Jun. All the people watching this fell under the currents of this aura. They shout about what it is and what kind of artifact it is. Many people watch this with fear. They think that such a powerful weapon really exists. And where did he dig up such an artifact? And did they see his score in the ranking? And they, even if they share this tasty morsel at all, they will still be able to rise in the ranking. They look at Jun, who is holding the sword, thinking about the fact that it's also a solo player who doesn't have a team. And that means, what if they get him? After that, all these players start to smile, thinking that it will not entail any consequences. One of them thinks that even if he is as strong as Edora or Panta, and no matter how strong he is, the players all gather together and smile as they look at Junov, thinking about whether he would be able to stand up to such a huge number of players. Originally, Vigrid was a battlefield where divine beings and a hero fought, showing how Snow White this sword is. However, his current available abilities are quite impressive. After that, Jun makes a swing, thinking about what his ability is. He is holding onto this sword with two hands, using the blessing of the sword, and a blue-black aura begins to surround him everywhere. All players standing nearby begin to cover their ears at the loud sound. The system sends notifications that the blessing of the sword, the hatred of previous owners fed into this weapon, changes its divine powers to a curse. Jun thinks about how Kang and Doyle both paid special attention to this particular ability, and the system says that the demonic energy that accumulates in the blade of a weapon increases the proficiency of the force and the number of opponents, and you will also get a chance to deal critical damage. Then Jun remembers Kang and Doyle standing together and talking. Kang says that the power of this weapon will increase in proportion to the strength of Panta and Edora, and he says for a long time that this way he will be able to match their strength. Jun recalls that Kang said that this is one of the easiest ways to beat the outstanding Banta and Edora in the ranking. Then a black aura begins to wrap around Jun. He thinks that all he has to do is go through the last sector. After that, all players try to hide with their hands from the huge hurricane of black aura surrounding Jun, and he thinks about the need to accumulate demonic energy in advance, so first deal with this trifle. While these players are shouting about what it is and do not understand what is happening, then Jun runs forward. Players are shouting that this is very dangerous. They start to move away and, clearly frightened, tell everyone to defend themselves. After that, Jun strikes at the players. They scream and fall. A huge amount of dust rises everywhere, and all players cover themselves with their hands. One of these players opens his eyes and, clearly worried, says that what a relief that he is alive. After that, the dust clouds dissipate. The player notices Jun standing in front with his weapon, and there are a lot of dead players lying around them. He starts screaming and panicking, and Jun looks ahead, thinking that even though Kang and Doyle mostly talked about blessing this weapon, he watches as all the players' carcasses start to turn green, and Jun thinks about the fact that this sword actually has another good enough ability. And while all players approach one of the corpses, which glows green, they panic, poking at it with their swords and wondering what it is. After that, this green smoke begins to dissipate and falls on other players standing nearby. One of these guys got him into the game, and he says he doesn't like it. Then the player understands something. The system sends notifications about the blessing of poison. At the moment of applying the last blow to the enemy, a curse begins to work on everyone who is nearby. Infected players have a reduced defense level and movement speed. The ability is hidden. After that, all nearby players begin to be covered with this green fog. They grab their necks and tell them what it is and how it's possible. Jun then grabs one of them by the head and stabs him with her weapon, while one of them coughs, saying that the curse. Jun rushes forward, destroying enemy after enemy, while they scream in pain and fly in different directions. Jun looks at all of this and thinks that it looks like he's done with these losers. After that, the clouds of dust begin to disperse, and among the many corpses, he notices Edora standing from afar. He thinks about her and looks at her. Then it appears right in front of her. Can't. He slams his fists apart and stands right in front of her. He smiles and starts laughing, clearly angry. He says it's okay, after which his eyes start to glow gold, and he says that he's been waiting for this for a long time. And the real battle, they're these little losers. After which, he turns to Edora and asks with a smile if he can go. And he starts scratching his head while Edora looks at him in disbelief. She asks him if he ever asked her permission at all, to which Pant replies that well, it doesn't matter. Then Edora lowers her eyes and smiles. She says she won't tell her father anything. Then Pant turns his back on her and punches himself, smiling. He says then he went, to which Edora tells him to leave it there. After that, Pant gives her 2 golden balls on a string. He scratches his head and says yes, he almost forgot. Edora takes them and looks at them. These balls start to shine. The system indicates that the tutorial rating has been updated. After that, the system says that Edora appears on the first place and Jun moves to 2. After that, the players who watched this were very surprised. They talk about how crazy it is, no matter how close they are. But it's so easy to give away 60,000 points. Because of these points, everyone in the tutorial is ready to give up their lives. At which Pant looks at them and smiles. He tells them not to compare them to themselves, and they originally had different levels with him. And Pant smiles as Jun stares at him from among the many corpses. Pant thinks that he hopes that he will fight to his full potential. After that, he stands up in a stance and inhales the air. He thinks that only his one-horned clan knows this. Then he looks at Jun, thinking about their ancestral martial skills and secret technique. Pant starts to smile and glow yellow. Lightning appears everywhere. He's thinking about using the Thunder Fist, and he attacks Jun in a flash of golden light. Speaking of which, he'll just take away all his points. He appears right in front of Jun's face with a smile. At this moment, Jun uses her weapon and a dark blue aura appears everywhere. Both the lightning aura and the sword aura collide. There are many corpses of players everywhere. In the center of the field stands Jun with the antler, and Pant, standing up, says that he doesn't seem so bad after all. He starts to smile and say that he is even more than good. Then Pant holds out his hand and smiles, shouting that it's great where to start. Jun holds the blade to her and steps back a little. Then he sticks it in the ground, and Pant watches as cracks and rumbles appear everywhere. He looks at Jun and thinks about how dangerous it is. After that, he covers himself with his hands and the blow hits him. His hand starts to bleed. After that, he tries to resist and thinks about what cannot be. He thinks about how he was born into a royal family and learned a lot of martial techniques. He has absorbed Akashic energy and is now overwhelmed by an incredible magical power. He tries to resist, and so far all the ground around him has been scratched. He stands in the place of the one who pushed off a little, hiding behind his bloody hands. He thinks about how he can lose so easily. He starts coughing up blood that falls to the floor. Then he looks at Juna with obvious fear. He starts to smile, says whether he can lose to the one who should become king. And Jun, watching all this, wonders why he's smiling. Pant says he can't back down. After that, he begins to shine with lightning and stands up in a stance. He says he learned it from his father, and the antler begins to overflow with a huge amount of gold lightning. He says that this is his true strength. Pant smiles and his eyes start to glow with a golden light. He thinks it's interesting, after which, he jumps right at Jun, saying that this is very interesting. He swings his fist and smiles, thinking about how I never thought I would meet such a player in this place. After that, Jun blocks Pant's blow with her weapon. Jun grabs her weapon with 2 hands to block this blow. Edora is watching from the sidelines. She starts peering at Jun using her golden eyes. Her eyes start to glow. Jun jumps away from Pant, who hits the ground. After that, Jun looks down in flight and sees how a lot of dust has appeared everywhere. He thinks about how the sudden attack has raised so much dust and his vision is blocked. Looking down, he thinks that now he can't recognize the movement of the antler. And while Jun is thinking about this, Pant appears in front of him and smiles. Jun thinks about how he might even see it. Then he realizes that Pant is behind him and turns around. Ivan punches him right in the stomach while Jun tries to block it there. Jun receives many more punches from Ant. After that, blood begins to flow from his mouth and it drips down, while Jun falls to the ground. And right behind him, a panther flies to the ground. I don't want to grab Jun's head while they're still flying. After that, he wants to hit it with his fist, which shines with a golden light and gives off sparks of lightning. This is about the fact that this is the end of the fairy tale, after which he smiles. Jun remembers all this and thinks about how it was supposed to happen. The way Pant beat him up and grabbed his head. He used a skill that he had never used before. He remembers the clock and thinks it's a premonition. He thinks about the last time he tested this skill before he went to Sector G. It's similar to how the system describes a precognition skill. The skill level is 0.5%. The description lets you see a specific moment in the future. The time of possible movement depends on the level of skill and magic power. After using this skill, the player may feel dizzy due to the sudden change in reality. And Jun thinks that after that, he left this skill for a long time and didn't think about it. He stands and stares at the system window, reading its descriptions, thinking that this is quite good. He reflects that it allows him to see a certain passage of the future, remembering how the system is written about allowing you to see a certain moment in the future and harmful possible foresight depends. And Jun thinks, is it really that simple? He remembers standing in a trench during the war, thinking about how when he was on the battlefield, he had seen countless lives cut off in a matter of seconds. It seemed to him that if only this man could foresee even a few seconds of his future, then he would be able to keep his life. And he will be able to use this skill for a very short time, but at the same time he will consume a lot of magic power. Remembering what was said about how the time of possible movement depends on the level of skill and magic power. And this skill gives him the ability to anticipate for just a few seconds. And the more magic power he spends, the more he will be able to see, because the fees for using this skill are very high, as the clock starts to melt. And to use it at least once, you need to spend about 2/3 of the total amount of its magic power. And now he will be able to use this skill for no more than 5 seconds. Is he looking at this skill, thinking that perhaps the biggest challenge is figuring out when to use this ability? After all, he cannot accurately guess when his life is in danger. And June, looking at all this, thinks that in a duel with an opponent, the situation changes damn fast. Therefore, 3 seconds of foresight may not be enough, and you also need to have time to analyze the situation. And it sounds kind of simple, but in fact it's crazy. As he stands there, he wonders if, however, by predicting the future, he can raise the limit of his abilities. And of course, if he failed, he would immediately die. And while Jun blocks all the attacks of the panther and Edora watches him, he thinks that he seems to have gotten a taste of it, and that it wasn't so bad in the end. After which, Jun jumps into the sky while holding her blade, while the pant hits the ground. The plan looks at what is below, while the dust has risen there and nothing can be seen. He thinks that through foresight he has learned his future, and as soon as Pant appears behind him with a smile, June notices that she's pointing her blade at him, thinking that now, thanks to the dragon's eye's desire for combat and enhanced senses, he would be able to refine his body. After which, Jun punches Pant while he goes into shock, trying to grab him, thinking about that after it uses a lightning fast step. June grabs Pant's hands and pulls her behind him. Pant looks at him, clearly angry. Jun thinks about how he will use his magic power to its full potential. The bank tries to hit Jun with its fist. Speaking of which, he's definitely not going to leave now, and he's finished. And he misses, while June pulls her head back and says yes, it's over. Jun then kicks out with her foot at the body of the panther. Speaking of what's for him, and Pant's grades start to bleed as he stands there in disbelief. The man grabs his weapon, which begins to glow with blue magic power, thinking that he was using the blessing of the sword. Pant then stands in shock while June stabs him with her weapon. He cuts the antler open while it screams in pain and is covered in blood and a blue aura. And Pant raised his head, covered in blood, tries to hit him from above by jumping on top of him. He thinks that he has one more second, and his next target is Edora. He jumps right up to her as she stands there watching. She pulls out her weapon. After that, Edora blocks Jun's blow with her big blade. Jun stands there in disbelief, thinking that he is in charge of Edora's counterattack. Then June throws the dagger from her other hand. What comes next is the most important thing. He imagines those daggers hitting Edora in the neck. If everything goes according to the prediction, she should collapse now, bleeding profusely. But does Edora manage to block this dagger? He falls to the ground, and she points her weapon directly at Jun. She stands there in shock, watching this, and thinks about how she parried the blow. He tries to throw another punch, but again she blocks him. He thinks about the fact that they made no mistakes. After that, Edora continues to block blow after blow. He thinks about why this vision didn't come true. Edora opens her mouth. She pulls her weapon back over her shoulders. Then it makes a huge swing. Dust rises everywhere, and June, trying to attack her in response, is very surprised by this. Clouds of dust are rising everywhere, and while Jun stands there looking at Edora, she took a stance, pointing her blade directly at him. Speaking of being strong, June looks at her and thinks about those eyes. He peers into her golden eyes. He thinks that this is something that Edora has been hiding for so long, and she was able to get into his knowledge. Insight, a skill that allows you to see through the essence of objects. Is Edora going forward? And Pant has the Thunder Fist skill, which is a secret technique of the Changyam family. Edora also managed to master one of these techniques. However, due to the fact that the process of learning this skill is incredibly difficult, only Edora was able to master it. And that's why the skill helped the twins reach first and second places in the ranked tutorial. Is Edora watching with her own eyes, saying that insight makes it possible to see through reality, and thanks to this skill, she can detect the thoughts and actions of the enemy and therefore block almost any attack. His predictions were simply overlapped, and Jun stands in a crouch while Edora looks at him, pointing her weapon directly at Jun. June thinks that his prediction time is up. Edora looks at Junie, says whether he is going to continue. Then Jun puts her weapon on her back and says no, it's time to finish. Edora smiles as she looks at him and says it's a good decision. And he's been fighting so many players at the same time, including his brother, and that's impressive. And as June stares at her, she keeps talking, something that a player of this level sees for the first time, and she would like to concede first place to him, but they also have their own good reasons. To which Jun says that there is no reason why he would think that he was going to give up. Edora looks at him and asks in surprise, what? After that, June takes out 4 golden balls. Edora looks at him in shock. Then she notices that he stole them from her. She's starting to worry. Speaking of how he did it, is she looking at them? And June, looking back at Edora, says her eyes. While she looks ahead in surprise, June says they seem to have limitations, and she can only anticipate what is in her field of vision. She looks surprised, and he remembers that while one of the daggers was falling, this dagger cut off the rope holding the golden golden crystals at her waist. Edora lowers her head and starts to worry as she looks at her weapon. She thinks about how she was only focused on making significant attacks, so she overlooked it, and June puts them on her belt, saying that he would take care of it. The system sends notifications that indicate that the tutorial rating has been updated. First place, June. On the second place, Edora, and on 3, Tant. All the players are in shock and look at how the rating has changed. They shout that this can't happen, after which, all the soldiers watching it think that even if he hadn't stolen the golden talismans, he would still be ranked number 1. Yi-jun looks up while his eyes are shining. Players think that this is their own benefit, and the player who absorbs everything in his path. After that, Jun uses the instant step skill, and as he starts to leave, Edora tries to call out to him and asks him to wait. She holds out her hand to him and sees only a small projection of Jun while he's already gone. She brings her hand to her chest and grits her teeth, thinking that this is the first defeat in the tutorial. This is a complete rout. She grabs her kimono and starts to shiver. After that, she puts her hand on her cheek and everything starts to blush. She says that he is very cool. The system counts down from 5 seconds to 0, and while June is sitting on a rock, the system says that the tutorial time is up. Jun sees a message saying that all players will be moved to the waiting area, and everyone should be careful. June thinks about how much time has passed. After that, he appears around a lot of players who come in shock. They all start looking around and asking questions, when is the tutorial finally over? After which, they all notice Jun standing in front of them. They look at him in surprise and say that this is the right person, and he took the first place. And while June is standing there, people are discussing him. They say he defeated the one-horned brother and sister, and that's impossible. And what is his true face? Jun thinks about how even those who haven't been to Sector G have heard the rumor, and he didn't think he would attract so much attention. Then Jun closes her eyes and thinks about the key of Zeus. There is only one way to get it. In general, there are 2 places that he must go to when he enters the tower. I remember a huge white flag with a coat of arms in the form of a sword and wings, and he says that this is the first place. This is the home of the Arteria clan, and another is the treasury of Olympus. He remembers this place, thinking that it is the place where the ancient deities kept their treasures. Both the key and Zeus are one of the 12 keys that unlock this treasure trove. Yi-jun starts looking around, thinking that by the way, it looks like Kang and Dole have already left, and they said that they were going to leave right away. Even somehow it's a pity that he couldn't meet them. Just then, one of the men notices Jun standing there. He calls him over and Jun turns in surprise. He says it's really you and it was you. And the kid standing there is looking at Jun with a smile. He says that he heard a masked newcomer appear in tutorially and immediately realized that they were talking about Jun. And he wasn't wrong about that. Jun looks at him and thinks that he has become more cheerful. He asks him, saying that did you find the Frisia garden after all? To which he says that yes, he accidentally found it in the waiting room of Sector B. And he begins to explain. They say that in this garden there is a spirit with which you can make a contract. And as a sorcerer, he has outstanding abilities. And he believed that if he could learn some elemental magic, he would have plenty of success. And he didn't seem to be wrong about that. Jun then activates her dragon eye. He looks at it and thinks that it's not the same Yell as before, and Jun tells him, looking into it, that it looks like he's made great progress, and he's found some other hidden objects. To which Yell says that he almost met the mentor. Jun asks, what kind of mentor is this? To which he smiles and replies that he wasn't worried, and he's not like those people who are really grateful to him. He looks at it all in surprise. Yell goes on to say that he would also like to thank him before he leaves. He bows to him, closing his eyes and saying that, thanks to him, he was able to change his thinking and meet a good mentor. And he says that someday they will meet again, looking at Juno with a smile. June nods back at him. After that, he watches as Yell begins to disappear into the blue aura. The team, watching this, thinks that it seems like they've gotten a step closer to the tower, and they didn't expect it. Then he looks at the huge portal. It says that he is so happy to see them again, having seen their faces. Then a goblin in a tuxedo and glasses walks out. He stands on the platform and bows to everyone. He says he is happy to welcome them, dear players, and he is the administrator of the tutorial. And while all the players are looking at him along with Jun, he starts explaining. He says that they all did a great job, and the excellent dexterity they showed in this tutorial and their ability to make decisions in different situations were amazing. And he hopes that they will continue to show such remarkable qualities and move up the tower. Then he grabs his monocle and says, with a smile, what now? Raising your hands, the system window starts to appear above it. Does he say that he will present them with the results? After that, all players notice how June is on the first place with a score of 510,590 points. On the second place, Edoriso with 60,000 points. She is the third ranked Pant with 200,020 points. All the players are shocked, saying that come on, how can it be 510,000 points? I'm usually the leader of a tattoo artist who gets between 50 and 100,000 at best. How the hell is that even possible? So what happened in Sector G? Do Jun feel something? He notices that Pant appears after him, along with Edora. Edora smiles as she looks at him. He says quietly that he congratulates him. June looks at it in surprise and doesn't understand what's going on. It activates the dragon's eye, and he looks at them, thinking that, judging by the aura, these congratulations are sincere, and they were rivals, so how was he able to make a good impression on her? He thinks about why this is so. Jun, who is standing with Edora and Pant, is paying attention to something. Yes, look at the tutorial administrator. It says that player Jun took first place with 510,000 points. Hatter smiles, raising his hand, and says that this is the highest score not only for the round, but also for the entire history of the tutorial. And, of course, he should receive a reward for this. After that, the system window pops up in front of Jun, which he is looking at. The window says whether he wants to place his name in the Hall of Fame. You can agree to this and refuse. He thinks it's a Hall of Fame, and it's a place where only the people who get the most points on each of the tower steps can post their name. He decides to decline, thinking that such an honor is undoubtedly an outstanding achievement. But this is the glory that any player craves. After that, the system says that the name registration was rejected. Their client has decided not to disclose his name, but he can change his mind at any time. The receptionist then looks at Juna in surprise. He says that he really has a unique character, and not all the same, sometimes he comes across people like him and have outstanding abilities. They don't flaunt everything. June looks at him and thinks that he just doesn't want to tell her his real name. And at least what difference does it make? After that, the administrator snaps his fingers and says that now it's time for the awards to be presented. Huge blue cubes with question marks appear in front of Jun. The system says he got an ibis egg, and the lion helmet of the king of beasts. He thinks that all this can be exchanged for other items, and by themselves, these items look quite good. June smiles, thinking about what in particular. He looks at what the system says he got the Zeus keys. He believes that the key of Zeus is a very small object. Category C+. With its help, you can open the treasury of Zeus, the ruler of heaven, and the method of application is unknown. June holds this key up in front of her hand, while all the players are looking in different directions. He thinks that in the eyes of an ignorant person, he looks like a Class F item. But in fact, many players who took first place considered this key useless, so they either threw it away or lost it somewhere. He peers at it, thinking that later these lessons learned about the true purpose of this subject, and they very much regretted such omissions. He remembers all the possible keys and thinks that in order to complete this key, you need to collect all 11. Jun clenches his fist and thinks that if everything is clear, then the remaining items are hidden. And no doubt it won't be easy to get the keys that have been left behind, but he has to open the treasury of Olympus at all costs. At this key and continues to reflect that holding it in his hands, he gets the feeling that now everything is the beginning of the end. Then the receptionist claps her hands and smiles. He says that's the end of it. He holds out his hand and tells everyone to do their best and will be happy to see you again. Players who are eligible to enter the tower will receive a separate notification. If they didn't get it, then they could try their luck next time. After that, the administrator bends down and around him, the light begins to shine. It indicates that the exit is located in the lower part of the room. Many players are blinded by this bright light and cover themselves with their hands. June reads the system notification. It says that he has proven that he has sufficient abilities to enter the tower, and they hope that he will continue to try his best to become a tower deity. Then does he wish to enter the tower? After that, a bright blue color appears from the floor, which June is surprised by. Pant then shouts at Jun. Jun pays attention and sees him move closer to him and hold out his fist. June asks, "What is it?" To which Pant replies that he should come here, and what happened in Sector G used an artifact, didn't it? Pant smiles and holds out his hand. What he's saying is, let's drop all the jokes and fight one-on-one. Then his eyes light up and he says, if he's a fighter at all, he can't refuse. And while Pant burns, smiling. Despite Jun, he looks away. He sighs. After that, Jun raises his hands and says that he gives up. After which, Pant is surprised by this. And Jun tells him what he said, gives up, and he won, does that suit him? And he will not fight those who have surrendered. Pant then looks at Jun in shock, who turns away from him. And he says that's all. Pant, surprised, reaches out to Jun and shouts that they haven't finished yet. Then he sees June disappear in silence, watching the blue light. He sits down on his lap, clearly sad, as a lot of players watch. He screams about what the hell, what a bad person he is, while Edora smiles, closes her eyes and laughs. It is said that a new recruit has appeared in the tower, remembering Jun holding glowing weapons. Speaking of which, as soon as the tutorial round ended, rumors spread across the various societies of the tower at an incredible rate, and the person who took first place, the first person to score 500,000, just an unimaginable number of points. Remembering Pant and Edora standing behind him. Speaking of which, he swept through Sector G and took over everything he could, and the one who crushed the one-horned twins. That's why he got the nickname, Bigwigs. And, of course, many clans had their eyes on him. They were all trying to find out about the recruit's true face, but no one has been able to find any information about it. They remember that he hid his name in the rating table, and the recruit wore a mask all the time, hiding his name and not even registering it in the Hall of Fame. Many began to whisper in the shadows, saying that ultimately, the identity of this recruit was completely shrouded in mystery, and various rumors and guesses accumulated like snowdrifts. After that, June stands near a huge city, looking down on him. He watches as a lot of players walk through the streets. Speaking of which, it seemed to him that such a thing could only be seen in a dream, and he's looking at a huge tower that goes straight up into the sky. Speaking of which, it immediately catches your eye. A tall tower located in the middle of an endless city. Divine Tower Obelisk. He remembers his brother saying that they are inside this tower. Top players, top clans were people who were related to his brother. All of them are the ruling elite of this tower. Being at the top, all of his brother's actions were a challenge to them, so there was nothing else he could do. Then June lowers her mask. Is he looking out the window at the sky, thinking that things are different now, and he will look at them through his brother's eyes, speak to them with his voice, and give him back everything they did to him. Looking at the huge tower from the shadows, he thinks that this is the real story now. June holds a paper in her hands and looks around as she walks down the street. He wonders if it's exactly here somewhere, peering at the piece of paper. He looks at a man standing next to his brother, thinking about the fact that judging by the photo, this is the same neighborhood. After which, he finds the broken forge. Thinking about what it seems, it's located here. He notices the forge sign and is all rusty and battered. Then he comes in and says he's sorry to bother you. He sees the floor, the ruined forge, all dirty standing there. He thinks that something must have happened here a long time ago. He looks at all these weapons and thinks that there are no stains on the weapon. He looks at one of the black helmets with a red mohawk, thinking that these are all high-end items. The system says that this is a metal black manhwa helmet. Helmet classification, Category B. This helmet is made by the dwarf blacksmith Hirova. Features hides its owner in the dark. After which, he notices a battle bow here. It was also made by the dwarf Kuznetsov, Kirova from Horn and Dry Minotaur. Just physical strength won't be enough to pull this bowstring. He also has a B rank. After which, he notices a small blade lying on a red cloth. He sees that he has no description, no category, no classification. This weapon is completely rusted and it is impossible to find out more detailed information about it. He goes to it and touches the handle. He thinks that he can't recognize two items here even with the dragon's eye. What kind of mess is this? And it seems to him that some of the weapons here are so high-end that he can't identify them. After that, he takes this blade and says that it's not bad. He notices someone coming in. His hands are huge. It was the courtyard, in holding a variety of weapons and asking about who he was. He watches a dwarf come through the door with a gun in his hand. He asks, looking at Jun, who is he? While June is in shock. He remembers the photo, sees that it is the same dwarf with the photo. He thinks he's the one, and he couldn't be wrong. After which, he puts that rusty blade back on the red tablecloth, and he thinks about the dwarf who smiles with my brother in that old, faded photo, and he mentioned it several times in his diary. It said that he was one of the members of Artie that his brother had relied on so many times, and it's impossible to list them all. He remembers pictures of the dwarf standing next to him. Speaking of which, he often how much the tower depended on him. And in the end, this creature was the only companion that his brother could rely on, and he says he was like a father figure to his brother. After that, Jun lowers his head and starts laughing, thinking about how he called him father. He remembers how they both had fun when they were little around their own father, thinking about how, to be honest, the two of them didn't have many memories of their current real father left. And when they were kids, they were told that he died because of an accident, and the only memory left of him is when he held the two of them in his arms and was happier while they laughed together. So what was it about this creature that my brother started calling it two father? And the shabby Hanova looks at him. Jun says that he came to buy a gun, to which Hunor replies that what kind of weapon. He holds out his finger and says that he can't see the state of the shop, and June watches as the cobwebs are everywhere, all cracked and in poor condition. June stands bewildered and says that is this really a problem? While Hanova is clearly angry, Hanova walks forward, holding her weapon. He goes through the Juns and says he is a sick man and stop fooling around and he has to get out of here. To which Jun stops him, saying that he seriously came to buy a gun. Huno then looks Jun in the face, clearly angry and telling him to move his ass out of the way. And fuck you, he doesn't sell guns anymore and asks him to leave. Dosha shoves Jun and yells at him to get out of the way, and Huno walks ahead of him, while Jun tells him that maybe it's because of the disbanding of Arsha. He looks surprised, clearly angry at Jun. He clenches his fists, and they start to shake. He turns around and says this guy don't talk about what you don't know, which June looks at and thinks he was right. He remembers how Hunua and his brother used to smile and be together all the time, thinking about how he was originally an artery blacksmith. He wasn't a member of the group because he wasn't a player, but he was very close to the members of that group, so it can be assumed that he was one of them. He remembers how many weapons Hanova made, and the fact that thanks to his amazing weapons, they all emerged victorious from many battles. And Jun is looking after Hunua, thinking about the reason why, despite his great skill, he doesn't sell his weapons. And Jun, putting her hands up to her face, says Hunua about how they were trying to force him to join other clans, and wasn't he? To which Hunua starts shaking and says that he told him to mind his own business. June lowers her head. He says that, judging by his personality, he won't believe that he has succumbed to their pressure, and it is possible that these clans attacked customers who bought weapons from him. He thinks that this has prevented him from continuing to work as a blacksmith, and he doesn't need to dig deep to figure it out. What Hanova is angry about, they say he is. But Jun interrupts him, saying that if this is the reason, then he can not worry and just give him the weapon. After that, Hanova puts the diet blanks that he was carrying and says that it's okay. Hanova approaches him and turns to him, saying that if he really wants it, then what does he want to buy? After that, Jun takes out the rusty blade that he was examining, says that it is his. Hanova looks at this and decides to close her eyes. Is he pointing at Jun? Igor asks him if he has any money at all, to which Jun says can he give it on credit. After which, Jun starts to take something out of the bag while Ice USA is very angry, raising his hands. He shouts that what the hell is he crazy, and let him stop bullying. Jun says of course there is and he was just joking. Jun throws a huge bag. Hanova looks at him in surprise, and he says that they are incredible. Did he really get this from the dark elf of Icy Ice? Jun says yes, and he thinks about how he found out right away. And Hanova says, remembering this elf, that it seems that he is not so simple since he was able to get this. He thinks it's a dark elf who will never give an item to someone he doesn't accept. And Hanova mutters that he's a skinny, tall elf. Although he has a terrible temperament, you have to admit that he has a good eye. After which, Hanova smiles, spreading her hands. He says that alright, let him show him the things that he got in the tutorial. But he warns that his things are not cheap, and they will exceed all his expectations. And Jun puts out the things he's been able to get. They were the teeth and jaws of a goblin, the eyeball of a lizardman, orc ribs and troll brains and blood. And Hanova looks at it all, thinking about what it is. Hanova himself thinks that these things may be garbage in themselves, but they are used at the heart of that artifact. If you look closely, the things he carries are too good for a beginner. And Huno looks at Jun's weapon that exudes an aura. He thinks that he has a weapon that contains holy demonic energy, and under normal circumstances, such a sword simply can't exist. There is only one reason why such a thing exists. It was originally sacred, but later cursed and turned demonic. And he also needs to get a better look at this black bracelet on his arm to find out the details, but he is sure that it is a very powerful artifact, and he actually got it all in the tutorial. And Huno notices Jun pulling out the egg. He points his finger and says that he must be mocking him, and Jun says why does he think that? Hanova squeezes her hand, clearly angry. He shouts that he can still tell that he has at least imagined what this thing is, to which Jun says yes, of course. And Jun says that the thing that the Beast Lord was wearing, Lion Helmet of the Beast Lord, category a helmet used in the Beast Lord. In the past, he disappeared for an unknown reason, and he made a white lion out of the skin of the mythical beast. And Huno asks while looking at a piece of stone, they say that isn't it a demon egg? To which Jun says it's an ibis egg, and it's delayed by the demonic ibis. It can only hatch under certain conditions, and once hatched, it will follow any creature who he sees first. Jun says that the Beast Lord was one of the most famous lords, and he ran the tower together with the Vampire Lord, and the items that belong to him might be lower in quality than Batter's vampire dagger, but that doesn't mean they're completely useless. After all, this essay was also a priceless item. After all, this is a hellish beast that lives in the depths of the hyena jungle, and the process of hatching an egg is extremely difficult, but given the advantages, becoming such a creature as your pet is worth it. And the thing in Horde of Beasts and Demon Egg. If one person uses both of these items, then they will definitely become one of the most outstanding players. Huno, looking at Jun, thinks to herself that he is confident in this weapon that he is creating, but even his swords are nothing compared to the thief this guy has. Naturally, in his teeth, he thinks that he is definitely mocking him. And why the hell was Jelter Radikov looking down on him? And Jun stretches out her hand, says that if these things are unequal, the price of daggers, what about the order? And Hanova, folding her hands, says that really he thinks to ask for the Eye of Hess. And Jun says yes, it is. It's a giant with dozens of hands and hundreds of eyes. And an artifact named after this monster is definitely worth the two things that were presented. Whereupon Hanova leans on the nightstand next to her and says that he's a fucking psycho was his original goal. It's not that he doesn't see it, since there are 5 blacksmiths capable of creating such a thing, and he's one of them. Jun says that he heard that he no longer creates artifacts because of this. Such a tasteless method was the only way to bring it to you. Jun bows to Huno and says accept my apologies, to which Hanova closes her eyes and thinks. He looks at his anvil and tells him if he understands what it means, and is he seriously asking him to create such a thing? To which Jun says that as he mentioned earlier, he will deal with the rest of the clans. Jun tells him not to worry about it and all he has to do is concentrate on creating the Eye of G's. And while Hanova is angry, Jun throws up her hands and says that, of course, if he is afraid of them, then he can also do nothing. After which, Hanova shouts that he will do it. Jun receives notifications saying that he failed to evaluate things, and he estimated that the Dragon's Eye skill level increased by 15%. Hyungel's magic dagger, the dagger that Hanova put his whole soul into. It took 3 years to create, and Jun looks at it, reads the system notification that it was originally created for someone very important. But with the man's death, the dagger seemed to absorb Hyungel's anger and rage. Because of this, the dagger has become so sharp that it can easily cut through stone. And the system says that this is a dwarf's dream, a magic dagger that that feeds on the wearer's emotions. The stronger their emotions, the sharper the blade becomes. Or the blade of rage dagger deals a bleed effect, slowly draining the opponent's life. If the target's health is less than 20%, there is a chance that the target will get ice poisoning. And this thing is an artifact of a growing type. An artifact can increase its power along with its owner, and the speed of growth depends on the awareness and effectiveness of interaction with it. And Jun, looking at this dagger, thinks that it is much better than he expected. He touches it to the blade. After that, he thinks that it fits very well in his hand, and he feels like he's found a precious thing that he lost a long time ago. And he remembers the system notifications that say that it was originally created for someone very important. But with the man's death, the dagger absorbed anger, rage. Because of this, the dagger has become so sharp that it can easily cut through stone. And Jun looks up at the sky, wondering who the dear person mentioned in the description is. At night near the blacksmith shop, Jun looks at the clock and thinks about that 1 month. He rolls into them, opening them, and you think that initially the hands on the clock did not move, but now they are moving, even at a very low speed. But gradually, they start to wind up. After that, he puts them back under his jacket and thinks that this should be enough. Despite looking towards his eyes, it starts to glow. Thinking about that, however, he notices that several players are watching him. Thinking about what seemed to be following him, a tail followed, and Jun goes ahead, wondering if there are 15 or 17 of them, and they came for his artifacts or to try to intimidate him. After that, Jun looks away and thinks that they might be weaklings, but they'll be really annoying later if he doesn't deal with them now. Then Jun enters a dark alley. These players nod to each other and follow him. Are they looking down this alley? And they do not notice Jun there, very surprised. They talk about where the hell he's gone, and they can't lose him. How to force the passage by boxes goes further. Wearing a hood, he enters one of the taverns. That's right, smiles and says, "Welcome," leaves the bag of gold. Then he says that he wants a table on the terrace on the top floor. The owner takes him away and Jun watches the view of the dark city. Then the owner of this place smiles. He says that he is quite lucky in how he sees their terrace, known for its stunning views. Very popular with their clients. Their regular customer had just left this place. What is Jun holding on to the backing for? And he says that he likes nutty coffee without syrup and believes that he does not use artificial grains. Jun views the city. He thinks his brother used to go to this cafe a lot, and Jun goes to different places, thinking that he had gone through the nearest places that Bradu mentioned in his diary. He looks at them and says that a lot of players don't find the outer area particularly interesting, but his brother had a lot of memories of this particular place. Then Jun sits down and gets his coffee. He thinks that the places he has recommended in the past have always been good. And Jun looks around, wondering what's interesting. What was he thinking here? He imagines his brother and his teammates sitting at a table drinking coffee, thinking what it was like to laugh with your friends. Jun then tastes the coffee and says it's bitter, and that's probably because there's no syrup in it. In the afternoon near the blacksmith shop, Hanova works by hitting metal with a hammer. He sees Jun come in. He turns to him and tells him why he came here again, to which Jun says that he stopped by on the way. He was bored, and he also wanted to check on the progress of the work, and he gave him all the necessary ones yesterday. But isn't there something else needed? The street is nearby, while Hyuna is clearly angry at him. He says that as he thought, he has already started working on it, and he will probably stay here to see to it just in case. And Hanova, holding the hammer, is very angry. He thinks that over the past few days, he's already learned that this kid is a tough nut to crack, and no matter what he does, he never obeys and does not get angry. If he continues to be nervous about it, only leads to nerve cells. After that, Hanova sighs and continues to work, hitting her head with a hammer. He thinks he'll just pretend he's not here, and Jun uses her dragon eye. He watches how Hanova works. He thinks that melting is slow and will melt the metal inside the furnace. Casting pour liquid metal into the dagger mold. And forging, you need to hammer out the desired shape from the metal. And finally, the same sharpening. Looking at the work, Hanova, his process became clear. And one word came to mind, craftsman, by remembering how his brother used to walk. Thinking about the fact that thanks to the artifacts created by skilled hands, Hanova and brother were nicknamed the Wings of Heaven. And that means how they created the things he used. Hyuna then walks right up to Jun's face. He gets angry and asks him if he's really asleep. And while Hyuna is angry and yelling at Jun, saying how dare he fall asleep when he said that he came to watch him. While he's laying his ass out there for the hell of it, he's doing something. And Jun says didn't he say that he was bored? After which, he sees Hyuna running away, saying that he's a fucker. He picks up the phone and shouts to Jun that if he's bored, then he should sit down here and try to forge something, and let him stop getting on his nerves lazy. He's an ass. And Jun catches the ball sent flying by Hyungoba. He says it's okay. Jun then asks him how to light the stove, and he needs to teach him how to do it properly. To which Hyuna stands in shock and opens her mouth. Jun asks him about whether it's possible that he has high blood pressure and if he wants him to bring medicine. To which Hanova shouts, they say that if he shuts up, it will go down, so he should just close his mouth. Jun says okay, but seriously, how could he start a fire? Then he closes his eyes and thinks he understood why his brother liked the dwarf. And remembering how in the ruins he walks in armor, it passes through one of the flags. Then one of the men in the blue hoodie picks it up. He sits down on one knee and says what a blessing it is to have several of his colleagues standing around him. He tries to put his hand behind his head. After that, they think that everything is much worse than it was, the report says. And forget about the survivors, all the work that they put their effort into was gone in one day. And this is a damn build. He sees blood and destruction everywhere, thinking about how they can't even find information about what happened here, and whether it was because of the heart or something else. After that, this man shouts that they should find at all costs and search the entire tutorial. Then these two men say that there is. He removes his hood, revealing silver hair. This is Lanty, and he is one of the 5 leaders of the Blue Flower Island. He says, why did it have to happen now? Then, on his way back to the blacksmith shop, June says, is that really going to teach him metallurgy? Hyuna is clearly angry as she looks at Jun. As long as he says he's serious, it doesn't matter if he teaches him the basics, because he really wants to learn it. And Jun watches as Hyuna sits by the stove. Anova lowers her voice, talking about what he needs it for. Jun says he has something that he wants to repair. Anova says that this is a repair, and is he really going to fix something? To which Jun says that he's sorry, but he can't show it to him. Then he remembers the watch that hangs around his neck. After all, they were already broken and in poor condition when they returned to him. But due to the fact that there was a magic device inside, he wasn't able to disassemble them on his own. And of course, if it was Hyuna, he could fix them easily. However, this is what he wants to do exactly by himself. After all, this watch is something that his brother left him, and it contains many memories from their childhood. After that, Anova smokes a pipe. He sits there and talks about what he thinks can't be helped. June walks over to him and looks at him. Speaking of which, did he really think he was going to get mad at him for asking him to train him for no good reason? To which Hanova says that at least he knows that his request is not a joke and that he is a complete zero when his business asks for something. After that, Akhanova hangs up the phone and tells him to forget. If he doesn't want to talk, then he won't ask. After all, players leave their worlds and try to climb to the top of the tower, who do not have their own story, and whether it is possible that he is the same, his mask serves as a clear proof of this. Hanova sits and looks ahead, her hand on the table. He says because of your order, he won't have time to train him, and he will be able to show him the basics, but the rest he should understand by watching him work. And June looks at his back and says thank you. Hyuna pulls her hands away and says that does he really think he's teaching him because he likes him? His ears are starting to turn red, and he says he's just bored and he should understand that. Jun smiles through the mask as Hyungov's ears turn red. He thinks about how, despite the way he looks, he's a pretty shy dwarf. At Hanov's blacksmith shop, passers by passing nearby can be heard shouting about how Hanova is screaming. They are surprised when he says that no, this is not the way to do it. Hyuna drops her weapons and punches Jun on the back. Does it say that you need to start again? While June sits with pliers, and Hyuna smokes her pipe and watches Jun continue forging. And Hyuna thinks that he's not so bad after all, glancing at Jun. He watches as June hits the hammer next to the furnace, thinking about the fact that usually when people first start working with the hammer, they either can't adjust the force to make fewer mistakes. But once he understood the basics, he was doing pretty well, and that's impressive. And while Hyuna was talking about it, Jun was using her dragon eyes as well. Hanova thinks that he has a feeling that he sees the places to hit and with what force and how many times to do it. Then June hits with a sledgehammer. Hanova smiles as she watches. He thinks he looked like a complete blacksmith at first, but every time Jan points out his mistakes, he learns from them. And now it is no longer distinguishable from any other average blacksmith. And for the first time, he sees that they learn so quickly. Then Hanova puts the phone in her mouth, thinking about what or is it in 2, knows the brother who talked about being Mr. Mister. He holds up a pair of tongs and smiles, telling him to teach him how to do it. And it looks like a lot of fun. Then he sees June holding a bent piece of metal with a pair of tongs. Hyuna sighs at this. He thinks about what seems like he's getting old, thinks about such useless things. Then he squeezes his pipe and throws it right at Jun's head, yelling at him that Snotty Concha said it was the wrong corner. In the evening, June comes down the stairs, dressed in a hoodie. He thinks about how it's been 2 weeks since he started studying here, and this road already seems familiar to him. He remembers when he started forging, and Hanova kept yelling at him, asking if he was doing well, hitting me, calling me a jerk, and June puts her hands up to her face and smiles, thinking that he's an interesting dwarf, and he grumbles and resents the mistakes he makes, but always checks to see if he's doing well. And June, as she walks along, thinks that now she understands why her brother said that he reminded him of his father. Isn't Hanova really a nice creature? June smiles and closes her eyes, thinking that he has lost everything, but Raj will know that he has those left when no one will betray him. And Jun, walking forward, reflects that this is why he can't let Hyuna die, and you can't involve him in your problems. He clutches his bag even tighter, thinking that it's enough that he knows who Hyuna is, and as soon as the eye is ready, it will disappear from the forge. June holds her hand near her forehead and looks up at the sky. He thinks that, as he felt, he wanted to be inside the tower, and here he will be able to plunge into the past of his brother and even meet someone with whom he was very close. He looks at this tower with his own eyes and thinks that now he has the last thing left to do, and it is necessary to climb to the upper floors of the tower and meet them. These are the top players, they occupy the upper floors. Both the outer district and the lower floors are places where scum live, too pathetic and unworthy to be near the best of the best, so he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible. So, as soon as he is on the same earth with them, he can take revenge on them for his brother. And June, coming out of a dark alley, notices people starting to surround him. He looks around as he is surrounded by a lot of people with guns. They ask you that they don't look at him or smile at him yet. I'm one of the men looking at a paper showing Jun's portrait. He drops the paper and grabs his gun, smiling. He says the white mask and cloak seem to have come to the right place, and that idiot who ignored their warning and started hanging around Hyungao's blacksmith shop. He moves closer to Jun and smiles, holding out his hand. Speaking of which, from the way he looks, he must have recently come out of the tutorial, and what made him think he could ignore their warning. After which, Jun smiles, thinking to himself that these are the same bastards that keep pestering him. He wondered why they hadn't shown it all this time. He remembers how many people are standing on the stairs. After all, they are subordinates of the 8 clans, and in fact, the 8 clans don't care what happens outside the upper floors. But there are a lot of small clans here that have protection over the aforementioned ones. They need to act tactfully so as not to fall into disfavor, and it seems that oppressing Hyungao was one of those things. After that, the man starts getting angry, yelling at Jun and telling him why he's laughing. Is he saying he's crazy? And Jun looks at him and tells him to stop unloading his stuff and get out of the way. After that, the man grabs his gun, clearly angry and shouting that he is a bad son. And Jun disappears as everyone wonders where he's gone. Jun appears with her dagger right behind one of the players. He sticks it right into it and it starts to bleed everywhere. He swings this dagger away and all the players standing nearby are surprised and point their weapons at him. Jun jumps back, leaning down on the ground. After that, it quickly sweeps in front of one of the players, cutting it into 2 parts. And a huge amount of blood starts coming out of this player as he screams. And the other players stand and watch with fear on their faces. One of these players thinks about what's going on while Jun hits him from behind with her weapon. Then there are screams, and one of the remaining players stands in fear, not understanding what is happening in the video, as his teammates all fell to the ground. Jun pulls out a dagger from one of the men, while this player begins to give birth, pointing his weapon at Jun. In the meantime, he notices another of his teammates running straight at Jun, telling him to take him. Jun throws her dagger, hitting the head of a fellow soldier who was standing next to her. After that, he is perplexed, looking at how the weapon flies at him. And standing nearby, the player is shocked, looking at how the dagger pierced the head of his colleague. And Jun grabs him while he's in shock. He watches as the man pulls the dagger out of his head, holding it by the neck. And Jun's eyes start to light up as he starts to turn towards this player. He stabs with his dagger, and it starts to bleed profusely. And as he screams in pain, he thinks to himself that no, it's impossible. He sits down on one knee and Jun puts her foot right on his head. He thinks that as a rookie, he can be so strong. He starts to worry and apologize, saying that he is a bad person. And Jun slams his head even harder on the floor. He says that if he hurries up and takes his friends to the healer, then he will have a chance to save them. If, of course, he can do it himself. After that, several players who were injured by Jun start to recover. They're all bloody, trying to get up, and one of them on his knees, covering his wound. He says how dare he, and he has no idea who he's messing with, and he should know at least who's behind them. He shouts that Jun is a bad person, and he will end up just like Hyuno once they find him. Then Jun grabs that player by the neck. He looks at him, clearly angry for telling him to repeat what's going on with Lyosha, and this player starts to choke, saying that if he lets him go, then they will spare that old man. Jun lets him go while several players are shocked to see what's happening. Jun turns the other way. They say what the hell they decided to do with Hanova. What do players worry about when they pull back and say what is it? Blood is splattering everywhere and screams can be heard. Jun looks at one of the remaining players covered in blood and very scared. He says that one of them is enough for him to get an answer to his questions. After which, he watches as one of the players appears and starts shouting. He says that their boss said that if they didn't leave Hyungao alone, he would ruin them and their reputation. So he sent another group to smash his smithy. After that, Jun kills one of them and splashes all the blood everywhere, getting on the player who was hiding with her hands. Jun stands and stares at the rest of the room. He's clearly angry and tells him to lead the way. Jun entered the house where everything was destroyed and a man was sitting. He walked over to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. Hyuno apologized to him and told him that they had taken all the items he ordered and he didn't know how to repay him. Jun held his hands and said that he didn't have any serious problems and would take care of everything, so he had to recover his body and rest for a while. Hanova took his hand and asked him what he was going to do. Jun looked at each other and said that he was going to go and return what they had collected. The Night's Watch is quite a powerful clan among the underworld in the outer area of the tower and existed out loud that they were related to Red Dragon, one of the 8 great clans. Because of this, no one wanted to mess with them. Nova took his hand and knew that he was telling him that he would go there. He couldn't let him do it. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if something happened to him. Jun bent down and called out to him. Hyunwoo recalled the memories and Jun got to his feet. Hyunwoo clenched his hand into a fist and continued to lie on the ground. He didn't understand why he had to keep remembering that guy. After that, Jun was walking down the street and holding some guy by the hair. The guy said his name was Willet. Jun raised his head and said that if he lied to him, he was dead for sure. Jun stood in front of a building and used his vision. He began to see through the building and observed the entire environment. He realized that judging by the number of traps placed here, this must be the right place. Jun said they were coming in and the guy got scared. The man entered the building, and the guy who was smoking a cigarette called out to him and asked what he was doing here. The guy stood up and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him what had happened to him and why he was so quiet. He grabbed his arm and Jun grabbed him. He threw the guy far away and he fell to the ground. The other guys raised their heads and hesitated. One of them started shouting that Willet was a traitor. The guy told him to die quickly and start swinging his sword. Jun dodged the attack. He grabbed him by the arm and threw him in the direction of the other guys. Jun squeezed her hand and he started screaming violently. At this time, a guy came up behind Jun and was about to swing. Willet sat with his head down and trembled all over. He didn't know who he was and he wanted it all to stop. Some guy was trying to crawl forward or looking at his arm that was broken. He raised his head and he started to cry. At the same time, Jun threw the guys in different directions. One of them pointed their finger forward and said that they were fighting with one wacky friend who had recently come out of training. Jun turned his head in his direction and gave him his evil gaze. The man hesitated and the other guys came up to him. He shouted for them to grab him. The two men rushed forward, swinging their weapons but Jun easily disabled them with one hit. Then he kicked out with his foot and the man fell to the floor. The boy's face changed, and he didn't expect to be able to handle everyone better. Jun walked up to him and grabbed him by the neck. He was casting a shadow and the other guys were watching. They were shocked that he was able to kill even Saya, who was lying on the floor. Jun stood there and realized that it was the sound of a trap being activated, and he began to guess where it was. He looked with his gaze and didn't understand what was going on here. He saw a man who was trying to escape through the secret passage. He said he wouldn't allow it and raised his leg to kick. He hit his foot and strong energy began to spread everywhere. The guys started yelling and realized he was crazy. Jun was looking at the hole where he was sitting and there was a man who was holding his head up. Jun glared at him. The guy was sitting in the wrong place, collecting all the wealth from the safe. Jun jumped down to him and pulled out his weapon. The guy looked at the sword that was lying next to him, then picked it up. He started shouting for him to die and swung to launch an attack. Jun stepped out of the way and easily dodged. He rushed forward and defused the enemy. The man stood there and didn't understand anything. His sword cracked and broke. He didn't understand what had just happened and Jun immediately struck out. The guy's ears started to bleed and he fell down dead. Jun looked up at the other guys and they were trembling with fear. He said that if they didn't want to die, then one of them should come down here. Then we see someone bring in a cup of coffee with shaking hands. Jun looked on idly and asked if he had thought of poisoning him, but the boy said he wouldn't have dared. Jun sat down at a table in a room where everything was covered in blood, and the guy did not understand what hole he came out of. And the guild always intimidated newcomers who started looking because of rumors about his abilities. The guy started crying and realized that this guy had such powerful artifacts because he was very strong. They would never have thought that he was the same greedy and devil. He didn't understand what the hell he was doing here in their neighborhood. Jun was drinking coffee and the other guy was cleaning up. They didn't think what would happen to Jun so difficult to figure out, and even though he was able to break the training record, he couldn't believe that this was the end for their clan and most likely the Night's Watch would suspend its activities. Jun drank his coffee and put down his mug. He looked at the guy and decided to talk about compensation. The guy asked what he meant. Jun squeezed his fingers and said that he needed money to replace the destroyed relics at their expense, and all the money that Hyunwoo lost due to the blockade of his business, as well as payment for the treatment of his physical and psychological wounds. That's pretty much what Jun said. The guy started nodding and Jun said that if he had any problems, he could just take the thing that was stuck to his neck. Jun told them to bring the contents of the safes to him now. He asked if they were going to install Hyunwoo's blacksmith shop. He said that he would make sure that he brought everyone who was responsible for the riots and intimidation there, and they would also repair the blacksmith shop themselves, and from now on, he would be responsible for protecting Hyunwoo from the blackmail of other clans. Jun glared at him from the table and said that he didn't care what he said to the clan about him or Hyunwoo. He said that it was possible and he just didn't care. He gave me a menacing look and the guy started nodding. Jun stood up and the guy bowed to him. Jun said he would leave the rest to him. Outside, the sun was beginning to rise. Jun walked forward, holding the bag, and knew that he should have made them do more than he asked. He was walking forward and saw Hyunwoo. He knew it would be nice to make them examples. Nova thought about something and turned his head. Jun called out to him and asked him where he was. Jun picked up the bag and tossed it to him. Hyunwoo looked at it and saw a lot of jewelry. He said that Jun was a fool and he shouldn't have gotten into trouble. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that in any case, he wasn't the type to listen to him and at least he was able to come back alive, so he asked me to take it all inside. Hanova went to the house and Jun smiled across Moscow. After that, someone hit the table and did not understand where the area was externally. Some guy sat at the table and said that it was just like that. It was the same greedy devil who had successfully hidden until now. It was quite likely that he was the blacksmith master Hanova in the outer district all this time. He said that the blacksmith master was constantly being attacked by the nearest criminal clan, but he was able to take care of them. The guy smiled and thought about the outer area. The girl said idly that she had heard the name somewhere before. After that, Jun and Hunoa looked at the buildings that had been restored. Jun held out his hand to the side and asked what he thought about it. They went inside and the blacksmith shop was in good condition. Jun asked if the blacksmith shop wasn't better than it was before. He said he should be grateful. Hunoa lowered his head and said that it was Jun who wanted the Jizai to be finished as early as possible. It was obvious that it was Jun who had to do it for him and he didn't need to thank him. Jun thought that there was a word on earth that describes people like him. Jun Zumal remembered that he looked like a tsundere girl. Hanova looked at him blankly and asked what he said, but Bisha nodded and didn't say anything. The forge was finished and the system message said that Dragon Eyes could now see hidden flaws. The skill proficiency of Dragon Eye's skill increased from 22.9%. Jun stood and made a sword. He understood why the dragon race was known as the wisest race in the world. He lowered the weapon into the water and realized that even if the dragon's eyes were only a part of the dragon's abilities, they were still so strong that they allowed him to quickly raise his level. He was wondering what kind of abilities he could get if he created a full-fledged dragon poison. The system message wrote that his metallurgy skills had increased, and the longer he could learn it, the more opportunities he would be able to discover. As well as Jun gained new knowledge, his intelligence increased and he became more versatile. The progress of body awakening was resumed and was 93.94%. Jun sat down and put his hand on his shoulder. He realized that for his body to wake up, psychological growth was very important as well as physical growth. He sighed and assumed that most likely due to the fact that the progress was related to his mental state. He felt quite tired. The current state of awakening it was 94.9%. Jun took out his sword and decided to take a look at it later. The system message wrote that an unfinished blank made of good metal was supposedly equal to the type of two-handed weapon. Presumably the discharge was equal to F, and the estimated strength was 510. The description was as follows. The blank that was not yet completed looked quite good for one time. The sword was completely shiny. Jun looked at Hyunwoo and realized that it looked very good considering that it was his first attempt. Jun looked at the movie and tried to assess its characteristics. It was a dwarf and the level was unknown. The character was quite shy. Jun turned his head and realized that he could see other people's characteristics, and Hyunwoo was surprised. He turned to the side and asked him what he was looking at, then told him to get to work. Jun put his hand to his chin and started thinking. He thought that it was quite unexpected, even though his dragon eye level had increased. But who would have thought that it would give him the ability to see information about other people? He realized that being able to study the opponent was a very huge advantage. Jun sat there and shivered. He understood what was written there, that Hyunwoo was very shy, and he realized that it all fit the description. Hyunwoo looked at him and assumed that he was standing up. Jun turned around, holding the sword, and said that he had a question. He asked how to determine the direction when welding metal, and he also asked what he should do when the heat was above the optimal temperature and the bellows was weaker than he really thought. Jun also asked why this part of the sword looked like this. Hyunwoo was shocked with so many questions. After that, he started shouting and repeated that he had told him to practice. Jun continued to make weapons and reminded that he asked about all this because he didn't know how to make them. Hyunwoo started to get angry and pointed at him and told him to learn it on his own. Jun reminded him that he had to teach him so that he would understand. Hyunwoo slammed his hand on the table and said he was a fool. Jun told him to look at his work. Hyunwoo asked him how long he would be distracting him, because he still had work to do. He said that Jun had made this order and would continue to waste his time. He told him to stop bothering him. Jun said that he was done, which is why he asks for an evaluation of his work. Hanova took the sword and held it up. It glittered brightly and the system message wrote information. It was a newbie blacksmith sword. It was a one-handed weapon. The rank was equal to E's rank. The description was like this. The sword that turned out much better than expected. In fact, the blades might be blunt, but it had a very good shape. Good durability. Hyunwoo was holding this entire sword and didn't understand what it was. He realized that it was indeed a sword that was created by a novice blacksmith who hadn't worked for even 10 days. He knew that Jun was a fast learner, but he had no idea that it would be so fast. He awkwardly held out the sword to Jun and said that it was a good attempt for one time. Hyunwoo asked if Jun really called it a sword. He asked if he couldn't do it right. Jun asked if he would be struck by lightning if he gave him even one compliment. Hyunwoo pointed at himself and told him to shut up and say that he was the one who decided who should be praised and who shouldn't. He told Jun to go to bed and have a lot of work ahead of him. Jun took the sword and said that he would continue to ask him questions. Hyunwoo asked again if he would leave him alone to work. Jun said he didn't want to, and all their screams came from the blacksmith shop. Jun hesitated and sensed something was wrong, so he grabbed the blacksmith and saved him from the explosion. Someone entered the blacksmith shop while Jun was protecting Hyungaru. The guy started shouting furiously while clenching his fist and said that because of it, he had to look under every rock to find it. Jun stood up and started rolling up his sleeves to take the fight. After which, loud shouts rang out in the blacksmith shop. After that, we see the blue sky above the blacksmith shop. Hanova sat with his eyes closed. After which, his expression began to change, and he frowned. He pointed a finger at the guy who was sitting in the corner and asked Jun who was doing his job if he was just going to let it go. Jun looked silently to the side at the boy who was holding his battered face. Jun continued to do his work, and the guy answered. He started pointing his fingers at him. He said that Jun could only hit him because he caught him off guard and so it didn't count. He pointed to himself with a smile and offered to start all over again. And this time he could definitely crush him. He offered to go out and it would be a battle of man to man, warrior to warrior. Jun took out his sword and the boy stood silently behind him. The guy fell to his knees and started crying, and she asked Mockley to at least listen to him when they talked to him. Hanova looked away and looked at the cup. A girl approached him and offered to relax. Hanova looked at her and recognized her sword. The girl smiled and asked if he knew what it was. She said that this sword was created by Sir Hanova for her when she was still very young. Hanova remembered and said that she was persistent as a child and she had grown up enough during this time. Hanova was drinking a drink and remembering the past. This girl was following him around and tugging at the hem of his pants with innocent eyes, begging him to make a sword for her. Hanova took a sip and realized that, come to think of it, there was also Fidget who was bothering him and he was doing it so hard that he hit him on the king's head. He looked at the guy who was crying, begging June to fight him, and assumed that he was that brat, and he was still the same as back then. Hanova looked away and asked if she was going to leave him like this. Edora silently looked at him and said that it couldn't be helped since he was such a person. Pant continued to challenge every day at the forge. Pant walked up to Jun and shook him by the shoulders as he ate, also when he went to the bathroom. He said that he tried his best and Jun could at least pretend to listen to him and not just ignore him, after which he started threatening him to fight with him. He begged to fight him, and then it all came to mind, and eventually the pleas turned into outright whining, but Jun pretended not to hear him. Hunoa held his head and said that he couldn't take it anymore and asked Jun to fight him just once, which made him very happy. After that, Jun put down his instrument. He turned to the side and asked why he had to do this. The guy stood up with admiration and said that it was to test him. Jun said that he didn't need it and he could be the winner, and he asked if they didn't do it last time. Jun spread his hands and said that even if they fought, it was unlikely that they would get anything out of it. The guy said that warriors can't say that. Jun looked at him and if he wanted to fight him, then he offered to place a bet. He turned his head and said that if a guy didn't have anything that he was willing to give up for it, then he could forget about it. The losers would serve the other. June asked if the winner should be addressed as Hyam. Jun got up from the table and said he would do it, which made the guy very happy and cry. They left the house. After that, they immediately returned and Jun was warming up his shoulder and the guy had two black eyes. Hanova looked at it all in surprise. Edora looked at the whole situation and assumed that only the son of the martial arts king lost in a battle that lasted no more than a few seconds, and the blacksmith didn't understand anything. The guy looked at Jun's back and thought about how he was preparing to swear that they were equal in strength and training. After all, they were at level 1. He wondered how much Jun had become stronger in all this time. He sat down right in front of Jun and realized that it didn't make any sense. He added up many of them and asked why they were in the tower in the outer district. Jun turned his head and asked why he wasn't being treated properly. The guy folded his hands in front of him and said that June didn't know how long he had been waiting for him and called him sir. June called out to Pant. He asked him to be a little quieter as he couldn't concentrate while he was still talking, and then he just sat there in silence. Edora started to comfort him and Jun didn't understand the reason why he was here. He smiled through the mask and realized that he had the right reason. Jun sat at the table and understood that Young had passed 110 floors in 10 days and thanks to this, he was able to get the key of Hades. This key attracted a lot of attention and after completing the training, the guild members went through it for beginners in 10 days. Players who quickly pass from floor 1 to floor 10 will be rewarded with the key of Hades. But in order to get it, players had to break the record time of passing, which meant that all 10 floors had to be completed in less than 10 days. Jun raised his head and realized that after he received this key, he was very sorry, because he found out that the key of Zeus could only be obtained in training, and if he only tried a little harder, he could become one and get it. But fortunately, he still had a chance entering the treasury of Olympia, but if he could do it earlier, it would be much easier. Jun closed his eyes and presented the artifact to him. He realized that although it might take a long time, but he had a premonition that it would not be too difficult. He realized that the experience and skills that he received in training should definitely help him in this, and he needed Jai's eyes for this very purpose. Complete this task. Jun looked out the window with a smile and realized that it was now like a rivalry between two brothers. He stood in front of the window and realized that he still had his older brother's strength, and he couldn't show his weaknesses in front of his younger brother. Hanova was at the blacksmith shop and I say that they are fools, and he definitely swears that he hasn't had a quiet day since this guy came. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, no matter how much he yelled at them, since they didn't even pretend to listen to him. Hanova silently stood up when he remembered the guy who said if his sword was good. He was told that he just used it and he said that he wouldn't use his skill. The guy said that he couldn't concentrate on reading because they guys were too noisy. Hanova picked up the phone and didn't understand why she was thinking about those children, because in any case, he wouldn't be able to see them again. He blew smoke and realized that he was getting old. He picked up the poker and started to light the stove. He said he was getting distracted and he thought he could finish for today. After that, the door opened and Hanova went outside, saying that they were closed for the day and they would have to go back. Hanova didn't have time to finish and stood up in surprise. A figure with long hair appeared in the front and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him master. Jun was sitting at his desk at this time and the system message told him that the information was unavailable. He could not evaluate the item, the information was unavailable, and he could not identify the item. Jun looked at the watch and realized that he had succeeded, that now that he unlocked the information window of this watch, he could get more information about it and earn more experience. After that, the guy came into the room and asked what was going on here. They sat down at the table and Edora said that he was not so simple-minded. Edora looked and said that she was sure he was planning future actions. The guy pointed at her and Edora said that if not him, then he would be his Oroboni. They started fighting, and the guy said that then she should also call him Oroboni. Jun sat and listened to all this while holding a mug of drink. He understood that these people looked nicer since their first meeting. He knew that siblings were always the same and it didn't matter where he went. The guy looked away and asked what was going on. They used their vision together and looked forward. Someone entered the room and stood in front of our heroes. The guy asked who he was and assumed that the rumors that they were a brother and sister of the same clan reserved the terrace of this cafe and spread around. The red robe man put his hand on his chest and asked if it was Sir Kane. Jun looked at the man and asked who he was. The man laughed and put a hand on his chest, and then looking confidently at Jun, he said that it was a pleasure to meet him. He was a Raham from the Red Wind clan. He came in the hope that he could invite Jun to join their clan. On the table is a huge number of different letters. Pant looks at Jun and smiles and says that he is quite popular, and then Jun thinks that it was probably due to his achievements in the tutorial. But after the man from Red Wind left, countless people from other clans came with similar suggestions. Jun put his mug of tea on the table and wondered if it was true that he had never planned to join a team or clan. Jun got up from the table and said why don't they go back since they've finished their tea, and Pant said they were definitely coming. Someone's red hair appeared, and someone said that this place looked exactly like in the past. The man and Jun's eyes met, and then the man in the elite black armor smiled and asked that he was a greedy devil. Jun, looking at him in fright, wondered why the man was here. Looking at it, he thought that it was Bahal, the Fire Fist, a ranker known for his calm nature, but when it comes to battle, he becomes extremely aggressive and burns everything in his path. He is one of the leaders of the Red Dragon, and was also a member of the Ardia, and he is also a student of Hanova. Bahal approached Jun and smiled and said that he had heard that he was quite straightforward. It seems that the rumors are true, however, this is not a bad trait. Bahal put his hand forward and looked at Jun and said that he would not waste any time and would say directly, he wants Jun to join the Red Dragon. Bahal smiled and started telling her that he wasn't sure if Jun knew about this. This was the first time they had made such an offer to a newbie. He was the first such bidder in the clan's history. If he joined their clan, they would spare no effort to help him climb to the top of the tower and let him if he believes them. The help they can provide is much greater than what he can imagine. What he will say to that. Jun thought that the 8 clans prefer to invite players who have already proved themselves somewhere, and they very rarely invite promising newcomers. The only exception is the Azure Ball clan, which puts at least some effort into supporting novice players with potential, so that the Red Dragon personally made such an offer, so only one thing means that they need that kind of power. Jun furrowed his brows and remembered the merchant saying that it was possible that he knew about the situation there, but he thought that at that time, he had assumed that the relationship between the 8 clans was on the edge. He didn't see any other reasons. Jun glanced at the fearsome Bahal, whose gaze was like a predator, and wondered if he might look calm, but in reality, he was a wild beast. Jun was standing on the balcony. He thought that he shouldn't be suspected, he should give a good answer. He said that, to be honest, he doesn't want to be bound by any restrictions yet. Bahal smiled and said that he thought he was going through a period where he thought he could do anything. Bahal smiled as he walked past the tense Juno and said that he still wanted him to face the truth. Jun turned around, puzzled, and Bahal continued to say yes about Hunoa. Bahal turned around and continued to say with a smile that he seemed to like Jun. He was quite soft-hearted, so let Jun take care of the old man. When Jun heard this, he was very scared. He was running at high speed to Hanova's house. Jun ran in fright and opened the door. Hunoa was sitting on a chair and smoking a pipe. Looking at Jun, he asked in a puzzled way what he was doing here at this hour. Jun let out a calm breath and looked at Hyunwoo and thought that Bahal just came and went. He thought he was going to be depressed. Maybe he was thinking too much. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and said that okay. It's good that Jun came. He just wanted to beat out all the stress accumulated over these days, and accidentally finished the artifact is slightly earlier than expected. Hyunwoo went to a small chest. Jun asked what it meant. Hyunwoo said that's right, Jai's eyes are ready. He placed the chest in front of Junui and told him to take a look. Jun opened the trunk, and he saw in it gloves, a dragon mask, and clothes. Looking at it, he thought that the eyes of Jai should be an amulet, and what is this? Jun glanced at Hyungao, who was hanging up the phone, and asked that he was sure it was the right chest. He didn't see the amulet here. Hyungao said that it was his, let him just take a look. As soon as he did it, he would immediately respect him. He wouldn't dare bother him anymore. Jun activated the eye and carefully looked at the contents of the chest. System messages appeared in front front of him saying that this is the Jai's armor type. Chest armor, amulet, category A, amulet named after Jai's, a giant who had dozens of eyes and hundreds of hands. Dozens of class increases the level of sensoric, helping to quickly notice any external changes. In dangerous situations, the reaction speed increases by more than 20%. Hundreds of hands reduces damage received from physical attacks of fire, ice, electricity, and light. Also increases resistance to 3 types of superimposed effects: curse, poison, mystical, and has a 10-15% chance to cancel or reflect the effect. Gigantomachy prevention turns part of the damage received into health if the health of the owner is less than 15%. Then the owner can it is possible to restore health up to 50% of usage once a day. Looking at this form, Jun thought that the Jai's Eye has many rare protective properties, which is why this artifact is desired by every rank. But since collecting the necessary materials is very difficult, and few people can create an artifact, not many people have it. But Hanova was able to create the Jai's Eyes in the form of chest armor and increase their protective properties. Hyunoa smiled and told Jun not to stand there like an idiot and put on the armor. Just by looking at it, he wouldn't know what it was capable of. Jun put on his armor and looked at his body. A blue aura appeared, and then a huge number of eyes appeared on his armor, looking in different directions. Looking at this, Hyunoa fearfully moved to the side and said that he thought so, no matter how many times he creates it, it still scares him. Jun was shocked to see the system messages, which said that the range of senses had increased by 150%, and it became possible to analyze everything in great detail. Jai's eyes began to absorb his senses. Now this artifact will be considered a part of his body. Synesthesia has been unblocked. Jun looked fearfully in front of him and thought that initially, the eyes of the Jais could provide the owner with information about what was around him. That is, you could find everything that was not visible to the naked eye. This information can be expressed visually, by smell or sound. Jun looked down at his body, then wondered if this was the hidden function of Jai's eyes, synesthesia. Jun, startled, looked at the system messages. They said that the body's cultivation was confirmed. The body's awakening progress was resumed at 98%, and the current awakening status was 99%. Jun thought that even the level of awakening was starting to increase. Jun looked around the blacksmith shop, and Hyunoa started saying that the video shows how his eyes are shining. He feels great. You don't know if he noticed, but this armor also has an effect that helps the flow of mana, and increases his recovery by 10%. Of course, it also has defensive properties, health recovery, and it's all based on his mana. Hyunoa glanced at the chest and told Jun to check the mask again. In front of Junui, a lot of system messages appeared stating that Hanova's demonic mask, type helmet, rank A, the mask that Hanova put his blood into. Prevention recognition magic engraved on the mask interferes with the opponent's cognitive abilities. The mask will never be removed without the owner's permission. Attack boosts increase the attack power by up to 30% in proportion to the number of monsters killed in the last 30 seconds. Increasing attack by 1% for each kill also reduces the duration of the mob control skill. Enemy by 10%. Terror area borrows the power of the Beast Lord and applies a status effect lasting 15 minutes 20 seconds to nearby enemies. Also reduces defense by 20%. Jun took off his mask in fright. System messages appeared in front of him that this is a unique artifact. There are no others like this in the tower. It will be tied to the owner until the end. It cannot be transferred or sold to another player. This thing comes with Hanova's magic dagger. It will give the owner a bonus effect if both items are worn. The bonus effect is a set of 2 attack speed plus 8%. Jun wondered what the set is with a magic dagger. Smoke drifted across the room. Hyunoa sighed and sat on a chair and said that he was thinking that wearing something on his face all the time is very uncomfortable. He had a little free time, so he did it. Jun won't sweat in this mask, and the size should fit. Jun glanced at the mask. Looking at her, he said with a puzzled expression that Hanova had done a lot more than what he paid him to do. Hyunoa blushed and sighed as he stood up proudly and then said that Jun really thought that with his meager pay, he could get the great Hyunoa's work. Let him take it. He would put it on his account, pay later. Jun smiled looking at the mask. He remembered how Hyunoa asked if he had money, and then he told him that he would take a loan. Hyunoa glared at Jun and then asked why he was so quiet. Not like him. What happened? He was so moved by Hyunoa's favor. Jun thought that he really hadn't changed a bit over the years. Jun looked at him and said that she was putting it to good use, and Hyunoa said that yes, he had completely forgotten. Hanova rubbed his head and said that he had never asked his name in all the time he had been here, what his name was. Jun looked at him in shock. Then he lowered his head sadly. Hyunoa glared at Jun and then said that he was asking for his name and why he wasn't answering. Jun sadly replied that his name was Kane. He put the mask on his chest and said his name was Kane. They take us outside. Bahul comes down the stairs, one of his subordinates standing in front of him. Bahul turns around, frowning, and then looking at him to say that he's guarding him again. He told him not to do something so pointless. The man throws up his hands and says that there are countless people targeting him. It almost hurts to be careful. Bahul smiled and spread his arms as he walked away, and the puzzled warrior looked at him and said that he thought the greedy devil would come out with him. Bahul smiled and said that Jun had said that he would consider their offers. The warrior furrowed his brows and then asked what kind of arrogant novice. Bahul replied to leave him in this period. They all think that they can conquer the peaks of the world on their own. They don't. I remember there were times when they were the same. Bahul along with his friend went ahead and then said that besides, Jun wouldn't be able to go anywhere but to their clan from the very beginning. Their goal was to prevent other clans from getting close to him. From the moment he came to him personally, not a single idiot she won't think to approach him. The warrior looked at Bao with a puzzled expression, and Bao said they would forget about it. He glared at him, then told him how the investigation had gone, what they had found out. The warrior replied, everything is as he expected. Bahalu smiled and laughed and asked that seriously, this idiot Lianti never changes. Recently, the Red Dragon Information Group came across a strange report that said that Lian, who was preparing to become one of the leaders of the Azure Ball, was plotting something in the tutorial, secretly from everyone. Bahal introduced the Dark Stone and thought that speaking of magic items, there is nothing more powerful than the Philosopher's Stone. The report says that in the tutorial he tried to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone, or as it is also called, the Heart. Bahal imagined a person who was filled with an incredibly strong energy. He thought that every player who climbs the tower has mana circulating inside his body, and the vessel that contains mana is called the mana organ. However, due to the fact that the mana organ is a part of the human body, it has a limit on the amount of mana which it can accommodate. Therefore, many players are looking for a way to restore mana using external sources. The first thing that was developed was a potion. Then there were magic tools with various functions and magic sources that collect excess mana. There are also many different items created after the above. But players still wanted to find a way to get even more mana, which sometimes went so far as to try to create things that could give them an infinite supply of mana, and the easiest way to create such a thing was to transform someone's flesh and soul. Baal smiled and looked down at his hand. Looking menacingly ahead, he said that creating a mana organ by grinding hundreds, thousands of players was something he had heard in fairy tales a long time ago. She would only think that he was actually trying to do it. Baal asked what the warrior had found out instead of finding Lianti. The warrior replied that he had gone to the tutorial, but would be heading here soon. Baal replied that it was great to meet him. The warrior looked at Baal with a puzzled expression and put his hand on his heart, and Baal continued to say that he had said before that their goal was an item and Lianti. If you couldn't get both of them, you could get rid of Lianti. Baal, looking ahead with a mad smile, said that nevertheless, that item must be in their hands at all costs. The warrior said that it would be done. We are carried to Jun, who sheaths the blade and the sword and then puts on his mask. He stands up, full of his battle gear, and the Hunos look at him admiringly. And then Jun looks down and says he doesn't know how long he's going to be in the tower. Huno folds her hands and says it goes without saying. Anyway, it's his decision to go in or out of the tower. What's the point of telling him? Jun was about to say something, but the moment he changed his mind, he lowered his head in disappointment and said that there was no one. Jun wondered if he would understand. Looking at Hai and June, he thought that this was their last goodbye. Jun smiled sincerely and then thanked him for everything. He was walking down the street and then stepped in a puddle. He reached a huge gate. Then he held out his hand to them. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm at the last second and shouted for him to stop. Panting heavily, Pant managed to stop Jun at the last second. He blushed and then frantically started shouting that it was okay for him. He completely ignored him when he begged him to go to the tower. What had changed his mind so suddenly? At least he should have told them beforehand that he was going inside. June looked at Pant with a puzzled expression and asked why, but Pant said he was serious. Jun turned around completely and replied that he didn't know what they thought of him, but he didn't have time to play mother-daughter games with them. Game time was over. He had his own things to do. Pant spread his hands and asked what. When Edora had been running behind Pant the last time, Pant had been puzzled as to what he meant. Edora ran up to catch her breath and smiled and said that then Pant can go first. Edora smiled. And then, after passing by the worried Panta, she said that they would go after Junui. Since it was their decision, he wouldn't stop them, would he? Jun stared in their direction. Edora and Pant exchanged glances, and Jun turned around and told them to do whatever they wanted, but he wouldn't wait for them if they started falling behind. Pant smiled and pointed at himself and then told Jun not to worry. He would probably go ahead of him, destroying everything that caught his eye. They were already on the first floor, so let him ask whatever he was interested in. Looking at Pant told him to stop being so arrogant. I remember someone made a terrible mess of it because they didn't understand the rules. Jun started to open the gate, not just yelled at Edora to shut up. Anyone can make a mistake the first time, they'll just try harder the second time, and didn't reply that they'd see what they could do. Jun went inside, and Edora and Pant were standing behind him, shouting at each other. A huge room appeared in front of them, with a vintage staircase around which there were many tables where knights rested in front of Junui. A system message appeared that they had entered the obelisk. This is the waiting area of the first floor. The test will start as soon as the required number of players is recruited. Jun looked at the players who were busy with their own affairs. He thought that this is a waiting area, a place where players are on standby before going to complete tower tasks, where players can find loyal companions or form alliances with other teams. Jun looked around and thought that there were about 50 players here. He was looking straight ahead, but suddenly he heard someone behind him say that they were here again. Jun turned around and saw the men looking at him unfriendly. Edora was sitting in a chair. Pant was selecting something from the shelf, looking at them. Jun wondered what he was thinking, what these people were talking about, and it turned out to be about these two. One of the men nervously looked at Jun and asked who he was. The other one frowned and said that it was a greedy devil. His friend said that this round was obviously lost for them, wasn't it? Jun's brow furrowed. But he didn't turn around. He thought it was for the best. In any case, he had no intention of becoming friends with anyone. Jun recalled the 3 different keys. He thought that he must complete the first 10 floors in 9 days. and this is easier said than done, but if he succeeds, he will get the key of Hades, and he must also find the keys hidden on each floor, one key from the tutorial, one of the initial floors, and the remaining 10, which they are considered hidden items on each of the 10 floors. Some are hidden in places where you do not expect to find them at all, and some are given for completing hidden tasks. Someone stepped forward. It was a guy in a tuxedo. He had bright red eyes. He pointed at himself and said, "Welcome, dear players. His name is Aaron. He is the guardian of the first floor of the tower." A lot of players came up to him and listened carefully, and he smiled and continued to say that he knows that there are those who have come to pass the first floor test again and are already familiar with the rules. However, there are new arrivals here, so he will explain the rules again. Aaron clapped his hands and told everyone to please remember that he wouldn't repeat the rules over and over again, so he asked them to be very careful. We are transported to the Double Cliffs arena on the first floor. Aaron is hanging over a precipice, over suspension bridges, and a large number of players are standing on two different banks. A system message appears that the first floor trials are starting. June looks at the system message and sees 5 crystals in front of her. A huge chasm appears in front of them, which is connected by suspension bridges, and then system messages appear that there are 2 huge cliffs located opposite each other. A team of 100 players with 5 crystals. The goal is to protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy the enemy's crystals. The team that will steal or destroy the most crystals in a certain time will be the winner. Aaron held up his hand, where a blue crystal appeared, and then said that is announced in their notification window. And Aaron looked at the crystals with a smile and then added that on the opposite side, Ant has a team of 100 players with 5 red crystals, so he will call them similarly the red team and their blue team. The players looked at Aaron in puzzlement, and he continued to say that it didn't matter what method they used to protect the crystals. They could find a place to hide them or give them to the strongest players, but someone would also have to think about what strategy the opposing team would use. Jun's brow furrowed as he looked ahead. He wondered if this was a crazy mission for the first floor. They were expecting strangers to work as a team. Jun presented the key and crystals, and then thought that not only is this a hidden key, it's also Hira's key. He has to get all 10 crystals, red and blue. To get this key as a reward, the problem is that players can decide to destroy the crystals nevertheless. If at least one of them is hidden, then the key is hidden. If the crystal is destroyed, then obtaining the hero key becomes impossible. Jun lowered his hand and thought it was annoying, but it couldn't be helped. Negotiations, war, he didn't have time for this. He would just destroy anyone who stood in his way. Jun looked at Aaron as he held the blue crystals in his hand and thought that right now he needed to get all 5 crystals in his hands. Aaron smiled as he looked down, and then flying up the air said that they are starting the tests. He will give them the crystals to their team, who will be the representative. The players looked at each other in dismay, and Aaron asked who their representative would be. Someone raised their hand. A smiling warrior in red armor stepped forward and said that it would be an honor for him. Suddenly, Pant said menacingly that they should wait. He stepped between the warrior and Aaron, then furrowed his brows. The warrior looked at Pant with a puzzled expression and asked what it was, but Pant said he didn't remember him agreeing to it. The warrior furrowed his brows, then replied that it didn't matter, they could discuss what they should do after they took them, for starters. He smiled and held out his hand and said no, let all the crystals be given to him. Pant furrowed his brows, then said that wouldn't it be better to let him protect them than to try to hide them more. Pant glared at the players, then asked if there was anyone here who thought they could do it better than him. The warrior gritted his teeth, and then, looking menacingly at Pant, he shouted that he himself was not ashamed. Because of his self-conceit, last time all their crystals were destroyed. The players started looking at each other, and the warrior shouted that if Pant hadn't been greedy and started a massacre, he would never have let him take them this time. Jun looked at this and folded his hands, then wondered what that meant, what had happened. Jun closed his eyes, then smiled, and kept thinking that Pant must have broken the crystals while he was on the front line of the battle, which was kind of funny considering how ridiculous it was. He turned to the players and showed them his fist, and then asked what and what they want to fight and find out who is stronger. The warrior clenched his fist and glared menacingly in the direction of Pant, and behind him stood the restless comrade who had stopped him. Aaron looked at the panther with a smile, held 5 crystals in his hand, and then said that it looked like they had made a decision. In that case, he wished them luck. Pant looked at the crystals and smiled and laughed, and then said that this time everything will be different. Jun stepped forward. He held out his hand to Pant. Pant and all the players were at a loss. And then Jun calmly told me not to give them all away. Aaron teleports to a room that is filled with system screens. He turns around and looks back, and someone laughs and says he's already back. A goblin in a suit and hat appears in front of him. Aaron says yes, and the goblin asks how it went. Aaron replies that, to be honest, he's not sure. Goblin asks what's wrong. Aaron glanced at the system screen, where he saw Jun and Pant, and then said that yes, he could say that he was a strong player compared to the rookies, but that didn't change the fact that he was also a rookie. On the system screen, Jun could be seen taking the crystals from Pant, while Aaron continued to say that he didn't understand why the Elder had such big plans for him. The goblin glanced at Aaron and then said that it was clear. Then what about the bet? Aaron looked at the goblin with a puzzled expression and then asked the bet. The goblin smiled and put a finger on his lips, then said that if he did something unimaginable, he would say yes. Aaron replied that it was fine. He was betting on no, that it was fine, then the bet would be there. Pant, along with the other players, was standing in front of Junwoo in frustration. The players looked at him in fright and asked what had happened to the twins outside the tower. Pant had just called him Junwoo. Pant kicked the stone in displeasure and said that Jun was terrible. He took his crystals to show off. Edora walked past the players. She smiled and asked Junwoo what their plan was. The players blushed as they looked at her. Jun turned to her and asked her if she could guard this place for a while. Edora asked how long. Jun said that it was at least 30 and the maximum was an hour. Edora smiled and said no problem. Let him take care of himself. Jun turned around and walked away. He walked over to the bridge and looked at it, thinking that the reason why the tests on the first floor are considered difficult is that someone has to break into the enemy base and try to determine the location of the crystals hidden there. Jun glanced at the long suspension bridge and continued to think that this suspension bridge might be a problem. It looks like it will break somewhere from the slightest load. Even if someone can use magic to cross to the other side without a bridge, it will take a huge concentration, which can easily be broken in the current situation. Jun rubbed his head in confusion and wondered if that was why this battle on the bridge was inevitable. Jun took out his sword. It was covered in a blue aura, and looking ahead at the approaching players, he thought that even though they were quite complicated, there were several ways to complete this challenge. As the players were closing in on Jun, he raised his sword up, an incredible flow of mana pouring out of it. The sword glowed brighter and brighter, and Jun wondered what the most effective way was. He swung his sword and thought that he should crush the opponents with one powerful blow. Jun swung his sword with all his might and destroyed the bridge. A huge stream of energy shot straight at the opponents. Edora looked at this with a smile, but Pant did not understand what was happening. The bridge began to collapse. Jun pushed himself off the ground and reflected that their escape route was now destroyed. Jun pushed off from the flying logs downwards and began to quickly approach the enemy. The terrified players on the other side drew their swords and shouted in fear, "What the hell? He's a fucking lunatic. We need to stop him." Jun was flying forward at high speed, huge energy spreading around his sword. He swung his sword and destroyed several opponents in one blow. Without thinking twice, he jumped up again. His sword shone even brighter. He swung it in front of him, destroying everything in his path. A huge flow of mana passed in front of him, leaving no one a chance. Mountains of players' corpses lay near the trees, and the surrounding area was covered in blood. The entire forest was covered in flames, and Jun walked forward with a menacing look, using his armor to look at the survivors and finish them off. In just a second, he already had all 10 crystals in his hands, and then, simultaneously, he squeezed them, his hands starting to glow. And then a small key flew out of them, and a system message appeared in front of Junwoo that he had received the hidden item Hera's key. Jun glanced at the elegant key, and another system message appeared in front of him, saying that the key of Hera is of type other C+ rank, the key used to open the treasury of Hera, the goddess of love. The method of use is unknown. Jun clutched the key in his hand and wondered if he had a second key now. He was standing next to a mountain of corpses. There were pools of blood everywhere. The system message appeared that the test was over. Jun thought that only 30 minutes had passed at first. The test was the shortest round in the history of the tower. System messages appeared in front of Junwoo, which said that he had received an extremely difficult task. He would be rewarded with additional karma. 5,000 karma was received. 3,000 additional karma would be added to the total score. All players would be transferred to the waiting area. The transfer process was started. Be careful. Jun, along with his teammates and other players, stood in front of Eren. A system message appeared in front of him, showing the ranking. In first place, there was an unknown with 50,000 points. A system message appeared in front of Junwoo, asking if he wanted to enter his name in the Hall of Fame, and 2 buttons to accept or reject. Jun clicked the opt-out button without thinking twice. Eren, looking at this, said that it was impressive even though it was the first floor, but it was the first time he saw a player who completed the challenge so quickly. Jun was really like a demon. He was able to set a new record. Eren looked down and smiled as he thought that it hadn't been long since he had made a bet with Mr. Ibulker, but to think that the round had ended so quickly. A disgruntled Pant stood behind Junwoo and thought about everything that had happened, and Eren thought that it was unpleasant to lose an argument, but there was something that he was absolutely sure of. He recalled how Jun had obtained the key and thought that the rank and achievements that this player had obtained were not the fruit of blind luck. Moreover, he knew about the existence of hidden items, even the method of obtaining all the 12 keys of Olympia. Eren bowed and thought that from now on, he would only bet on what Mr. Ibulker was betting on, and then he said that, then he would start giving out the reward for it. But suddenly Jun held out his hand and told him to wait. Jun said that he would like to get all the rewards after completing the initial zone. Eren looked at Jun, puzzled, and then he thought that the longer you delay getting the reward, the better it will be. This is the tower rule. It seems that this is exactly what he wants, but if he can set records on each floor, then how high will his reward be? Then what he plans is crazy. Eren snapped his finger and said that if this was his decision, then a system message appeared in front of the players saying that the tests were completed, whether they wanted to move to the next floor. The players looked at each other uncertainly. Someone said they wanted to go to the next floor. They didn't get a drop of karma for this round. Red marks appeared under the players. They said that they were giving up. It was better to wait for the next round to start. In the end, all the players left, and only Jun was left, along with Edora and Pant, with Eren standing in front of them. He put his hand on his chest with a smile and said that it looked like there were only the 3 of them left, they were ready. Pant smiled and said it had been a long time. A blue aura appeared under Aaron's feet and he said that then he would take them to the next floor. We are transported to the forest and a system message appears that this is the arena of mountains and fields on the 2nd floor. Jun looks back at Pant and says that he has already said it before. But if he is not happy with the fact that he is taking all the karma points in these trials, then they should turn around and leave. Pant smiled and exhaled, saying that it was fine if it was necessary. To be honest, he was just curious about how high he could climb, so let him follow him. Jun walked a little further and said that he was requesting a single trial. A butler appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a blue aura. He descended to the ground. It was a white wolf in a suit. He put his hand on his heart and said that his name is Johans. He is the guardian of the 2nd floor. The guardian held out his hand and asked that Jun would like to start the test right now. He glared at Jun and said that it might be dangerous. Jun looked at him and said that the higher the risk, the more karma you can get, didn't you? The guardian said that it seems that Jun knows the tower's system quite well. The guardian, looking at Jun and his team, said that in this case, he would have to impose restrictions on Sir Pant and Miss Edora. The guardian disappeared, and before Junui appeared a system message that the test of the 2nd floor begins. He is in a beautiful forest blessed by the goddess of harvest. The forest has always had enough food for all the animals living in it. But recently there have been many monsters trying to take over the forest and food in it. His task is to protect the forest from monsters and restore calm. A huge crowd of different monsters rushed at Pant, and a system message appeared in front of him that the main goal of the 2nd floor was to become the king of the forest by destroying countless monsters. The monsters were approaching Jun and his team at high speed, and it occurred to him that this task wasn't much different from the one in the tutorial. Jun drew his blade from its scabbard and wondered if this would also be the easiest test for him. He held 2 blades in his hands and charged forward at the monsters, thinking that he should just destroy group after group. Jun held the golden key in his hand, and there were piles of corpses under it, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had received Demir's key. A system message appeared in front of her, telling her that he had set a test record, whether he wanted to add his name to the Hall of Fame, and 2 accept or reject buttons. Jun calmly pointed at the reject button, and then, turning around and frowning, he said, "Go on." Jun stood in the heat of battle, players running at each other and destroying their own kind, shouting that we need to kill everyone, stop them, no matter what, do not let them go further. Knights in bloodied armor were destroying each other, and a system message appeared in front of Junui that this was the sword and spear arena on the 3rd floor. Jun wiped away the system message with his hand, and then a knight appeared behind him, swinging his weapon, and Jun wondered what Arsha had to do to clear the starting area. The knight hit Jun with all his strength, but Jun was able to block at the last moment. He glared at the knight and wondered what would happen. He killed a knight with 1 blow, blood spurted out in different directions. He thought that he should complete it in 5. We are taken to a hall with a large number of system screens. Someone says that he just completed the 7th floor. How long? It took him 12 hours and 28 minutes. It's crazy how this is even possible. An elf in a suit, looking at the system screen, screams in fright that the members have already, at least, set records thanks to their cohesion. And this guy goes alone is absurd. Behind them, a sharp-toothed guy in a suit is looking fearfully at the system screen, shouting that the 8th floor is 7 hours and 5 minutes old. He created the laurel wreath of Athena and got another key. Everyone there started looking around in fright, not understanding what was going on. The elf involuntarily picked up the bag and told him to take it. The goblin in the hat laughed and reached for the bag of money, saying that it looks like he won this time. Goblin, looking at the system screens, said that he had become so rich thanks to Sir Kane. How nice it would be if every day was like this. We are transported to the mountains, where lava is raging everywhere, and a system message appears that this is the 9th floor arena of fire and lava. A huge red paw appears out of nowhere. June and her friends are looking at the huge demon standing and doing nothing, and the demon growls menacingly and shouts that how dare he stand in front of him, the king of fire. Jun took out his blade and looking ahead asked if they really came too early. He thinks he has no choice, let Pant take the aggression on himself, and then Edora join him. Pant smiling said great, and Edora puzzled, looking at the monster said good. Pant, smiling and looking ahead, pounded his fists, and lightning appeared. He kicked off the ground, lightning flashing under his feet. He approached the demon at high speed, swinging his fist at it, and then it hit him in the chest with all its might, and the monster flew back, snarling, with Edora behind it. She swung her blade and sliced through his neck at high speed. Jun was running through the lava, his legs glowing with a blue aura. Suddenly, he jumped away from the ceiling, 2 daggers in his hands, and with great speed, he landed directly on the demon's head, her 2 daggers. The demon with the broken head fell dead. A small sphere lit up in his head, and then his body began to decompose. Jun walked over to the remains of the demon, and looked down at his fist, Pant standing quietly behind him, and Edora. Jun looked down at his hand, which was holding a silver key, and a system message appeared in front of him that Hephaestus key had been received. Jun, looking at his hand, thought that now he has 10 keys, including the key of Zeus. There are still 2 more and he can open the treasury of Olympia. Jun recalled the first 2 keys that he still needed to find. He thought that one of them can be obtained for setting a record for passing the novice zone of the key of Hades, while the other, the key of Hermes, can be found on the 10th floor. A system message appeared in front of Junwoo that the tests were completed. Whether he wanted to go to the 10th floor, Jun thought that somehow he needed to finish it quickly. The system message said that the test was coming to an end and whether Jun really wanted to go to the 10th floor. It asked him not to forget that the next floor was designed for passing alone and his current one, and the group will be immediately disbanded as soon as he enters the portal. Jun pointed to the side and asked if he would be willing to leave after such a long journey. The guy smiled idly and asked him to remember his words. He reminded them that they would finish the test faster than Jun. Jun smiled through his mask. After that, he offered to go and his entire team agreed. They entered the portal and moved to another location. Jun opened her eyes. The system message said that it was the white room from the 10th floor that Jun was currently in. The system message said that the test on the 10th floor was about to start. Jun was in the void, together out of life and death. The laws of time and space did not work here, but Jun was a living person and he did not belong here. He had to escape from this dimension in any way possible. Jun opened the system panel and said that it was now clear to him why most players failed the test after the first floor. He looked ahead and said that the 10th floor was more difficult than all the previous ones combined. This was its turning point, which most players could not cope with. In this place, only one of its quality was tested, or rather it was willpower. Jun started to think and realized that by setting records on each of the 9 floors, they felt like the kings of the world, and didn't think that the 10th floor would also be a trifle, but this damn tower knew how to dash all hopes. The 10th floor took away absolutely everything from him. No friends, no family, no comrades were around. He was left one among nothing, forced to look for a way out without having a single clue. Jun looked ahead and realized that no matter how simple it was, no matter how talented he was, the psychological battle was significantly different from the physical one, and meet success after success. Arsha finally stumbled upon what you really are difficult. People couldn't stand it when they had to deal with problems one-on-one, especially when before that they solved all the problems together with the team. Jun squeezed the hand that held the dagger and said that it was used on separate occasions. Jun closed his eyes and realized that there was a door somewhere on the 10th floor. He stood still and felt everything. He hesitated and stabbed with his dagger. The space spread out into 2 parts and a red door appeared in front. Jun reached out and took the key that was shining. The system message said that the tests were completed and Jun was able to complete all the beginner tests from the 1st to the 10th floor. Passing the beginner test took him 151 hours, 45 minutes and 1 second. Jun beat Cha Jong-woo's previous record by 83 hours, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Jun looked at the system message that said he had set an all-time record and whether he wanted to enter his name in the Hall of Fame. Jun held out his hand to the system screen and said that he knew he would be here. He watched it all in silence. Jun said no and refused to enter his name. The system message said that he had received a gold ring, and he also received the skull crest and the key of Hades. The system message asked if he wanted to receive his rewards, and Jun reached out and pressed the button. Jun raised his hand up and a blue key appeared in his hand. The system message said that he collected 12 divine keys of Olympus and now the keys were being combined, after which his hand began to glow and something began to form. The system message wrote that he created the key of Olympus, and Jun gained access to the treasure vault of Olympus, the vault in which gold and jewels were stored, which the Olympians had been collecting for tens of thousands of years. Jun stretched out his hand and a shiny key appeared in front of him. He wrote that he could take 1 item from the treasury of Olympus. Jun was already considering which one to choose, the lightning bolt of Zeus and the shield of Athena. He realized that both of the famous jewels stored in the treasury were very good. Jun looked away and was surprised. A huge golden door appeared in front of him. Jun presented his key and wondered if it would fit. He put the key in the lock and turned it. Junya opened the door and looked ahead. He stepped inside and saw a silhouette sitting on a throne. The man sat back and smiled. They stood in front of each other, and the man said that it was because of Juno that there was such a commotion. The man leaned on his arm and looked ahead. It was Hermes, the god of free movement between the worlds of mortals and gods. Thanks to his ability to observe mortals, he was appointed guardian of the treasury from those who want to get there. He said that he had already had visitors and had been getting more of them lately, but he had never had anyone as amazing as Jun. Hermes raised his hand to his chin and said that this was the first time he had ever seen such a mortal. Jun said that he wanted to enter the treasury. Hermes started laughing and said that he was impatient and he would grant his wish. Hermes then clapped his hands. After that, a bright light appeared behind him. Jun saw this dazzling beauty and was surprised. They went forward through the golden shackles. Hermes said as they walked along that he was a little ashamed to say it. He took his staff in his hand and asked if he wanted to take any of it. He said that his artifacts were some of the best, and if he chose any of his artifacts, Hermes would appoint Jun as his apostle. An apostle is the right hand of the gods, beings who are guided by their will and are endowed with power. Armies of one people who have reached the limits of the human body and obtained supernatural abilities. They were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, radiating incredible influence over many of their followers. They easily became the leaders of the towers. Hermes was one of the 12 main Olympian gods. Becoming an apostle of such a creature is an incredible success, since at the the same time you will receive an unimaginable amount of power, get the title of an apostle, and a unique artifact was much more profitable than getting the lightning of Zeus. Jun turned his head to the side and started to think things over. He knew it was a tempting offer, but he couldn't afford to be constrained. Maybe Jun said that he couldn't accept his offer. Hermes reacted calmly to this and assumed that Jun decided to choose this path. Jun looked at him questioningly and didn't know what he meant by that. He took a step forward and he heard a voice telling him to take it with him, saying that Jun would regret it for the rest of her life if they left it here. Jun continued to walk forward, and the voice said that it would be useful to him. In the center of the room was a bowl from which the fire was coming. Near the picture there were weapons that lay on a pedestal. Jun walked forward and raised his head. He started scanning the entire room and took a step forward. He stood in front of the painting and realized that this was what he needed. He was looking at a painting that had a shield lying next to it, which was glowing with red particles. He assumed that the shield bore the head of a gorgon, which made enemies look horrified. The system message was written by Lee. Jun really wanted to choose Athena's shield as a reward. Jun clicked on the accept button. Jun turned his head and asked where the Zeus artifacts were. Jun was alert, and his watch began to shine. He picked them up and opened them. He looked at the arrow, and it showed him the way. The arrow pointed to the painting of Zeus. He looked at it and realized that this was what he was looking for. He went ahead and opened the doors. In front of him was a statue of Zeus that shone brightly with lightning. Jun was surprised to see all this. He recalled the painting and, according to the myths, Zeus defeated his father Kronos and the rest of the Titans with lightning, and that lightning was here. He reached out his hand towards the lightning bolt and realized that he didn't need anything else besides it. Even the other 12 artifacts combined were nothing compared to this one. He took the zipper and knew that his instincts were screaming that it should be his, so he tried to take it, but it cracked. Jun withdrew his hand, and it fell apart. Jun was shocked by this and didn't understand what was going on. He looked at his hands and the lightning bolt that had collapsed and didn't understand how it all happened. He didn't know what to do. After which, energy began to gather in his hand. Jun covered his face with his other hand and didn't understand what was happening. His arm was covered with a gold bracelet from which there were chains. Chains began to wrap around Jun's arm. After that, they completely shackled her. Jun looked ahead and knew that this was the path he had chosen. Jun looked down at his hand, which was in a chain, and he clearly wasn't expecting this. He tried to take it off and didn't understand what was going on here, but this was definitely not the time to be disappointed, as long as his goal was to find out what had happened to Astrape. He was using his eyesight and was very curious. The system message said that this was the Black King's despair, the type was handcuffed, and K was unknown. In the past, the unknown people lived in fear of the Black King. Eventually they betrayed him, imprisoned him in the abyss for countless years. The Black King's hatred from the thoughts of betrayal grew. As a result, the three facets that held him back turned cursed, and the Soul Collector allowed the user to capture the target's soul. Souls would be added to the collection and could never escape. The size of the collection would increase in proportion to the user's height. The user's spiritual familiar could enslave the soul and develop it to the level of a spiritual familiar. Once the transformation process was over, the soul would become the user's and they will be happy to complete any task or order. Black energy is an improved version of the Black Blade, which could absorb souls into the collection and turn them into dark energy. The power increased in proportion to the number of souls. Jun read all this and realized that he had never heard of the Black King. And he realized that his brother hadn't mentioned anything like this in his diary either. Jun realized that this was a conclusion. Snake Akasha always waited for the return of his master, and this was in the description of the black bracelet. It was also said that this is why she considered all the things of her master very valuable, which meant that the owner of the Snake Akashica is the Black King, and he could not return because he was betrayed by his subordinates. Jun looked ahead and realized that the Black King was strong enough to make the Akashica snake his minion, and he needed to find out more about it when he got out of here. If anything, he needed to try to think more positively, and there was no point in regretting what had already been lost. Jun closed his eyes and decided to think about how he could better apply what he already had. The system message said that he had chosen Astrape as a reward, and the doors of the treasury of Olympus were closing. Jun would open his eyes and hear someone laughing. He opened his eyes and there was a goblin in front of him, smiling and congratulating him, because he had only walked 10 floors. But it was perfect, and they were all impressed with what he had done. He was congratulating him once again for being able to get this far. Jun asked why Astra had disappeared, to which Goblin smiled and said it was a secret. Jun asked who the Black King was, but he also said it was a secret. Jun asked why he got this bracelet. The Goblin held out his hand and said that the tower gave out rewards according to the player's achievement and there was no other reason. The Goblin adjusted his monocle, which had Jun's reflection in it, and he said that they only represented the will of the tower. He said that his rewards were based on how he passed the trial, so that he would not survive all this after the consequences of the path he had chosen, and therefore he could not answer these questions. Jun put his hand to his head and wondered if the path he had chosen meant that his decision might somehow relate to the Black King. He didn't understand anything, but it was unlikely that the answer would come to him by itself. If he racked his head for a long time, he realized that he needed to focus on what was urgent. The goblin folded his hands and said that he had put his thoughts in order, which meant that it was time for the next reward. The system message wrote that the total karma was 1,420,119 points. Jun turned his head and the goblin said that he had earned an incredible amount of karma points. It was amazing. He said that Jun could get 12 rewards for the first 10 floors. He asked if he wanted to get them now, but that Jun said that he would like to combine them into one reward. Goblin asked if he wanted anything specific. Jun said he wanted Astrape, to which Goblin said that it was stupid and he knew that this deal had already taken place. Jun furiously said that he wasn't joking, and Goblin said that if he didn't want anything else, then why didn't he decide everything for him? Jun looked at it all in surprise. The goblin held out the shield to him and told her that he had achieved something that no one had ever managed before, so this good artifact should be a worthy reward for him. He held it out to Jun and asked if he agreed. Jun took the shield, and he realized that this cheat was made of 9 layers and he thought it would be very heavy. But it was lighter than a feather. The goblin said that now that he had received his rewards, he had to take his leave. The system message said that the test was completed, whether Jun wanted to move to the 11th floor. Jun went to the portal and disappeared. The goblin put his hand up to his face and laughed. He understood that Jun not only managed to awaken the Black King's despair, but also to get a shield. This was quite a curious player. The goblin said that the next guardian should be Laplace. He was wondering how he would react to all of Jun's achievements. Laplace can be very intrusive if he finds something interesting about it. Then we see the blue sky. The guy asked another player if it was like he had broken all the records on 1 to 10 floors. The system message said that the first place was taken by an anonymous player who scored 9345 points. The guy smiled and said that he was smarter than I expected. The guy in the back asked if he was sorry, and he asked what he was talking about. The guy smiled and looked at it all. He turned his head and said that he thought the man had stopped checking on him, but that was just his curiosity. The boy laughed and asked if he meant that their queen's favorite executioner was asking him a personal question. The guy in the armor stood and listened to what was being said. The guy told him that he might have thought, probably, that it would have been easier for him to believe that a dog could meow like a cat. The guy started to think and realized that even though he would be lying if he said that he didn't feel anything, but these records are remnants of the time when he was in Ardia. He held out his hand and said that the past was the past and it needed to be left behind and he wasn't going to dig into it. The only thing that mattered to him right now was how to make this newbie their property. After that, we see the sky and trees. The guy said that sooner or later he will become them. He held out his hand to the side and closed his eyes, knowing that if they didn't get it, they would have to think about eliminating it. The wind will blow and green leaves will fly away. The guy looked up and realized that it was just like with Artie. Arsha did not belong to any one of the clans, because of which she was both an object of universal love and hatred. Everyone wanted to get her by any means. But she did not give in, and even tried to conquer the tower. But 8 clans did not want to hit their faces in the dirt. In this situation you need to either immediately pay for, or at the very beginning to trample, one of the two. The third is not given, said the guy. He looked away and asked this answer satisfied him. The man said that he had said too much and that he should be more careful next time, to which he laughed and thought that he could afford it. The knights stopped in their tracks and it was like their queen was still doubtful. They walked to the edge and looked ahead. The guy knelt down and asked, not at the checked location according to the coordinates. Other people were hiding in the bushes and wearing capes. A portal began to open off to the side. The guy smiled and realized that it was a portal leading to Erend. He was wondering what they were trying to hide here, since the portal opened in such a deserted place. They didn't have much time left, and they started to prepare. The guy raised his hand and the other knights also sat down. At that moment, someone came out of the portal. Leant came out of the portal with someone, and the guy said attack with a smile. He moved forward on his right arm and shells flew to the side. The arrows flew at breakneck speed towards the enemy. Leant walked forward and turned his head in the direction of the fire. He noticed something was wrong and there was a reflection of arrows in his eyes. After that, there was an explosion. The place where the explosion occurred was completely covered in dust and an indistinct silhouette could be seen. Leant was injured and there was a lot of blood on his body. The guy looked at it all with a smile, after which he jumped off the cliff and landed on the ground. He said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Leant got to his feet and swung his arm to hit him. He threw a punch, but the guy stuck out his hand and blocked it. The shockwave was so strong that everything in the area was damaged. Leant asked how he dared to attack him, and he asked if he understood what the consequences would be. The guy said he didn't care. He smiled and asked if he wanted to start a war. After that, they jumped back and looked at each other. Levanta was standing and covered in blood. The guy said that if it was about the head of 1 out of 5 people who ruled the dynasty, then wasn't it a good reason for war? The guy raised his hand and it started to spark. He said that they were once friends, so it was awkward to trust someone else to do it. Leant stood in shock and was covered in bright rays. Leant bent down and started collecting the energy in his body. The guy said that's why he came here. He held his hand and it glowed brightly. He said that he had a mana organ and if he gave it away, he would die quickly and painlessly. Leant's expression changed as he clenched his fist with energy. The guy looked at all this with a smile and said that he was too proud and he leaves him no other choice he decided to beat out the answer in strength from him. After that, explosions began to be heard in the forest. After that, we are transported to Jun, and he was in a field with flowers. The system message wrote that this is the 11th floor, the Hall of the World of Dreams. Jun looked to the side and wondered if Pant and Edora were able to get up. He sat down on the grass and decided to wait a bit. After which, someone started approaching with rabbit ears. He stood in front of Jun in a suit and said that he was glad to meet him. It was Manager Laplace, his guide on the 11th floor, 12 Earth God Hair Manager Laplace. As Jun sat on the grass and listened to all this, Laplace realized that the best recruit after Artia's team, he was able to meet exactly the person who excited the management community. He put his hand to his chest and realized that there used to be a different manager on the 11th floor, but it was decided to give special care to the newcomers and change everything. He confidently looked ahead and apologized for the fact that he couldn't miss such a moment. He realized that he should have given the manager of the 11th floor a carrot. Laplace smiled and pointed to the side. He asked if he knew how to change the rules starting from the 11th floor. Jun said that there was no longer a waiting room for I will become a long-term test. Laplace said that he already knew a lot, so their conversation will pass without problems. They were standing in the middle of the field and talking. But that was the name given to those people who decided to become a god. They had to overcome the internal barriers and shed their human skin. And for this, of course, it was necessary to pass the dangerous test of and having achieved a better result, he can descend back thanks to this. Laplace said that the real test, A, started from the 11th floor and he would have to deal with completely different things. Something like this was Laplace's explanation. C, even if you failed the test at the initial level, you could still try to pass it again. And there was also a waiting area where you could recover from your injuries and remove all fatigue, and then in good health try to pass the test again, but at 11 there was no waiting room on this floor. And then a completely different story began. In case of failure, the tests would not end. If you were injured, you had to find the medicine yourself right there. And if the player got into a dead end, then he had to find a solution to this situation on his own, and he literally became residents of this floor until this is a test. Laplace said to take into account that there was no such thing as a round starting from this floor, so he asked if there were any questions, but Jun just shook his head. Laplace clasped her hands and said that if there were no questions, then they could start testing. The system message wrote that the tests of the 11th floor begin. There was only a legend about this place, which was passed down from mouth to mouth. In fact, it is a place where countless dreams from all over the world and other dimensions gather, which is why the animals living here fed and grew at the expense of human dreams. The player's task is to his personal fairy tale animal. This animal will try his dreams and will continue to be his faithful partner, who will go through many adversities and difficulties with him. Laplace held out his hand to the side and said that this was the egg of the fabulous animal that Jun was holding on his hand. He grabbed it, and it glittered brightly. Laplace said that no one knew what to hatch from this egg. It tried to dream the owner, so it could change its image as many times as you want. Laplace pointed his finger up and said that he should remember only one, despite the fact that it fed on his dreams and grew. There was a child inside. Also, if he did not take care of it with warmth and care, it would not be able to hatch, and he should also feed it well and talk. He must give it the best. The better and more he puts his soul into it, the stronger it will become. Laplace said that if he didn't have any questions, he would go about his business, and after the meeting was over, they could see each other again. Laplace started to disappear, and Jun hung his head down. He looked at the egg that was glowing brightly and realized that it was a fabulous animal. He looked up and realized that it was making him a little nervous. Jun lowers her head and closes her eyes, clutching her neck. After that, he starts to look around, looking at the sky. He walks forward through a green meadow. He thinks about the fact that his brother is living on the 11th floor, and unlike the rest of the dreary trials he'd had to go through up to this floor, he really liked it here. He remembers the way his brother used to smile when he was here, thinking that psychometry has become his hallmark. He did not forget about the egg for a single day and communicated with it, fed it good dreams. And I remember seeing a creature appear in front of his brother. He remembers that his brother got one of the best mythical creatures, such as the dragon. No, it was thanks to him that he met the ancient dragon Calidus. His brother was smiling at this, and he thought about how he had made a contract to borrow his powers, and the 11th floor was an important turning point for his brother. After that, Jun looks at the egg, which glows. He thinks that on the other hand, he doesn't like it. And, unlike his brother, it's just hard for him to get attached to anything with a broad soul. Then he looks at it and thinks that it doesn't worry about hatching from the egg. Their brother's diary is full of techniques for raising various mythical creatures. The problem is that the egg needs to be given some properties. He remembers how he fried one of the eggs, thinking that the flame can be very useful, and it might be a good idea to give it the attributes of fire and wind. After that, Jun remembers the phoenixes and thinks that it would be best to use their help, and in doing so, he will teach him how to control fire and wind, and if only he could get his hands on the flame of life. Then Jun walks forward and says nothing. He sits down on a rock and thinks about Pant and Edora being delayed. Then Jun stands up, thinking about what to do. He takes out his dagger and starts drawing something on the stone. He writes that the south and the big forest. He stands right next to this rock and thinks that in case their paths diverge, they agreed to write down where they were going. And so, they will meet quite quickly. Jun thinks it's time to go, then disappears. Jun stands next to a huge rock. Johnny comes in system notifications saying that he has entered Phoenix territory. Due to the influence of the Phoenix, its resistance to elemental fire and wind will be greatly reduced. And under the influence of the Phoenix, its stats will be reduced. And Jun notices this notification saying that his stats will be reduced. He watches as a strong wind starts to pick up everywhere. He wonders why the Phoenix is running amok so much, and the diary didn't say anything about him being so wary. And Jun begins to peer up the mountain. He is looking through a huge crack in one of the rocks, thinking that this is the Phoenix's lair after all. After which, Jun walks on and hears a voice telling him to freeze, after which it comes in silk and stops. He understands that it was Phoenix who told him this, and he hears him keep talking about how if he gets any closer, he'll incinerate him. And Jun stretches out her hand and looks up and says that he has come a long way for the flame of life and asks for a quest. After that, from the cracks comes the message that she cannot offer him any quest person, and she's asking him to leave. And Jun stands bewildered and visibly displeased. He looks at the mountain and thinks that something is wrong, and for some reason it reminds him of a cowering hedgehog. He looks up and thinks about that, of course. He jumps right in, after which he enters this cave and apologizes to it. He gets closer and closer, and red eyes appear from behind the dark part of the cave. They say how dare he enter his house, to which Jun activates her dragon eyes and tries to look around. He sees a phoenix sitting with 2 eggs under it. He thinks about how he knew it. After that, Jun tells her that she is hatching eggs. She looks surprised, clearly angry, and leaves. She says it's none of his business and let him go, and he doesn't have time to bother with it. Jun looks at this and puts her hands together and says, did she really lose the egg? So it turns out to be true. To which So says that really he came to mock her, and he asks to leave. Jun lowers her head and says if he gives her everything back, will he give her the quest? To which she is surprised and says, what? She turns away and tells him to do what he wants. And Jun notices that a system notification appears in front of him, saying that the secret quest is a phoenix egg. One of the eggs was stolen from the ruler of the southern Phoenix forest, and while she was looking for food for her unborn children, need to find the lost egg and bring it to Phoenix will never forget this kindness. And the completion date before the chick hatches is a reward and a favor from the Phoenix. And reward number 2 unlocks the Flame of Life quest. Then Jun turns around and walks away, looking at Phoenix one last time. He disappears, and Phoenix stares after him in silence. Haman walks around a lot of trees and looks at what is happening. He thinks that the trail leads here and where he decided to go, and then he notices that someone starts laughing really hard. Jun sees 2 of the players holding a huge red egg. Speaking of which, what a treat this is, and who would have thought that a phoenix would leave its egg unattended. These players are smiling while holding a fire egg, and one of them says that he knows whether he thinks that it will be necessary to break the price for him. He smiles, raising his hand to his face, and he says that there is no other place to get this egg, and so that they will pay them as much as they say. He thinks that if he keeps this egg for himself, he can become the owner of the phoenix, and then who will be able to defeat him with the legendary beast on his shoulder. Then he starts to bleed out, thinking about killing this guy. How will you get a chance to become an egg owner? He looks down at his bloody hand and talks about what's going on here. Then someone puts a hand on his shoulder and he turns around. It says when. The man then asks if he remembers the water that was given to him, and he poured some mandragora juice into it. There was an accomplice who smiles as he hugs that player and takes the egg. He says that he knows how everything works in their profession, and he's not his, so he's right, he says. After that, the player bleeds out, talking about what the hell. And the person who took the egg says that it's a phoenix egg. He's been waiting for this for so long, and if he is proficient with a phoenix egg, then even a ranker. After which, he notices a blade appear in his body. He looks at me in surprise and tells me what's going on. Jun, who has worked behind the man's back, says he is an idiot. Then he cuts it open and grabs the egg. He holds it while the corpse falls. She thinks about how she wanted to surprise them, but was afraid they dropped the egg in the heat of battle, thinking that they started arguing and then it was a small matter. After that, Jun uses fire magic and burns these corpses. He watches as the egg drains its fiery aura. He says that he would like to see more of these quests in the future, and it was very simple. The phoenix envelops the egg. Is Jun watching this? And Phoenix says that he did not expect to find his child. After which, Jun smiles at the sight. He thinks that thank God, and he remembers their mother stroking their heads. Then Jun stands and stares at the phoenix. He says thank you, to which Jun says no, it's not worth it. Then Phoenix, looking at Juna, says that he returned his dear child and the contract is a contract, and as he had promised, he would test him. Then she asks you to tell him directly why he wants to do it, to which Jun stretches out her hand and says that she wants the fire of life that she owns. Phoenix looks at Jun in surprise. He says he doesn't know exactly what it is, to which Jun says that yes, this is the power that makes him himself. After that, he remembers that it is a cloud of power, saying that the phoenix is born and dies in the fire, and it will burst out as if from the edge and soars into the sky. And fire symbolizes rebirth, regeneration. And this flame of life is called the holy fire. And Jun pulls out the egg bag. Phoenix says, is this really for your beast? To which Jun says that yes, it is. What does Phoenix look at Jun and say? That it's good, and he owes them a favor, so he'll give it to them right away without a test. And he seems to be strong, so he could easily pass this test. After that, the system sends notifications saying that he has received the gratitude of the Phoenix, and the Phoenix's favorability increased to 200 and the Phoenix's suspicion towards him decreased. As a reward, he received the completion of the Fire of Life trials, and he received the Phoenix's recognition by completing the mysteries of the Phoenix trial quest. The Phoenix then envelops Jun. Speaking of carrying his fire away, you'll need a large vessel. As soon as you get around to it, it should come. And the system sends notifications that the secret quest Fire of Life has been received. The source of the Phoenix's power is the Fire of Life. It wasn't easy, but it was equally difficult to master and carry it. And he must collect the necessary materials, Raznasortny on level 11, create a vessel to save this Fire of Life, and a list of required items: 5 albatross eggs, 80 shadow snake apples, and 1 dragon heart. And there are no time limits. As a reward, he will receive the source of Phoenix power and the Fire of Life. And Jun looks at it all in surprise, holding her neck. He thinks that yes, creating a vessel is much more difficult than passing the Phoenix tests. After that, Phoenix will tell him to hurry up and call him when needed later, to which Jun says it's fine. He sits by the fire next to the egg lying in the tub. He thinks that while he can see everything, even if they call him a beast, he's just a cub, and he must instinctively understand what is happening outside. And in order to feel comfortable and not be under the influence of stress, he first needs a comfortable environment. And Jun, holding the bag in her hands, thinks that it's too late, but there's nothing she can do, and it can only speed up the process. Then he hears something and looks at the egg. He sees the egg begin to shine, and Jun thinks about how he seems to be in a good mood. And Jun looks at the piece of paper, saying that he did everything as it was written in the diary. Then Jun closes her eyes and sighs. He picks up the egg, holding it in his hands, and he says, "Oh my god, is this really what he's going to do?" After that, Jun picks up a towel and starts peeling this egg. He smiles, doing it and looking at the egg. He thinks about what doesn't work out and can do better or better for him. Then in the morning, Jun looks at the tree and how he laid the egg, recreating a nest of branches for it. Jun looks at it with a smile and thinks that's better. He turns around, thinking that he will have to check out what he got as a reward. After that, it accepts rewards using the system window, and he thinks that now he has received a total of 8 things. He looks at what these things are and sees the skull rings among them, and Jun looks at the earrings with skulls and a huge ruby in her mouth. He thinks about the fact that he doesn't have most of the other goodies, and it counts system notifications that say that this is a skull mask. Classification of auxiliary equipment, level D. The earring is made from the skull of a former voodoo doll maker, and when it was first made, most of the forces were enclosed in it, but now, after a while, they play only a supporting role. In the voodoo maker's wrath, the voodoo maker's soul has been left in the skull and is now being torn apart in a silent scream. Each time you cast wind spells, a small amount of dark mana is added. Jun holds it up to her face and thinks that if you look at it that way, it's the worst reward of all. He looks her over with his dragon eyes, and I think that this artifact contains the soul of the creator of voodoo. After that, he shakes her and sees the soul appear, thinking that this is a great chance to experience the possibilities of the black bracelet. After which, he clenches his fists and a blue aura begins to shine everywhere. Squeezing this earring begins to drain a darker aura. After that, the crystal in this skull begins to crack. Jun lowers her hand, watching as it evaporates everywhere, leaving red remnants of its aura, and Jun notices that something starts to appear not far from him, creating huge magical clumps of red hue. And he watches as the skeleton appears, wearing a robe. It hovers and glows, looking at everything around it. After which, he notices Jun standing not far from him and is surprised. Jun stretches out her hand, thinking that it was said that the player's soul was consumed by some monster, and he's not sure it's going to work. Then he goes ahead, thinking that there is nothing he can do. He grabs the head of this skeleton and says that it is still bound, and he won't succeed. This skeleton has lowered its natural tooth's head while Jun thinks about how he should try to separate them first. After that, it uses the branch. Jun keeps shouting at them to split up, and he watches as the skeleton starts crying, saying that he doesn't want to die. And Jun keeps yelling for them to split up and a blue aura appears everywhere. After that, huge clouds of dust rise everywhere, and this skeleton stops glowing. Jun watches as a huge dark aura surrounds him. He watches then as the skeleton silently stares at Jun with its blue eyes. When they bring their hands to themselves, they use magic. His palm is wrapped in blue, and he thinks about how it feels like they're now connected by invisible threads. And Jun closes her eyes, thinking that this is a very strange feeling. He looks at this skeleton and orders it to sit down. Then this skeleton sits down, and Jun tells him to get tired or run. And a huge amount of dark aura and dust rises to the sky, while Jun is telling him to go back to his place, then get to that tree and hit it with all his might. Then he has to pick up that raft and see if he can tear it down. Jun looks at her new skeleton and thinks that the voodoo soul obeys all his orders without question, and even the most stupid complex ones. He orders him to pick up an apple, and he uses magic to pick it up. He thinks about how remarkable it is that when he asked for an apple hanging high in the tree to be picked for him, He calmly used magic to get it, and although the soul is not strong enough to perform any serious sorcery, but it is quite capable of some simple spells, and Jun is looking at this apple that is sparkling. He thinks that he has not made a single attempt at disobedience, and the skeleton holds this apple and hands it to Jun, and Jun thinks that he has become a real authority for him. And after that, he did a couple more experiments. Jun runs away from her skeleton, and it follows him. He thinks he started out at top speed, although he was lagging behind, but overall it wasn't difficult for him to follow close behind. Then he stood far away from the skeleton, thinking about the fact that he decided to check at what distance from it feel, and it came out about 100 meters. And Jun raised his hand to his mask and pondered. He thinks he's not sure exactly, but the further he finds out, the worse he hears. And he felt the binding thread between them grow thinner. And Jun goes to the side, thinking that in any case, it is important to strengthen this connection. To begin with, he should call these connecting threads lines of perception. And now he decided to run a test. Clear sky. A skeleton summoned by Jun takes down a tree. Then the skeleton looks at Jun with a smile, and Jun puts her hand to her head and thinks that the connection is still not perfect. His physical abilities aren't that bad, so it's not something to dwell on. Then he remembers the undead, thinking about the fact that the stronger the lower become, the greater the chance that it evolves. And who knows, and maybe this halfwit will be reborn as a lick. And Jun looks ahead, thinking about the legion of undead. If only he could get an immortal army. Then it opens the system window, thinking that among the souls in the world there is someone suitable. Then he notices with surprise, thinking about what might be taking it exactly. He summons a few more skeletons. He remembers that one of the skeletons was a giant gnoll, and he defended on the 6th floor while Artemis collected a laurel wreath. The other summoned creature was Vulcan, and this is the hidden boss that they killed with Pant and Edora on the 9th floor. Is he looking at all these skeletons, and thinks about the best souls he could have gotten in the beginning. He packed everything just in case, but he didn't think he'd need them for that. Jun, who has put his hand to his face, thinks that if they don't have names, he will start to get confused, so it's better to call them something. Then he calls one of them Ka. He calls Dragovo Nalan, and the one skeleton that he summoned, he named Wu. After that, the system says that the names are set, and the ghosts will be given a personality. It will increase their morale, and they need to get closer to their subordinates, and the better the relationship is about them, the more they will trust and the stronger they will become. Also, subordinates will treat other ghosts more responsibly, and while all the ghosts are happy that they got a name. Jun looks at the system window. During the day, it is written that information about intimacy with subordinates. One of them has 15/30th for 2, 8/40th of them, and 10/55th for 3. And Jun, looking at all this, is very surprised, thinking that they liked him so much because he gave them names. He looks at them and thinks that the souls of the dead have no self, and the ghosts are a step above them, but they also can't make a sound assessment of themselves. So, it seems that the presence of a name played a very important role for them. After that, Jun puts her hand to her chest and uses magic. He thinks about what's going on and feels like they're treating him better, and it seems that the ghost's powers depend on what they did in life. After all, nimble, Nal could boast of his speed, and hardy, Ka was a little slow, but he had a lot of strength. And Jun grabs her shoulder, thinking about what it means to collect perfume with good qualities. And while these skeletons are standing behind him, Jun walks forward, clutching his shoulder. He's thinking about starting a hunt. After that, the system says that the number of collected souls is 500. Jun looks at all this and thinks that before that, he had 150 souls, and now as many as 500. And his collection has increased almost 3 times. He looks at all these skeletons and thinks that he was going to create a decent number of ghosts. But in the end, he only got 10 normal ones, which is less than he expected. And Jun, looking at them, thinks that besides, the ghosts created by pawns have poor skills, so they are of very little use. He stretches out his hand and thinks that the higher his skill level, the bigger his collection will become. And he thinks that for now, all he needs to do is dream. He remembers Edora with her eyes, and he thinks about learning more about the artifacts, which means he has no choice but to ask Edora to look at him with insight. And Phoenix tells Jun that he has something interesting. Jun is surprised by this. He raises his head and says that didn't he want to rest, and Phoenix says that something bothered him, but now it's gone and he has a curious thing. Talking about the bracelet he's wearing, he asks what he's hiding from himself. The knight walks forward, covered in blood and trembling. He thinks about what the hell. Going forward, he says that somehow he got out to use all the artifacts and skills, but now all the accumulated wealth just disappeared. He holds up his hand, covered in blood, and he thinks that if he had that rock, he wouldn't have screwed up like this. There is blood, embittered, going forward. He says he will make him pay for it, no matter what it takes. A lot of players are looking at the bulletin board. They say that a fiery beast attacked Leon, and the only thing he could do was escape. And in all the major cities, the towers and the Red Dragon have posted declarations of war, remembering the Red Dragon Gerbera and Jin Huando. About that, these are the 2 largest tower clans. Their collision could not pass without a trace, so over many clans players hung the threat of a cloud of war. And Pant tears off one of the leaflets, while Edora is standing next to him. Pant is reading this leaflet. He says that wherever you go, they just talk about it. is he squeezing this flyer out of his face, thinking about how he wanted to calmly finish the trials on the 10th floor and go to the 11th floor. After that, he notices a bird flying from above. They both look at it in surprise, see what it is. Pant pulls out his hand, and this red-colored bird lands on his hand. There was a small message on her leg. It was a letter from the tribe. Pant opens it and sees how it says that they should return as soon as they receive this letter. It was a written summoning order, and Pant and Fox are standing near a huge village. Many people look at them, noticing, wondering. All the townspeople come up to them and tell them what brought them here. They smile and rejoice, say that something in the tower has become noisy, and maybe they are here because of this. After that, one of the people approaches Edora and asks her how the search for the groom is progressing, and one of the men standing behind them with a hat on his head indicates that the children have already arrived. Edora is clearly worried as she looks at him. She says the letter said there was an urgent matter to attend to, but it seems they have all the time to tinker in the garden. What does this man say about living and eating, so should they make time for it, or should they not? While Pant smiles, Edora stands there looking annoyed. He talks about why his daughter looks so unhappy. What does Pant say? Do you still ask? He spreads his arms and closes his eyes, smiling. Speaking of which, she's already set up to go on a road trip with her lover. Edora then kicks him, telling him to shut up. And the bank keeps saying that, and here he is with his letter, so she gets angry. After that, people say that she finally has a fiancé, and maybe it's worth getting everyone together and finally eating noodles. Or maybe organize a festival for the first time in a long time. After that, the man in the hat hugs Edora, still angry. He says he wonders who managed to steal the heart of his haughty little daughter, to which she tells him to take his hands off her. And while the townspeople are watching everything, he starts to leave. He starts talking about how okay, he's got it, and who the hell is he supposed to be. He also doesn't appreciate the vegetable garden. And while Pant scratches his neck, Edora watches him go. He puts down his hat and says okay, let's just stop joking about it. It was the warrior King Neo. Putting his hands on his ribs, he says that he wrote for some reason, but I think they already roughly understand the situation. Pant comes up to him with Edora and says that's why they're here, and when there was a fuss with Artie, they couldn't even blink an eye at him. And then why is there such an urgency now? To which he says he's going to ignore it, but thinks it won't work this time. To which Pant is surprised and asks why. They tell him that they did not encounter a dead end as mercenaries in this war. After which, Edora and the Panther were very surprised as they looked at him. While he continues to say that this time the plan is to butt heads, so avoid collisions will not work. And he remembers his clan, says that for the one-horn tribe, horns are symbols of pride and honor. And if we are talking about the fact that they cut butting, then they will not back down and devote themselves to the whole business. Then he closes his eyes and sighs, and he smiles and says it's going to be a long conversation, so they don't have to go home first. Phoenix asks Jun about the fact that this bracelet is on him, and what the hell is it? Jun looks at this bracelet in surprise and says that he can't understand it himself. And Phoenix says that usually he feels and can understand a lot of things, but he can't see it in any way. What is hidden by this thing? And it seems to hide some kind of fog, at least from the veils of his eyes. June stiffened, thinking that this artifact is hidden from his vision. How infuriating is that? And June looks up in surprise as Phoenix says he can tell you one thing for sure. This subject contradicts it, and they are two opposites. Phoenix imagines that this chain is wrapped around him, saying that at the same time he is like a reflection of him. After that, Jun looks in surprise and thinks about what is the opposite and reflection. The phoenix represents flowering trees, saying that he is life itself and is born, and lives, carrying it. But this object is a creature of death, and he is soaked in it, imagining it rotting as the little flower grows. Although life and death are two opposites, and in the end they are the same. June looks down and talks about how life and death are one, to which he is told that it is so. Phoenix presents everything in mind in his life, saying that he dies, then is reborn. And even the undead, saying that this black bracelet, on the contrary, is directly related to death. It collects dead souls and encloses them, thereby making ghosts. And if you look at it that way, it's also a kind of rebirth. And the phoenix looks at the pink shield on Jun's back. He says that it is clearly marked with divine power, and this item is blessed by the goddess of war. And June pulls out this hit and looks at the system notifications. It was the Aegis of Athena. The unsurpassed shield, consisting of 9 layers, protects its owners from ancient times thanks to the blessing of Athena and the goddess of war. He has the Gorgon's Curse skill. It is famous for its incredible energy, strength, and ability to turn any enemy you encounter into stone by making eye contact with them. And this is a goddess weapon. It protects the wearer with a strong blessing, protects the body from physical attacks, and suppresses the spirit of opponents. Rights to certain races, it consists of blesses from allies, increasing the ability morally 10%. Also increases all defensive skills by 15%. And the higher the skill level, the wider the possibilities and the more allies you can reach. And an unknown skill that isn't activated, it's sealed. Jun looks at it and smiles, thinking it's a divine armor, and it's a beautiful thing he likes. He thinks that the Aegis combine both a defensive function and an offensive function. And in addition to the protective function, this cheat has the ability to send a curse and turn into stone and serve as a barrier, which means it can protect the owner from a huge number of dangers. He's holding this shield, and it's starting to shine while Jun thinks about how it's not the most important thing. He remembers 3 holding a huge red flag. Speaking of which, you can use it to control the crowd and create a buff for your allies and apply a debuff for your enemies. Usually this is subject to a monarch who has management skills and charisma. However, there is clearly a limit to skills and restrictions on the choice of target. However, the Aegis effect can apply to anyone who the item owner considers an ally. He introduces his skeletons, saying that this means that during the battle he will not be able to increase both the abilities of ghosts and his own. And June turns around, thinking that the Aegis is much better than they mentioned in their diary. Then he will not be afraid of being stabbed in the back. And June looks at the skeletons summoned with her. They are shaking very much. He thinks that perhaps this is not something to be idolized and attached to so much. Watching several skeletons being stared at with fear, the system says that souls view their acquisition with fear, and their attitude towards them has slightly worsened. Jun stretches out her hand and a black aura radiates from it. While Jun was thinking about that, come on, it draws in a dark aura. Then it collapses, and June is surprised by it. Is he looking away? And so far, the shield is shining red and his other hand is just shining black. He thinks about how the black bracelet doesn't match the Aegis gift. After all, the black bracelet draws energy from the cursed demons. Aegis, on the other hand, is famous for its divine origin. Naturally, they come into conflict with each other, and June pulls out her blade, thinking about what happened back then, and what would happen if he hit him with his sword. After all, it was once divine, but it turned black because of the amount of blood it spilled. After that, he notices how the black aura on his weapon begins to disappear. The system says that the curse begins to gradually dissipate under the influence of the Aegis, and the divinity of the ball begins to manifest, but to destroy the dark shell that appears, you need the power of a much larger number of deities. And June smiles, looking at it, thinking that's how it is. And Phoenix talks about how they accept people dealing with death, but calmly put up with the cursed ball. This is very interesting and very funny. He looks at Juna and says that he is using demonic divine things. June puts her things back behind her, and Phoenix says that people who are so opposite probably won't meet up much in the tower. He wonders why the tower gave him such a gift, to which June says thank you, and Phoenix says that, by the way, he has one request. June looks up and thinks about what a request it is, and the Phoenix says that thanks to him, all 3 of his cubs are healthy, including the smallest ones that he saved. And June leans in, smiling and saying that he's congratulating Phoenix. He, in turn, thanks and talks about the request, about whether he could give a name to the younger one. June, entering the cave. He holds the smallest Phoenix in his arms. He looks at it as it approaches him, and June is confused. Phoenix looks at all this and says that the task is not easy, and even for someone like him. Jun looks at this Phoenix with a smile and strokes it with her finger, thinking that it's warm, and Phoenix, looking at Juna, tells him to finally give him a name. The system sends notifications that the Phoenix asks for a name for its cub. Jun looks at this cub, after which he calls it Chirp. Phoenix, watching this, gets a shock. June looks at him and says is something really wrong, and Phoenix says that there is none important, and what does let it be normal. And Jun looks on in surprise about how the system sends notifications about giving him a name tweet. It accepts and sends notifications to the system that they have named 3 Phoenix cubs tweet, and between them, it will grow stronger as the chick grows. And they made a contract with a legendary beast except for its semiotic beast's influence. And June, closing her eyes, feels something, saying that something is pouring over him. The system says that spirit growth is confirmed and the interrupted acceptable line is restored. The current progress becomes 99.5%, and Jun looks at it, thinking that it seemed like the vessel had grown to match the growth of the spirit, and there is only 0.5% left. There is very little time left before full recovery. After that, in the forest, he puts the shield on the floor. He thinks about what and how to deal with it. He raises this shield using magic, and thinks about trying to cast some kind of spell. He uses telekinesis, and it's much easier than he thought. After that, he separates the shields, and thinking about whether he will succeed. After that, an explosion occurs and Jun sat down on his knees in shock. Pieces of this shield flew everywhere, and June, looking around, thinks, to separate all 9, you need to focus on each one at the same time. He picks up one of them and thinks about what he's heard about this one, and it must be easy. And Jun raises his 2 hands, thinking about how he needs to share at least 2 gritting his teeth. He somehow manages to do it, and he thinks about how it's much harder than he thought. And he thinks this is the problem. It's pretty easy to draw a circle with your right hand, but what if you can draw a square with your other hand at the same time? And everything is not so simple, but if you have to do 9 different things at the same time. And Jun grits his teeth and stares at the billboards, thinking that if he wants to do this, he needs to learn how to multitask. After that, he summons the skeletons and tells them that from now on they will all train. Jun stripped off his clothes, mask, and sword and laid them on the bank, and he climbed into the water, closing his eyes. He decided to look at his stats window. Jun was still lying in the water, poking at the window with his fingers, thinking that his level of enhanced perception was immediately obvious. He immediately recalled his training sessions and thought that it was all thanks to training with Aegis, and in order to share his thoughts, he needed to focus on his feelings. He pushed himself up out of the water a little and covered his face with his hand, thinking that until the beast hatched, he had nothing to do on the 11th floor, so for now, he needed to focus on his prestigious subjugation training. He began to straighten his hair. Then Jun looked sideways and wondered why they weren't there yet. He opened the leaderboard of the 10th floor and realized that according to the table, nothing terrible had happened. He thought of the two with the horns, thinking that they had completed the test, but they hadn't shown up on the 11th floor, so did that mean that they had lost their way, or what could have gone wrong? The sky shimmered from blue to pink, and it looks very beautiful, and our hero understands that these two can take care of themselves, but it would be nice if they appeared before the beast hatches from the egg. Then suddenly he began to stare ahead and remain silent, but he just lay back down in the water, and when he closed his eyes, he found that he had changed quite a bit. After 5 days had passed, Pant and Edora still hadn't appeared on the 11th floor. Jun had been training hard all this time, and at one point was able to subdue 3 Aegis plates. Jun looked at his subordinates, who now had time for self-control, so they gradually began to think. He looked at one of his skeletons and thought that if this continued, they would be able to go into battle without worrying about the consequences. Jun had a light pink shield with drawings on it. The subordinate said that he had been preparing for quite a long time, and Jun began to take out his sword from under that shield, replying that he had a lot to prepare. Under the mask, you could see that he was somewhat sad. By that time, it was time to create a vessel for the flame of life. Jun was standing right in front of a tall forest and didn't know where he was. A huge shadow appeared right in front of Jun, and a large wing was visible through the branches. His eyes immediately lit up. After all, this is the one he was looking for. A huge dragon called the Albatross was flying towards Jun. Notifications appeared in front of him that this was a hidden quest, an albatross hunt, because to maintain the ecosystem of the 11th floor, you need to find and destroy the albatross eggs before they hatch. Jun started to smile when he saw this secret boss. There was a big smile behind the mask. Holding 2 daggers, he told his subjects to leave, and right out of the ground, 3 skeletons started crawling out. Jun took up a fighting stance, preparing to attack the boss. This albatross hung in the air above his subjects and squeaked, and right after they defeated this boss, Jun started absorbing its body with a touch. He looked at his hand and thought that the albatross was right behind Volca in terms of strength. He hated it too much, so it wouldn't be possible to make him his subordinate now, but in the future, he would solve this issue. His skeletons cheered when he said they were all doing great. Then he threw a black bead to one of the skeletons, and then he threw all the skeletons 1 bead at a time. Notifications say that their stats have been increased. The skeletons were eating these beads, and Jun was looking at them and thinking that this food is made from the same materials that ghosts are made from. Who would have thought that the effect would be so good? From each bead, their characteristics increase, and they themselves put even more effort as they want to eat. Jun took out these eggs and looked at them, realizing that the hunt was much more successful than he thought. He should not even have interfered. These skeletons themselves would have dealt with him perfectly. Then he started looking at the quest window again, happy because what could be better than increasing the stats for idleness, and the recipe can be found for 1 or 2 times. Then, in that very window, he saw that the next thing he needed to get was the Shadow Snake Apple. He went forward, followed by his subjects. Someone stuck a sword into the ground, and it was the trio's group. They were all completely exhausted because they couldn't figure out where the exit was. The elf, holding the staff in her hand, said that the sylph had told her that there wasn't much left. The guy with the shield turned around and started laughing awkwardly, saying that since she said so, it was true, so they should push a little more. They were walking in a dark cave where absolutely nothing could be seen. It is said that the Shadow Snake Cave is the most difficult dungeon of all officially known. And all because the shadow snake has such a strong poison that it paralyzes all limbs from 1 bite, so the cave is also very narrow in places. By the time they entered the cave, a full 5 days had already passed. They were clearly tired, and the antidote was almost gone, even if it was a normal raid. Then they would have left long ago, but they had come too far to go back, and there was a decent reward waiting for them in the end. This is the Shadow Snake Apple. They walked through the cave side by side and thought that once the Shadow Snake Apple was in their hands, the suffering could be forgotten, because once they got it, this cave could be dealt with at the snap of a finger. Suddenly, after a long journey, they came to the door they had been waiting for. All the guys were genuinely happy about it. The guy with the shield was smiling and told them that he understood their joy. But it was still quite early to celebrate. They needed to prepare for battle, so they shouldn't relax. He began to open these doors, from which a bright light shone. They all took up a stance, preparing for a boss fight. But suddenly there was no limit to their surprise. After all, they just went out into the very forest in which June is now located. This forest was so quiet that only the crunch of a leaf falling from a branch could be heard. We return to Jun, who completes the quest and gets the same apple for it. The skeletons behind him are holding huge bags full of those apples, which he gets in huge quantities. He reads the notifications that appear in front of him, and on them it is written that he has completed a feat, so he will receive a reward. His thoughts were that he wasn't happy about it at all, probably seeing it too often. Our hero goes in the middle of the night to the city of Borak, where the light from the windows shines everywhere. He is walking in the middle of the city and hears the phrase, again. He turns his head to listen, and there are 2 guys thinking about who could take all the materials for themselves again and even destroy some places altogether. Jun continued on, but he could still hear those guys talking about how one day this place would be restored, but when would it be? Because if this continued, they would rather die of old age than finish the test. Under Jun's mask, it was obvious that he was a little taken aback, so he mentally apologized to them, saying that he had no choice. He presented wanted all those materials. Because what else can you do? These materials are needed to create a vessel for the flame of life, although he even planned to collect everything without a task. A man was standing at the potato counter and looking around. He saw a door that said the place was closed. Jun stood in the middle of the road and thought that whatever it was, Borak was known as the busiest city on the 11th floor, so it was unlikely that the atmosphere could have changed so radically just because of him, but rather something else had happened. He hears a shout that calls everyone to disperse. It was the people from Behemoth telling everyone to clear the road. Don't they know who they are? Jun peered at the emblem on the armor of these guys and recognized them. This is the Behemoth clan. These guys don't appear on such a low floor, so what are they doing here? There was a whole crowd of that clan in that city, which surprised Jun, because the hippos are Youngwooda's henchmen, and if they moved, it was definitely something to do with Youngwooda. He stood behind them and knew that he would have to find out. After a while, Jun went somewhere. He came to the adventurer's shop and looked at the signboard. There was a star painted on the sign. He went into the room, and there was smoke everywhere and scary people were sitting. Everyone sitting there started looking directly at him. Jun walked over to the counter and tossed a bag of coins into it. He said he wanted to buy something, and the bartender was smiling at him. Then he wiped the glass and said that they always welcome well-to-do customers, so he asked what he was interested in. Jun replied that he needed the wings of the sky beetle. He would like to purchase as many of them as possible. They were standing opposite each other, and the bartender replied that they certainly had such a small thing. Jun interrupted and added that he was only interested in the ones that were obtained on the 31st floor in the Wallen Forest. The bartender immediately replied that they would cost a little more, but with his capabilities, they would get him as much as he needed. The bartender started to pull the money bag toward him. Jun took out another one and looked up. Then, looking at him, he added that he was interested in something else. The bartender replied that he knew what it would take. So Jun tossed another bag of coins, and the man giggled and said that he was quite generous, and asked what he would like to know. While the bartender was still polishing his glass, Jun said that there was a Behemoth clan wandering around outside. What happened on the 11th floor? He put the glass down on the counter and asked that it was his first time on the 11th floor, and Jun said that he had been away from the big cities lately. The bartender started scratching his head and saying that yes, then he might not know about it, so he started telling me. He asked if Jun knew that there was a war going on between the Red Dragon and Youngwooda. These words startled Jun so much that he opened his eyes wide. From this he even shouted, "What?" Everyone in the circle was scared from this. One already turned the glass over and the second took up his sword. Jun turned his head, thinking that it was rather rash. Jun turned his head back to the bartender and asked him to tell him more, but the bartender didn't understand what he was talking about, and Jun told him to tell him about the war. The bartender said that means he doesn't know. The story began when Bahal of the Red Dragon and Liant of Youngwooda were fighting each other. Liant was on the edge, so he put his life first and ran away. The bartender gestured as he spoke and added that the clans had declared war on each other and that the worst was yet to come. Jun stood and listened to all this, holding the bag, and in his mind was that Bahal and Liant were fighting, because if two strong rankers representing two large clans collided, then war cannot be avoided. Everything turns out quite interesting. The bartender held up a finger and added that there was talk that the 11th floor might be the first site of a massacre, and Jun asked why. He hung the glasses on the wall and said that there were several reasons. One of them, banal. The 11th floor is symbolic and perfect for the beginning. Here you can easily find a mythical beast and get support. Mythical beasts. This is the same unicorn, snake, and dragon. Jun knew that was for sure, because mythical beasts can be a good help, especially now that you need to prepare for war, and mythical beasts can help the weak develop. Now it's clear to him why everyone is so angry. He left the bag of coins and started to leave the place, knowing that he needed to complete the challenge before there were even more players on the 11th floor. There was a red-haired guy sitting next to them who asked the bartender why the masked guy was so angry. The bartender went in the other direction and with a smile on his face asked him to find out more about him in case he found something interesting. And the bartender asked him displeased, he wants him dead, doesn't he see for himself that this is a predator, a real monster? The bartender replied that he knew, and therefore assigned it to him. The man leaned on the counter and asked if he knew anything about him. The bartender asked in a monotone if he was blind or something. Then he reached for another bottle and said that didn't he see his mask? It was the same greedy demon. Our hero is in some kind of forest, which is illuminated by two moons. He was walking along the road and then suddenly stopped, and he said that maybe they would finally come out, the same pursuers who were hiding in the bushes and following him. The head of those bandits took off his hood and smiled, asking that he was the same greedy demon. Jun turned to them and asked them what they needed, and he and his squad said they wanted to make sure of something. He looked to the side and asked if he had heard about the scoundrel who caused a commotion on the 11th floor, causing many people to get hurt. He started licking his lips and said with a nasty look that they thought it might be Jun. They wanted to check it out, so he should help them find out. Jun was holding a bag of items on his back. All of a sudden, these same guys completely surrounded him. Jun took up his sword and said that they are in training. That they are here, why they always suspect everyone. Jun really did look like a demon, but he was smiling a lot through his mask and said that if they wanted to attack, then let them attack, they would stop making up excuses. He saw all these guys as if they were auras that were crying. This kid was so embarrassed that he was blushing all over, but he was showing his teeth. He pointed his sword at him and shouted that it was him, so he would make him compensate them for their losses. Jun waved his dagger and told him to try it, when suddenly the head of this head started to slowly fall, and soon just collapsed on the ground. Blood spurts from him, splattering the guys from his squad. Then one of Jun's subordinates got out and stood in front of them, and they were so scared that they fell to the floor and screamed in fear. They were all blue with fright and shouted to everyone to run away. He turned his head while the skeleton was standing behind him, and before he could say a word, he was completely speechless from what he saw. Behind his entire team were these skeletons. Another of the squad pointed his sword, but he was shaking with fear. Their blood and smoke were everywhere. Some of the guys just ran. They ran as fast as they could and shouted for help. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a huge bone monster running right behind them. And apparently they were losing a lot in terms of speed, because this bone monster caught up with them and started eating, and Jun just cut them up one by one. They were emitting a lot of blood, and one of the guys just fell to his knees, looking up. Jun's dark silhouette was walking towards him, which scared the hell out of him. This kid turned blue and said in a trembling voice that he even knew who was behind them, and how dare he. But then Jun just grabbed him by the throat, then lifted him up and asked what's the difference. He prepared to stab him in the throat with a dagger, adding that no one would leave alive anyway. Another squad heard screams from the forest and realized that everything seemed to have started. The purple-haired guy and the red-haired guy were standing next to each other, and the first one said that the guys who went to catch the greedy demon shouldn't be great fighters. The red-haired guy started to worry a lot, thinking that he could even take on a behemoth. It's crazy, isn't he afraid of becoming Inwado's enemy? The purple-haired boy stood up and replied that it didn't matter how strong he was, because it was only one player. They could overwhelm him with numbers, just surround him and corner him. In this scenario, he wouldn't even be able to do anything to them. The others just started looking at each other, and soon they were moving forward, right into the smoke. The purple-haired man stood with a shield and asked the others why it was so dark. It seemed like there should be more light. And then he turned around and added that this wouldn't work, because if he kept going like this, everyone would just scatter around. First they would need to gather in one place. Then he notices something frightening. This is that there are only 3 people left. The guys started looking around and didn't understand where everyone else was. One of them shouts that they should take another look, when suddenly one of their subjects runs up to them and asks why they are here, and in general they need to hurry and get out of there alive. The purple-haired man looks at him and says that he should calm down first and explain what happened to them, and he said that he was being haunted by ghosts. A look of genuine fear could be seen on his face as he shouted what these ghosts are tearing everyone apart and will also do to them. They need to get out of here faster. The purple-haired guy doesn't understand anything, so he just stands there and asks about ghosts, what he's saying about monsters like the tower. He starts running and says it's the other ghosts, but then he almost faints when he says that now is not the time. The purple-haired man asks what's wrong, and the other man shakes his head and tells him what's behind him. He turns around, not understanding what it is that is behind him, when suddenly this skeleton starts chewing on it, and the guys just run away from fear. But the one who wanted to run away can't run anymore. He just stands there trembling with fear. He is numb. There was this thick fog all over the forest, and the skeleton was all glowing with a blue aura, and its hands were covered in a red aura. Jun understood that in reality, in fact, the grayness served several functions. At first, it dulled the player's senses. It made you lose yourself in space and lose sight of the people you've just been standing next to. After everything started to swim in front of my eyes, there was a fear of the unknown. After all, it is not clear where the enemy will appear from. First, one person started to panic, and then all the others. And very soon everyone present is plunged into a panic. The skeleton stood there and said that in fact, the fog had almost no debuff, but the effect was amazing. These people had come to kill his master. He recalled how Jun had ordered him to obey, and said that his master had saved him from an underworld filled with mountains of corpses, where time passed painfully slowly. Skeleton stood there and said that his generous master had made it clear that he would give him the spirit bead again, so he could become even stronger. He had already become stronger, but if he continued like this, things would become noticeably more fun. He thought of Jun and wondered if his master had not told him so. He remembered him saying that he would soon be a lick and be able to do more important things. Skeleton looked at his hands and said that this means that he will have the opportunity to help his master at least a little. They will be able to enjoy what is happening together. The skeleton looked distraught, saying that it was necessary to destroy all the enemies of the master. There was a fog around the red-haired guy that made him feel shocked, because there were only 2 of his teammates standing in front of him, not an entire army. He clutched his head and started to panic violently, not understanding how this even happened. But the second one started to calm him down and ask if they can't hear anything. Footsteps drifted through the fog. They all looked ahead and realized that something was moving right towards them. A dark silhouette could be seen from the fog. He was getting stronger and stronger, and his eyes were shining bright orange. He had a bloody knife in his hands, and the guys were afraid, so they covered themselves with their hands. Jun looked at them and realized that they were so afraid of him. So I came closer and asked if any of them wanted to live, because it gives them a chance. The 3 of them started looking at each other, because Jun had said that he would only give one of them a chance. There were screams everywhere, And then we see this red-haired guy sitting up and holding his head while blood flew everywhere. It was Jun who killed his 2 partners while the third sat in fear. Jun asked him that he would do anything, and he looked up and listened to him. Then he started bowing and begging for mercy, but Jun just told him to stop whining. Jun looked at him and asked that he knew the people who had leaked him information, so he should tell them that if this happened again, they would all be dead. The red-haired guy looked up in surprise and asked what it was all about, and Jun asked if there was anything else he wanted to hear. But he put his head back on the ground and started shouting that he would warn them, just let him go. So Jun let him go, and he went flying like a madman. He summoned his bone monster and then ordered it to follow this guy. Jun stood there and thought that Noel would follow him and find the leakers, that he would be on his tail, and that soon everything would be decided. Then, he just turned around and started walking into the forest, thinking that he had spent too much time on them, so he needed to go look for the remaining materials as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the bartender was still standing there, wiping a glass. He stood there and wondered why there was no news, since it had been several hours since the clans in the city had received the information. Hyun walked forward, imagining a fierce war between 2 clans, because the Red Dragon and Jin Wado gathered so many clans here in preparation for the war, and for a decent price, they received information about the Greedy Devil. After that, the clans began to gather groups to go hunting for him. For the Starlight Bar, this deal was of great importance. The bartender was still chafing glasses and thinking that even if the hunt for him failed, they would be able to find out how strong the Greedy Devil was, and this information can be sold for a decent amount. When suddenly the same red-haired guy burst into his place. There was absolutely no face on him, he was all blue, and the bartender realized that they probably all screwed up. The red-haired guy started hitting on him, and then he just snapped his fingers, and a crowd of kids started running to this poor guy. They were huge burly men, cracking their fingers as they prepared to kill him. He backed away in shock and screamed. But suddenly, these burly men noticed something that made them very surprised. So this is that the same bone monster showed up at the establishment and started to let out a roar. Well, after that, a huge red fire appeared in his stomach, and the guys did not understand what was happening, why it was increasing at all. After that, it began to shine violently, blinding everyone around, and just exploded, leaving no trace of that place. Passing travelers even noticed this bright explosion and smoke. There was just a crater left on the site of that place. We are transported to a cave the next day. A phoenix was sleeping there, and it noticed Jun, who was standing at the entrance of the cave. He said that Jun was taking longer than he expected. Jun then bowed, saying that he had to deal with annoying people, and the latter replied that something must have happened. They had a nice conversation. Phoenix said that fortunately, as he sees, Jun got everything he needed, and the latter replied that thanks to these people he got hold of new things, and Phoenix happily answered him. Then he began to spread his wings, saying that they should start. Jun started to take the apples out of the bag, and then Phoenix picked up all the items that he collected and said that Jun collected only the best quality materials. Apparently, he is really very picky about the details. All of these items started to merge, creating a bright flash. That flash was right above the Phoenix's nose, and then the long-awaited item appeared in front of them, and the Phoenix asked Jun how he liked it, and the Phoenix had not created such a high-quality flame of life for a long time. Notifications have written that the flame of life is complete, and the part of Phoenix that is there is starting to burn brighter. He completed the hidden quest and received another flame of life as a reward. Jun was looking up, and there was a fire in his eyes. Before him were all the memories with his brother, where they stood next to his mother, where they played toys on the console, where they then fought for these toys. These are all memories of a time that warms the soul, where there are no worries, where days are filled with ringing laughter and smiles. He was sitting on the couch, completely in shock. Then he turned his head to the side, because these memories were at the very bottom of his mind and now began to float up. He sat next to his brother and looked at him. His brother was beaming brightly and smiling, because in each of the good memories, there was exactly him. When suddenly a tear started to drip. It's Jun, who was looking down, tears dripping right through his mask. Then he turned away from the Phoenix and apologized, saying that he didn't look at his best, and the Phoenix replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because thanks to this, he saw in him not a nice sculpture, but a real person with a warm heart. This bird looked up and said that painful memories symbolize life, they are there for everyone who continues to live from day to day. Isn't it thanks to them that people overcome all difficulties and continue to live, because memories accumulate and you can say that they form life. Jun held onto the mask, and Phoenix kept saying that he wouldn't be able to find out exactly what Jun saw, but it was because of these memories that he became who he is now, and because of these memories that he continues to live, and Phoenix hopes that he won't forget them and will keep them in his heart. Jun just thanked me for such kind words. Phoenix was like a child, so happy and teary-eyed. He looked at Jun and said that while he was gone, they had become very close to the egg of his mythical beast, and he was even sad that it was time to part with it. Jun stared at Phoenix and decided that he would need to visit him more often after he passed the 11th floor. Phoenix looked up and decided to start. This egg rose up and began to glow. Phoenix also looked at it and said that cubs rarely grow up like this before they are born. Is it really a dragon? This egg came down and still shone. Then suddenly it was covered like the skin of a snake. June and Phoenix looked at him. They were still watching, but nothing was happening. Then they started looking at each other, not understanding what was going on. Phoenix felt a little uneasy. Jun didn't know what to say either. They all continued to stand in front of the egg, even though some time had passed, but no one came out of the egg. The phoenix began to raise its wing and awkwardly say that it was also the first time for it. It is sure that the creature inside has already fully grown, so why doesn't it come out into the light then? Then he just exhaled and looked at the egg, saying that first he needed to give it a little time, maybe he would think better of it and come out. Jun also turned to the egg and agreed. After that, Phoenix guessed that the flame of life was too weak, and so he created a few more pieces to warm up the egg. Phoenix was just shocked by this egg, because in the end, no one hatched anyway. Phoenix started shouting in frustration that he didn't want to go out himself. Jun held his head in confusion, but then the phoenix started scratching its chin, saying that they had done their best and the reason it still hadn't hatched could only be the bottom. And Jun asked if there was any idea how to fix it. Phoenix looked at him with a spark in his eyes and said that he needed an excuse. Jun raised his hand and asked what the reason was, and Phoenix said that mythical beasts live for a dream, they chase it, so they don't feel the need to be born where there is no dream. Jun stood there and listened to how usually people have a dream, then the desire to fulfill a dream becomes a reason to live. He then asked that Jun doesn't have a dream, and so after asking this question, his face looked rather puzzled through the mask. After a while, Jun sits on a mountain and looks into the distance, wondering what a dream is. He stared at everything that was there and kept thinking that just like Phoenix had said, he didn't have a dream. Even if he did, it was only one, and that was revenge. But it wasn't even a dream, but rather a goal. Jun began to clench his fists, thinking that the dream would become an anchor pulling him down, and what should he do now? Suddenly, a small phoenix flew up to him, and he began to stroke him, asking that he had come to comfort him. Jun asked him that he shouldn't worry about his friend sleeping, and the bird started chirping. Then he looked up at the sky and realized that he needed a reason, but it would be better to make sure that he didn't need it. The idea occurred to him that they would feed him with the flame of life until the result came. Under the mask, there was a malicious smile, because if it didn't work, it would be enough to transfer the powers of the other 4 divine beings to him. The bird was flying right in front of him, and he didn't even notice it, thinking that they would feed him until he hatched. The next day it was clear weather, and then Jun notices something. It's that a kid in a hood came up to him and asked him by his alias. Then, abruptly, he throws off his hood and sits down on one knee in front of Jun. He slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and said with a smile that it was a pleasure to meet him, and his name was Janu, and he came to deliver a letter from Pant and Edora. It is narrated that there was nothing special in the letter, and we see Pant and Edora, behind which were other one-horned, but evil. After all, a certain tribe had urgent matters to attend to, and as members of the royal family, Pant and Edora were immediately called back. They apologized that they had not heard from them, and said that they would come as soon as everything was sorted out and asked not to worry. Jun read it all and asked that they were doing well, and Yangwoo shrugged and said that everything was fine. Jun was reading with a genuine smile on his face, and then I closed my eyes and realized that nothing was changing. Yan started scratching his cheek and asked if he was worried about something, and then he told me what Edora had ordered him to do, that what the princess had actually said was, he's perfect by nature, but if he's not doing well or if he's worried about something, then make sure to help him. He doesn't look like it, but he's a descendant of a medium, so we can rely on him. Jun was surprised, because he turns out to be far from the last person in the tribe. We see the tower and the one-horned one, over which the sun shines, and it is also narrated that from the moment the one-horned tribe opened the tower, they always moved only forward, putting maximum effort. But they couldn't stay in the tower that long just because of their strength and neutrality. The greatest force that maintained their majestic position was the mediums. These are the enlightened ones that the others prayed to. After all, thanks to them, the people could communicate with their god. Jun looked ahead and thought of the one-horned tribe's medium listening to the words of their god and passing them on to the people. Yanwoo closed his eyes, and Jun continued to think that usually such messages were like a prophecy, and were very clear, so everyone was envious that the one-horned tribe had such a person. It seems that the medium's identity should be kept secret. Then Yanwoo waved his hand and said that no could guess what he was thinking, but he wasn't as outstanding as the medium himself. They were standing in the middle of the forest talking, and Janu went on to say that he was just one of many receivers, and the next medium would be another person, but he was not sure about anything. Worse than the others, so he can trust him. Jun immediately remembered the egg. The weather was still excellent. Yanwoo started scratching his chin and saying that simply put, he needed Edora's insight, and Jun replied that he did. Yanu started waving his hand, saying that everything is so simple here, they need to go to the tribe. Jun asked in surprise that didn't he say something important was going on there. Yanwoo himself forgot what he was saying, so he poked his finger in his face. But then he started smiling and waving his hand even harder, saying that they wanted to see him in person, so it was a good match. Then he spread out his arms and said that it was quite simple. Jun looked down and thought that the one-horned tribe were one of the oldest inhabitants of the tower, so they must know many secrets about the trials. Standing in the middle of the forest, they decided that it was a good situation to visit them. Jun and Yanwoo were standing next to a huge green egg. Looking at it, Yanwoo said it was just unbelievable. He looked at it carefully and said how huge it was. Jun glanced at Yana and said that he had finished his training, but he had to ask something first. He really was allowed to visit the One-Horn tribe? He had heard that not everyone could get there. Janu reflected that the One-Horn tribe is known for having purple hair and one horn, as well as being endowed with outstanding skills and physical abilities. Reaching a certain age, they mostly stay in the village, and they show themselves to the world, except for those moments when it is necessary to climb the tower. They say that the message from their villages are limited and getting close to them is really difficult. Yangwoo closed his eyes and said menacingly that it was just a rumor. Jun really thought that the village could exist without letting anyone in. Visitors came to visit, and merchants from other places often showed up. Yanwoo handed Jun a ticket and told him that they were not hidden, but a circular technique, so let him follow him and not be distracted by anything. First let him take this. This is the ticket that allows you to get out of the tower. Yanwoo tore up his ticket with a smile, and then Jun held the ticket in his hand and watched as Yanwoo disappeared into the red aura. He grabbed his ticket and prepared to tear it up, but before that, he looked around and said that he would be back soon. We are transported to the wasteland, Jun and Janu standing side by side, a huge green egg next to them. Yanwoo points his finger to the side and turns around to say that from now on he needs to follow strictly in his footsteps. If you take even a step back, there may be problems. Yanwoo stepped forward, dust forming under his feet. Jun looked at Yana and saw him vanish into thin air. He was startled to think that this was a circular technique. Circular technique, in addition to the battle technique, the One-Horn tribe uses a unique technique that can distort the environment, stimulating the energy flowing underground. This technique resembles magic circles. But if magic gradually accumulates magic power, then in the circular technique, forces, including magic, pulse without stopping. Jun took a step forward. He looked down at his foot and saw the pulsing mist under his feet. He thought that he wasn't sure exactly how this technique worked, but he thought that if he followed Yanwoo, he would know the general outline of what it was. Jun looked ahead through the fog, puzzled. He saw Yana smiling, the fog started to clear, and a flower clearing appeared in front of them. Yanwoo smiled as he walked forward, then said that it was amazing. Really? They would be in the village soon. Jun furrowed his brows and looked ahead, then used the dragon eyes technique. Jun looked at the ground and saw clear lines on it. He thought that even though they tried to hide this path, from the side it is still visible, and it follows a certain route. Jun, standing near the huge egg, looked after Ian leaving and thought that if you think about it like this, then this path resembles magic contours. He thinks he can find the right route himself. Yanwoo took a step forward, and Jun wondered what was 45 degrees to the left. Yangwoo took a couple more steps forward, and Jun thought again that now he had to go 16 degrees to the right. Jun looked down and wondered what to do next. Yanwoo went left, and Jun turned right. Jun walked forward, small green leaves flying around him, and Yanwoo shouted out where Jun was going. Jun stepped forward, the fog beginning to clear under his feet. He looked straight ahead. In front of him was a small village located in the forest. He asked what it was here. Jun stared at the village, and Yanwoo wondered if the stranger had been able to find a way without prompting. Startled, Yanwoo ran up to Jun and asked what he was doing, where he had gone so suddenly, and Jun, looking into the distance, wondered what that voice was. And the restless Yanwoo started to say that Jun was lucky that nothing happened if he stumbled. Then Jun replied that he saw the way, so he turned off. Yanwoo looked at Juno with a puzzled expression and put his hand on his heart, and Jun turned around and said that he saw a shorter route, so he didn't have to worry. Yangwoo furrowed his brows and thought that he had found the path the first time, and then said something about Jun being like a monster. It couldn't be like that. Jun looked up at the sky and wondered if he had expected anything different from the One-Horn tribe. Jun saw farmers plowing the land, a windmill where children ran around and had fun. Jun went to the village and looking around thought that this village is no different from any other. Suddenly the children ran up to her and began to poke their fingers at the green egg, saying that it is incredibly large. The tired farmers looked at Juna. One of them said that it wasn't a man there by the clock, but they said that someone was going to come today. The other said that no, he hadn't heard anything like that. The girl stretched out her hand and pointed at Juna, saying that everyone should look around. He has a mask. Didn't Yanu leave the village on behalf of the princess? The other man replied, which means that this guy is the same friend of Edora. All the locals gathered around Juna with a smile. Looking at them, Jun wondered what they had heard about him. Smiling farmers were walking towards Jun, but suddenly someone shouted little brother, and Jun turned around, puzzled. Edora appeared in front of him in a beautiful white dress. Her cheeks flushed and she looked at Juna in surprise. Edora walked up to Jun and sighed heavily. And then Jun asked if she was doing well. Edora said yes of course, and then apologized that it suddenly disappeared. They had to go back urgently. Jun put his hand on Edora's shoulder and said that she must have had an important reason, so don't worry about it. Edora broke into a smile and replied that it was fine. One of the farmers looked at them and said that the ice princess was smiling. Edora glared at the farmers, and they left with a smile on their face. One of them said that it was time for them to work. Suddenly, someone approached. He put his hands on his waist and looked at Edora and Jun and said, so that's who's here. Neu appears in front of us and says with a smile that this means that Jun has become friends with his children, while Pant stands behind us and waves. Jun, looking at Nea, thought that he was the head of the One-Horn tribe, that it was thanks to him that the tribe began to flourish, the king of warriors. Neu smiled smiled crazily. Looking at it, Jun was startled to see an incredibly strong dark energy emanating from it. Jun looked at him and worried, but he didn't move. And then Neu smiled and shouted that everyone could see that he wasn't bad. Although no wonder, he was able to easily pass through the circular technique. Listen to these words, Jun didn't know what to say. Pant, who was standing behind Neu, asked what he saw, and Neu said that it was nothing, such a yellow beak as he would not understand it yet. Pant furrowed his brows and looked irritably in Neu's direction, then said whatever he said. Neu's face changed and he said seriously that in general. He clasped his hands together and then continued that this is what he wants to say. Jun looked at him uneasily, and then wondered what it was that you misunderstood him, or when going through the circular technique, did something wrong. Neu, standing in front, asked seriously if Jun was going to pick up his daughter. Neu smiled, and behind him, Pant looked disgusted. Edora furrowed her brows and spread her hands, her whole body shaking as she blushed. Neu looked at Juna with a smile and then asked again that when he planned to pick up his daughter, Jun didn't know what to say. Edora, standing behind Junu, couldn't pronounce a word. And then, suddenly, she blushed and shouted loudly, "Father." Neu, spreading his hands, smiled and replied that she had forgotten their conversation. If a good man appears, then you need to immediately grab him. Take him for example. When he was her age, he met her mother, they immediately got married and gave birth. Edora angrily started shouting that he quit. She herself shall figure out who she's going to marry. Pant grabbed the red-faced and angry Edora, and her father continued to laugh and tell her to stop being shy. Neu cleared his throat, and then said that in general, what's the point of it? It's been a long time since they met guests in the tribe, let them not stand on the street. Neu pulled his hand aside with a smile and told Jun to go inside. They would have a drink and talk first. We are taken to a large house, a training palace, with Jun sitting on the floor at a small table in the middle. There is a large green egg not far from it, and Jun thought that the setting here is quite simple. Suddenly, someone behind Jun apologized for keeping him waiting. Neu came forward in expensive clothes, with different patterns. He smiled and said that he was changing clothes, and therefore he was late because he had not worn it for a long time. He forgot the order. Jun looked at Nea and said that it really suited him. And Nea smiled and closed his eyes and laughed, and then said that he knew himself he was actually picky about clothes. In his youth he was still a fashion guy. Neu sat down at the table, surrounded by other important people from the One-Horn tribe, and said that they would start a dialogue. Neu looked at Juna and said that the best newcomer who did an excellent job of training and starting levels, the partner of Bloody Sword and Foxy Tail, the monster who can only get rid of anger by getting the best, is the Greedy Devil. Neu smiled and added that also. Jun looked in front of him in shock. Neu said that he was a rookie who single-handedly dealt a blow to Aaron's group. Jun stood up abruptly from the table, then asked what they knew about the guards pointing their blades at him. And then Neu furrowed his brows and told Jun to sit down. Jun could move. He wondered what kind of energy it was. He couldn't move. He glanced at Nea, who was emitting an incredibly strong dark energy, and he wondered if he had been mistaken. What he had sensed earlier wasn't just his sharp gaze, it had already gotten out of his body. He didn't notice it. Jun furrowed his brows and glared menacingly ahead, then thought that he was a real monster. Jun humbly began to sit back down, and he looked ahead intently, and Neu smiled and continued to tell Jun not to worry. There are no more than 3 people in the tower who know about this. Neu smiled and said that they would get straight to the point. He had heard about the reason why Jun came to their village from Yanwu. Neu turned to the street and looked at a huge green egg. He asked what a huge thing there is an egg. Jun said what exactly. Sages from the village of One-Horned examined the egg, asking how a mythical creature can have such a large egg, who is inside. Neu continued to say that after hearing about it from Yanu, he thought that he was talking another nonsense, but this is not so. He is surprised. Jun looked to the side and asked if there was any way. Neu said that he didn't know. He didn't know much about such things, but let Jun confide in their elders. They had seen a lot of things, so they could help. One of the elders turned to Neu and said that he knew only one such case described in written sources. So he was wondering if these 2 cases could be identical. Neu looked at him and asked what it was true, what he was talking about. Neu and the guards looked at the elder in surprise. And the elder went on to say that he had read about an egg that reached a height of 4 meters and only cracked under the influence of certain factors, and he wouldn't be surprised if it hatched something like a non-existence dragon. Ant looked ahead with a puzzled expression and said that it was just so scary to live in this world. Why would they only find out about this now? Edora stretched out her hand in front of her and said that elder, as far as she knows, 4th generation divine beings are not born in the tower. The elder glanced at it and said that it was true that divine beings usually lived outside the tower, but it was also the case for the dragon of nothingness, so he could assume that this egg was much older. Neu looked at the elder and said that in general, a dragon genesis had already hatched from such an egg once, so this time someone like him could be born. That's right? The elder replied yes. The elder pointed his finger up and remembered the flower. He said that to put it simply, this egg had changed for an unknown reason and reached an abnormal size, and in order to solve this problem, you need to get the moon seed. Jun looked at the elder with a puzzled expression and asked, moon seed? Edora replied that moon seed is one of the medicinal herbs that only their tribe has. It is absolutely useless for other tribes, so few people know about it. Jun glanced at Nea and asked what he wanted to get the seed, what he needed to do to get it. Nayu smiled and said that he needed the moon seed, and well, they have it, so Jun answered like this. Nayu let go of his head and continued to say in disappointment that as far as he could hear, this is an important medicinal plant for their tribe. It is so difficult to grow that one root can be collected once every 15 years, and even then it is not a fact. Pant and Edora looked at their father with a puzzled look. Jun went on to say that as they can see, he doesn't have anything special. If they want to get something in return, then suddenly Nayu turned his head away and replied that they don't work on debt. Jun furrowed his brows and lowered his head as he wondered what he had that might appeal to King Mu, Vigrid, or maybe Aegis. Nayu smiled and held out his hand to Jun, then said that there was really no need to offer him anything material. He had a strong body, for example. Nayu smiled and went on to say that June had heard about the war between the Red Dragon and UNHWA. Soon they would be acting as mercenaries. Jun gave Naya a puzzled look and wondered what he was talking about. Nayu went on to say that it would be nice if Jun also participated in what he was thinking. System messages appeared in front of Juna that there was a sudden quest, participation in the war. He is involved in the war between the Red Dragon and UNHWA. The One-Horned tribe has put an end to its ancient neutrality, and is also preparing to join the war as a mercenary group. You need to become a member of this group and take part in the wartime limit. Until the end of the war reward, first affinity with the One-Horned tribe plus 150, second moon seed, third unknown. Jun furrowed his brows and lowered his head down as he thought about the war between such powerful clans. He needed to join this war for revenge. He was looking for ways to do it. Jun clenched his fist and thought that now he was being told to join the war as a mercenary of the One-Horned tribe, he would be able to deal with the egg and join the war. There was no better way. Jun wondered if the One-Horned tribe was trying to stay neutral. Although he still had a hunch why they decided to intervene in the war. Jang Mushin from UNHWA. He was a native of the One-Horned tribe. He didn't know what he did, but because of him, the One-Horned tribe decided to prove themselves. Young asked if they were on UNHWA's side, and Nayu smiled and said that, as expected, Jun was quick on the uptake. Jun looked ahead carefully, and Nayu went on to say that either he was in the case or he needed time to think about it. Jun, looking ahead, confidently replied that he was with them. Nayu slammed his hand down on the table with all his might and replied that it was the right thing to do. He stood up and smiled at Juna and said that this is what strong will means. He needs to try hard in the war. In the future he will teach him a lot, so let him do everything right. Nayu pointed to the side and then asked, turning to his fellow tribesmen, well, the greedy devil goes to war with them if anyone has an objection. Someone held up a hand, and Naya was about to say that it meant the decision was made. A guy in white clothes got up from the table and said that he would like to speak out. Nayu looked at him and told him to talk, and the guy said that he was his father. Jun, sitting behind them, wondered if he was his father. Nayu glared at him and said that they were at an official meeting. Let him watch his tongue. The guy bowed and put his hand on his chest and said that your highness would excuse him. And then the guy looked arrogantly at Juna and said that why Nayu accepts an outsider into their ranks, who didn't really prove his skills and didn't clean up the 11th floor to the end. It's unacceptable. Edora furrowed her brows and said that what he was trying to say was that he didn't believe what he and Pant were saying. The guy smiled and looking at them said, what exactly? This is a simple person. Edora looked menacingly ahead and asked if he would be held responsible for what he said. The guy smiled maliciously and then said that of course. Nayu chimed in and looked at them and said that was enough. Nayu looked at his son and said that if they were going to fight, then let him fight outside. And then he asked what Chan was saying. He claims that he doesn't believe Jun. Chan said that's right. Nayu glanced at Juna and replied that it was fine in that case. Jun looked ahead calmly, and Nayu thought that Jun was just going to prove his strength. Jun was standing next to Pant and Edora. Edora, looking at Juna, apologized to him, and Pant shrugged and said that the battle with Chan, that's the same brother gives, only complicates everything. June, looking at them, said that since he was already going to become a freeloader, he should at least prove himself, so that it was even for the best. Pant, lowering his head, replied that it was so, but so annoying that he was drawn into their family affairs. Jun, looking at the upset friends, wondered what family matters were. Edora held out her hand to him and asked if Jun knew anything about their tribe, and Jun didn't say much. Jun thought that the One-Horned tribe is called a tribe, but in fact it is an alliance of 51 families, and the system is designed so that the strongest of them becomes the king. Edora, looking at Juna with a sad look, said that in short, their tribe consists of 51 families, so they were born in one of these families. Their family is named Jeonglam. Edora presented the family tree and said that the king of the One-Horned tribe is chosen from the children of the previous king. In order for this condition to be fulfilled, the king must have at least one heir in each family. Jun looked at the upset Edora and asked what that meant, and Edora said that she and Chan were only half siblings, and that he was from the Baxin family just like their father. Pant was annoyed, and Edora went on to say that this meant that he, like Pat, was one of the 4 candidates for the future king, or rather, he had a much better chance than Pat. Pant looked menacingly at Edora and shouted that this was not the case, but Edora glared at him angrily and shouted at him to shut up. He was just too weak. Jun looked at them and said that, meaning that Chan might have done it to win over the elders, and Edora said what? Edora closed her eyes and folded her hands and said that what's more, Chan reached the 30th floor at an early age, so he's considered one of the most talented members of their tribe. So, Jun held out his hand, and Edora continued to say what if he needed the moon seed. Jun patted Edora's head, and she wanted to tell him that they would do whatever it took, but he interrupted her and said that no, it's not worth it. Edora was embarrassed, and Jun said that he would take care of his own affairs completely, and they should just watch him from the side. Jun turned around and said that if they thought he was their brother, then so did he. Edora blushed and looked after Jun in surprise, and Pant smiled. Jun replied that the oldest should do this. We are being transported to a large arena. The one-horned ones are everywhere, watching the fight, and Pant is sitting next to Edoria, looking intently at the arena. Naewon stands in the center, hands folded, saying that as he said earlier, they are fighting to prove their skills. Young is standing in front of Jun. Naew smiled and held out his hand between them and said that killing was forbidden. If something like that happened, they would be executed. Naew waved his hand and said that in that case, they would start. Young took a stance with a smile and started to draw his sword from its scabbard. He thought that this is Jun the impudent. He will deal with him with one blow and prove Pan and his sister that they were wrong. Jun started to stretch his shoulders, and Jungkook wondered if he was going to show him what a walking sword meant. Suddenly Jun was gone. All that was left of him was dust, and Jungkook looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. Jun suddenly appeared behind him and swung his arm violently. Young shouted in fright, "What is it? Where is he going?" He turned around and frowned to see Jun reaching for him. In the next second, Jun grabbed Young's head with great force and slammed him to the ground. The audience looked at the arena in fright, and Naew smiled. Then after a second, she laughed at Jungkook's defeat. Young held Young's head in the ground and leaned over to tell him that, to be honest, he wasn't interested in what his goals were because he was still thinking about proving his strength. Jun leaned close to his ear and menacingly continued to say that you just don't need to use it to achieve your goals, it has nothing to do with it. He agrees. Naew watched with a smile as Jun stood up, while Young sat on the floor, clutching his bloody forehead. Suddenly, Jungkook screamed that it wasn't over yet. He held out his katana and glared at Juno, and then his cat made up blue, and a blue flame appeared on it. Pant, along with Edoria, shouted in fright that this was his special technique. Jungkook glared in front of him, holding his sword at the ready as he thought that Jun would definitely not get away from him now. He leaped forward at high speed, an incredibly strong aura appeared around him, and he thought that he was using an energy blade. He was approaching Jun at high speed, and then shouting that he was finished, he swung his energy sword. His sword was burning with blue flames, and it was approaching Jun's neck at high speed. Looking forward, he used the dragon's eye. His opponent's katana moved at an incredibly slow speed for him. Jun calmly ducked under Jungkook's incredible punch. Jungkook furrowed his brows and swung his katana again, shouting that this wasn't what he expected. He slashed out in front of him with all his strength, and the shockwave went through the arena, but Jun managed to jump out of the way. Jun clenched his fist and a blue aura appeared around him, and then he swung and hit the opponents in the stomach. Young flew back, spitting up blood, and Jun smiled at him. The entire arena watched Jun's victory in shock, and then everyone started shouting loudly and happily. The guy shouted that he was better than he thought. Another man, looking at his friend, said that he saw what kind of movement he performed. The technique is very clean and accurate. His friend replied that he thinks he has honed his skills to practice. It was cool. A smiling Naew walked up to them, clasped his hands, then asked that no one had any objections now. Jun exhaled while looking ahead, and Naew said that from now on, the greedy devil is considered a member of their tribe. We are being rescheduled in the late afternoon. The guy throws up his hands in confusion and looks at Nea, but suddenly Nea notices something off to the side. He waves the boy off with a smile and says that he looks like he wants to ask something. Naew looks at Juna. Jun says it would be nice if Naew answered his question. Naew came closer and asked what Jun wanted to know. How did he know about his incident with Aaron? And Jun said yes. Naew smiled and said that to be honest, it wasn't him who found out about it, but he was told. Jun asked who, and Naew was answered by a medium. Naew, looking up at the sky, continued to say that the medium said that the one who made a fur coat not so long ago would soon appear, and he also said that there would be a deep connection between them. So he thought about it and decided that since the war can't be called just a hype, then there is only one incident left, the defeat of Aaron in the training stage. Naew smiled and looked to the side and then continued to say so that June wouldn't worry. He wasn't going to talk about it. Even though they were on Young HWA Do's side, not that they were working closely together, there was no benefit for them to talk too much, and more importantly, Naew smiled broadly and went on to say that there was no point in setting up a man with his children following him. Jun held out his hand and thanked him for his words, then asked if he could tell who the third person was. Naew changed to the Lyceum said, all for one. Hearing this, Jun was seriously scared. Naew put his hands on his waist and will continue to say that he is here, who just sits on the top floor and watches what is happening. He and the medium are nothing compared to him. He does not think that he can avoid it. Jun thought that one of the skills of All for One, clairvoyance, is a skill that allows you to break causal relationships. He can see everything that happens in the world in the palm of his hand. Jung looked at the smiling Naew and asked that the last thing he wanted to know was when the approximately one-horned tribe was going to join Young HWA Do, and Naew replied that it would be very soon. He furrowed his brows and continued to say with a crazy smile that there were only 5 days left. Naew looked at Juno with a smile and said that there was only 5 days left. Jun looked at Naya in confusion and wondered what 5 days was so fast. Nayu put his hands on his waist and continued to say that there is nothing to be surprised about because this time they are starting a war. Nayu hit his chest and shouted what if he was going to fight. He smiled madly and said that shouldn't he do it beautifully and look cool. The guy sits with his fist clenched and says that really, how can you accept such a fool as a warrior? A guy in a blue cape appears in front of us and smiles. It's Young Hwa Du Jang Mushin. Then he says how funny that is. In front of him is another guy with a bit of stubble. He also wears a blue cape, but he's human, and he listens to the other guy saying how long ago he took Kwon Mushin's empty seat, and now he's throwing himself at the red dragon. There was another guy in a gray cape standing nearby. Someone said that they even used up the inner strength of a mystical dragon in order to restore it. A guy appears in front of us, his teeth clenched and his brow furrowed. Suddenly, someone tells Chan to stop. The unknown goes on to say that it doesn't matter if they like it or not, but they are Lentia's comrades, so they need to go together to the end. It would be good to avoid no quarrels. The guy raised his hand and continued to listen in dissatisfaction. The unknown person said that now he should think about how the war with the red dragon will go, as they all know they are much weaker than the red dragon. The unknown being behind the screen looked at his comrades and said that, however, the unknown presented a girl sitting on a throne, behind which stands a huge dragon. He said that they have a knife, which they do not have, and with it they can easily present a knife to the throat of the proud summer queen. The unknown person continued to say that so before entering the battle, you should prepare. The guy, looking at the screen, asked to prepare, and then the guy smiled, and the unknown person continued to say that we need to deal with the divine beings of the 4th generation. The guy said that they say more precisely, they need to decide in advance on those who can influence the course of events. Suddenly, unknown to do Mu Zing, the guy in the cape with a small stubble listened carefully, and the unknown person continued to say that he can release a 6 and a 7, let him deal with everyone and return, get additional strength. The guy with the stubble smiled and said he understood, and the unknown stood behind the screen and continued to say that he also heard that the One-Horn tribe is about to start acting. This means that the war will start very soon. Before Mu Zing, he will be involved in it, and before that, let them carry out the tasks assigned to them. The unknown person said that this would end their meeting. The guy looked at Du and said that in a second, he was going to kill the divine beings from where he planned to start. The guy smiled and held out his hand, then said that since he knew his relatives would be arriving on the 11th floor soon, he wouldn't want them to get hurt. Du looked at him indignantly, and then he said he was from the south, from Phoenix. It was a dark night. Nayu was sitting on the floor, thinking about something. He closed his eyes and asked his wife if that was enough. His wife, not being in the room, answered him that almost. Nayu sitting in the room asked that he was the same child. My wife said that she definitely says if she was wrong once. Nayu smiled and said that of course not. And his wife went on to say that he was able to find his way to the village without any prompting. And he was also able to attract Edora's attention, unless it was only by doing so that he proved his validity. Nayu smiled and put his hand on his beard, then said that she was right, so it was him, the child who had received the blessing. Nayu smiled and said that he wanted to take care of his upbringing. His wife asked that maybe he would make him his disciple. Nayu replied that if possible. Someone hit a drum with a stick. We are being taken to the One-Horn tribe, where they have arranged a reception in honor of the guests. Right on the battlefield, there is a large bonfire in the center, and people are having fun and walking. Jun was sitting on the steps with a drink in his hand. Jun thought that really everyone just wanted to have one last good time before the war started. Jun glanced at the blazing fire. The people of this village were drinking and dancing, and Jun wondered what kind of smiling people lived here. Looking at them dancing and having fun, Jun thought that they were very different from him. Jun looked down into his glass. Suddenly, someone came up to him and said that he had heard that Jun was now the youngest. The man, frowning, poked his finger at Juna and shouted that since he was with them, he should have come and said hello to the others. He was forcing the older ones to approach him themselves. Jun thought that this was one of the guests. He had heard that there were 9 other guests in the village besides him. Jun waved his hand in displeasure and thought that he was just a guest, but he was showing off, which was already funny. Jun told the man to move away. He couldn't see anything. The man swung his fist and shouted that this is a contagion. Edora appeared not far from them. She asked that they had some problems. She was looking in their direction, and the man looking at her said princess in a frightened voice. He scratched the back of his head and smiled at her, saying that it was nothing. He just heard that there was another guest in the village. Here he is. Edora interrupted him and said that he hadn't been officially introduced yet, so don't let him worry. The man gritted his teeth and glared at Juna, and then puffing with anger went to the side. June looking at him said that it was not necessary. Edora replied that she knows. She frowned and crossed her arms as the man left, then said that she didn't like anyone spoiling the party atmosphere. She sat down next to Jun and sighed and said that the egg had been moved to the elders for the time being. And Jun looked at her and said thank you. Edora smiled and clasped her hands together, saying that it was not necessary, they should thank him. But he did not notice how the elders' eyes lit up at the sight of the egg. Jun remembered how the elders tearfully begged him, They begged him to give them the egg for research while he was busy participating in the war. When he agreed for food, almost that they were standing on Jun's lap, frowned and looked away, and then thought that he didn't really want to remember their looks. Edora looked at Jun's hand and said that she didn't see the chain on his arm last time. Jun raised his hand and showed the chain and said that there was something about this thing that he wanted to ask her. Edora looked at Juno with anticipation and asked what. Jun showed her the chain and said that it would be good if she tested him using her insight. His strength is not enough for this, Edora thought, and then pointing her fingers in his direction said that it seems to be a very old handcuff. Edora looked at them carefully, and then said with a frown that she thought they were made of divine metal, although no, she had heard that there was too little of that material left, so they couldn't be made of it. Edora looked at Juna and said that she was not sure, but she thought that these handcuffs were just part of the artifact. Jun asked what it meant. Edora replied that looking at the connecting elements, she could assume that there should be 2 more parts. Usually prisoners are shackled with such things, and they consist of 3 parts. Jun glanced down at his hand, and Edora continued to say that the first part is this very handcuff. Edora looked at Juna's feet and said that she was wearing leg irons. Edora pointed her finger at Juna and added that the third and final collar, most likely you need to collect all 3 elements. Jun clutched at his throat, and Edora looked at him and said that as soon as all 3 elements were assembled, they would be able to regain their full functionality. Jun said that it was clear. He glanced at Edora and said that he wanted to ask her something else. Edora puzzled asked what about what. Jun looked ahead, and Edora looked at him blankly. Jun saw 2 guys from one horn using special techniques. A blue aura appears around them. Jun said that he wants to learn martial arts. She knows some ways. Edora asked if he really wanted to study martial arts. Jun sat and nodded. Jun began to ponder, and he realized that he had once heard that the one-horn tribe's martial arts were quite unique and they never liked to teach them to outsiders. Jun turned his head and realized that was why she was taken aback. Jun asked her about it just in case, but he'd better not get his hopes up too much. Edora put his hand on his chest and said that when morning comes, she will talk to her father about it, but she can still say for sure that approval will be very difficult to get. Jun said that everything is fine and he understands perfectly well that his request is difficult to fulfill. Jun looked up at the sky and thought about it and realized that if they didn't succeed, they would have to take the time to figure it out for themselves. Neu was reading a book, and he was surprised that Jun wanted to learn martial arts. Edora was sitting across from him, and he wondered why she had come to see him so late, but it turned out that she really liked him. Edora said that he could become the master of the Yin sword, which surprised Neu as she thought highly of him. Edora asked if he didn't see it for himself, to which Neu just smiled. He put down the book and sat on the edge of the building. He said that she was right and Jun was really a talented guy who knew how to surprise, and also he was courageous. Edora asked if this meant that he agreed, and Neu pointed his finger up and said that it wasn't true, but under certain conditions, he would give his consent to it. Paju called out to his daughter and reminded her that she herself was well aware of the limitations imposed on the next medium. Neu sat and looked down, and he said with a serious face that for several centuries she was the only one who was able to achieve insight, and she will soon take the place of a medium herself. Her father said that the person chosen by her must prove that he was worthy of it, to which Edora said that she was fully confident that he would cope with all the difficulties. Neu listened to all this and smiled. He looked at his daughter and realized that she was bound by the chains that their tribe had created, and she had to take a much more serious attitude, even though it was not appropriate for her age, and very soon she would have to enter a thorny path. Neu started laughing and asked if he could hug his daughter, to which Edora asked what was wrong with him. There was a full moon in the sky, and at that time, someone was walking forward. Jun started to ponder, and he recalled a dialogue where he was told that his bracelets were made of divine metal. He touched his bracelets and realized that it was indeed a divine metal. Just as there were several types of herbs that could help them recover magic, there were also numerous types of metals that could be used to create artifacts. The best of these metals was called the divine metal. However, the name spoke for itself and it was really difficult to find such a material. Some even thought that it basically did not exist, but he knew for sure that the divine metal existed, because the cursed sword that had dragged him into this mess contained divine iron. Jun raised his hand and decided that although the sword contained a minimal amount of divine metal, his brother had suffered because of it, and if the handcuff was really made of such a powerful material as divine metal, then he couldn't understand what the Black King was doing. Jun walked up to a man and wondered if he was that strong, why no one had ever heard of him. Jun was walking forward when someone called out to him. Jun turned around, and the man with the gun asked if the new kids could go out at this hour of the night. Jun watched it all in silence, and the guy said that he had hidden behind the princess not too long ago. He pointed a finger at Jun and asked him if he was going to answer everything he said. After that, there were bangs. The next morning, the sky was blue. The guy was standing there with a bruised face, sweeping the street. Jun went to Edora's side, and the boy bowed and wished him to return safely. Edora finally found Jun and he asked her what she wanted. Edora puffed out her cheeks and turned to the side. She told him to ask her without even saying hello. Edora pointed her finger at the top and said that she had made a deal. Her father even gave him permission to enter the bronze level skill archive. Jun asked what the skill archive was. Edora said that it mostly contained records of all the combat techniques they had ever created. Edora started to tell him the whole story, and to put it simply, the skill archive was divided into 4 levels: gold, silver and bronze, as well as metal. They usually didn't allow outsiders to enter the bronze level or higher archive, but apparently her father took great care of it. Edora clenched his hand into a fist and said that he had one condition. She told him that no one should help Jun, including her and Pat, but that Jun should learn their martial techniques on his own and become enlightened. Edora said that after 4 days, his father will personally evaluate him, and if his father is satisfied with his level, then he will personally train his technician. Jun was surprised that the king would be able to train him personally. Jun opened the system screen and a new quest was available to him. This quest was sudden. The king of the one-horned Neu tribe showed interest in him, as he had performed well during training and offered him a quest. After visiting the metal and bronze level skill archives, he had to invent his own personal technique and discover new ways to use the magic circuit. The time limit was 4 days. The rewards were like King Wu Trainer, 8-punch technique, Yin sword inheritance rights, and something unknown. Jun watched it all and didn't know what it was, but the only thing that attracted him about this quest was that it would end up being taught by the king himself. Jun stood up in a stupor when he realized that he needed to come up with his own technique in just 4 days. Edora was looking at him, and Jun didn't know why he had attracted the king's attention so much, but this was his chance and a test for him. Jun asked where he was supposed to go with the understanding that he had to endure it all. Edora escorted him to a building that was guarded by 2 guys. They went inside, and inside there were many shelves with different books. Edora said that this place was built by their ancient ancestor. In this archive, they kept all the documents, from the skill tomes of all the martial techniques created by their peoples, to magic scrolls, alchemy manuals, and many other ancient books. She pointed to the side and said that this was where the iron skill archive ended, and then there was the bronze skill archive, which was guarded by 2 guys. Edora said that in order to avoid the guys, Jun shouldn't have gone any further. Jun said that she really tried to help him and he was very grateful for what she did for him. Jun used his eyesight and started looking around. As he walked forward and moved his head, he realized that there were indeed a lot of books here, so first he needed to find the ones that would be useful to him. He realized that important documents must have been popular, so they must have been marked unacceptably by human hands. Jun went over to the book and started pulling it out. He opened it and began to read assiduously. He saw the illegible handwriting there and realized that it was letting in a bit of information. Jun sat down and started reading, thinking that there was nothing he could do about it, and since he couldn't understand, he just needed to memorize it. Edora leaned over in surprise and was shocked that he already knew something about their techniques. She didn't understand how Jun knew that it was best to read from this particular book. Edora realized that if Jun could assimilate the writings on tendon transformation, he would understand all the basics, but it would take a long time and Jun didn't have time for that. Initially, the speed of his reading was low, but after reading one book, Jun took up another, then another one, and the more books there were, the faster his reading speed became, and he read until the evening. Jun sat with a huge stack of books and continued to see unfamiliar words in front of his eyes, but he began to understand a little what was meant in these books. It became clear to him that the quantity was not so important if the mana pot was small. To begin with, he should have enlarged the vessel and then put more liquid in it. Jun diligently sat in front of the stacks and realized that he was mainly focused on increasing the amount of magic. But after reading it, it became clear to him that he needed to focus on expanding the magic channels. Jun put his hand under his head and realized that it made sense, because he really was only focused on increasing the amount of magic power and didn't think about expanding the magic channels at all. He slammed the book shut and decided that he needed to turn his attention to them first, and that his magic power control would be tightened a little later. Jun counted enough books and stretched. He turned his head and there was still one huge pile of books. Jun knew that he had to finish reading what he hadn't read yet. Jun read the book and imagined mana flowing through his body and body. He read the book and didn't realize that his stomach was a storehouse of mana. Nigong is a magical power, Kaimak is a channel of magical power, Wongi is a flow of mana. He concentrated and gathered all the energy inside him, and with proper breathing, the Vongi drew all the magic power and it accumulated inside his body. The power spread through his hands, and depending on the chosen breathing technique, the magic power moved through the body in a certain way. In this process, everything depended on the abilities, and the greater the volume of controlled magic power became, the stronger the person became. It was Hell who was needed to control his magic power. Jun grasped the energy in his hands, and Hell was considered a repository of magical power and played an important role in strengthening. Hell was located around the perimeter of the channels of magical power. Magic conduits, there was no organ that was responsible for Hell, the magic power just flowed smoothly through its body. Jun knew that the dragon didn't need Hell, because they could control the magic power as they wished. Jun stood up and looked at his hands. He realized that he was a human and was too different from dragons, which meant that he needed Hell. Jun leaned his hand against his chest and realized that the cores were set in a circuit that had magical power flowing through it, and if he could open and close them at will, then it was incredibly powerful. Jun smiled and looked ahead confidently. He realized that he wouldn't have any problems freely controlling his magic power. While he was in the archive, a system message was sent to him saying that he had laid down a new concept of the magic circuit and had become the discoverer of a new area unexplored by the dragons. Jun got the special feature, Man of Energy, also got the nickname Discoverer, also got the nickname Got the Blessing of Magic Power, also got the Noble Power skill. Jun was standing in front of the system screen, and he read that the gods and demons of the 98th floor were watching him with interest. Jun was surprised that both the gods and demons of the 98th floor showed interest in him. The gods and demons somehow managed to occupy floors 98 to 77. And if a strong player appeared that they liked, they went down to him and gave him rights. Jun recalled how he met Hermes and realized that they could make a suggestion just like Hermes did when he asked them to become his apostles, and they could also interact with players through a message. Jun was sitting next to a large number of books and realized that this was extremely rare, because even Youngwoo didn't get a message from them. He wondered how unique the core concept was. Jun smiled through his mask and realized that he was sure of one. He raised his head and made sure that he was on the right path. The system message wrote that the feature is a person of energy, the use of Vongi is given to him easier than the rest, choose a breathing technique, the amount of available Vongi increased and soon the recharge rate increased. Jun gathered all the energy inside himself and realized that not only did the amount of magic power available increase dramatically, but the cooldown process was also accelerated after all the magic power was used up. He realized that the faster it was spent and recharged, the more effective the use of magic power became, and any player dreamed of such a feature. 2. The nickname is a person who has received the blessing of magic power has increased by 15, and the skill level by 9%. The amount of magic power available for use at a time has increased, and Jun can use all kinds of magic power. Jun stood back and started to think, not only did he gain plus 15 magic power, but he was also able to increase his skill level over his skills. But something else was important. He realized that he could now use all kinds of magic power, from water to fire, which meant that it would be possible to use conflicting types of magic at the same time. Initially, Yeonwoo had to use the Aegis and Black Bracelet separately, but now he won't experience such restrictions. The last skill was Noble Power. The level ranged from 15.0 to SSS, the mastery was 0%, it gave the ability to attract mana and process it into magic power. The higher the mastery was, the faster the processing speed. The processed magic power was famous for its purity. He was asked to choose the correct way of breathing. Through meditation and breathing techniques, he had to take mana and replace it with pure magic power. He had to use Nigo. He was asked to increase the power of the magic power received, and the power will depend on the percentage of mastering the skill and the chosen breathing technique. At the moment, the skill was assigned the 15.0 level. Jun had to work on his breathing and raise his level. Jun put his hand to his chin and began to think. The Noble Power skill allowed him to use magic circuits more effectively, although his level was the lowest, but since it could be raised, then there was no need to worry about it. He put his hand on his knee and realized that the main thing was that he was able to grasp the basics, which meant that he needed materials that would allow him to climb much higher. Jun looked at the top shelf and realized that there was a lot of such data here, and he could choose to his heart's content. Jun lowered his head and Edora noticed. She called out to Jun, but Jun was very downcast. She reached out and felt his gaze. She pressed her hands to her chest and realized that both the look in his eyes and the words out of his mouth told her how he felt, and she knew it because she was used to having Pat and the tribe around her. Jun looked like he was definitely grabbing onto something while wandering through the fog, making the divine technique his own, maybe even climbing even higher. Jun was looking up, his eyes shining, and Edora assumed it was a realization. After that, people began to fly to the sides, and Edora covered herself with her hands. The security guard quickly ran over and asked what was going on here. The guard was shocked by what he saw. Jun stood and clenched his fists. He began to gather all the energy in his body, and Edora realized that he was able to unleash the ultimate strength of his hands in the 12th meridian. She couldn't believe what she just saw. She wondered how he managed to learn it in 4 days. Jun stood there and was completely calm. Edora assumed that this was the level of Yang Guang and Haiyang himself. Jun turned his head and called out to Edora, who was very excited about all this. Edora stood next to him and knew that she had always been there, but now she felt as if a completely different person was standing in front of her. She folded her arms and listened intently. Jun said he was hungry and asked if there was any food, which turned Edora to stone. After that, there were sandwiches and a drink on the table. Jun sat and ate, talking to Edora along the way. Maybe it was because he had overcome the critical moment, but he had become much sicker and was able to maintain a dialogue with Edora. Jun looked to the side at the system message and realized that since he opened the energy flow, the magic circuits were working much better. The system message told him that one change in magic circuits had been successfully overcome, physical development had been confirmed, and work on accepting the inheritance had resumed, with the completion rate at 99.7%. It was said initially that there were 360 Hellas in the human body, but the main thing was to determine the location of 36 of them, and magic power is concentrated in each of them, and in order for them not to disintegrate, nuclei were formed. Jun realized that although his magic power in the circuits was reduced, its effectiveness was incomparably increased, and Edora asked if he was finished. Jun said he was 95% stopped and 5% short. Edora watched Jun eat and realized that these were basic breathing techniques, but still he was thinking of a new fighting technique. She didn't understand if he meant to say that he had almost done everything in 3 days, because a person who hadn't heard anything about their techniques before couldn't achieve this. Edora asked what he was missing, and Jun, holding the book in his hands, said that he was missing color. Jun started reading and said that each combat technique had its own chip, that Class 2, Class 3 each had its own goal. Yok Junkan focused on keeping fit, the Sam's breathing technique gathered the energy of heaven and earth, and the Sky Dragon technique was aimed at complementing Nigo. If you go deeper into all this, then there were also divine techniques, or rather the techniques of darkness, poison and others. Jun said that what he had done up to now was just the basics, but if he was going to use martial arts to its fullest extent, then he needed to get the specifics, but he hadn't gotten to that yet. Edora asked if he had any ideas, to which Jun said he hadn't come up with anything yet. Jun got up and Edora asked what he was going to do then. Jun said he needed to get back to the search. He said he was going to the Bronze Archives. It was already evening outside. There were a lot of books in the archive that were stacked up. Jun stood beside them and knew that he only had 24 hours. He needed to find what he needed in time. The elder is very angry, closing his eyes. Neu puts his hand on his cheek and smiles. The two of them are sitting at a table, sorting through many scrolls. The elder throws down one of the scrolls and shouts about not being able to concentrate. He looks at Nea and says clearly indignant, What did he do so well that he hums songs to himself? And why is he so happy? To which Neu smiles, closing her eyes and holding up a finger, saying that today is the day. The elder looks at Nea in surprise and says, Is that really the one? And Nea remembers Jun with a raised finger. He says that the day when he will be able to check how stiff the outstanding person is. To which the elder looks at it and says he understands. And the elder looking at Nea as he continues to talk. He asks about what Edora thinks the Yin sword will entrust to him. To which Neu smiles, they say that apparently so. The elder closes his eyes and crosses his arms. He says that this can be understandable, and he is the only one who has completed training in 30 floors at a time, and he doesn't think anyone can repeat his success. Then the elder takes hold of his mustache. Speaking of which, although it's a bit of a pity that he's wearing a mask all the time and you can't see his face. To which Neu smiles and says that he must be pretty as hell. The elder looks at the smiling Neu in surprise, and he says that how does he know about this? Then he closes his eyes and thinks. Thinking about that, looking at his smile, you can assume that he's up to something again. It says that he was successful in what way? He'll hold his chin while Neu looks at him. Historically says that to deal with their combat techniques in 4 days, and what an incredible quest. And he understands that he needs to learn a lot in a short time, but if he goes too far, then this time will become a waste of time. And while Neu smiles and crosses her arms, she looks at the elder. He goes on to say that even his son could not cope with this, and when he was younger, and after all, he was called a genius. After that, Neu asks, looking at the elder about what he said, how are things with the egg? Of the elder's clearly displeased thoughts, he just changes the subject. The elder says that the more he tries to understand, the less he understands what is inside. After which, Neu is surprised to say that it means we are still talking about a divine being. At which the elder looks ahead and, thinking, says what someone of this magnitude thinks. He turns to Nai and tells him that he'll tell him more later, but they haven't dealt with him completely yet. To which Neu says it's really huge. Okay. The elder lowers his hands and says that in this case. Then Neu turns around and leaves. They say that it's time to check how good it is. If the son-in-law completed his homework. Neu crosses her arms and smiles, saying wow. He looks at Edora standing next to Jun, and Neu says that yes, there is nothing left of him at all in Edora, that she starved him. And while Jun is seriously looking ahead, Neu thinks that looking at him might suggest that he's made more progress than he thought he would. And Neu comes forward with a smile. Jun talks about whether he can show it right here. What do they say to him? That yes, of course. Then Jun closes her eyes. The ground beneath him begins to burn, and a huge firestorm appears around Jun, while Edora, Smeshi, and Nea have moved a little away. Neu looks at this with a smile and says look at him. Edora looks on in surprise. They both watch as a huge fire hurricane appears, and Jun, looking ahead, thinks about something he hasn't said out loud yet. The one I've always thought of. After that, black and red wings appear behind it. This was a master of divine knowledge, and Jun standing represents that divine knowledge. He imagines his brother wearing only silver armor and huge white wings, thinking of it as divine wings. He thinks about how they used to call his brother that. After that, these wings begin to disappear. Neu stands and looks at him with a smile. He says he's a monster. Winter smiles, saying that he is definitely not better than him. Jun looks at him with a smile, then says that he is the strongest person he knows. Neu smiles and laughs. They say that he is a bastard and it's not worth it. And Nea puts her hand on her chin and says, stating that it maximizes the impact power of destructiveness and making them the focus. And through the breathing technique, he tried to balance the entire technique from start to finish. Only with this breathing technique, it is better to focus on completing the technique. In surprise, Stu asks him if he can find out the reason, and Neu, coming closer, says that it just seems that way to him. Jun is perplexed. and Neu smiles and closes his eyes, says that in fact, what is there to explain in such geniuses as he notices everything at a glance. And Jun notices, remembering all the people he's met before, thinking about how when he had to learn how to understand the manhwa device, his brother and Yul had said much the same thing. He remembers that his brother said that he heard that it was just felt, and Yul said that the manhwa just saw it. And Jun thinks about what really goes along with being a genius and getting people mad. And Nea starts clapping, saying that he's still passed. And the system sends notifications. It says that Jun has succeeded in mastering high-level combat techniques, and the quest of the trial of King Mu has been completed, and it has reached record levels. And as a reward, he gets the right to learn from the king and learn his fighting techniques and achieve even greater results. And as a reward, he gets the right to learn the technique of 8-fist strikes, and you need to ask the king for this. And as a reward, he gets the right to inherit the Yin sword. He should get more information about the king and ask him for even more rewards. Neu then throws the book to Jun. He catches her and Nea tells him to hold her. There it looks like it's 8-fist strikes. Neu looks at Jun and says with a smile that, as he promised, he would become his mentor, so he should focus on this technique first. And as he knows, they'll be joining the war soon, so he should be on his own for a while and learn. And while Jun looks on in surprise, Neu keeps telling him not to say it twice. Jun thinks that if he can stay close to the king during the war, then he can observe his actions and significantly increase the skill level. And Jun, looking at Nea, says that he would like to ask for something. And Neu says that again he wants to ask questions, so let him talk. Jun raises his hand and says that he has just received the right to inherit the Yin sword as a reward. And what is it? To which Neu turns a blind eye and says that he will tell it when the time comes, and it's too early for now. Does he have any other questions? And Jun talks about what he said, that he knows who passed his tests, and whether he can find out who the others were. And Neu looks at Jun with a smile and says that wow, look at it already asks such questions and they definitely haven't heard about the same thing. After all, he is very famous. And Jun says who is it? And he says it was Sin. Jun is very surprised by this. He remembers that among all 5 people, they are still the strongest. That's it. And it's said that in the entire tower, no one can match him in swordsmanship. It's so good that it is even compared to Alpha Van among humans. And he's the only one who passed the King Mu trials. And Jun asks about who it was to which Neu closes her eyes and says it's a secret. And Neu looks at Jun and says that it's not because he doesn't want to tell him that he doesn't want to. It's because Jun doesn't know him. And Jun stands there looking at Nea, thinking that, apparently, this someone is really unknown. And Jun says that in that case, he has one more request to make. And Neu says that this is what it is. And Neu listens with surprise to what Jun says. He said he wanted to see its true strength. And while Jun and Neu are looking at each other, Jun says he wants to see the true power of the king. Neu opens her mouth in surprise. He begins to talk about what is, how it is so, and why his power is that. Neu then scratches her head, and closing his eyes, he says that it is so difficult to be a teacher. And Neu looks up at the sky, wondering what to do and what to show him. As Jun stares at Nea, he looks away and closes his eyes. He says he doesn't usually do this, so he thinks he's lucky. Then Neu starts straining his legs and tells him to watch carefully. Neu gets into position and a purple aura begins to radiate from him. He says it's one of the 8 punch techniques, Tanshin, and Neu starts to tense up, gritting her teeth. My clothes start to tear. After that, he carries out a blow near Jun. And Jun, who is looking at all this through his dragon eyes, is very surprised by this. He sees a huge shockwave fly through the sky. Jun stands back in shock, thinking that it only lasted for a moment. He looks at Nea, who used this technique, and thinking that he saw it for sure. This is what the king himself was hiding. He remembers his eyes and says that they are the eyes of a predatory beast. Then a huge flash appears from behind Jun. Everything starts to glow blue and purple, and Jun looks at it with her head turned. Edora looks up at the sky in fright. Is she talking about the sun? After that, they are noticed by how the sun, located in the sky, split into 2 parts, and the 3 of them watch as a huge hole appears in the sky. A red mist is coming out of this hole. After that, the sky begins to regenerate and the system is restored, and Jun watches the sun come out again. He thinks it's very improbable, and how is this even possible? Then Jun turns around and hears Neu say something. He watches as Nea holds one of her hands and closes her eyes, smiling. He says he hasn't used his power in a long time and his shoulders are stiff, and he asks Jun if he liked it. Then Neu turns away and starts walking away. He says he's joining the fight tonight, so he shouldn't be late. Edora feeds him and looks flimsy, like he's been ignored. And while Jun and Edora stand in disbelief, Neu says that things are not in order, so he leaves. And Jun watches Neu leave, thinking that someday, he would surpass him. After that, a scream is heard from one of the buildings. Neu clutched her hand and opened her teeth. He says he almost died. He holds his hand and, raising his head, feels a huge pain. He says that why did he even decide to show off and only overexert himself unnecessarily? The elders are always looking for him, and other clans may rebel. What's he doing? After which Neu is clearly worried. He tells his wife, about the fact that really it is impossible for him to show weakness in front of children. It's like he's standing on the platform laughing while June watches him from below, saying that the teacher should also become an unattainable goal and an impenetrable veil, and only when the student will make every effort. After that, the wife says that if this does not happen, what does Nayu say? What does it mean that this student is nothing? And while Nayu's hand is starting to turn blue, he leans against one of the walls and just stands there. The wife talks about what Noah is like and whether he is happy, and isn't he going to go that far? Nayu says that it was pretty, and it was like that from the very beginning. The wife asks, they say that really, and Nayu looks up, clearly worried. He says he thinks a lot more about what he's capable of than he did. And he says that the person who passed it 1 also completed the test, designed for 30 days and 4 days. Don't you think he will teach them properly or not with all his passion? Finally, the night of which the king had spoken came. A lot of soldiers stand and watch Naya, who invites everyone. Many warriors stand smiling and wearing robes. And Nayu tells them that they need to get outside for the first time in a long time, and that's very exciting, isn't it? Jun stands with the others and listens to Naya. He tells them to behave coolly, understand, and don't dare wet themselves out of fear, pointing 2 fingers at yourself and your allies. He says that he will personally check that there are no such personalities among them. Then one of the people standing below starts laughing. He's talking about making sure the king doesn't screw up too, or they might notice it too. And June, watching from the sidelines, 2 people then start to argue and smile, saying that it will be fun. And they were already being led away, their impudent faces writhing in pain. And June thinks that this is very unusual for him. After which, Nayu looks at everyone and says that, in general, they should not die because of those who will die. He'll personally track them down and go to hell and get on top of them. After that, he looks at everyone and shouts that everything is clear to them. And all the soldiers raise their hands and shout. After that, Nayu holds up the paper and says that then go ahead. And Nayu breaks her apart and sends her flying. He smiles, his eyes starting to light up. He says it's time to have fun, and many of the lower-ranking warriors tear the leaf and smile. They keep tearing it up with different ways. Then they all evaporate, and June is watching this leaf. He stares at it in silence. He clenches it in his fist and thinks that this is where it all started. Then he remembers Young, and closing my eyes, a bird with a red aura flies over the moon. This bird has red plumage. It was a red dragon. He flies and watches the city, and thinking about Young. While this bird is flying, red feathers remain behind it. And so their war began, and all those who lived 2 times. End of season 1. Nayu is sitting on a rock. This is the 11th floor, the world border of dreams. June comes up to him. He goes up to his back and asks if he called him. Then Nayu smiles and turns to Jun. He takes off his cape. Then you say that he thought about it, decided that before attacking, you should train him with 8 fist strikes. And Nayu stands in front of Jun and points a finger at him. He says that today he will show him 1 move at a time, and he must watch carefully and learn. Nayu smiles, talking about something he's already said that he doesn't like to say twice. Jun looks at Naya and says yes. Then Nayu closes her eyes and shows 3 fingers. He says that he knows how to respond. And to begin with, it consists of 3 components, soul and body. It represents a bowl of water. Speaking of the soul being responsible for internal energy, this is what they call magic power and the like. And the body is a vessel, and we are talking not only about the stomach, but also about the whole body. It provides how all the energy circulates in the body. After all, energy connects these 2 components and becomes like a connecting link. It is responsible for ensuring that the Kai functions properly. Naya, holding a branch on her leg, says that along with it and his skills with the sword and the technique of movement and fighting. And this is 8 fist strikes, the most powerful energy-based technique. And Nayu throws up the stick and grabs it with her hand. Speaking of why he's asking this, it's just that it was created by a true genius. And it may just not be weak. Nayu looks up and starts to spin the stick. He says that 8 punches isn't as simple as its name might suggest, and he can take his own weapons and sword techniques, and this will go according to the gate technique. And after grabbing the spear, he will start using the spear technique, and so everything is arranged. Nayu then points the stick directly at Jun's throat. He says he doesn't like to point out which weapons are best to use. Then he gives the stick to Jun and smiles, saying that the lecture was delayed and it was time to show the movement, and he should look properly. Then Nayu lifts her leg. It says 1. He takes a stance and appears with a huge force from Nayu. Jun stands there in shock, watching this. Apparently, he says that this is the so-called heavenly step. Then Nayu starts moving. Speaking of which, what comes next is the quiet horn. And then there's the angry fist. And Jun watches it all in surprise, thinking about his movement. He watches Nayu move, thinking that they are concise and clear. He knows exactly where to put his foot and how to lift it off the ground. And he is determined and completely unwavering. And his every move is not accidental. Roll, and he moves as it is convenient for his body. And as Jun watches, all of Nayu finishes the move with her hand outstretched. He says it's stage 1 and is 7 punches out of 32. Then Nayu smiles. He moves away from Jun. And he thinks that although he will say that this is the first stage, even it is divided into 64 large and small movements. So, that showing such a move at a time is like playing a prank on someone. Because of this, it is simply impossible to learn at once. Apparently, he's standing with his hand on his chin, thinking with his eyes closed, about whether he will say honestly that he couldn't learn, and then his great teacher will show him everything in more detail. And Nayu asks Jun if he can handle it. Jun replies that yes, of course. Nayu is looking at it. He looks at Junie and says in surprise, "What's up?" Jun stands up and asks if he can start. Jun says that he uses first the heavenly step, then the soft horn and the measured fist. Nayu watches in disbelief. Jun then uses her fist directly on Nea, and he is surprised by this. Jun is standing at the counter. He asks Nea if he did everything right. He, in turn, thinks about how he really remembered all this after watching it only once. It's freaking out, but stretches out his fist and says yes. But this is just the beginning. If he got confused, he wouldn't be considered his disciple, and they should go to stage 2. After that, the system sends notifications. She says that congratulations, and Jun has succeeded in learning 1 out of 8 fist strikes, and the skill is being formed. And the 8-punch skill is half formed. This is called the percentage level of knowledge of the skill, and it is said that a martial art based on Kai, and it uses 8 trigrams of 8 sides according to the Kai system, and the system tells you what the trigram step is. 5% of the trigram strength is added to each step, and as your progress increases, the power added to skills increases. The maximum is 40%, and the energy of 8 sides. It enhances all the senses and blocks access to weak points, and when the senses are sharpened, it is possible to use more powerful magic power. And while Nayu stands with her companions and looks at Jun, Jun reads the system message, saying that at the moment he has not mastered all parts of the first half of the skill, and it should fill in all the blanks. And while Nayu laughs, Edora and Pant stand behind him. They both think that Winter must be in shock, and he's definitely very surprised. While Nayu hesitantly says that he did not take him as his student for nothing, and oh, how not in vain. After all, this is exactly how his students should behave. And Jun raises her hands, thinking that the magic power is circulating much better than before. And so far, it doesn't mix well with Kai, but he already wants to try out a new technique. After which, Jun asks Nea while he looks at him and tells him to call him teacher. Jun is surprised by this, and Nayu closes her eyes and says that he and his students call him the king, and now I think I should call him teacher. After that, Jun gets worried and says that he is a good teacher, to which he lowers his head and says that this is how it is, and did he really want something. After that, Jun glows with happiness looking at Nea. He says that the attack, whether he can't trust it, is up to him. Nayu is very surprised by this and asks why, and as Jun looks at him, Nayu says no, this is his tribe's business. So even without it, there are a lot of people who want to fight. Then Nayu puts her hands to her face and thinks. He tells Jun that on the other hand, we need to see how much he decided to master the technique. Then Nayu looks at all his soldiers and understands. He starts to smile and says he has a great idea. Kuram City. A huge explosion occurs near the wall. A lot of players come in shock and shout about what's going on. The man with long brown hair and silver armor. It was the commander of the Red Dragon, the White Dragon, and he is the commander of the 8th Squad. One of the soldiers shouts that they are being attacked. The commander looks at the whole city burning and asks who is attacking it. To which Knight says no, it's a one-horned tribe. They watch as this tribe attacks them, smashing and destroying everything around them. The commander stands and watches in shock, all blue with fear. He says it can't be, and they've never interfered in the affairs of other clans, and why did they decide to attack right now? To which one of the soldiers shouts that the commander is over there, and they watch as Nea stands on one of the buildings. He uses a technique, and the commander says that really this is the king. After that, Nayu makes an attack, and everything in the range of this attack is covered with purple shades and destroyed. The huge beam created by Nayu destroys everything around it, and a huge hole appears in the wall near the commander. He stands there in shock and is very scared. Nayu appears beside him as the commander kneels in front of him, and Nayu says with a smile that he wants to live. And while the commander looks at Nea with fear, he replies that yes, he will give him a chance to live. The whole city is on fire and collapsing. Jun is standing with Pant and Edora, and the pantomime is trying to look out for something. He says someone is flying this way. You say he's still holding something in his hands, and what is it? Does it look like a human? And Nayu appears in front of them, along with the commander and one of the soldiers in his hands. It lands on the ground. After that, everyone watches as Nayu stands up, and Ban shouts at him, pointing out with his finger that he's also kidnapping people now. Apparently, to say that he also wanted to test a new technique is not. After that, Nayu tells him to fight with the commander. The commanders have served him. They are shocked and don't understand what it is. And Nayu points her finger at Jun and tells them to fight him, and the one who wins will stay alive. Nayu brought a few more soldiers, and there were 5 of them. Jun and the others watch as Nayu gathers them around her. It says that there are perfectly 5 people there. And while Nayu is looking at Jun smiles. He thinks that, of course, he knew that he would be given a chance to fight, but did he really choose to do it this way? Is he looking at all these knights? I think they're overwhelmed by the king's power right now, but they're all talented players. And will he be able to handle them? And Jun smiles as he looks at them, thinking that there's no reason for him to refuse. He says he agrees, and all these knights are looking at Jun. Jun thinks this is a great opportunity to experience the 8-punch skill and the divine knowledge skill. Then Nayu stands and looks at them. He says the rules are simple, one-on-one battles to the end. and it goes out in turn one by one and they will choose the order themselves. After that, these knights begin to review each other, and a man with dark hair, he comes forward and says that he will be the first. This knight then picks up his weapon. He looks at Jun and thinks that even though he has a bad name on the 11th floor, this kid is still a rookie, and he just had to kill the little brat. This soldier pulls his weapon forward. He says he gives him a head start and he should attack first. Jun picks up her 2 daggers and stares in silence. After that, Neu shouts for them to start. Zadie Juna appears dark fire wings. He flies up and attacks directly at this soldier, who goes into shock. This soldier blocks Jun's strike. He thinks about how it is, and what kind of speed it is. Jun begins to press him with her blades, and the knight says that if you do something bad, you need to break the distance. After which, he is surprised that Jun jumps over him, and he stabs that soldier right in the body. His mouth starts to bleed. After that, this soldier jumps back. Jun runs after him and thinks about 8 fist strikes and the mastery of divine knowledge. When he first put it all together, he didn't mix well with them. After all, these techniques are in conflict with each other, after which, Jun flies straight at this soldier who hit the wall. Jun thinks that his movements have become smooth due to the unification of his soul and body energy. Jun's hands start to burn red. He attacks this soldier using his blades, and thinks about how he's focused on swinging the weapon. And before he knew it, he was moving better and even cleaner without too much tinsel, and his strength was very much increased. And Jun begins to push this soldier, who somehow tries to block the blows. And Jun thinks about how it feels like his movement is perfect, and that's what they call no extra movement. Jun activates her dragon eyes and looks at this soldier. He stabs him right in the chest with his weapon and thinks that now he will see the best way. After that, this soldier falls down, bleeding profusely. Neu looks on with a smile. It says it should now find the following. And the next soldier also knelt down, bleeding profusely. And Nea tells me to go next. The captains of these soldiers stand silently, thinking. It was already 4, and he didn't expect it to be his turn so soon. He looks at Jun and thinks about the fact that nevertheless. Here he looks at how Jun is out of breath and panting, thinking that this person is already at the limit, and you have to be very careful with this guy. He walks right up to Jun. He thinks that even if he can see everything, he can't, even if he would be in better shape right now, then it would still be hard for him to fight him. For this commander is a semi-rankeron. Rankers are called the strongest players entering the tower. If you consider this concept in a broader sense, then this is a player who has overcome the 50th floor. However, passing it was not an easy task. After all, the 50th floor was famous for the fact that its difficulty level was significantly higher than the previous ones, and even the strongest players sometimes suffered defeats, broke down. Therefore, it became known as the barrier zone, and players who planned to challenge the 50th floor, treating them like they're walking up a red carpet staircase, calling them half-rankers. And he looks at Jun, who has taken up a stance, thinking that in any case, for the sake of revenge, he would have to single-handedly defeat the 8th and strongest clan. This means that you will have to destroy the highest rankers and 9 kings. And this means that in any case, the fight with a semi-rankeron. Jun attacks the commander, who blocks him with his blade. Jun thinks that this is the best way to quickly overcome your boundaries. The commander tells him if he can ask for a favor. Jun is surprised by this and tells him what. To which the commander smiles, looking at Juna and says that it doesn't matter how this battle ends, but he would like his people to stay alive. Jun was surprised by this, and he decided to jump back from it. And the commander, looking at Jun, says that in fact, when the king took him away, he completely forgot about his subordinates. And even though they met as enemies, but he has enough generosity not to kill the surrendered enemies. Jun looks at this and everyone is surprised. He thinks about how this guy has already admitted defeat and is ready to die, and it is obvious that he is in a better position now. Jun clutches his gun and wonders what has affected him so much, and just recently, he still believed in his victory, but his determination to die meant that he had to prepare for death. And Juna's hands start to emit fire. He thinks that he must destroy it immediately. After that, he jumps directly at this commander, who successfully blocks his blow, and Junu is reared from the backlash, thinking that it's probably because he's a semi-rankerist. It's not like the last 4 he fought before, and Jun jumps back, and they start exchanging punch after punch. He thinks that no matter how hard he tries, he can't find his weakness. This commander decides to attack Jun with his weapon. Jun is surprised by this, after which he realizes that he has opened up. He looks at this hazy point and thinks that it is the left hand at the top, and the commander smiles, successfully dodging Jun's punch. The latter, in turn, was greatly surprised that he had missed, and then he starts looking away, thinking that this is bad. He notices how the commander is about to attack him with his weapon from above. She starts exuding magic, and he attacks. Jun thinks about the fact that he won't be able to dodge. Jun looked ahead in fear, crossed his arms, and somehow managed to block the commander's blow. The shockwave threw him back. Jun with blood splattering from his mouth and a purple cut on his chest. The commander struck in front of him, and Jun flew back several meters, hitting the ground. Jun lay on the ground and looked at the commander's sword. Looking forward, blood flowed from his mouth. He fearfully wondered how it happened. He had absolutely pierced his armor. Jun, using fiery wings, approached the commander at great speed. He thought that it could not have been his imagination. His sword definitely passed under the armor. Jun swung his fiery dagger behind the commander's back. He looked at his body and saw 2 points from which a green aura came out, He thought that this time even twice. Jun opened his eyes wide in fear and looked at the smiling commander. The commander made an incredibly strong swing around himself, and with all his power hit Jun in the side. Jun thought that he was a ranker who was living a second time. Jun looked forward, breathing heavily, and then wondered what it was. There was a large hole in his chest from which blood flowed. Looking at the commander, he wondered why he was still alive. How is this possible? Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that he was not calm. Jun looked at the commander and saw holes everywhere, from which a green aura was coming out. He thought that he should not lose concentration. A little more and he would be finished. The commander smiled and said that now he understood. He looked at Jun arrogantly and said that Jun has no idea what a hacho is. Jun, looking ahead, puzzledly thought about what he wanted. The commander, looking at Jun, extended his hand to him and asked that how could he not know about him. Usually only beginners make such a mistake. The commander smiled and, looking at Jun, continued to say that he essentially didn't care about this since Jun was no longer able to understand hacho. The commander rushed forward at Jun, swinging his sword, and then said that only he would be left alive. Jun looked at the commander's strong swing and thought that he needed to move faster. His movement changed. Jun clenched his teeth and raised his blades. They caught fire, and Jun thought that this meant all his behavior before was nothing more than a trick to find his weak points. Jun looked forward in fear. The commander swung his sword from above, his sword quickly approaching Jun's head. Jun, looking at his opponent's sword, frowned and thought that if things went on like this, he would soon die. The commander's sword was getting closer and closer, and Jun asked himself that there was no way he could avoid his attack. Jun looked around in fear, trying to quickly think of something. He wondered how he could stop the commander. It was impossible. Jun looked ahead in fear, and then thought that minimizing the damage would also not work. He could find absolutely no way out. The commander cut up Jun's body, and he thought that he could not find any way out. He analyzed many outcomes, and they all had one end, only death. A clock appears in front of us, and a system message says that the foresight skill is being activated. The huge clockwork mechanism was started. Jun stood on the ground, his blood falling onto the floor. The commander pierced Junu through the body, but he did not fall. The commander frowned. And then looking at Jun, puzzled, he asked what happened. Jun grabbed his dagger in his right hand and looked angrily at the commander and then said that he should have died. Jun swung his blade. He looked at the commander with a frightening look and then stuck a knife in his neck. He said that the commander did not need to know this. The commander in front of Jun fell to his knees, groaning in pain. And then he grabbed his bloody throat and, looking down in a trembling voice, said that it was still good that his subordinates would survive. Jun, looking at the commander, asked that he was not afraid of death. The commander, kneeling, replied that, of course, he was afraid. Before being here, he really wanted to live. Jun looked forward, and the commander continued to say that the video, like King Mu taking care of Junwoo, he thought about his people. The commanders tried his best to stop the bleeding, covering his neck with his hand. He said with a trembling voice that even though it was not very good, he was still a commander. Jun was scared. Hearing these words, he looked at the commander. He was unable to say anything. And then the commander fell to the ground, and a small puddle of blood spread under him. Jun, looking into the reflection of the blood he had shed, thought for a moment that a thought flashed through his head. Jun continued to look at the blood and thought that if Chon had a person like Shannon next to him, this would not have ended like this. Concerned, Edora and Pant grabbed Jun so that he would not fall. Looking at him, Neu replied that Jun was great, and it was worth his attention. The fight turned out even better than he thought. Jun, wounded, leaned on his comrades and asked what a hacha was. Neu, crossing his arms, replied that it was a deception. Neu looked at Jun menacingly, and Jun replied that he did not notice the catch in his movements. Neu replied that no. In fact, it's the same thing. The only difference is that it is not clear whether it will be the mother or she will really hit him like that. Neu introduced Jun's fight with the commander and then said that it's easier to explain. The moment when this guy's blade almost pierced Jun, he had several opportunities. Nea imagined how the commander pierces Jun right through, then takes a defensive stance. He said that the commander could immediately strike, counterattack, or go on the defensive, and subsequent opportunities depend on each decision made. Jun understands this. Pant supported Jun, and then Neudi asked that knowing about the possibilities which Jun would choose, Jun replied that he needed to look at the situation. Neu raised 2 fingers up and said that exactly, it is important to adapt to the situation, and relying on his instincts and speed, Jun must choose the right course of action, and Hacho adds a couple more possibilities to the existing ones. He looked ahead and then said that it was a trap. It's quite simple. Neu imagined the commander swinging his sword in different directions and then said that if you find yourself in a trap, then choose another opportunity and attack. If he is not trapped, then he should simply continue to act right now, although this is the power that allows him to choose the outcome. Neu extended his finger forward and touched Jun's mask and then said that for him, this is not yet possible, and in fact, Honcho is not ideal. If Jun develops his 6th sense well, then the actions will be much easier. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead, and then thought that this was his 6th sense. He didn't think that getting him would be so easy. Jun grabbed his clothes and thought that in order to get it, he needs to develop his Kai to the limit. In the end, he has no choice but to study hard. This is how the first battle between the Red Dragon and Junu and Kirama ended. A man appears and walks forward. This guy is not all capes. We are transported to the Great Forest, the 11th floor. The guy looks down, a strong wind appears around him, then he says it's time. He smiles and looks forward. A burning phoenix bird appears in front of us. It notices something. And then, looking forward and sitting on the nest, he thinks that someone is coming. She looks ahead in fear, defending her nest. We are taken to a large house and someone shouts, "Brother." Pant, kneeling next to Jun, who is emitting a blue aura, shouts that Jun is almost recovered. Maybe he will fight him once, just once. Jun, without turning around and looking forward, turns to Pant. Pant, beaming, asks what it is. And then Pant looks forward in fear, and Jun says that if Pant doesn't want to swing from side to side, hanging from a tree, then he should shut up. Pant stepped aside in disappointment and lowered his head and said how cruel it was. Looking at him, Edora frowned and said how pathetic he was. Jun sat with his eyes closed. He frowned and thought Honcho. Suddenly, an image of a crying phoenix appeared in Junwoo's head, and he opened his eyes in fear. Pant, going out into the street and looking ahead, asked what Jun was thinking about again. He is a dangerous guy, of course. Panta turned around and looking at his sister continued to say that by the way, they said that uncle was coming today. Edora, looking at him, replied that this was so. They said that he would soon join them. Panta replied that nothing good should be expected from his appearance. Pant smiled and looking at his sister said that he wished good luck in looking after the patient, or she might finally take the initiative, and he would pretend that he didn't know anything. Edora screamed that Pant wanted to die. Pant laughed and replied that he went. Edora looked displeasedly in Pant's direction. She thought that in his manner of speech he was similar to his father. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door behind her at great speed. Jun flew out into the street at great speed, with green energy around him. Edora looked ahead in fear and asked, "Brother." Jun ran forward at great speed, moving in the air, with a green aura near him. Jun, without slowing down for a second, thought that he felt the fear of the chirp. What happened? Jun used even more magic on his legs and increased his speed. Soon he arrived at the territory of the phoenix. He looked around the area and saw that devastation reigned everywhere. He scratched his head, puzzled, and then thought that there were no traces of the phoenix. Jun swung his blade and hit the rock with all his might. A large hole appeared in the rock leading to a cave. Going inside, Jun saw something. In front of him was a sphere glowing with red light. Jun wondered what it was. Jun came closer and then raised his hands to the sphere. Suddenly a phoenix appeared and hugged Jun's hand with tears in his eyes. Jun, holding a chur in his arms, suddenly heard someone say that this is what you are, a phoenix. He knew that he was large, but so that he could also use the Neden, the phoenix replied that this was impudence. Jun looked at the tweet and wondered if these were really his memories. He heard the voice of the phoenix as she said that she lived a long life and all people like him were always overtaken by one death, he knows what. A guy in a blue cape and a huge phoenix bird appears in front of us, looking at her and saying no, but anyway. He throws back his cape and bares his sword. The guy's whole face is covered with scars. He says that this time the result will be somewhat different. Jun thinks that this guy is before Mushin. Jun thought that among the 8 clans, the smallest and weakest is Jong-Hwa-do. But there is one reason why this clan is still rated quite highly. It consists of as many as 5 Mushins. Before swinging his sword, he covered it with a pink aura and swung at the phoenix. Jun thought that the rankers, who even by themselves are at the top in all characteristics, and one of them was here. Phoenix flew back in fear and screamed. Looking at Kyric, Jun, holding him in his hands, thought that the phoenix was dead. He frowned and thought deeply. Kyric was crying in his hand, and Jun thought that the one-horned tribe was at one with Jong-Hwa-do, and if he took Kyric, his entry to them would be closed. Suddenly, multicolored energy appeared in front of Jun, and Jun began to think that he needed to leave the tribe. This energy, shimmering in different colors, spoke in the voice of a phoenix. She said that apparently Jun found her chick in time. This is good. Her soul became calmer. Jun looked ahead, puzzled, and then asked the phoenix. The energy continued to tell Jun not to be too angry about her death, because she will be reborn from the ashes. By dying now, one day she will appear in this world again. Jun, looking at her, thought that she was ignoring him. Were these really her residual thoughts? Death is death. By dying and being reborn you become a new creature. But even despite this, the phoenix thinks about him to the last. The residual energy of the phoenix began to shine brighter, and then said that until she returns, she needs Jun to look after her as a chick. She asks a lot, and, of course, for a reason. The light from the energy began to increase and then spread throughout the room. A multicolored phoenix aura appeared around Junu, and then the phoenix added that, albeit small, it was still a force that would help him with the chick on their difficult journey. Before Junui, system messages appeared that the phoenix had installed him as the heir, as an inheritance. He begins to assimilate the fire of life. The source preparations begin to accept the fire of life with magical circuits. The body opens. Jun looked in front of him in fear. He saw how Kyric in his hands began to glow more and more brightly. He thought that he was very hot. A system message appeared in front of Junui that the process of accepting the inheritance was beginning. The flames grew larger. Jun gritted his teeth and thought that the phoenix had given him this power. He couldn't miss a single bit. Jun frowned through the pain and closed his eyes. Energy began to flow into his entire body. A bright flash occurred in his head, enhancing his abilities. and then swept through his entire body. Before Junui, system messages appeared that all magical circuits had been revealed, the acceptance of the inheritance had been completed, the title of heir to the Phoenix had been received, and as a result of the inheritance, Jun had received part of the rights to control fire. Strong steam was coming from Junu. He looked at the Phoenix, and system messages appeared in front of him that they were congratulating him. He had 100% mastered the fire skill, and the highest skill, hot air, was open to him. Hot air is replaced by other skills. Using the rights to own fire, he opens the highest skill. The origin of the skill, Sacred Fire, serial number 50. Jun grabbed his chest. Small sparks jumped out of his heart. Jun thought that the vessel had increased. A system message appeared in front of him that physical strengthening had been confirmed. The quality of the soul had increased by 1. The process of accepting the inheritance had been suspended. Resume. The process is 99.8% complete. Jun looked puzzled at the flame that was burning in his hand, and in his heart there was a black sphere surrounded by a dark aura. Jun thought that the magical contours fit as they should. But why did the Phoenix's power decide to flow through the stone? No matter how much he tried to stir it up, nothing worked. Jun raised his hand. The flame in it was burning with multicolored colors. A system message appeared in front of him saying that he had acquired the skill of the Sacred Fire, symbolizes the Phoenix, a bird that embodies the powers of resurrection and return to life. The Sacred Fire is also called the fire that first fell from heaven to earth. It was so powerful that they wanted it and to possess many gods. Purification forcibly burns magical power, and curse is known for its immunity to evil. The higher the absorption, the faster the recovery rate. The favor of fire occupies undeniable primacy among other lights and has strong resistance. Depending on the availability of rights, changes the ability to control fire. Jun stood looking at the flame burning in his hand. He thought that it was a serial number, a valuable gift. Suddenly, Jun looked at the tweeter and he began to tweet cheerfully. Jun held it in his hand and then said that he wanted them to save the rest of the divine beings, but he, tweet, interrupted him and chirped. Jun stroked the little chirp and then thought that he didn't want any aggravating factors to appear at such a moment. Chirp is so warm and absolutely unique. Jun, looking at the smiling chirp, said that it's good. They will save them together. Suddenly someone shouted, "Brother." Edora appeared and looked at Jun in fear. Jun turned away from her and asked what she was doing here. Edora, looking at him, replied that he jumped out of the room so suddenly that she got worried and ran after him. Jun turned to her, but did not answer. She said that they were now. Then Jun, looking at the puzzled Edora, interrupted her and said that together, where he was originally. But it is also important that Jiang Hwa-do began hunting for divine beings. Edora replied that this is the same. Jun quickly walked past her, and then, holding Kyrick in his arms, said that they are asking to help him. You are not going to involve the One-Horned Tribe in this, but it would be great if they did not interfere with him. Edora grabbed her sword, not knowing what to say, and then, lowering her head, she said that in that case she would go with him. Jun turned around. He, looking at her, replied that if she was feeling guilty. Then Edora frowned and then interrupted and said that no, she just wants to help. In fact, she herself doesn't like that Jiang Hwa-do is dragging their tribe along with her. Jun replied that the teacher would not like it, and Edora asked that he himself would not tell him about it. Jun looked at Edora smiling, and then they left the cave, and Jun added that it was good, he knew where to go, so let her follow him. We are transported east into the territory of the Dragon of Nothingness. A huge sinuous dragon surrounded by dark energy flies past dead creatures lying on the floor. We are transported to Jun and Edora. Jun, looking ahead, thinks that they are late. Dark matter appears in front of Junui, and a system message says that he is being watched by the soul of the Dragon of Nothingness. The dark matter suddenly began to say that the fateful player, he knows about what happened here just now. Jun wondered if this is really the soul of the dragon. He furrowed his brows and wondered if that was the case. Jun said he had a proposal. A huge dragon lay on the ground. A dark essence appeared from his mouth. She laughed and asked what he wanted to take revenge, in return receiving his power. Not a bad idea, he likes it. The dark matter dissipated, and an elf appeared who, smiling, looked forward. She was wearing black armor. She said that these pathetic people not only woke her up, but they also took her heart and inner strength. But it's not in her style to calmly wait for resurrection. Being in oblivion, so be it, but she will trust him with something. In front of Junui, system messages appeared saying that he had received the recognition of the Nothingness Dragon. The hidden quest of the challenge of the Nothingness Dragon was successfully completed. He received the favor of the Nothingness Dragon as a reward. The level of intimacy with the Nothingness Dragon was increased. The Dragon of Nothingness, frowning, extended her hand forward and said that, however, there is a huge difference in strength between Junui and those people. She will reduce it a little to begin with. Jun looked at the girl in surprise. In front of him, a system message appeared that the Dragon of Nothingness was offering him a second test. A large system message appeared in front of him, showing that the hidden quest second test of the Dragon of Nothingness is available to him. The divine being of the East, the Dragon of Existence, asked Jun to take revenge on those who disturb his sleep. Let him accept the power granted by me by the Dragon of Nothingness, and avenge him. The more merciless and terrible the punishment, the higher the reward. The reward is the Pearl of the Abyss, the scales of the Dragon of Nothingness, and the unknown. The dragon of nothingness smiled. Looking at Jun, she said, "That's great, the contract is concluded." An incredibly strong dark energy came out of it and headed towards Jun. A blue aura appeared around Juno. He began to quickly absorb all the power that the nothingness dragon gave him. And then a system message appeared that the blessing of the nothingness dragon had been received, and the title of counterparty of the nothingness dragon had been received. We are transported to the north, to the territory of the abyss turtle. She lies on the ground. Around her there is a huge pool of blood. June looks at her and is silent, and the turtle asks what he needs because he is late. June comes closer, and the turtle, with the last of his strength, asks, looking at him, what he wants to receive, their blessing. Edora stood nearby, upset, and June said that he was asking too much. A system message appeared in front of him that he had received the blessing of the turtle of poverty. He had received a task from the turtle of the abyss and was obliged to complete it. And then another big system message appeared that he received a hidden quest test of the turtle without. The abyss turtle offers him a test following the phoenix and the dragon of nothingness. The abyss turtle is not interested in together. It is more important for her to find a successor to the northern lands who will take his place. You need to find a mythical creature that is worthy to take the place of the abyss turtle. The reward is part of a turtle shell, skin with a snake tail, and unknown. June, looking ahead, thought that she needed a successor. The dying abyss turtle replied that there were two of them, so they were able to live a doubly rich life, and even after death they do not regret anything, but still there is something that haunts them. Kyrick chirped, looking at them. A green aura appeared around the abyss turtle, and its body glowed. She said that they did not leave an heir, so they asked Jun to help in this matter. They would watch what was happening from the sticks. June watched, stretching his arms forward as the poor turtle's body disappeared. He began to absorb the residual power. System messages appeared in front of him that we would receive the title of Deputy of the Abyss Turtle. The level of affinity with the water element was increased by 50 units. The level of affinity with the ice element was increased by 50 units. The skill was obtained, the blessing of the blue spirit. June, looking at the system message, thought that he had received a new skill. The system message said that this blessing of the blue spirit is temporary. This skill will only be valid for the duration of the test of the abyss turtle. A spirit will be introduced to it, thanks to which the blessing of all divine beings does not conflict and function stably. This is a unique skill that can only be obtained by one, who was chosen by the turtle without. Depending on the level of skill, the number of functions may increase. Looking at this message, June wondered what he really needed. Tweet looked at Jun and chirped, and Jun replied that that's right, now they are going west, and then Jun thought that there was only one mythical creature left. We are taken to the forest. June appears in front of us, sitting on a tree, and Edora stands next to him. They are depressed. Edora was upset, looking at Jun and asked what should they do now. The tiger of the blade is safe now, but a huge white tiger with a strong blue behind his back appears in front of us. He looks at Jun and says displeasedly that this is funny. They want him to leave his house. It's better to let them go away. He will deal with his problems himself. The tiger opened his mouth and said Edora. He looked menacingly at Jun and Edora and added that Jun should leave the child he was holding in his hands. He would help him become stronger. Edora looked to the side and angrily thought about how ill-mannered he was. Jun, lowering his head, said that his pride would not leave him even on his deathbed. And then Jun raised his head. Edora asked if she could share her opinion. Jun asked that she had any ideas. Edora came closer to him and replied that, firstly, they should leave this place. She continued to say, looking at Jun, that the tiger was different from the previous mythical creatures. He refused their help. They did everything they could for him. Edora smiled and Jun replied that he thought she was right. Edora then said okay, then she suggests they go back to the Blue Flower Island. Jun replied no, they can't be near them, and for the chirp. Jun looked down menacingly. His eyes lit up, and then he said that he would take the egg and go to the red dragon. Edora looked at Jun worriedly and said, brother. Suddenly there was an incredible explosion. Edora shook with fear and said that it had begun. Jun looked to the side and told Tweet to watch carefully. They have to kill them. Tweet chirped in approval. Jun closed his eyes and thought that he needed to use joint vision. In front of his face he saw, like a ghost flies over a tiger that is mercilessly attacked by a warrior. He inflicts a huge number of blows on the tiger, leaving him no chance. Jun thought that these were the 9 devilish swords that Dumushin collected on different floors of the tower. The tiger looked forward menacingly and began to run. He shouted that how dare a person. Jun, looking at this, thought that this was amazing. Dumushin, smiling, swung his sword. Red lightning appeared around his sword. Looking at him, Jun wondered why he was so strong. Seeing this madness, you might think that he was possessed or possessed black magic. Dumushin swung his sword with incredible force and struck the tiger. The lifeless body of the tiger fell to the ground. Jun, looking ahead, fearfully wondered what was happening now. A few minutes later, he approached the dead body of the tiger and, looking at it, thought that it looked like Mushin had left quite recently. Making games began to gradually disappear, and then the tiger asked that Jun had come to laugh at him. Jun, looking at him, asked that he could do that. It was his choice. A long-haired guy appeared, who furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jun, and then asked that why then Jun came back if he hopes to get something from him. Like the others, then it is better for him to disappear from his sight. He is not going to leave his legacy to people. Jun smiled and asked what who said he would ask. Jun extended his hand, black lightning appeared around his hand, and then he said, absorption. Jun touched the body of the dead tiger with his hand, all the remaining energy was absorbed by him. The tiger desperately shouted that where. He asked Jun to stop and removed his hands. A system message appeared in front of Junui that the Bathory sword was used. He received energy and magical the opponent's strength, the rapid strengthening of the body and the increase in physical strength are confirmed. The inheritance process is restored, 99.8%. The tiger, surrounded by dark energy that was absorbing him, desperately grabbed his head and shouted that Jun was a non-entity, how he could not suffer at the hands of a person. Eventually, the energy was completely drained from the tiger and it disappeared. Jun silently looked forward. System messages appeared in front of him that the inheritance process was completed. The current level of progress was 99.9%. And then there were more system messages that to receive the title of Blade Tiger Thief, he successfully acquired the powers of all 4 magical creatures. The titles of Phoenix Heir, Non-Existence Dragon Counterpart, Abyss Turtle Deputy, and Blade Tiger Thief in 1 received a new title of Heir of Divine Beings. Before Junui, another system message appeared that the title of Heir to Divine Beings. The title is given to the player who has received the recognition of all the Divine Beings of the 11th floor, is proof that the Divine Beings have blessed him. The effect is plus 15 resistance to all attributes, the level of control over all souls, including over the souls of mythical creatures, promoted also upon receiving the blessings of Divine Beings. His hidden skills begin to appear, the tiger's soul is successfully absorbed. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at his hand. The chain on it began to pulsate and glow. Looking at it, Jun thought that causing damage with a Bathory sword could be regarded as repeated death. Jun held dark energy in his hand, and then a small snow-white crystal appeared in it. Jun brought the crystal to Kairaku, and he began to gradually eat it, after which, Tweet glowed with blue energy, and he turned into a large bird. His wings glowed, and he became larger. A system message appeared that the Phoenix Cub Kyric successfully absorbed the soul ball and evolved. Under the influence of dark energy, the essence of the Phoenix was changed. Tweet in a new form landed on Jun's shoulder. A system message appeared that all tests were completed. Jun looked puzzled at the latest system message and asked what, really? A system message appeared in front of him that from now on he must raise his own mythical creature. Jun thought that Kyric was also a divine being. It seems that the system also recognized their level of affection and entrusted this task to him. Kyric, sitting on Junwoo's shoulders, smiled and thanked him. Jun smiled in response and stroked the tweet and then said that he should thank him. We are transported to the castle. Jun is heading towards it along with Edora and Kyric. Edora, looking at the tweeter, stops and thinks. Looking at the blue energy surrounding him, she wonders what they want to tell her, that this pet phoenix, judging by the amount of its energy, it can easily be compared to a high-level mythical creature. Suddenly Jun stops and turns to Edora. She looks at him puzzled, and Jun says thank you, because she helped him all this time, but she should return home. Edora replies that what is he talking about? Jun looks down and then says that it is likely that he will now become an enemy of the homogeneous tribe. No matter how much he thinks, it is wrong to drag her into this. Jun turns to Edora. She hangs her head, and then blushes and says that Jun can guess why she decided to help him. Jun doesn't answer, he just looks at her silently. Suddenly Kyric flies up to them smiling and asks that they will mate. An awkward silence hung in the air as Edora and Jun turned away from each other, and then Edora blushed. Jun turned around and, looking at Kyric, asked where he got such words from. Kyric replied that his mother told him that when he has a couple, they will do this. Kyric sat on Jun's shoulders, and Jun grabbed his head and said that someone says such things to children. Jun and Edora entered the castle. A guy from the One-Horn tribe came forward, holding a spear on his shoulder. The people standing next to him bowed their heads. Jun and Edora looked ahead, puzzled. People in capes bowed their heads, and the guy continued to approach. Jun, looking ahead, asked that Edora met with Chingwado today. Edora replied that his uncle was supposed to come to them today. Jun looked forward and asked what the god of the spear was. A man walked in front of him, with disheveled long hair, holding a spear behind his back. Looking at him, Jun thought that this is the god of the spear, the plant. He is a warrior of the One-Horn tribe, with unique physical capabilities and excellent use of a spear. Even in Chong HWA do they believe what exactly will be the most difficult to resist. Plan looked forward and saw Jun with Edora and asked what. Jun and Edora frowned looking forward. The plan passed Junu by and he turned around and thought. And then, closing his eyes and smiling, he said that his brother had found a new toy. We are taken to Nai's room. He sits at the table opposite Jun and asks what good things have happened to him. Jun thinks that apparently he guesses. Jun lowered his head, and Neu asked why he was sitting as if he were about to die. Jun, looking forward, said that he came to apologize to the teacher. Neu asked to apologize. He looked ahead, puzzled, and Jun replied that he would like to leave the One-Horn tribe. Neu smiled widely, and then he raised his hand. A strong dark aura appeared behind him. He said menacingly that Jun took everything he wanted, and as soon as danger flashed before his nose, he ran away. Jun, looking forward, answered no. Neu's aura gradually subsided, and he asked, what then? Jun silently stared at the floor. He closed his eyes and thought that, considering that he has a medium, there is no use in hiding anyway. And then Jun said that he has business in Jeong Hwa do. Nayu rubbed the back of his neck and laughingly asked what these guys were doing weird again. He pulled out a smoking pipe and looking at it said that whatever it was. Suddenly something flew into Jun's head. He grabbed his head irritably, and Nayu looked at him angrily and said that he was a brat. Jun looked at Nayu, puzzled, and asked, "What are you?" Nayu interrupted him and asked what Jun called the relationship between a teacher and a student. Nayu folded his hands and frowned and said that even though they were not related by blood, he was doing his best to train him as his own son. He was sincere. Jun, looking forward, was silent, and Nayu continued to say that he apparently didn't. If something happens, then he should tell him about it so he can help, maybe scold him, but at least do something. And what did Jun have in mind? Leave. Nayu, looking forward, continued to say that Jun should listen to him carefully. He is a bad student. The relationship between a teacher and a student is nothing more than the relationship between a parent and a child. The only difference is that the teacher and student are often both adults. Nayu put his hands on his knees and looking forward said, so there should have been sincerity in their relationship. Jun looked forward in fear, and Nayu asked who he was to him. Jun remembered all the moments that he had with Nayu. He thought that who he was to him, he always made fun of him, but if he didn't know something, then he helped him study it and learn it. Jun, sitting in front of Nayu, thought that all this time he had only been suspicious of him, and in the end whether he was different from those who betrayed his brother. Jun clenched his knees and said that he was his teacher. He looked forward and continued to say that from now on he would think like that. Nayu folded his hands and furrowed his brows before closing his eyes and thinking. A second later, Nayu smiled and raised his hand menacingly and asked that in this case it was not worthwhile to behave like that. Nayu hit the book with his hand, and then, closing his eyes, he said, okay, he understood, so let Jun take this and leave. Jun, looking at the yellow book, thought that these were 8 punches, medium and low levels. Nayu turned away, and Jun said thank you. Nayu replied displeasedly that at the next meeting he would kill him, let him get ready. Jun bowed. We are transported to the city. Jun thinks that thank you. He walked through the city thinking about something. Suddenly he saw someone ahead. Pant stood in front with Edora. Looking at them, he asked what they were. Pant folded his hands displeasedly and asked that Jun had decided to leave his sister and leave. Edora, frowning her eyebrows, replied that Jun should calm down, they would not go with him. Jun, looking at them, replied that perhaps he would become an enemy of the tribe, and she replied that he had already talked about this before. Pant laughed and then shouted that he was being hung up by those young Hwa do guys, so it might be for the best. Pant and Edora glowed with happiness, looking at them. Jun replied that they should do as they see fit. Jun began to walk forward. Edora and Pant followed him. Edora looked displeasedly at Pant and asked him why he should go. Pant replied that he wanted to. Jun smiled and thought that it seemed that he had met not only a good teacher. Jun looked at the torn flag and thought that he also had great friends. That it is them. At the moment, the situation is something like this. The Red Dragon has settled down and Begazan is preparing to move against the enemy, and Jin Wado continues to advance without a break. The guys were walking through some forest, and Young said that by suddenly attacking Kuram, Young Wado gained an advantage, but now their attacks are gradually starting to weaken. Pant asked why, and Edora said that it was all because of the appearance of Baal with his army. Jun was surprised, so he looked at her and asked about Baal, and Edora said that she had heard that he was put in charge of the 11th floor, and if from their side the One-Horned tribe plays an important role, then from the enemy side it is the Baal that you should pay attention to. The weather outside was beautifully warm, and Jun knew that they would try to reclaim the entire 11th floor in order to somehow restore their pride. He recalled the 3 heroes that Yingwado had, King Mu, the Sword God, and the Spear God, and they were very strong. But he also knew that the Red Dragon wouldn't sit on the sidelines either. Jun looked ahead with a very confident look and thought that it would be very nice if Liant came here as well. Pant noticed how much Jun's aura had turned black, and then he crossed his arms and asked Jun with a smile on his face what he was going to do, because something tells him that the Red Dragon will not be happy with him. Jun was surprised at first, and then said that he was talking about how dangerous it was for him, but he wasn't thinking about himself. Then Edora turned to him and said that without the tribe behind them, they were not particularly important, so they might not even be noticed, and Jun asked what if they were noticed. Edora, holding the sword in her hands, replied that nothing much would change, and it would turn into a verbal altercation rather than a bloodbath. Jun was looking at them, and Pant also added that he knew that even if someone recognized them, they would immediately remember King Mu, or rather his character, so they wouldn't touch them. As the boys moved on, Pant asked him again what he was going to do, and Jun said they had already answered their own question. Jun, with a confident look, said that Baal needed him. They were already approaching the Begaz, where the guards were stationed at the entrance, and Jun was thinking that given his reputation, they definitely wouldn't want to miss him, and besides, he had prepared something for them. Jun walked over to the guards and handed them the letter, asking them to give him the Bahala. He looked at them and added that it would be nice to pass this on as a gift from Cain. People were walking around the Begaz, and then Baal himself from the Red Dragon came up to the guys. With a smile on his face, he jokingly asked who was visiting them. Standing in front of Jun, he said that Jun had no idea how much he had been waiting for him. Jun started clenching his fists in anger, mentally asking himself if he had behaved the same way to his brother. Then Jun, to ingratiate himself, bowed and apologized for keeping him waiting, because he wanted to arrive right away, but everything didn't work out as planned. Bao laughingly replied that it does not matter, the main thing is that they are now together. The guys from this clan looked at Jun and understood who was standing there. This is the same greedy devil who also turns out to be familiar with the commander-in-chief. Jun looked around with his eyes, thinking that everything happened as he thought, because of his big name, the rumors that he was in the Red Dragon would quickly spread. Bao approached Pant and Edora, and then asked if King Moo's children were allowed to enter enemy territory just like that, and Pant replied that they had not listened to their father for a long time. Bao greeted them, and with a snide look called them inside. They were walking through the grounds and Bao added that they were having a meeting, so he wanted to introduce them to a lot of people. They all went inside, and Bao pointed to the 3 kids and asked them to greet them. They were standing at a long table, and Bao said loudly that he thought those who were interested in the lower floors must have heard of them. Jun looked at all the people who looked terribly haughty, and he thought that something told him that even in his organization, he was not particularly trusted because he was considered a traitor. Jun looked at all the others with his eye and counted 81 eyes. His dragon eye was a fishnet, because according to legend, a complex dragon eye is made up of dozens of facets, so there are also 81 top rankers gathered here, and among them are many familiar faces. Suddenly, he notices someone, which surprises him very much. It was a blue-haired girl who shone with a bright yellow aura. Pant noticed his reaction, so he asked him what was wrong, but he said that everything was fine. Jun spread his hands and said that apparently no one was interested. But then he puts the card on the table with a big bang. He kept his hand on the table and added that it was the map that was worth paying attention to. When asked what was written on the paper, his smile was boundless. He said that it was a map of the location of the Ingwado military camps. Everyone jumped up and started to wonder, including the blonde-haired man who was the leader of the party, Rael the Jackal. He picked up the map and was shocked by what he saw. He asked who brought it, and Bao said they were new friends. Raoul lowered his hand with the map and said with disbelief that the first thing to do was to check the accuracy of the data, because this map might be a trap created by Ingwado. And Bao asked if this was not his duty. He looked up and said nothing. Bao held out his hand with a smile on his face and said that if this card was real, then they would be in an advantageous position. Everyone else sat and listened to this, and then Bao asked them that he thought these 3 guys should be rewarded and offered good seats. Jun bowed to them, and then Bao came up to him and told him that the position of second commander of the Foreign Legion was vacant, so he could take it. Jun looked down with a sad face, but he knew that the Foreign Legion was a large-scale force of about 3,000 mercenaries under the command of the Red Dragon. If he agreed, he would be able to fit several hundred people to his needs. This is quite good for him, because he must seize the opportunity and rise higher, and as soon as the opportunity arises, he will be able to deal with Liant, Bao, and the Sword God. Jun bowed even harder, saying that he would do his best. Then a man kicks the door open, and behind the door sat a squad, which he introduced the guys, saying that came from today becomes the second commander of the foreign squad, and also added new team members. This is Pant and Edora. A man in a blue hoodie stood and shouted for the squad to greet them. The man's name was Amber. Amber turned away from the group and walked toward Jun. And as soon as I walked past him, I stopped and said that I didn't trust them, so they shouldn't stand out too much. The guys were standing in front of the squad, and they were talking among themselves that they looked like the squad from Jin Wado. Suddenly, a boy with a bottle in his hand noticed that it was the same greedy devil. Pant crossed his hands and rested them on the back of his head, grinning as the others wondered who they were. And Pant turned to someone, saying that during the time they did not see each other, he became more popular. A guy picked up his gun and got up from his chair, grinning. He had an axe in his hands, and he shouted at them, saying that it was worth it to endure. This whole series was set up as badly as possible for them. Jun came up to them and asked them what they wanted to talk about, and while he was looking at them, they said that it was nothing special, just that he needed to introduce himself, and that was all. But they already know that this is the same character who decided to clear the 11th floor alone, so they might have suffered losses because of him. The boy with the axe started laughing and saying that Jun looked like that character, so he owed them now. Pant still had his hands on the back of his head, and Jun said it was tiring, so he turned to Pant. He told him to deal with them, and the man looked at him in surprise and asked why he had to do his job. Jun then asked him, in the most creepy voice and look, that he was offering to do this job for him. But then Pant decided not to argue, so he went to the squad. Bright sparks appeared everywhere. It was Pant banging his fist, saying that he was bored anyway, so it was probably for the best. A few seconds later, these guys were already flying everywhere. They attacked him one by one, some even drawing their claws. He threw a punch at the antler, which in turn hit him too, and in doing so, I just broke his claws. The boy started clutching at his bloody hands, and at that moment, the Pant grabbed him by the head and threw him with great force into the wall. The boy with the axe looked displeased and started shouting at the others not to attack one at a time, but just to rush all together. And so everyone obeyed, so several people immediately attacked Pant. And Pant began to smile even more than before, saying that it was definitely more fun this way. He hit the floor with his ability, causing everyone to fly around. The bird watched and was either happy or surprised. She flew behind Jun and said that she didn't like that guy. Just then, one of the squad started running after them. The bird noticed this, so it turned around and began to shine all over with colorful lights. It flew at him and started burning him. Then the bird flew up to Jun, saying that he was quite annoying. By then, someone had started swearing, which was exactly what June heard. He looked at who it was, and it was Pant, who was squatting on his heels and was dissatisfied, because he expected everyone to answer at the level and in the end only got his hands dirty. But suddenly he saw a guy who could stand up, so he pointed at him and asked him if he could still stand up. Edora sighed hopelessly and bowed her head, saying that you need to know the measure, you can't cripple everyone like that. So Jun used his skill. He raised his hand up, using the sacred fire that healed everyone. The boys started to get up and stare at themselves in shock as their wounds healed instantly. Pant turned to Jun and also asked in surprise when he had learned this and that. And then June told Pant to break those guys one more time. They almost fainted when they heard this, and Pant himself was surprised at such cruelty. After a while, in the same place, everyone from the squad was on their knees, thinking that June was much worse than the demon. They remembered how he treated them, and then forced them to break them again and again, because this is not human at all. Jun sat on a chair and started talking. He spoke so seriously that it was scary, and his words were such that he needed obedient hunting dogs, not dogs ready to bite their master. This was the first and last time he forgave them. Pant started laughing at them and pointing at them, telling them to behave properly. Jun started walking away from him, telling him to finish this and train them to start making something out of themselves. Pant started tearfully shouting at his back about why, even after leaving the tribe, he had to do such things, but Jun coldly replied that if he wanted to, he could go back. And as soon as the door was closed, he turned to the others, beaming with anger. He started to grin, and there was a vein on his cheek, and the others noticed that, so they all turned blue with fear. Pant's cry could be heard all over the street. We are transported to the same blue-haired girl who twirled her hair on her finger. Bao is kneeling in front of her, and she praised him, saying that this time he chose a good guy. Bao put his hand on his chest, and the girl said that he also had useful information, and she thought it was quite nice, but Bao said that he thought she was paying too much attention to him. She took a lock of her hair and closed her eyes, noticing that he was one of the 3 strange people, so how could she not be interested in him? Bao was still sitting in front of her, and she ordered him to keep a close eye on him, wondering what he would do and what tricks he would use. She asked Bao what about Lian, and he closed his eyes and put his hand on his chest, saying that he was still in prison, and since the sword god was watching over him, they would need a little more time. But then he raised his head and looked at her, telling her to be sure that he was making every effort to find out his exact location, and once they reached their destination, he would let her know. And she replied that it annoyed her, and then asked that it was all because of the stone, of course. The walls of this building were beautifully finished, and they kept talking, and Baal said that he was still looking into it, but he didn't think he wanted to get the stone out until it was finished, so they were going to throw the bait. She asked him again, and he came over and whispered in her ear that it was true. The girl started to smile, and then looked at him and said that it was quite tricky, so it should work. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes, remembering the heavenly wings and the silhouettes of the wolves. She knew that if it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have had to descend to the lower levels. The girl got up from behind the throne and walked forward, saying that it would all be over soon, so they needed to find this stone quickly. As she walked, she turned one eye to Bahal and added that once she got him, she would be able to restore the dragon heart. We are transported to one of the Inwado camps, where someone is running at full speed right down the corridor, and it was the spear god who was shouting in surprise what was going on. He started walking towards King Mu, and the secretary looked at him and said that it would be better if this spear god himself said what he was doing. The secretary got up and added that even though he and the tribal chief were related, there were certain rules here, so he had to stick to them. The spear god was very angry, because he felt like he was being treated like a stranger. But then he exhaled and realized that because of the last agreement, he himself had distanced himself from them and was distracted, and then forgot about the goal. He then raised his hand and apologized for interrupting the council, but as the person in charge of Inwado, he had something to say to King Mu. He introduced the 3 boys and told them that Avaricious Devil, Pant, and Edora had defected, whether or not the king knew about it. King Mu rested his head on his hand and asked him what he thought, because only a blind man would not notice what they were doing. The spear god started shouting in displeasure, saying that he couldn't just do that. But then the king interrupted him and said that it was up to him to decide. There was a smile on his face, but a serious look in his eyes, and it would be as he wished. The spear god started to get very angry. Then the king spread his hands, saying that he was sorry that Jinwado was suffering losses because of this. But everyone is responsible for their own actions, so their affairs are their concern, they are not responsible for the whole tribe. King Mu looked at his brother and asked, shouldn't he understand them the best? The spear god stared at him and thought that he wasn't just talking about these guys, he was saying that their departure was no different from him leaving the tribe with the sword god. So after thinking about it, he took a look and replied that by saying those words, he meant that if anything happened, they might just kill them. King Mu looked up emotionlessly and explained that just as he said, they were responsible for their own actions, so they wouldn't interfere. The spear god frowned and said that he would hope that he didn't change his mind, and then he slammed the door very hard before leaving. The king put his head back on his hand and said that he was more determined and still had the same terrible temper. He picked up the papers, and the secretary said something like a plan, but he really wasn't going to leave Cain, Pant, and Edora alone, and the king said that nothing had changed. The secretary started to smile and said that he had to pass more tests to become great, which is exactly what it looks like. The king just smiled back and continued to study the papers. There were small clouds in the sky, and everywhere there were shouts from Pant that the guys were not going to train at all. Shoe dust was flying everywhere. The guys also trained their punches. Pant stood with his hands on his waist and was very dissatisfied with their results. Jun and Edora sat at a table on one of the rooftops and just watched the training sessions. Edora was looking over there and started saying that it's only been 4 days and they're already making progress, at which point Jun decided to turn around, saying that these guys would be of use. They looked at Pant, who was blushing with anger, and they understood that if not for his short temper, he would have become a genius coach because he has a talent for leading people. Jun was holding a book in his hand, and there was a smile hidden behind his mask, and he thinks that Pant should continue to do this. Edora then asked him what he had been reading lately, and he replied, 8 medium-level punches. Edora was very embarrassed and surprised, realizing that her father really trusted him. The so-called book, 8 Punches, is a kai created by her father, which he considers the best of all. There are a huge number of movements in this kai, and with each volume, they become more complex, so it takes a lot of time to study them. She took a cup of tea, thinking that she had already had a lot of trouble with this kai herself. She thinks that even Jun will have a hard time understanding it. Suddenly, while sipping her tea, she realized something that surprised her. It's that this time, her father didn't say that she couldn't help him, so if she offered to help him, then they could spend time together. Edora started laughing awkwardly and covered her mouth, saying that the intermediate level might seem difficult for him, so maybe they should learn together. But Jun dashed all her hopes, saying that he has a good idea of what it should look like and gradually learns the movements. He believes that everything goes like clockwork. Edora looked upset, and Jun thought that the kai was actually much more complex this time, as it was connected to Youngik's breathing practices. He imagined it as a deal breaker. 8 Punches is an amazing kai in itself, but with Youngik, it takes it to a whole new level. So if he's going to adjust the magic circuits to match it, he'll have to adjust. At that moment, notifications appeared in front of Jun that he was being watched and admired. Jun was still reading his book and thought that initially their attention flattered him, but now it only irritates him. And in the fields of training stood Bahal, who looked after his subjects and noticed that they were doing much better than they were. He walked past them and waved, happy that they had found a common language. Bahal went upstairs to Jun and told him that the rumors were true. He did a great job with the mercenaries, and he was glad that it was true. Bahal smiled sweetly at him, asking if he thought they'd be able to fight at all soon, and Jun said they could as soon as they needed them. Jun put his hand on the stone fence and said that he had something to tell him, and Bahal was very surprised at these words, because the son of the saber god is hiding on the 16th floor. Bahal couldn't believe the words. He looked at him with a slightly surprised look. After all, only the higher-up guild members know about this. And then he asked if it had anything to do with the child he was hiding. Jun imagined a man in armor holding a child, saying that his son has health problems since childhood and saying that the boy's body can't accumulate magic powers. Even using the latest medicine, the saber god couldn't fix it. Bahal listened to all this with a smiling face, while Jun said that here, the lack of the ability to accumulate magical powers is fatal, and besides, the saber god has many enemies. Bahal said that of course he has to hide the child, and at the same time look for ways to cure him. Bahal began scratching his chin, saying that this is how he sacrifices his magical powers to keep his son alive. He only interprets it this way, and Jun agreed with his words. Jun closed his eyes and thought that he probably started hunting down divine beings to try to help his son, and there was no reason for him to refuse if Yngwado allowed him to take their inner strength and hearts. Jun confidently looked ahead and decided that by all means, he must find and return the heart of the phoenix. Bahal was still rubbing his chin, saying that this was interesting information. But then, with a serious expression on his face, he asked who the source was. Jun was standing with his eyes looking down, and he actually read it all in his brother's diary, and then says that he found out about it in the One-Horn tribe. Bahal was still scratching his chin and saying it might be a trap. They weren't sure if Jun would stay with them or not. But at the same time, he said that maybe not, but he prefers to believe in its truthfulness. Then he put his hand on his chest and said that he would be back soon. They were facing each other, and Jun was saying that if everything was successful, it would benefit both him and the Red Dragon. Bahal was smiling broadly, wondering if he would do anything for him, but then he says that when they met 2 months ago, he looked like he wouldn't do anything for someone else. Bahal started to leave, and Jun said that now he understands that the world is a rather cold place, and Bahal added that this is a good decision because when it gets cold, you need to come to a warm place. Then Bahal put his hand on his shoulder and told him that from now on he would plunge into the spring. Jun replied that he wouldn't forget what he said. But under the mask, it wasn't obvious that Jun was genuinely angry. He stared at Bahal's smiling face, wondering where he would end up. After some time, we see that Jun is standing right in front of the squad because a task has appeared for the second group. He kept his hands behind his back and knew that information about the son of the Saber God couldn't be divulged, so he told them that they needed to secretly attack the Yngwado affiliated organization on the 16th floor. The boys were wary because he said he had something to tell them. Jun looked down and said that he still hadn't passed all the tests until the 16th floor. In the middle of some desert, several effect circles appeared, and the notification said that this was a wandering path of the 12th floor. Then there were more notifications saying that this place is filled with nothing but drought and death. The guys started wiping the sweat off their faces and shielding themselves from the sun, saying that they didn't think they'd get there again. And the bird began to chirp happily, saying that it was very warm there. She sat on Jun's shoulder, and he was thinking that starting from the 12th floor, the path becomes really dangerous, so the description of the test coincides with reality. He imagined a map with orange circles on it, and said that as befits dangerous places, here you can find items that will never be found on other floors. And you should not forget about hidden tasks. In the middle of the fire was a small ball that they called the Firestone. Jun was looking away, a slight sadness on his face, and he was thinking that if the situation allowed, he would need to take everything he could find with him. Then he began to smile maliciously, because that same Red Dragon squad will help him in this. Jun got into a cool pose and said that, relying on the timer, they needed to find everything they could and go to the 13th floor. He would wait for them at the other end of the big desert. They all agreed, and then started running away from him. And as soon as everyone left, skeletons appeared right behind him. Jun confidently said that this way he would know if there was an ambush or not. At that moment, the bird turned to look at him and asked why they were listening so well to him. Jun started stroking her and said he didn't know. They both began to look ahead, and the bird asked what they were looking for, and Jun said that the stones of fire. The bird tilted its head in surprise and asked what the fire stones were, and the owner told her that they were sweet for her. The bird began to be very happy, flapping its wings. Jun was sure that Kyrick would find these fire stones delicious and nutritious. Jun started to look at the chains on his arm and decided that he would give half of the stones to Kyrick and the other half to his familiars. He continued to look at the chains because the spirits had recently encountered development limitations, and because the chains had their own limitations, they had to think of other ways to strengthen them. He imagined a skeleton surrounded by the elements, because skeletons are now filled only with anger and darkness. But what if you dilute this darkness with something else? Jun was smiling and his eyes were confident, thinking that since the Firestone has excellent strengthening properties, it would be good to get more of them, and it was also a freebie. Kyrick was even more excited, shouting that in this case, he should definitely give him more yummy treats, and Jun turned to him and said that he understood everything. The bird began to yawn, and then sat down and closed its eyes, saying that something was making it sleepy. Jun stood there and told him to rest for a while, and Birdie said to wake him up as soon as the treats were ready. At that moment, the bird began to spin and fly straight towards Jun's chest. Jun put his hand there, and there was the same stone. The bird flew and said that it was just the most convenient place for her there. Jun looked up at her and asked her how comfortable it was, and she said it was warm and cozy, so she really wanted to sleep. Jun held his chest and thought that he originally thought Kyrick was comfortable because he had a piece of phoenix fire. But it seems that the stone is where he feels at ease. His powers are stabilizing and increasing faster than in other magic circuits. He put his hand on his belt and continued to think about whether he should focus on completing the stone, or whether it was better to find ways to control it. But then he looked up at the bright sky and decided that as long as Kyrick slept in it, he didn't need to try to profit from the stone. Then a notification appeared that the test was completed. Jun continued to think that due to external factors, he was able to strengthen his physical stability, as well as improve the sacred fire, and the number of completed magic circuits increased to 108 units. He stepped onto the portal and was asked if he wanted to go up to the 13th floor. Jun knew that there was nothing for him to do here. Suddenly Laplace called out to him. Laplace winked at him, saying that he was still as silent as when they had last met. Then he started scratching his chin, saying that since he was busy, it was better to get straight to the point. Jun looked at him, and he asked him a question that currently an unknown player is heading towards the three goddesses pedestal on the 16th floor. Jun began to look at him suspiciously, and then Laplace would wave his hand and reassure him that he was just a manager, so they were concerned about the safety of the players who were completely immersed in the challenge. They make sure that they are surrounded by pleasant landscapes. They will not interfere in the affairs of players or spread rumors, so he should not worry. Jun put his hand on his belt and thought that his brother had written that it was really difficult to stand up to managers, especially to 12 managers of the highest rank. He imagined Laplace as a red-eyed villain, because he was one of the managers, and he was also curious and liked to pry into other people's affairs, and in general not the most pleasant person. Jun looked at him and asked why he was there. Laplace, standing in front of him, replied that he had come there to convey the words of those who are above. Then he started to smile and put his hand on his chest again, saying that maybe he didn't know, but they are managers, especially the 12 strongest managers, have a special role. They are messengers of gods and demons, and Jun was surprised by these words. Laplace began to say eerily that he was here to convey the words of one of the demons. A bloody aura swirled around him. The demon's words were, "At the pedestal of the three goddesses, beware of the eldest." The bloody aura started to evaporate, and Jun asked what he had told him to watch out for the elder. And he stared at it, wanting an answer, asking what it even meant, and who was the demon that had told him to say those words. Laplace threw out his hands and said that he only fulfilled his role and could not know the details. And even if he knew that he could not say because of the limitations of the system, the person himself should ask for the details. Jun scratched his chin, wondering if she was the eldest of the three goddesses, why he should be wary of of her. They continued to stand facing each other, and Jun asked why he was telling him this, and Laplace said that he could not know how he, who was doing small tasks, could know the will of respected gods and demons, unless everyone was allowed to do so. Jun peered suspiciously and thought that demons are demons, which annoys him very much, because you shouldn't trust demons. He turned his back on him and decided that he had decided to provoke the wrath of the three goddesses anyway. Laplace watched him enter the teleport and say that as he thought, Jun wouldn't listen to him. Therefore, he waved his hand and bowed, wishing him a good trip, because he had other errands to run, and therefore no one would interfere with him until the 16th floor. Jun stared through the portal at Laplace's farewells, and then the move notifications appeared in front of him. He went straight to the 16th floor. All the guys were lying on the ground, very tired and exhausted. Jun started treating them and told them to give him everything they had collected. Each of the guys started posting, thinking that he was just collecting tribute from them. Jun collected a lot from them, 182 firestones, 35 ice crystals, and 91 faces of snow fields. Jun put it all in the space pocket that Bao had given him when he came down from the 11th floor. Jun looked at it and realized that it was comparable to an inventory. He turned to them and said that since the preparations were complete, they could move on, and then one of the boys raised his hand. Then, in surprise, he asked where Yingwado's base was. Jun was mysteriously silent and then said that he was in the Skull Temple. These words really scared the guys. There were three goddesses. Erd is the past, Verdandi is the present, and Skuld is the future. Legend has it that three goddesses settled in Reborn, the so-called fountain of life. They wove threads, and they say that they tell fortunes by twisting these very threads of life. People gathered in crowds because of these threads, people believed in them. This temple stood in the middle of a huge forest. They say that the demons themselves want to see them, but the goddesses do not want such meetings, so they never come out from the 16th floor. The boys were shocked to see Jun, who was going to smash the goddesses. The guys started to get scared, waving their arms and saying that if they made them angry, it would be bad. Jun looked down and told them not to worry about it, because they can tell fortunes, but I won't be able to physically influence them. There are a lot of chains in the middle of the tower, and their feet are tied. It's like a goddess, they can't move at all. Jun took out their contract and said that there would be a penalty for not running errands. He held the leaf and looked at their faces, and then said that they had already realized that they had fallen into the hands of a real demon. He turned and started walking, telling them to move out. They had already reached the temple. People started looking around to see why there were warriors here. They saw a red flag and a crowd of people carrying it. Three priests ran out of the temple. They approached Jun and asked him what the Red Dragon army had left behind, since it was a shrine to the gods. Jun looked up and heard them ask for their weapons to be laid down in front of the entrance. Jun was looking ahead, where there were no people, just a hall. The three of them were shocked when he asked them that they really didn't know why they were here. The priest began to tremble and worry. Jun looked at him and said that if they really hadn't guessed, he was sorry, but if they were just pretending, it was blatant. He looked at her with a confident look and wondered what he should do. Standing in front of the priest, he knew that he had no reason to do this to the Skald in the shrine, but he was here on behalf of the Red Dragon, so the slaughter would not be superfluous. Besides, the more destruction there is, the sooner Saber God and Yingwado will know about it. Jun took a deep breath of air, then began to run magically past the priests. One even chased after him. Jun took out his sword and then started smashing everything with it. On this bright sunny day, there were huge explosions in the middle of the forest. While the priest was lying down, their temple no longer had a roof. The Red Dragon warriors began to run after Jun. They grabbed everyone while Jun just walked past them. He stood at the door, and the priest shouted that he could not go there. Jun opens this very door, and smoke appears near him and he can smell it. There were bottles of alcohol on the floor, and someone asked who he was. It was a kid named Hanbin, the son that the Saber God was hiding. It was illuminated by sunlight and Jun was standing in front of it. Han was displeased and looked up, asking if he had brought him any toys. The priest managed to break through the guards and started shouting that they would justify everything to him, and Jun ordered no one to be allowed to see him. The priest was immediately seized and dragged back. Han was pointing, shouting that who was he, that he wanted to die. Jun ordered him to be taken away, and Han was immediately grabbed by two burly guys while he was shouting to be released. Han was very angry, asking that they even know who he is, but then he was hit from behind to knock him out. It was Jun, who was standing and stretching his arm. He looked askance at the boy and thought the Saber God was blinded by his love for his son. Hanbin was crying, covering his face with his hands, because of his disability, he has to live in eternal pain, and his father found an easy way to get rid of the pain, but this is what came out of it. Jun watched as they held a priest, who was also crying, and he realizes that there's probably nothing the Skald could have done about it, since this is the son of the Saber God, so they had no choice but to hide it. He imagined the girl sewing something and thought that they probably took advantage of the fact that the three goddesses couldn't deal damage. A short time later, Jun was walking out of the temple, looking back at all the destruction he had sown. He knew that these events would spread quickly through the tower. Jun watched with a smile on his face. It wasn't every day that someone angered the three goddesses. He tears up the ticket to return to the previous floors, and it throws him to the 11th floor. Jun appears right in front of Pant and Edora, who say that he looks like he's causing havoc. Pant clenched his fist with a smile, saying that if only he could finish his training. and at that moment, Bao came to them, who asked that this was his son. Han Bin was lying on the back of the squad members, and they noticed that he looked like his father. Bao looks ahead with a smile, realizing that he didn't do anything, but something interesting happened. He agreed to such a scam without much hope. Liant has that very rare gem in his chest, and June does all this just to lure Liant out and to find a replacement for the dragon heart of the Summer Queen. Bao scratched his chin, thinking that as far as he knew, Liant's stone wasn't complete, so he was willing to go to any lengths to get the materials that would allow the stone to be completed so that it would come running to him. And besides, he already has some of the materials that will help to achieve this, and he successfully hides them. Bao was still standing there thinking that he had planned to leak the information from the very beginning just to lure Liant out, but there was Izyan in his plan. Liant's eyes were scornful. There was a high chance that he wouldn't show up until he had a chance to personally check out all the materials, but now, the son of the Saber God had suddenly surfaced. Bao pondered for a very long time and was lost in his thoughts. He imagined Liant and the Saber God behind him, thinking that the Saber God would be enough to make Liant get the stone. Bao watched Han Bin being carried away and still thought that besides, without his son, the Saber God would have no reason to stay with Ningguado. He shared his energy with his son to keep him alive, so it was safe to say that he was more important to him than anything else in the world. Bao came up to him and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him to wake him up. We are transported to the building of the Overseers, where the 12 strongest managers walked. Laplace's footsteps out of the portal. He walked around the building and sang songs, greeting everyone. Laplace takes hold of the door handle, and after opening it, he notices an unexpected guest. But a fake smile was visible on his face. He asked what brought him here, and in front of him sat that same little goblin named Ivok, and he began to laugh and replied that he was just passing by, and so he decided to look in, and besides, he had heard interesting rumors. He sat on a chair and said to Laplace's face that this rumor that some kind of devil was attracting everyone's attention on the lower floors, and that Laplace himself was involved in what was happening. Ivok crossed his arms, and Laplace became wary because the goblin asked his opinion on this matter. Laplace was unhappy that he was able to find out about this. We are transported again, but this time to the building of the Saber God, who is very out of breath. After all, he remembered the words of his ambassador, who came to him and said that the Red Dragon hit the Skull Temple, and they also don't know how those guys found out, but Han Bin was stolen. The Saber God immediately began to panic, as could be seen from his face. At the same moment, that ambassador began shouting to ask where he was going, this god of sabers, and he replied that he did not know where his son was, but he had to save him wherever he was. Yuzin swings open the door to his armory, and then quickly grabs his weapon, hooking it onto his back. But after almost leaving, he decided to turn around and noticed a small box with a note. It was written on it that if he wants to find his son, he must take the stone with him. Then his focus shifted from the note to the box. He looked at it and trembled all over, realizing what lay there. He opens the box with trembling hands, and he falls into shock at what he saw inside. Yuzin begins to scream in fear because his son's finger was lying there. Then we see the sword god from Ningguado. He sat on the floor and held his head, saying that it hurt. The story began that after he and the god of the spear left the one-horned tribe, difficult trials and hardships awaited them everywhere. They stood in a mountain of corpses, and they always defeated their enemies, taking everything from them. They trampled their opponents, standing firmly on their feet. Ultimately, they always won, and at some point they began to be surrounded by similar people. They all stood near the two of them, and now they became part of Ningguado. The sword god stood in front of the red dragon flag, and it was said that unlike Arsha, which he still managed to defeat, the red dragon became a serious enemy who turned out to be stronger than he thought, and their main strength is the famous 81 eyes. Some guys stood in front of the tower, and the red dragon has a unique weapon and history that other clans don't have. The red dragon was created a long time ago, on the 77th floor. The original reason for its creation was the common desire of people to destroy Alphabet. As a result, the clan passed through several generations, leaving a huge legacy. The red dragon people stood with blank faces, and over time it became obvious that the red dragon was much stronger than it seemed from the outside. The power hidden within the clan made the red dragon the most united and powerful. The sword god clenched his fist and thought that the group of warriors that was sent to the 11th floor was just a small part of the red dragon, but this was enough to equal Ningguado and even surpass him. He raised his head up and said that their stories, their traditions, who should stand against the red dragon to defeat them. He looked up with the hope that if he could, he would end the war right now. The crown was falling down, and if the sword god had decided to do this, then the concept of 9 kings would have disappeared, and Ningguado would not have been able to wash himself away from the humiliation of surrendering to the red dragon. And this would be the downfall of Ningguado, showing that their flag is torn. The sword god began to scratch his chin, thinking that in flexibility and pride, on these two principles, Ningguado was built. We must not forget about this, and is the only solution really a knife. He imagined a variety of weapons, saying that he called it a knife, although he still used a sword. Sometimes it could even become a spear, a bow, or even an axe. The name given by God, and God himself calls it a divine weapon. He imagined Liant standing near the stone, and in order to use it, you need to have a decent amount of magical power, and it hasn't been completed yet, but Liant still needs to pull it out. He was still sitting on the floor and continued to think that the stone, endowed with omnipotence, would provide decent assistance in controlling the knife. A silhouette appeared behind him, and he understood that he would have to abandon his plan and use the knife earlier than expected. This silhouette said in a trembling voice that they had problems. The god of the sword asked what happened, and he replied that the god of the saber was going to harm the god of fists. The sword god stood up and asked in surprise what had already happened. At this time, Liant fought with the saber god. The saber god stood with a sword and asked to stop saying the same thing. His eyes were filled with anger, and he asked to bring this stone. Liant began to shout that he had already said that he did not have the stone. But the saber god did not listen to him and simply continued to strike with his sword. Liant ducked down and a huge stone was cut right above his head. Liant squatted down and asked how many times he had to repeat that he did not know where this stone was. The god of the saber did not calm down, so he took out his sword and replied that he was not asking where the stone was, but was ordering it to be brought. He swung his sword, saying that if he wants to live, then he better hurry up. The saber god launched a very strong blow at him, covered in pink fire. Liant was shocked looking at this, and he began to cover himself with his hands, realizing that it was too late to dodge. But suddenly a powerful blow came from the sky, which dispelled Mushin's magic right before hitting Liant. This greatly alarmed the saber god. A spear was sticking out of the ground right between Liant's legs. The spear god took hold of his spear and stood directly in front of Liant, protecting him. Muzin looked distraught, asking what he was doing, because it didn't concern him. The god of the spear was very angry and asked what he was doing, because the red dragon was looming right in front of his nose, and he was rushing at his comrades had he gone completely crazy. They both got into a fighting pose and the saber god ordered him to get out of the way. When suddenly a cry was heard throughout the entire area, "What are you even doing?" This made the spear god's ears ring, as did the saber god, who spat out blood from his mouth from such a scream. It was the sword god who stood right in front of them. He looked at Muzin and asked what was happening. Saber left his swords, and wiping the blood from his face, he said that he needed only one thing, and he simply asked his fist for it, and the sword god asked what he had. Muzin did not completely wipe the blood from his face and said that he had the stone. The sword god silently approached him, and he said that he apparently knew something about this. The guys stood and listened to the sword god say that he doesn't know what kind of stone it is, and he's not interested in it, and Muzin answered upset that they kidnapped his son. Muzin grabbed his chest, shouting that in order to save his son, he needed this stone, and later he was ready to suffer any punishment, but now he just needed to give it back. The sword god looked at him and realized that the red dragon had simply decided to set a trap. He replied that he didn't yet understand what was happening, so he suggested that we first calm down and talk. Muzin shouted that he was in a hurry, when suddenly one of the god's swords flew past him. This sword stuck into the ground, and he said that he would have to wait. He looked at him with a very angry look and ordered him to first go to the room and cool down, while he would sort everything out here and then call him. Muzin was very alarmed and frightened by these words. At that moment, in the room where Muzin was, the sounds of a pogrom were heard. He stood all angry and broke all the furniture in the room. Then he remembered how he fell in love with a girl. It seemed to him that he would never know what love and relationships were, but then one day, like a light spring breeze, she appeared in his life. And then, closing her eyes forever, she left just one trace of her existence. This is a weak boy who was constantly sick. All this time he suffered and was waiting only for him. Muzin was very angry and held back tears so that his eyes turned red. He screamed in his head that if he had a little more strength, he asked for forgiveness from his son. Suddenly someone came to the door, which Muzin noticed. He went out to see what was happening. But again I noticed the box and the note. The saber god fell to his knees and understood what would happen there. He was completely shaking and reaching for the note, when suddenly his eyes became empty with fear. The box contained his son's eye, and the note again contained the inscription that if he wanted to find his son, he must come with the stone. He began to scream furiously. The knights heard this, so they ran to him in fear. He was very surprised and opened his mouth wide. After all, he saw that the saber god was filled with a red aura of lightning, and he understood that this was an explosion of magical power. Muzin held his eyes and asked him. He looked with completely red eyes and asked the question whose side he was on. The knight knelt and then bowed his head, saying that the moment the saber saved him from certain death on the battlefield, it became his sword. Muzin, without a single emotion, said that in this case, it is necessary to immediately gather the children. His eyes were filled with pure malice, because as soon as it gets completely dark, the uprising will begin. And at that moment, June and Bakhul were sitting in his office, drinking wine. Bakhul said that they were saying that the god of sabers had begun to act. He turned to Jun and said that thanks to him, things were going much easier, and he asked that he had people on the other side. Baal looked with a fox-like gaze and asked what he really didn't understand. Then, drinking wine, he added that there is no place where the red dragon does not have eyes and ears. They are absolutely everywhere. Jun got up and poured him some wine, and he said that it didn't change the essence, all thanks to Jun. The wine poured into the glass, and Baal said that everyone was amazed at this turn of events, and they had already begun the next operation. He reached for a glass of wine and added that a little more and everything would be over, both this war and Qinghua. His face was full of cunning and an evil smile, because after this his position would be strengthened, and everyone who called him a pathetic traitor and clicked their tongue in his direction would have to shut up. He turned to Jun and said that after doing this, he would easily get promoted, so it would be beneficial for both of them. Bao began to smile, asking us to continue to grow together. He pulls from the front, and Jun pushes from behind. It folds perfectly. Jun just looked at him silently. Memories flooded into his head that the day Artia first appeared, his brother remembered this day until the last. He looked at Bao and realized that he had already gotten rid of those memories. Not only did he not feel guilty, he had simply forgotten about those days. Jun looked at him with a contemptuous look through his mask and mentally wondered that the red dragon had ears and eyes everywhere. While he was drinking wine, he guessed that it was he who was in Arsha. After some time, Jun stood in some doorway, and along with the kidnapping of Hanbin, the game began. Jun glowed with a bright blue aura, and the moment had come to get what he wanted, as well as get rid of what he didn't need. There were blue cells everywhere, and in order to accomplish all this, you need to make a lot of preparation, and just in case you need to create a protective curtain. He picked up that same bag, and one part of his preparation will be to strengthen all his powers. Then a black spirit appeared in front of him because he ordered him to come out. It was Wu's skeleton who greeted his owner. Jun, holding a bag in his hands, looked at the skeleton and thought that he probably behaved this way because he used to be a player, and unlike other spirits, Wu now even talks to some extent. Jun looked thoughtful, and there were thoughts in his head that so far his communication skills are not so well developed and it is difficult for him to connect words into a full-fledged speech. But to carry out his plans, he needs someone who can think and speak at least a little sensibly. Jun, holding the bag, told him that he would give him things in a certain order, so he must absorb them in the same order and also must make sure that he absorbs all the magical power without leaving a trace. Skeleton Wu looked at him, and Jun added that he must remember that if even a little energy was spilled, it would all be in vain. Jun took out his stones and said the order that first you need to absorb 2 fire stones, 5 ice crystals, and then 9 golden flowers. The skeleton began to absorb everything one by one, and then notifications appeared that the soul of a voodoo magician had successfully absorbed all objects. Jun looked at him with a dragon's gaze, thinking that if it was successful, then Wu would rise one step higher. He began to remember the past again. That Artia's success had 2 main reasons. The first reason is young Wu's encounter with the dragon on the 11th floor. The second is the amplification effect, which Blake learned about through many experiments. Jun continued to look at Wu's skeleton, realizing that the inheritance of the dragon's powers did not bother him much since it was supposed to end soon, but with the enhancement effect, everything was different. He imagined several blue spheres, and thought that as the name says, thanks to this tablet, you can significantly increase the amount of magical powers. Young Wu didn't know exactly how the strengthening process was going, but in his notebook he wrote down in detail what ingredients and in what proportions were needed for this. They created bottles of potions, and Jun continued to think that if it were possible to simply make this pill just by knowing the proportions, Blake would not be himself. To make this product, you need to think about each of the ingredients and sometimes get quite confused. Wu's skeleton still absorbed these objects, and fortunately for him, the souls were immortal and could absorb magical power in its most strange manifestations. Therefore, no matter what he gives him, he will definitely be able to absorb it. Jun watched with a slightly awkward look, thinking that it would be nice if Wu's skeleton could become stronger on its own, but given the limitations of the black bracelet, he was lucky that there was at least such a way. Many notifications appeared in front of him again, in which it was written that Wu's skeleton soul successfully absorbed one artifact after another, and then he absorbed them through pain, so the vessel was filled to the limit and even began to crack. Wu's skeleton trembled in pain, and then he absorbed another artifact, a black rose. Jun used magic on him, thinking that he must endure this at any cost, no matter what, so he needs to continue to absorb. Skeleton Wu took the last artifact and began to put it in his mouth, and Jun dreamed that he would succeed at any cost, because for this he chose him, because he knows how to think. The skeleton swallowed him, and then a blue light began to shine in his chest, and a notice wrote that his soul had reached the limit, so he received the completed vessel of evil. This blue aura began to shine even more because evolution had begun. The skeleton's chains began to break, and a black spirit began to emerge from it. His hands moved involuntarily in strange movements. A black torn cloak appeared from behind. The notice wrote that he had successfully evolved into the death mage, Lick. The skeleton was squatting, and he was wearing a robe. And then he raised his head, his eyes still shining, and he greeted the owner. After that, many notifications appeared in front of Jun, in which words of congratulations were written, because he had found one of the ways to overcome death, and he can also try and find other ways. Because of this, he was awarded additional karma points. He received the title of one who has overcome death, and with the help of this title, his properties inherent in the undead are increased by 20 units. He also gained new knowledge about death. Wu stood on one knee and thanked Jun for pulling him out of the depths, so he can order him anything, he will do it. Jun crossed his arms and asked him what kind of magic he could use now. He stood in front of Wu's skeleton, who said that in a past life he could do general things in the field of magic, and Jun asked what that meant, general. Wu raised his head and replied that he would show if Jun handed over some of the souls he owned. Jun agreed and began to transfer souls to him, and he took them through his finger. A huge blue flash appeared around this finger, and after that, 3 small lights began to appear in the floor. This was his power to summon the undead. After a few seconds, beasts began to appear in the floor, and Wu said that using souls, he can summon these creatures, and if there is a body, he can also awaken skeletons and zombies. These animals disappeared, and he took the souls back. Fog began to spread throughout the room. This was also one of his abilities. Jun and Wu stood in the fog, and he said that this fog instills fear in enemies and causes psychosis or hallucinations. And sometimes it can transfer to allies magical and physical power taken from enemies. Jun looked at him with burning eyes and thought that this time the effect was much better. Now he could cause not only panic, and in a real war his skill in drawing strength from the enemy could be of great help. Wu then took out the soul and said that it was the absorption of bodies. Fire appeared in his hands, and he said that depending on how many corpses or souls he had, he could use basic fire and ice magic. Wu imagined his past life, where he stood with a staff, then he was a shaman. Unlike dark magicians, the shaman specializes in bodies and curses. He had a lot of skulls to his name. Wu put his hand to his chest and said that this is all he can do for now, but he will definitely become stronger and get rid of restrictions, become a full-fledged lick, and will do everything not to disappoint his master. Jun stood and listened to him, and then began to think about what happened to him before. It was difficult to fight alone, but now he has someone to rely on, because Wu will do an excellent job with the work related to souls. Skeleton Wu bowed and added that he would not disappoint him, and Jun said that everything was fine. Then Jun looked into the inventory window and wondered what he had left. He poked his fingers across the screen and decided that since he had a magician, all that was left was to select a knight with whom he would fight shoulder to shoulder. When suddenly Shannon appeared in front of him, looking at the floor. He was a ghost and did not understand where he was now. Jun told him that he was in the Red Dragon military camp. Shannon recognized him immediately and began screaming that he had died at his hands, died and then come to life again, like this. Shannon scratched his chin and thought that he had heard that shamans could control the souls of the dead, but did not know that they could return souls from the other world. At that moment, Jun realized that he was even better at thinking than Wu, who had become a lick, so he was good. I'd like to make a death knight. Then Shannon began to peer at him, asking what happened to his request. Jun replied that he let everyone go, but that's who had already died. Shannon interrupted him, showing his hand, and said that everything was fine, that was enough for him, it would be impudent to ask for more. Shannon looked at him with one eye and said that he believed that he had something to do with him if he was standing here, and it was strange that he was in the Red Dragon and not in Chingguado. Jun nodded his head in agreement and said that he would explain what was happening. And so, after this long story, Shannon laughs and says that he has turned his back on the Saber God. He likes this turn of events, which means he is filled not only with greed, as they say. Shannon put his hands on his belt and said that he wanted him to become a Death Knight, which meant that he would have to obey him, and Jun replied that it was so. At that very second he replied that he was refusing. Jun just looked at him silently. Shannon threw out his arms and said that he doesn't even have to ask, he always belonged to the Red Dragon, he died even for him, and after death he is not going to leave the Red Dragon. Jun stretched his hands, thinking that he understood that it would not be easy, but why was he so stubborn? Because he still needed to look for a soul like Shannon, and besides, he would like to learn from him about the focal points. Therefore, Jun said that nothing could be done about it, in which case he would have to be tied by force. Their conversation could be heard throughout the room, and Shannon displeasedly asked that he knew how to do it, and he replied that he pulled his soul out of the other world. Did he really think that he couldn't cope with a simpler task? There was an awkward moment between them, because Shannon said that this wouldn't work, but could he just send him back, to which Jun, destroying his dreams, said that he couldn't. Shannon got upset and thought about it, saying that he is terribly greedy. He doesn't allow him to rest even after death. Then he changed his mind and said that for him it's not so bad. Therefore, he pointed his finger at him and said that in this case he had one condition. Jun listened to him. Shannon replied with a smile that he would obey him, but he should not influence his will, and then he bowed, adding that in order to make him stronger than he was before he died, he should give him the strength of not just a half ranker, but a top ranker. Jun smiled through his mask and said that he would make him stronger than everyone else. They were both happy with the deal, and Shannon added that in fact, from the moment they first met, he knew they were cut from the same cloth. Jun stood still and told him that he had a primary task, and in order to complete it, it might happen that he would have to go against the Red Dragon. And, who knows, maybe Shannon will have to face his former comrades, to which he replied that he could handle it. Since he was starting a new life, there was no need to always look back. Jun had his hand in his pocket and realized that he looked different than he did a few seconds ago, so he asked why he suddenly changed his mind. Shannon smiled calmly and replied that he did not want to be stubborn in vain, because he would achieve his goal anyway, so it would be better for him to remain in his mind. Shannon looked at him sideways, saying that he was wondering what he would do next. Jun exhaled, closing his eyes, thinking that understanding him was much more difficult than he thought. Then Jun handed him the artifacts, realizing that his further path would be much easier with him, and then said that in this case he should absorb these artifacts in the order in which he said. Then notifications began to appear in front of him, saying that a Death Knight had appeared and was swearing allegiance to him. Then another one appeared asking for a name, and Jun named him Shannon. Shannon got some really cool armor and he greeted his new owner. While he was on his knee, Jun said that he was counting on him, and Shannon interrupted, telling him not to address him so formally. Shannon was still on his knee and said that now he was his knight, so masters should not address servants politely. Then he raised his head and added that he himself would sometimes speak informally, and then they sit together on the floor and chat about how focal points can only be felt. Shannon told him about sword techniques, saying that he has several options, and he chooses one of them, and if he is not a prophet, then he will have nothing left to do but pray for his feelings. The man stood, and there were all sorts of effects around him, and Shannon said that, of course, these feelings are different from the 5 senses of a person, so different that it can be called the 6th sense, and it's not that it is a full-fledged sense, rather something reminiscent of intuition. Jun lowered his head and mused that he had experienced this several times before, so he thought he was talking about something even more amazing. A man stands in the middle of many clocks, and Jun reflects that a decision based on feelings is really more like providence. They were still chatting, and Shannon said that usually people of his level can handle this quickly, although, of course, it will be a little difficult. He was very surprised when he learned that Jun had only recently started studying martial arts. Shannon turned to face him and added that he would meet more masters in the future, and focal points were a great skill, so he advised him to learn it as soon as possible. Jun sat in the lotus position and asked if he didn't know a way to deal with this faster, and Shannon replied that of course he does, he needs to fight more and use it more often. Jun replied that it was natural. Then Shannon extended his hand to him, saying that he still needed to memorize the images. Shannon was all shining with a black aura, and continued to say that nothing would help here except practice, so the more images he remembers, the faster he will understand the essence. Jun bowed his head and asked if he could show these images, and he replied that this is what servants are for. So he stood up and took the sword in his hands, adding that since they were already talking about it, there was no need to delay it because he didn't have much time. We are transported to the night field where Jun, Pant, and Adoa stood, and due to the sudden convening of the army, training with Shannon did not last long. The guys looked a little scared, and then suddenly Jun opened his eyes wide, and he grabbed his chest, which was shining, and did not understand what was happening. He saw something that made him stand silently with his mouth open. It was a huge red dragon. In the dragon he saw the Queen of Summer. He looks at the dragon and realizes that now she is using one of the most dangerous skills of the dragon. This is dragon fear. Jun clutched his chest more and more, wondering why his body was reacting to the other dragon. And while the dragon stood under the light of the moon, he was glad that, fortunately, the queen could not see him yet, so he needed to gather his strength as quickly as possible and not reveal himself to her. The dragon raised its head up, and right above it was a huge green circle.